You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Before she could finish her sentence, however, a second-rate female celebrity suddenly walked up to Zion and put her arm intimately around his. "Zion, let's have another drink. I haven't seen you in so long. You can't leave today unless you're drunk." Zion couldn't refuse. Although these female celebrities weren't famous, they were still GK's artist. Therefore, he had no choice but to drink with that woman. Chloe, on the other hand, took this opportunity to run right into the washroom. "You!" Zion finished his drink and turned around to talk to Chloe again, but she was already gone. Where did she go? It took at most 5 seconds to drink a glass of wine. Did she run away during that time frame? Was she a ghost? How did she do that? Zion smiled helplessly and decided to stand outside the washroom until Chloe came out. 5 minutes later, Chloe realized she couldn't stay in the washroom forever, so she made her way out. To her surprise, that man was still there. Zion smiled upon seeing her and was just about to say something when Chloe made a turn and walked out the door. Zion stood there, dumbstruck. Did his attempt to hit on her fail twice in a row? Ha! Is she playing hard to get? Amused, Zion raised his eyebrows. He had been in the industry for too long and thought everyone was more complicated than they seemed. Therefore, he thought Chloe was just playing cat and mouse with him to keep him interested. Not far away from Zion, Jack was chatting with some directors when he looked up and noticed that Chloe had walked out the door. He froze for a second, but decided not to run after her immediately. Rick owned Seductive Fox, so he didn't have to be worried for Chloe's safety. After Chloe left the private room, she walked in the hallways and breathed in some fresh air. Truth be told, she wasn't interested in, nor did she worship that superstar. She didn't even want to talk to him. As she walked around, Chloe saw the door at the end of the hall open with a bang. Then, a woman stormed out. When she passed Chloe, the latter realized that she was the woman Rick went to the movies with last time. Her name was Cece, and she also attended Rick's private party. "Are you okay?" Chloe asked upon seeing how mad Cece was. "I'm fine," Cece replied while her brows furrowed into a knot. Then she angrily ran downstairs. At the same time, Rick ran out as well. "Cece, wait, listen to me. I don't want to listen to you," Cece shouted as she ran downstairs. "Cece, it's not what you think. You've mistaken." Rick didn't know what to say to cheer a woman up. Like Jack, he was a man of few words. But Jack was good at playing cute and innocent. Not only did Rick suck at all that, it was also his first time in a relationship, and therefore he had no idea how to be in one. Only then did Chloe realize what was happening. It was a couple spat. As anxious as he was, Rick still nodded at Chloe upon passing by her, and she nodded right back at him. However, before she could say anything, Rick quickly headed down the stairs, where Cece ran off too. It seemed like even tough mafia bosses were tortured by women when they were in love. Chloe sighed as he looked at Rick's disappearing silhouette. Our ancestors were right. Even a hero becomes a prisoner in front of the woman they love. "Hey, what's Chief Green doing? Exclaiming about life here?" A familiar voice sounded behind Chloe, scaring her shitless. She turned around. After realizing who it was, she punched Justin's shoulder. "Where did you come from? Are you trying to scare me to death? Hey, watch your reputation. You're a chief physician. You should be more ladylike." Justin smiled at her as he played with a toothpick in his mouth. "I have never been a lady, okay? Your premises were wrong to begin with." Fine. Everything you say is right. I can never beat you." Justin looked at Chloe with high spirits. "Why are you here?" "Curious," Chloe asked Justin. "My company is having a party here as well." Justin's answer was nonchalant, but he could barely contain the excitement in his eyes. A long time ago, he realized that Chloe rarely frequented nightclubs. When she did, she only came to Seductive Fox, since its owner was good friends with Jack. Since then, Justin only came to Seductive Fox for parties, in turn significantly increase his chances of running into Chloe. For him, being able to occasionally see Chloe was more than enough. Nice outfit, it matches you. Chloe was wondering why Justin was being so nice to her when she heard him add, "It's just as childish as you are. Screw you. I knew you will never say anything nice to me. I was just wondering why you were being so nice, but you lived up to my original expectations." Chloe laughed. She had to admit that things were no longer awkward between her and Justin. He felt like an old friend of hers, with whom she could joke around and chat. As long as Justin didn't act all serious or confess his feelings towards her, Chloe wouldn't feel uncomfortable around him. "I've always been like that," Justin retorted proudly. Then he suddenly remembered something funny and said, "Let me tell you a joke. I'm listening." Chloe nodded intently. "My grandpa set me up with Bella yesterday." "Yeah, you heard right, that backed Bella," Justin emphasized. Chloe immediately felt bad for Justin. "Did you end up going?" "Why would I? I wouldn't be Justin anymore if I went." Holy crap. To tell you the truth, I get nauseous just looking at her face. She's the fakest woman I had ever met in my entire life. It seemed like Grandpa Cooper still took Justin's feelings into account. Chloe looked down and thought for a few seconds before replying, "She's not good enough for you." In Chloe's opinion, Justin was a good guy, if one could overlook his bad temper at times, his tendency to throw away money, as well as his arrogance and childishness. He had good morals, was from a good family, and most importantly, he was incredibly handsome. A woman like Bella really wasn't good enough for a high-quality man like him. "Hey, I've known you for a long time now, and that's my favorite sentence out of you." Justin took out the toothpick in his mouth and sat down, legs crossed, on the bench in the hall. He always felt abnormally happy whenever he got to spend time with Chloe, and often selfishly wished that time could pass a little slower when they were together. "I was telling the truth, okay?" Chloe smiled as she looked at Justin. "That old man is probably going to stop setting me up now. He's already arranged 20 women for me to meet over the past week, but I didn't like any of them. I think he's given up on me." Justin muttered to himself and to Chloe. Feeling guilty, Chloe looked down. "I'm sure you'll meet a great woman one day." Justin smiled bitterly. "I met her already." Chloe's body froze for a second, and she fell silent. Just then, the door to one of the private rooms opened and Gianna, wearing a white, skin-tight evening gown, walked out. She looked surprised to see Justin and Chloe out there, but quickly formed a smile on her face and said gently, "President Cooper, the others are asking you to play games with them. I'll be right there." Justin nodded, and Chloe immediately looked up at him. "We should both head back now." Then, Chloe turned around and returned to her private room. Zion quietly watched her walk in before finally leaving. "Hey, what's your name?" Zion appeared out of nowhere as soon as Chloe sat down. This time, he decided to sit right next to her, so she couldn't run away. "Chloe Green," she replied calmly, and Zion frowned. He swore he had heard of that name before? "Your name sounds really familiar." "Maybe there are others with the same name." "No, I'm sure I've heard of you." Zion thought about it as hard as he could. He was sure that Chloe wasn't a celebrity and didn't work in the entertainment industry. However, the name sounded very familiar. He must have heard someone mention it, and he always thought that his memory was good. At that moment, he was confused. Chloe didn't say much. She just sat in the corner and quietly played on her phone. The mood of the party was still quite upbeat, and everybody seemed to be getting along nicely. Chloe discreetly looked at Jack and saw that he was talking to a few movie directors with a serious expression on his face. Although Jack was young, he didn't fall short in his position. He had great control over any situation. The directors treated Jack with respect as well. He didn't say much, only commenting after listening to the others' opinions. Jack felt like someone was staring at him, so he suddenly turned around. Chloe immediately lowered her head and pretended to play on her phone. She couldn't let Mr. Dawson see her staring. Otherwise, he'll become more arrogant than he already was. Yet, Jack knew exactly what Chloe was thinking about. He just lovingly smiled and didn't call her out on it. At that moment, Zion walked over with a glass of wine. "Little girl, let's have a drink. We should get to know each other. My name is Zion." Perhaps he emphasized his name to remind Chloe that he was a superstar. Even the stewardesses on the plane would fangirl over him and ask for signatures and pictures. Zion looked around and saw that the girl on her phone was the only one out of all the women there that didn't ask him to drink, take pictures, or for his phone number. The intentions of the other girls were clear. However, the more they acted like that, the less interest Zion had in them. Men were like this. Young and beautiful women were bound to attract the attention of men. Every nightclub had a mountain of cute models in their 20s, and as soon as you slam your BMW car keys on the table, they would all flock to you. That was the norm. Zion was rich, handsome, famous, and most importantly, single. Thus, he became the target of many celebrities. In addition to Emery, other women all swarm up to him, one after another. Even Annie didn't hold back, adding Zion's snap and sending him a bunch of sexy photos. Her goal of hooking up was clear. However, the more she acted this way, the more repulsive Zion found her to be. That was human nature. There was a saying, pushing results in a bad trade. The side initiating would be led around by their nose and would never take control. Before Chloe could answer, Cody came out of nowhere. He took the wine glass and said, "I'll drink in her place." "Little bro Cody, this is the first time I've seen you defend someone like this." Zion's smile seemed to have some hidden meanings. Chloe smelled the alcohol on Cody and poked his head. "Dude, drink less. You haven't been out of the hospital for long." "I know, I'm fine." Cody smiled and finished the drink for Chloe. Out of all the young celebrities, Cody was the most famous and had the most fans. However, there was never gossip about him and a woman. Therefore, Zion found it interesting, seeing him defend a girl. He leaned into Cody's ear. In a low voice, he asked, "Do you like her?" "You're crazy. She's my sister." Cody was a little offended. "Biological sister?" Zion asked again. "No, she's more than a biological sister. Without her, I wouldn't be here." Cody was right. He actually didn't know how he would be without Chloe arranging the operation for him. So, in Cody's heart, Chloe's position as an older sister was immovable, and he wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish it. "I couldn't tell. You actually treat that bimbo like your sister?" Zion held up his wine glass and laughed. "Bimbo? You think that she's just a bimbo?" Cody looked at Zion as if he was looking at a complete idiot. "Isn't she... She didn't tell you who she was?" Cody's laugh was getting cockier by the second. Zion felt a little uneasy upon seeing the boy's mischievous laugh. Cody was just about to reveal Chloe's identity when Jack walked towards them. He gently caressed Chloe's face as everybody watched. "You tired?" "I'm fine." Chloe smiled. At that moment, Zion's eyes opened wide in surprise. Cody gloatingly looked at him and laughed at how dumbstruck he was. He would have to face the boss's wrath after hitting on Chloe. "President Dawson, this is?" Zion dumbfoundedly looked at Jack and then back at Chloe. "My wife, Chloe." At that moment, Zion turned to stone. His expression was extremely funny. "Brother Zion, don't tell me that you don't know our young madam." Annie walked over with a weird smile on her face. I really didn't know. I've never met her. My wife isn't a part of this circle. She rarely comes to events like this, so it's normal for you not to know her." After Jack spoke, he checked his watch, looked around, and said, "It's getting late. We're going to go." "Yes, President Dawson." Thank you for the party, President Dawson. Thank you for treating us. Many celebrities surrounded him and thanked their boss. Zion felt a mix of emotions. He finally realized why Chloe's name was familiar. It was because he had heard people gossip that Jack loved his wife a lot during a meeting with some directors. They were high school sweethearts and loved each other dearly. She could even make important decisions for GK. That mysterious young madam was actually the one sitting in front of him just now, playing on her phone and wearing a cartoon shirt. It was too surprising. Zion always thought that President Dawson's wife had to be graceful, if not stunning. He never imagined Jack's wife to be so down to earth, like the girl next door. At that thought, Zion got a little jealous. No wonder President Dawson liked her. Who wouldn't? Then, Jack held Chloe's hand and left. He left the room to everyone and paid for all the costs. After Jack left, the directors showed their true nature and began touching and hugging female actresses. Emery left right then. It seemed like she was headed for Andrew's residence. Everyone knew her relationship with him, so nobody overly discussed it. Brother Zion, which hotel are you staying at? Annie asked. President Dawson arranged for me to stay at the 5 Stars One under the company. Do you need company? She asked provocatively. Huh. What, you want to come? That depends on whether you need me. Annie stroked Zion's chin with her red nails. If it was before, maybe he would have gone with the flow and have a bit of fun. However, for whatever reason, Zion lost all his lust, seeing the pretty face covered in makeup. I've been having dysfunctions lately. You can come if you don't mind. Hey, you're funny. Zion discreetly rejected Annie. After, he inquisitively asked, Does Jack's wife work at GK too? Of course not. She's a godlike woman. She's basically a legend in our city. Really? What kind of legend? Zion looked at Annie with interest. It seems like you're really interested in the young madam. I'm just interested in the woman who President Dawson fell so head over heels over. Lighting a cigarette and taking a big puff, Zion said. She's an incredibly intelligent woman. Do you know what she does for a living? Smiling, Annie deliberately held back. Zion shook his head. She's the youngest chief physician in the country. Her annual pay is $1.2 million. She's a famous neurologist at Southside Recuperation Center. Doctor? Zion was a little surprised. Chloe was no more than 25, right? How could she be a chief physician? She's not just any other normal doctor. She's a chief physician. Chief, get it? She controls her entire department. President Dawson probably helped her a lot, right? Wrong. If President Dawson helped her, she would probably be the director of Southside. Annie smiled. Though she was jealous of Chloe too, she had to admit that Chloe was a talented woman. It's not possible to be a chief at her age. It's just not scientific, right? Zion thought back to the girl with black-rimmed glasses and a Mickey Mouse shirt. The girl next door was actually a top-notch doctor. It was unbelievable. He would die before he guessed that profession. He always thought that being a doctor was emotionally and physically tolling. Also, the workload was insane. A normal person couldn't sustain it. Our young madame is a genius. That's indisputable. Her brain, let's put it this way, even if we added up all the brains of the female actresses of GK, they would still lose to Chloe. So she's super smart? Zion summed it up. Yep, that's it. She's too intelligent. Otherwise, President Dawson wouldn't love her so much. Like Bella, Annie got one thing wrong. They both thought that Jack loved Chloe for her intellect. However, Jack was intelligent as well. His love for Chloe began growing since their youth and had taken root deep into his bones. Jack couldn't pinpoint one thing that he loved Chloe for. Because as long as she was Chloe, he loved her regardless of her faults. He could overlook anything and everything. I see. She's pretty low-key. I thought that she was a bimbo that the company hired. I almost made a fool of myself. Zion was somewhat embarrassed and took a giant gulp of red wine after speaking. The young madam is low-key for sure, no matter what she says, does, wears, or drives. She has the composure that girls her age don't usually have. Annie summarized. President Dawson is lucky to have a wife like that, Zion exclaimed. Anyways, you have to remember something if you want to work with GK. What? Zion looked at Annie, who replied, You can offend anyone in GK, even President Dawson. The only one you can't offend is the young madam. Why not? Because President Dawson loves his wife more than his life. And that's not an understatement. Do you understand? After speaking, Annie smiled at him and walked over to another table with her wine glass in hand. Zion, who was sitting alone, was left with mixed feelings in his heart. He was still really curious. What kind of girl was Chloe to make someone like Jack love her more than anything? Things were really getting more and more interesting. Justin hung out in his room for a while, but his heart wandered. He kept wondering if Chloe was still next door. President Cooper, should I check next door? I know some celebrities there. Gianna could tell what her boss was thinking, so she took the initiative. Why would you check? Just sit still. We're still competitors. You would be bringing misfortunes onto yourself if you go over right now. If you want to see her, just call and ask her to come. I don't like seeing you like this. Gianna's heart ached for her boss. It's not as easy as you think. Justin took a big swig out of his wine glass. To be honest, he couldn't call Chloe whenever he wanted. He said that he didn't want to cause trouble for her. Inside the Maybach, Jack drove as he looked at Chloe out of the corner of his eye. It looks like I can't bring you to these events anymore. What? Did I embarrass you? Chloe jokingly asked Jack. I'm not embarrassed by you. I just don't want others to hit on you. Chloe fell silent. Huh? I wasn't bothered by all those women flirting with you, okay? No. The ones I attract are garbage and flies, but you attract hardcore fans. They're scary, Jack immediately rebutted, leaving Chloe at a loss for words. Chloe actually had nothing to say back, because it was indeed true. Mr. Dawson was quite on point. That night, the two of them went to bed early. Emery left Seductive Fox early and went to Andrew's private mansion. After the two did their business, Andrew leaned against the bed frame and smoked. Sleeping with Emery was completely biological fulfillment. It was him getting it out of the system. Compared to other bimbos, Emery was smart and good in bed. She was his first choice when it came to sex. What's on your mind? You look so out of it. Emery extended her hand and stroked Andrew's sexy chest. Her index finger drew circles over his heart. And this wasn't her first rodeo. Nothing. After answering in a low voice, he took another puff of his cigarette. Chloe was at tonight's party. Emery took the initiative to say, Oh? She was super funny. Actually, I think she does it on purpose most times. Does what on purpose? Andrew inquisitively looked down at Emery. I think that she's purposefully presenting herself like that. It was an important event, and all of us wore evening gowns and dresses. But Chloe came in wearing a funny Mickey Mouse sweater, you know? It didn't fit the situation at all, so it attracted more attention. We all became accessories to her. So, you guys have worse taste than her, Andrew faintly laughed. Unconvinced, Emery argued, I think Chloe is a schemer, really. She must have worn that for attention, and she sat so far away from President Dawson. She definitely did it on purpose. She did that to capture Zion's attention. Zion? Andrew paused again. Yeah, don't you know? He's the award-winning actor. Of course I know him. You guys used to be friends with benefits. Andrew mockingly smiled. Emery seemed uncomfortable and awkwardly smiled. Then she acted coy and said, don't talk about that anymore, okay? That was before he took the opportunity when I was devastated that you were with another woman. You know that I have no feelings for him, right? It's unfortunate that I have no interest in your relationship with him. What's his problem? Is he into my Chloe? Andrew possessively called Chloe his, making their relationship seem more than it was. Emery was a little jealous and replied, Yeah, of course. He would notice her since she was dressed like that. I have no doubt that she would invoke a man's desire to dominate if she paid no attention to anyone, wore weird clothes, and played on her phone as if she was better than anyone else. She's got guts, flirting with other men in front of President Dawson. Hearing that made Andrew's face drop. He raised his hand and removed Emery's hand impolitely. How do you know that she's flirting with Zion and not the other way around? Why would Zion do that? He's a superstar. How could he be interested in a bimbo? The only explanation is that she did it on purpose to attract his attention. At that moment, Andrew narrowed his eyes and squeezed Emery's chin with medium force. You seem to be hostile towards my Chloe? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact. I know you care about her and can't stand it when others slander her. If you knew, why did you still do it? Andrew demanded as his hands grasped Emery even harder, making her squint. Andrew, stop. You're hurting me. Upon hearing this, Andrew suddenly let go, but his expression was still unpleasant. I just don't want you to be deceived by her innocent looks. She's married, but she's still seducing Justin, you, and even Zion. You shouldn't be so hung up on a woman like her. Shut up. Andrew, get out of my face right now. Emery, don't make me repeat myself. Let me tell you, Emery, you might be sleeping with me, but that doesn't mean you're anything to me. Our game rules were set a long time ago. I will enter your body, but never your life. You should mind your own business in the future. I know better than anyone the kind of person Chloe is. I met her even earlier than Jack did. So I suggest that you shut that stupid mouth of yours and leave right now, or else, you know what I'm capable of doing. Upon seeing how angry Andrew was, Emery stopped talking, quickly put on her clothes, grabbed her bag, and left. She didn't say anything else. The truth was, her words today were half-hearted and didn't reflect her true thoughts. She risked everything to slander Chloe just so Andrew could forget about her. Emery felt like Andrew's feelings towards Chloe were nothing but a tragedy. Chloe would never fall for anyone else, not even a man as outstanding as Justin, let alone him. In Emery's opinion, Andrew was the perfect man. He was smart, considerate, rich, passionate, romantic, and good in bed. When they were together, he treated her extremely well. He was passionate but not clingy. The only problem was that he liked Chloe. Why did everyone like Chloe? What was so good about her? The next morning, Chloe arrived at Southside before work and began seeing patients as soon as her morning meeting ended. A lot of patients set up appointments with her because she was a diligent doctor who always went out of her way for her patients. She also never tricked her patients into buying medicine that they didn't need. Not only did she have a stellar reputation, but her medical skills were also amazing. Word spread that there was a young neurologist at Southside who was not only good at her job, but also really nice. Therefore, more and more patients began scheduling consults with her. To lessen her burden, Director Richard increased her emergency consultation fees to $68. $68 was a lot, but it wasn't enough to stop passionate patients from booking with her. Outside the Department of Neurology, attention patients, Dr. Green is about to go on her lunch break, so she can only see one more patient. You should all get some rest and come back in the afternoon. Dr. Green can only see 10 patients this afternoon, so the rest of you guys should come back tomorrow. If Dr. Green is too tired, she might get sick and won't be able to see any patients. Chloe's assistant, Violet, managed all of Chloe's scheduling matters. Ever since HR approved of her promotion, Violet treated Chloe like her savior and spared no means to create a pleasant work environment for her boss. Chief, there's one more patient before lunch, Violet said through Chloe's internal line. Got it. Tell the patient to come in. Chloe then hung up the phone and massaged the bridge of her nose. She was obviously tired. Seeing patients wasn't physically straining, but mental labor was extremely stressful, especially in an area like neurology. She didn't have many surgeries, but her patients' illnesses were all hard to treat. Most patients suffered from mental or emotional illnesses, while others had psychosis. Some patients would even go crazy during consultations, which, to some extent, posed a threat to Chloe. The good news was, she was slowly adjusting to her job. In her own words, It wasn't easy to earn $1.2 million a year. She had to be in constant fear of getting hurt. "Hi, doctor," the last patient of the morning said as he walked in. The man was wearing a mask and was dressed very stylishly. "Sit down first and tell me what's wrong," Chloe said in a friendly manner. "Okay," the man said as he took off his mask. Chloe looked up at his face and was instantly surprised by who she saw. "Why, are you here?" Chloe's memory was really good, especially with those she had just met. She might not be interested in Zion, but she immediately recognized his face. He was the one who kept hitting on her at Seductive Fox last night. "Why can't I be here? Are you surprised?" The man smiled. "I am. I'm surprised as well. I didn't expect you to be GK's young madam, nor did I expect you to be a neurologist at your age, a chief physician at that. You're good." Chloe wasn't happy to be praised by Zion. She replied calmly, "You probably didn't book a consultation with me just to chat, right? What are your symptoms?" "Huh, as expected, your mouth is so unforgiving." "Yup, I'm here to receive treatment. Thanks in advance, Dr. Green." Zion smiled again as he finished his sentence. Chloe picked up the chart he filled out. Aromophobia. Then, she glanced at the other information and looked up at him. "Did you diagnose yourself with aromophobia, or did another doctor do that?" "I diagnosed myself." "Ha. Why do you think you have this disease? Do you even know what it is?" "I do. It's a really weird and rare mental disease." "You're right. Here are the common symptoms of those with aromophobia. They don't like to be alone and always hang out with a bunch of people. To them, the busier, the better. When they're alone, they're scared of sounds, and they would constantly have bad dreams. During this process, some patients even suffer auditory and visual hallucinations. Aromophobia and depression are two of the toughest mental diseases to treat." Then, Chloe paused for a second before asking, "So, do you really have this disease? Or are you here to poke fun with me and test out my medical skills?" "Ha ha ha. Smart girl. You saw right through me." Zion was impressed. She was right. He didn't actually have aromophobia. He just made it up. And all he wanted was to see Chloe at her workplace. He wanted to see how she was like at work, and was pleasantly surprised by how different she was. He thought Chloe would be the girl next door she was last night, but she was the exact opposite. Serious, inflexible, and a little apathetic. She treated patients indifferently, and sometimes even interrogated them as if they were criminals. However, it was not her fault. If she didn't pressure patients to tell the truth, more often than not, patients would choose to lie through their teeth and hide their illnesses, which would ultimately affect Chloe's diagnosis and treatment plan. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zion. If you're just here for fun, then I don't have time for you. Please turn left when you leave. Take the elevators down, go home, wash up, and go to sleep." Can you give someone who's actually sick a chance to see the doctor? Zion was flabbergasted by Chloe's remarks. "Girl, do you always talk like that? I don't need to be polite towards patients who don't respect doctors." "Oh, wait. You're not even a patient, you're just faking." "I hate people like you. Do you not have anything better to do than take up someone else's consultation time?" Chloe looked down and threw Zion's medical record off to the side. It was obvious that she didn't want to say another word to him. "Hey, are you really mad?" "Ha ha ha. I didn't come with bad intentions. I just wanted to play a prank on you." Zion immediately explained to Chloe upon realizing that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zion. I don't think we're close enough for you to play pranks on me. Please be mindful of your identity." Chloe looked up in all seriousness and said, enunciating each word, "At home, do you treat President Dawson so viciously as well?" Zion looked at the pissed-off woman in front of him, not sure if he wanted to laugh or cry. Chloe glanced at him before answering solemnly, "You asked a funny question. First, it's a private matter. I am not obligated to tell you anything. Second, you pretended to be a patient and wasted the time of others. I don't know what you're trying to do, But 3, if you don't leave in 5 seconds, I'm going to ask security to escort you out. Don't be so serious, little girl. You're so merciless. Zion smiled helplessly. 5, hey, Chloe, are you for real? Are you really going to chase me away? 4, Chloe continued her countdown. I'm a superstar. 3, Mrs. Dawson, don't be like that. At least treat me better, on account of President Dawson. 2, Huomian wasn't budging. In the end, Zion compromised. Fine. I'll leave. I'll leave right now. Before Chloe finished counting, he quickly stood up and headed for the door. Wait! Chloe shouted from behind him, and Zion immediately turned around happily, thinking that she had changed her mind. However, Chloe pointed at his medical record on her desk and said with a dark face, Take this with you. Okay. Depressed, Zion picked up his medical record. Before he left, he looked at Chloe one last time and said profoundly, You're good, little girl. Chloe still ignored him. She was too lazy to say anything else to weird people like him. Zion put his mask back on upon leaving Southside. He felt like crying. It's been years since a woman last chased him out of her room. He was a television superstar. What in the world just happened? He had to admit that Mrs. Dawson was sure a special woman. Violet, call in the next patient. That was fast, Chief. It's almost lunchtime. Do you want to wait until the afternoon to see the next patient? Violet reminded Chloe, because she felt bad that her chief was working so hard. There's still time for me to see one more. Send the patient in. Chloe was in a foul mood. If it wasn't for Zion's random prank just now, she probably wouldn't feel so tired. It was hard enough that she had to face sick patients every day. She also had to endure weird people like him. Weirdly enough, Justin used to come to see her by pretending to be sick, but she wasn't as annoyed as she was today. She disliked Zion. He was almost 40 years old but wasn't acting like a man of that age at all. After Chloe saw another patient, she went down to the cafeteria for lunch. In the afternoon, Director Richard came to inspect Southside, along with a few officials from the Provincial Ministry of Health. As a key chief physician of Southside, Chloe walked around the hospital with the officials and did a complete introduction. She didn't leave work until 6:30 p.m. She didn't even realize that she had stayed an hour after work. After taking off her white lab coat and putting on her jacket, Chloe walked out of Southside. When she got onto her car, she called Jack, who had left her a personalized message in advance. Honey, I'm stuck in a meeting. Go home first and have dinner if you're hungry. You don't have to wait for me. After hanging up, Chloe headed back to South Hill Manor. There were a lot of maids and cooks at South Hill, so to her disappointment, Chloe rarely got the chance to cook anymore. Today, she was in the mood to make some dishes for Mr. Dawson, so she headed towards the grocery store, wanting to buy some fresh vegetables before heading home. But unexpectedly, she was rear-ended by a BMW X5 on the overpass. Everyone was driving normally. Chloe didn't slow down, nor did she step on her brakes. Still, she was rear-ended. What the freaking hell? Chloe and the owner of the BMW both walked out of their cars. The driver was a young woman whom Chloe had never seen in her life. However, she immediately recognized the woman beside her. It was Bella. The meeting of enemies was sure unavoidable. Chloe stared at them, and Bella pretended to scold the woman beside her while reveling in Chloe's misfortunes. Abby, how could you drive your car into Miss Green's? Are you new on the road? Do you even know how to drive? If you want to die, don't drag me down along with you, okay? Chloe frowned as she interrogated the driver, completely ignoring Bella's mocking. So what if I did it on purpose? You're just a dirty mistress. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? That woman, called Abby, seemed to be filled with animosity towards Chloe. If Bella wasn't there, Chloe would have thought that she just saw a crazy person. A dirty mistress? What in the world? This woman wasn't Bella's girlfriend. Rather, she was Bella's uncle's daughter, called Abby Hall. Her father was the director of the State Land Administration and wielded great power. She had been studying in Australia, but came back to the country early for New Year. As soon as she came back, She realized how depressed her cousin was and quickly found out the reason behind it. However, Bella's version of the story was a bit different from the truth. According to her, she and Jack met when they were 8, and they liked each other. However, Chloe stole Jack while Bella was studying abroad. After marrying him, Chloe dominated him and was now bullying her. Therefore, to Abby, Chloe was no more than a shameless mistress who stole someone else's man. Abby, let it go. Bella played the good person card and tried to pull her cousin back into their car. What do you mean, let it go? Sis, you're too nice. You can't show mercy to women like her. Chloe frowned as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Amused, she asked them, I like the stand-up comedy. Did you guys graduate from acting school? What acting school? Let me tell you the truth, I don't like you, Chloe. Everyone with your last name is a scumbag. Look at that sex addict, Andrew. And look at Brenny. She's trying to chase after young Master Chase despite the fact that he's with Zuri Blake. She should really look in the mirror and take a good, hard look at herself. Liam is the worst. Oh yeah, I heard he's not even your brother. His mother gave birth to him after cheating on your dad with another man. You, on the other hand, are a thick-faced bitch who only knows to steal someone else's lover. Anyways, everyone in your family is crap. Please explain things to me. How did I steal someone else's lover? My cousin lived with the Dawson family when she was 8, and Jack's parents like her own. Plus, she and Jack liked each other. Oh, really? If that's the case, why didn't she become Mrs. Dawson instead? Chloe asked calmly, and Abby spat back. That's because you shamelessly intervened in their relationship and broke them apart. Got it? If my husband was her true love, no one would be able to break them apart, right? That's because you're too manipulative, and you were willing to do anything to get Jack. My cousin's a nice and gentle woman. She can't be like you even if she tried. Abby tried to reason with nonsense. Chloe coldly glanced at Bella. This is what you told her? A part of what she said is true. I did meet Jack when we were 8. Chloe smiled faintly. If that's the case, then 8 years old is still too late. Jack should be with whoever was born on the same day as him at the same hospital, shouldn't he? Are you guys having fun? Taking up the overpass to BS with me? Chloe was extremely good at logical thinking and would never be bullied in verbal confrontations. Her remarks left the two women in front of her red with fury. She was right. 8 years old was nothing. If that all counted, then Jack should have married the woman who was born on the same day at the same hospital as him. You're being unreasonable, Abby cursed angrily, while Bella said, Abby, let's go. I'm sorry, you can't go. You rear-ended my car, so you have to pay for it, Chloe said with a smile on her face. She wasn't generous enough to pay for repair fees herself when Bella and her cousin were the ones who crashed into her. She didn't actually need the money, but she was determined to protect her pride and dignity. Don't worry, your car's not worth that much. I won't shirk from responsibility, Abby said in a delusional manner, sending Chloe immediately speechless. Not worth that much? Chloe's Audi R8 cost so much more than Abby's BMW X5. If she drove a Bugatti Veyron, then fine. Chloe would accept her ridicule. She wondered if everyone in the Hall family was as despicable as they were. Don't worry, I won't make you pay more than you're supposed to. Once the insurance company comes, they will provide you with a detailed list. Then, you can transfer that money to my account. Chloe was easygoing. You hit my car? That's fine. Pay up and leave. As simple as that. However, there were too many idiots in this world, and Abby was one of them. A thought suddenly popped into her mind as she said, I heard you're a genius. I've never said anything like that. Chloe wasn't trying to be low-key. Indeed, she never once called herself a genius. It was others who kept saying that. But everyone says so, Abby retorted, obviously unconvinced. That's their opinion. It doesn't represent mine. Anyways, I heard you could do anything. You learn what others take 10 years to learn in less than a year, and you learn what others take 5 years to learn in less than a month. I wonder if they're exaggerating. Just tell me what you want. I'm a busy woman, so I don't have time to play word games with you. Fresh out of patience, Chloe said, as she looked down at her watch. Talking to people she didn't like was downright torture, and seeing Bella immediately ruined Chloe's evening, which she had been looking forward to just minutes ago. Okay then, I'll cut to the chase. Do you have the guts to race me? Race you? Chloe asked, freezing for a second. Abby, don't do that. It's too dangerous. Let's go. We should just pay her. Once again, Bella attempted to stop her cousin from confronting Chloe. However, the more she tried to talk Abby out of it, the more ammunition it gave her. Therefore, Chloe had a feeling that Bella was doing it on purpose. She wanted to utilize her cousin sister's short temper to her advantage, so as to start a war. Yes, do you have the guts to race me or not? What will I get for racing you? If you beat me, I'll buy you a brand new Audi R8, since it only costs a little over $1 million. Abby was as arrogant as could be. Naturally, Abby's family was rich enough for her to drive $1 million sports cars. However, since she was the daughter of a government official, she had to tone it down and be on the down low about things. Yup, she was rich, and she didn't care about $1 million. What if I lose? Chloe asked again, to which Abby answered, If you lose, you have to apologize to my cousin and admit that you stole the man she loves. That's not fair, though. How about this? If I win, you and your cousin will have to avoid me in the future, no matter where I go. Take a detour if you need to. What do you think? How dare you? Abby was furious, while Bella asked her in a low voice, Abby, do you think you'll win? Don't worry, sis. I've been racing a lot in Australia and I'm really good at drifting, Abby replied, completely confident in herself. Reassured, Bella nodded. It would be so humiliating if she had to avoid Chloe in the future. Therefore, she really didn't want to lose. If you agree, we'll race. If you don't, then forget it. Chloe was determined as she negotiated with the Hall cousins. We agree, but I have another request, Abby said. What? We have to go somewhere else to race. We're on an overpass. It's too dangerous to race here. There are too many cars. Sure, where do you want to go? Chloe asked, and Abby looked into her eyes provokingly. What about the Ming Mountain track? Upon hearing what she said, Chloe smiled profoundly. Ming Mountain? Were they racing, or were they trying to commit suicide? Ming Mountain was well known for its steep cliffs, and its roads were beyond dangerous. Even regular drivers had to pay much attention when driving on this mountain. So was this woman really proposing that they race there? Are you going there to suicide rather than to race? Chloe icily glanced over at the Hall cousins. Abby lifted her chin up in the air, proud that she had gotten her way. Why? Are you scared? Bella, on the other hand, didn't say anything. It seemed like she wanted Abby to teach Chloe a lesson. After 3 seconds of silence, Chloe glanced at Bella before saying, I'll race you, but she has to sit in your passenger's seat. Bella's face fell immediately. Chloe was good, agreeing to race Abby only if Bella was dragged down along with her. This is between you and me. Why would you drag my cousin down? Just tell me if you're chickening out, coward. Even now, Abby felt bad for her cousin. If it weren't for her, you and I might not have even crossed paths. So, since she's the knot that ties us together, she should race with us. My request is simple. If you don't agree, I'm not going to race you. Sis? Abby looked at Bella, not sure what to do. Abby, forget it. Let's not race her. Let's pay her and go home. Bella was scared out of wits. Every year, countless racers had gotten into accidents while driving on the Ming Mountain track. Locals even called that track the Road to Death. There was no way she was going to sit on the passenger seat. She would be playing with death. This time around, she really wanted to talk Abby out of racing Chloe. But her cousin was too stubborn to listen. The more others wanted Abby not to do something, the more determined she was to do so. Therefore, Bella's attempt to talk her out of it backfired gloriously. Don't worry, sis. You'll be fine in my car. After all, I've been racing for 6 years, Abby promised. Like Chloe, she was 24 years old, but had been driving for 6 years. Therefore, she was extremely arrogant. She began racing as soon as she got her license, at the age of 18. In Australia, She spent a lot of time hanging out at racing clubs. Therefore, she was certain that she was going to win. Moreover, she observed Chloe before rear-ending her car. Abby noticed that she drove slowly and steadily, not like someone who was capable of racing. Chloe's Audi R8 was no more than a streamlined race car model. Her BMW X5, on the other hand, was a sports activity vehicle that was perfect for driving on mountain roads. After listing out all the advantages in her head, Abby became incredibly sure of herself. She knew she could beat Chloe in a matter of minutes. That's why she called the shot and told Bella to sit in her car. But Bella wanted to say something else, but she was immediately interrupted by Abby, who whispered by her cousin's ear, "Stop hesitating, sis. It's a done deal. Don't you want to seek revenge? I'll help you. Who knows? Maybe she'll get into an accident and die. That way, we won't have to do anything, and Jack will be all yours." Bella had to admit that although this cousin of hers was young, she was still incredibly vicious. Is that really a good idea? Bella felt indecisive. Sure, she wanted Chloe to leave Jack, but she never wanted the latter to disappear from this earth. Wanting someone to die was a terrifying thought. If Jack found out, he would probably kill her. Upon seeing her sister's hesitation, Abby added, "If something happens to her, they'll rule it out as an accident. No one can blame us. It was just a verbal agreement. No one needs to know that we asked to race with her." Then, before Bella could say anything else, Abby pulled her onto her car. "Let's meet at the top of Ming Mountain in 15 minutes and start there. What do you think?" "Mm-hmm." Chloe nodded. Then they both drove towards Ming Mountain. Chloe being rear-ended started off as a minor accident that only required a small compensation. However, Abby decided to push her luck and proposed that they race. Naturally, Chloe knew what they wanted to do, but since she agreed to race Abby, it could only mean that she was confident of her driving skills. After all these years of driving slowly and obeying to traffic laws, she secretly wanted to let herself go and do some drifting. Plus, if she won, Bella would have to avoid her in the future. Imagine how great that'll feel. In a split second, she decided to make the bold decision of racing Abby on Ming Mountain. GK headquarters, inside the president's office. Jack's left eyelid was twitching furiously. Every time that happened, it meant that Chloe was either in danger or up to no good. Jack's sixth sense had always been accurate. Therefore, he picked up his phone and dialed that familiar number. "Honey?" Chloe said sweetly, feeling guilty upon receiving his call. Jack immediately felt like something was wrong. He was almost certain that Chloe was doing something behind his back. "Yo, where are you?" "I'm on my way home from work." Chloe answered cheerfully, but Jack remained doubtful. "Really? Of course. You're not home yet?" Jack looked at his watch. It was late. "Not yet. I actually wanted to buy some groceries and cook for you myself. Don't you like the food the chefs at home make?" "Are you sick of their cooking? Do you want me to hire a few more?" Jack suggested, since he knew that Chloe was a foodie. No, they're good enough. I've gained 1.5 kilograms since we moved to South Hill Manor." Chloe was telling the truth. She used to only be 47 kilograms, but was now close to 49 kilograms. If she gained any more weight, she would weigh more than 50 kilograms. She firmly believed that for someone her height, the standard weight should be around 50 kilograms. "You're still too skinny? Eat more? You need to gain 5 more kilos." Jack set a target for Chloe, who immediately protested, "Screw you. Why don't you just feed me until I become a pig?" However, her protests were no use. "Honey, it's cold outside. You should go home. I'll be back as soon as I'm done with work." Worried, Jack reminded her. "I got it, honey. See you at home." Chloe said goodbye guiltily before hanging up. Jack reached out to touch his left eyelid, which was still twitching like crazy. "Is there anything else important on my schedule?" Jack asked Mark. If there wasn't, he wanted to go. Chloe may have told him that she was headed home, but for some reason, he was incredibly worried. "Sir, you're having dinner with President Wan He tonight to discuss the development of the floating village." Upon hearing what Mark said, Jack fell silent. They had been discussing the floating village project for almost a year and a half now, and had finally nailed down the partnership agreement. Both companies agreed to invest $10 billion each, aimed at developing the city's tourism industry. The government even gave them a free piece of land by the beach, in hopes that entrepreneurs will lead the local economy into prosperity. The truth was, although the city was a small city that not many in the country have heard of, its per capita income and consumption levels were already pretty high. It was really a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Their city was home to country's most famous entertainment company, as well as the headquarters of the country's biggest private bank, the Cooper Financial Bank. Moreover, GK, one of the biggest companies located here as well. Therefore, Jack was optimistic about tourism development and was working hard to make some contributions to his hometown. Since he was having dinner with the president, Jack couldn't push it back or cancel it. Therefore, he gave up going home early and checking up on Chloe. That gave Chloe more than enough time to get herself into trouble. An Audi R8 and BMW X5 were parked side by side atop the Ming Mountain track. This area wasn't a tourist attraction, and since the roads were dangerous, not many cars drove along the path, except for the occasional racing enthusiast. Chloe held her steering wheel tight, with one goal in mind: she had to win. Giving her $1 million for her Audi R8 wasn't important, but making sure that the Hall cousins stayed as far away as possible from she was. Chloe was sick of mosquitoes harassing her and biting her neck every so often, so she wanted to give this race her best shot. But the thing was, she had never raced in her entire life. In the BMW X5, Abby glanced at Bella. "Sis, did you find out?" "Yeah." Bella looked down at her phone as she sent messages. "Tell me. Hurry up." Abby could barely contain her excitement. She was looking forward to this exhilarating race. Chloe's never raced before and rarely breaks traffic laws. At most, she runs a couple of red lights. I got some videos of her driving. Her techniques are nothing out of the ordinary. Bella read her sister the information she got off from a close friend. The Hall cousins wanted to do as much research as they could on Chloe, since they believed that knowing your enemy was the way to success. That makes things easier. Just wait. She's not even going to know how she died. Bella spat viciously. Then, she rolled down her car window and gestured at Chloe, who rolled down her window as well. "So the time right now is 6:58 p.m. "Yeah," Chloe nodded. "At 7 p.m., we'll start racing. Whoever reaches the flag over there by the foot of the mountain first wins." "Okay?" Chloe continued to nod. "No one will be responsible for the other if she admits defeat, her car dies, or if she gets into an accident." "Sure. To be fair, let's each record a small video first," Abby said. This was actually Bella's idea, since she was afraid that Chloe might blame her if she got into an accident. "Is that really necessary?" Chloe felt helpless. "Of course it is. What if something were to happen to you? Are you going to make us assume responsibility?" "Huh, you have a point. If you were the ones in the accident, I wouldn't want to get involved." "Sounds good." Chloe nodded as she took out her phone. They each filmed a video promise letter before feeling assured enough to start racing. "Damn it, it's past 7 p.m. Let's start at 7:03 p.m. then," Abby said, and Chloe nodded in agreement. Then, the windows of both cars were rolled up, and Chloe quietly looked down at her watch, counting the seconds. As soon as the clock struck 7:03 p.m., both cars shot out at surprising speed. Both Chloe and Abby drove luxury cars that cost over $1 million, so their starting speeds were faster than ever. This was Chloe's first time racing on the Ming Mountain track. She wasn't familiar with the terrain and was therefore at a disadvantage. Abby, on the other hand, raced with her friends every time she came back to the country, so she was extremely familiar with the area. Therefore, she began drawing back distance between her and Chloe's car less than 5 minutes in. Soon, Chloe was 5 meters behind her. The mountain roads winded back and forth. On one side was a steep hill. On the other side was a high cliff. Everyone who drove on this trace had to pay close attention. So it was indeed scary for two women to race here like so. Abby was a good driver, but Bella, sitting on the passenger's seat, was scared out of wits. Abby, slow down. Sis, are you nuts? Chloe will catch up to us if I drive slower. Do you want to lose? Abby obviously didn't listen to her cousin as she continued accelerating, occasionally drifting from side to side. The scene was as thrilling as could be. Chloe wasn't in a hurry. She knew that the road conditions were bad, and it would take at least 12 minutes to reach the flag at the foot of the mountain. It had only been 5 minutes, so what was the rush? No one knew which woman would be the one left standing. Therefore, she didn't put too much effort into chasing Abby after the latter overtook her, and continued driving steadily. Bella looked into the rearview mirror and smiled. She was pleased with herself. Sis, we're going to win for sure. I'm not certain about that. There's still time left. Bella wasn't one to relax so soon. Don't worry. Watch me, Abby said as she stepped harder on her gas pedal, hoping to increase the distance between them and Chloe. First, Chloe observed Abby's tactics from behind and noticed that all the latter did was accelerate and drift, especially when turning corners, causing her BMW tires to screech. After driving for a while, Chloe realized that although the mountain trail was dangerous, it had an obvious pattern. There was a large turn every minute or so. Therefore, as long as she turned at perfect angles, catching up to the Hall cousins would be as easy as pie. After this brief observation, Chloe stepped on her gas pedal, sending her car swiftly into the mountain track. After counting 60 seconds in her head, she made a beautiful turn. Chloe didn't drift. It was a natural turn, much better than Abby's showy driving skills. Just like that, 3 minutes and 3 turns later, Chloe caught up to the BMW. Then, Chloe stepped hard on her gas pedal, and her Audi flew before them, almost instantly leading Abby by more than 3 meters. Holy crap! How did she do that? How did she catch up with us so fast? She shouldn't have. It's not scientific, Abby exclaimed, a little dumbstruck. Don't underestimate her. She's got street smarts. I bet she found a knack to driving on this track. Bella's hands tightened around her seatbelt as she spat hatefully. Don't worry. I know what to do. Then, Abby accelerated, keeping close to Chloe's car. Suddenly, her car rear-ended Chloe's with a bang, sending the latter's car thrashing on the track. Abby, both of our cars have dash cameras. How could you do that? Bella's eyes widened. She used to think she was quite ruthless, but her cousin was even more so. She was callous enough to slam right into Chloe's rear. With their speed, Abby might have knocked Chloe's car over, crashing into her like that. You don't know cars. Afterwards, I can smash my dash cam and no one will know. Plus, we both have recordings on our phones proving that the race was voluntary. She can't blame us if she gets into an accident. Even if she did, and God forbid that she tried to sue, with our dad's power and status, do you really think they will let her? Stop making a big deal out of nothing. Abby had always been a spoiled little brat, so she wasn't scared at all. Chloe was insanely pissed off to be rear-ended again. I can't believe that Bakch tried to kill me. Chloe swore under her breath. She should have known that the Hall cousins were despicable. After a moment's thought, Chloe accelerated again, while Abby followed closely behind her. It seemed like she wanted to crash into her again. However, Chloe was never going to give her that chance again. If Abby crashed into her at this speed while they were turning a corner, she would fall right over the cliff and probably die. Therefore, Chloe accelerated while driving left and right with high agility, leaving Abby no window of opportunity to rear-end her again. Abby's hands tightened around her steering wheel as she sneered. Not bad. Chloe's a smart cookie. She knows how to combat me, huh? I told you she wasn't easy to deal with. You're too reckless, Abby, Bella said with blame in her tone. Don't worry. I've been racing for years. I'll never lose to a rookie. Sis, hold on tight. I'm going to strike her with a fatal blow now, Bella said, Then, she began turning while drifting. Horrified, Bella covered her eyes with her hands, too scared to keep looking. Truth be told, she regretted her decision. She originally wanted her cousin to teach Chloe a lesson, but in the end, she was dragged down into the gutter as well. Sitting in the passenger's seat meant that she had handed her life over to Abby. This wasn't racing. Rather, she felt like they were playing with death. The wheels of the BMW screeched once again, and Bella felt like their car was about to fall off the cliff. In the end, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. After a few turns, Abby finally caught up to Chloe. Chloe was forced to the outside of the track, while her car was on the inside. It was apparent that whoever was on the outside was at a disadvantage. At that moment, an evil smile appeared on Abby's face as she began steering her BMW towards Chloe's Audi. Her objective was obvious. She wanted to Chloe's car off the cliff. The track was already narrow to begin with, so of course she was going to do whatever she could to smash her car into Chloe's. Bella noticed what she wanted to do and was so scared that her face turned pale. She knew that if Chloe was really pushed down the cliff and died, then she and her sister would be considered indirect murderers. Just as Abby's car was about to hit hers, Chloe suddenly slammed down on her brakes, and her agile $1,000,000 car came to an immediate stop. Abby's car, on the other hand, was still in motion. When her car charged at Chloe's, its speed was too high, and the car ended up driving right over the edge of the cliff. Ah! Ah! Two ear-piercing shrieks came from inside Abby's BMW X5. Talk about karma. Not only did Abby fail in her attempt to harm Chloe, but she also ended up injuring herself. After Chloe parked her car, she opened her door and got off. After a quick glance, she realized that the cliff in this area wasn't too steep, and they had just driven past the most dangerous area. The Hall cousins had fallen into a 3-meter trench, and since there were trees and shrubs everywhere, the BMW was well protected, and therefore didn't smash into putty. After 5 seconds of hesitation, Chloe decided to take out her phone and call emergency helpline number. 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived and took the Hall cousins to the hospital. Unfortunately, so did the police. It turned out that Bella, stuck in the car, was so scared that she called the police multiple times since she didn't think that Chloe would call and save them. What was even more hilarious was that when she called the police, Bella purposefully said that their car was the one that had been rear-ended, trying to frame Chloe for murder. After what she said, Chloe couldn't talk herself out of it, and therefore had no choice but to go back to the municipal bureau with the police officers. Why are you here again? Inside the municipal bureau, Noah looked at Chloe, completely speechless by her presence. Chloe had been arrested and taken to the bureau so many times that she was basically a frequent visitor. Did you think I wanted to come? Chloe replied helplessly. What happened? Why are you here this time? Noah just came back from a case and was not aware that Chloe had been racing with the Hall cousins. I was car racing, she replied calmly, and Noah spat out the tea in his mouth. The good thing was, Chloe reacted fast and lowered her head, so Noah's tea ended up on a little cop's face behind her. Captain Noah, I see that you're out of tea. Let me go get you some more. Not only did that cop remain calm and collected, he even took the opportunity to kiss Noah's ass. Then, just the two of them were left in the interrogation room, making it easier to talk. You went racing? Are you all right? Since when did you get into this hobby? Does Mr. Dawson know about it? Chloe shook her head. If he found out, he will probably kill me. That sounds about right. If Sarah went racing, I would kill her too. Do you know how dangerous it was? Noah was speechless. He felt bad for Jack, marrying such a trouble-causing wife. I was provoked anyways. It wasn't my fault, Chloe said, matter-of-factly. Oh, yeah? If it's not your fault, then I'm going to call Mr. Dawson right now and ask him to bail you out, Noah said, as he reached out his phone, pretending to dial Jack's number. No, Noah. Let's talk this out. Chloe immediately stopped Noah's hand. There was no way she was going to let Jack bail her out, She would rather be detained for 24 hours? What's there to talk about? Jack needs to know about this. This is huge. Even so, I can't let him bail me out right now. Ugh, I'm dragging this out as long as I can. Chloe was firm on not being bailed out by Jack, because every time he bailed her out, he would give her a hard time on the way home. Most, if not all, the time. The atmosphere in the car would be terrifying. But, no ums and buts. I'm laying this out right now. If you dare call Jack, I will tell Sarah that I saw you having dinner with Julie. Damn, you can't do that. Noah felt speechless. If you don't believe me, you can try. We'll see who she believes. Chloe smirked. Even though Chloe was clearly framing Noah, Sarah would still believe her. After all, they had been best friends since high school. Noah contemplated the pros and cons and decided to take the risk of not calling Jack. But then, the same question arose. If Jack doesn't come to bail you out, who's going to bail you for such a serious matter? Me? Noah asked with a serious tone. As an employee of the municipal bureau and a police captain at that, he was not allowed to bail anyone out. In order to avoid a conflict of interest, Noah never agreed to bail anyone out. However, considering it's Chloe, perhaps he could make an exception. Can we get Sarah here? Chloe asked. She's on the plane right now, Noah replied. Okay. I'll give Victoria a call. 20 minutes later, Victoria appeared at the entrance of the municipal bureau in a Mercedes RV. Since her pregnancy, she was always on a Mercedes RV no matter where she went, and it was simply because the Blake family was afraid of her being tired out. They had also hired an exceptional driver for her. Hey girl, I'm here. Victoria walked in with a brand-name handbag. She wore a long black winter jacket, almost hiding the fact that she was pregnant. Thanks, Victoria. Sorry for the trouble. Chloe gave Victoria a tight hug. Get out. It's no trouble at all. Victoria then looked at Noah and said, Captain Noah, am I qualified to bail Chloe out? Dr. Victoria, this way please. Noah didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Chloe was already giving him a headache, and now Victoria was here as well. If he didn't let her go, perhaps they would both blow this place up. Was there any news at the hospital? How are the Hall cousins? Chloe suddenly asked before walking out. Abby is a little scratched up, but it's nothing serious. Bella, on the other hand, broke her nose. Sounds like she needs to undergo cosmetic surgery since she was sitting in the passenger seat. Chloe didn't know what to say. To say she was glad was incorrect. Laughing at others' misfortune was not her forte. However, she wasn't feeling sympathetic either, since it was difficult to sympathize with someone like Bella. It was common sense that the driver would subconsciously protect themselves in the moment of a car accident. That was why it was usually the person in the passenger seat who got injured. It was no surprise that Bella was badly wounded this time. So what are they saying? Are they insisting on a lawsuit? If the Hall cousins are going to make a big scene out of nothing, she thought, she would publicize the video that was filmed before the race. This was, initially, a video that was going to be used by Abby as a defense for herself when she hurt Chloe during the race. But now, Chloe could use it to defend herself against any lawsuits from them. In the end, everything turned out to be in Chloe's favor. Nope. Probably because the Hall family doesn't want the issue to blow up, so they've withdrawn the filing and have decided to pay the medical expenses themselves. Of course they should pay it themselves. Those two batches went for wool and came back shorn. But you know what? I only have 7 words for them, Victoria vented. Which 7 words? Noah asked curiously. Karma is a batch. Too damn bad. Noah was speechless as Chloe let out a giggle. Spot on. Let's go, boss lady. Treat me to a fancy place, Victoria said as she walked out with her arm over Chloe's shoulder. Chloe's car had been towed to the shop for repair. Thus, they both hopped onto Victoria's Mercedes-Benz. Victoria, what do you want to eat? Roasted lamb leg? Victoria asked with a smile on her face. Oh my gosh, spot on. I've been wanting to go for a couple of days now. If Jack wasn't so busy, we would have been there already. Roasted lamb leg it is. Let's go. The driver then took the two girls to a well-known Mongolian restaurant downtown called Field Family. The restaurant looked like a Mongolian yurt. It was beautifully and luxuriously decorated. The owner was a big and tough-looking Mongolian man. His business had been booming since day one because the lamb he used were pulled directly from the grass fields. The two of them walked into the Mongolian yurt and ordered 4 pounds worth of roasted lamb leg, along with other kebabs and appetizers. "I don't think we can finish. Should we ask our family members to come?" Victoria suggested. "You can bring yours. I'll pass. I need some time to calm down. I'm afraid something might slip when I'm talking to Jack. Then I'll really be as dead as these lamb legs. Okay, I'll ask Brenton to come over then." "No problem. It's my treat today, so don't hold back," Chloe said generously. Victoria called Brenton immediately. She merely mentioned that she was eating roasted lamb leg and didn't say anything about Chloe treating. Brenton, Justin, and Max were playing pool and had not eaten yet. When Brenton received the call, the other two were interested as well. So, the three of them drove their high-profile sports car to Field Family. It wasn't until Justin walked in that he realized Chloe was also there. "Oh, look who we have here, Dr. Green." Max immediately put on a smile and joked happily. "Yes, so watch what you say. Don't risk looking like a fool," Chloe replied humorously. "Victoria, you didn't tell me Chloe was here as well." "Ha ha." Brenton gave an awkward chuckle. "You didn't even say the three of you were all coming." Victoria was also confused. What an awesome couple. "No problem, it's a party. Let's eat." Chloe broke the awkwardness. "Oh yeah, Chloe is treating guys. Eat all you can." "Thanks, Dr. Green, don't mind if I do," Max said. And then he hollered at a waitress. "Hey, get me the most expensive bottle in this place." Chloe broke out a little sweat immediately. "Hey, watch it." Justin slapped Max in the back of the neck. Max lifted the corner of his lips into a painful smile. "If we go over budget, we still have you here, Mr. Ridiculously Rich. There's nothing to be afraid of." Max was sure that as long as Justin was present, no one else would ever have to pay. After all, it's the perk of having a super rich friend. "Why are you treating? There's good news you want to share with us?" Brenton was a smart man, and he immediately asked Chloe a key question. I was arrested, and Victoria bailed me out. Is that considered good news?" Chloe smiled. The table went silent as the three of them tried to process what Chloe had just said. Justin responded first. "Why were you arrested? Did you get into a fight again?" he asked with concern. Notice the usage of the word again. Clearly, Chloe's image as an aggressive iron lady had left its imprint in Justin's mind. "Street racing," Chloe felt guilty as she said in a low voice, almost a whisper. Max almost spat out the authentic Mongolian milk tea he was sipping on. "Oh, damn, street racing!" Max gasped while Brenton and Justin remained silent. "It's true, I can attest." Victoria lifted up her hand and attested as she noticed how surprised everyone was. "Why would they detain you for merely racing? At most, you would receive some demerit points and fines," Justin wondered. By now, Chloe's head shrunk even lower. "I was racing with Abby." "Abby Hall? The precious daughter of the State Land Administration's director?" Max asked. Chloe nodded and continued. "Bella was sitting in the passenger seat." This is not racing. This is seeking for revenge," Brenton interrupted. Justin looked rather calm all throughout the conversation, up until the very last bit of it. She said, "We raced on the Ming Mountain track." "Ming Mountain? The road to death?" "I admire your bravery, Superwoman," Brenton said. "Are you looking to die?" Justin stared right into Chloe's eyes and asked angrily. It had been a long time since he was last angry with Chloe. "What's going on? What's wrong with the Ming Mountain racing track? Why do you guys all have that look on your face?" Victoria asked, as a slight hint of confusion arose in her heart. She wasn't an expert in racing, nor did she know what kind of a racetrack Ming Mountain really was. All she knew was Chloe was racing against the two batches when she went to bail her out, but she hadn't asked about any details. Before anyone responded, Brenton explained. The Ming Mountain track is known as the road to death for racers. It's one of the top 3 most difficult racing tracks in the country. The landscape is extremely complex, with many turns. Not only that, the track is surrounded by sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. A lot of people have had accidents when racing there, and many die there every year. The place was officially forbidden to be used as a racing track, but some people would still go for the thrill. It's extremely difficult for a non-experienced racer to finish the track. We went 5 years ago when it was raining and almost flipped our car, so we never dared to go again. What's the point of playing with your life? Victoria fell silent after hearing what Brenton said. What did Chloe have to go through during that race with the Hall cousins? Do you think you are really skilled at driving? Justin asked coldly, as Chloe didn't respond to Brenton's explanation. No skill, Chloe answered. So you think you can't die? No, I only have one life, Chloe answered honestly. So did you find it thrilling? No, it was so scary that I almost had a heart attack, Chloe answered again. So, what was the result of racing with the Hall cousins? Abby swirled to hit me at a curve. I stomped on the brakes, and their car went beau and flipped and went down the hill. I called the ambulance and police afterward, Chloe answered as if she was a criminal being interrogated. Max and Brenton both looked admiringly at her, as if they were worshipping an almighty god. Goddess Green, please allow me to bow down to you, said Max, as he dipped his head down and pretended to bow to Chloe. How did you know to step on the brake when she swirled on you? The speed should be fast when turning. You wouldn't have had the time to respond. How did you do it? Brenton, extremely attentive to details, asked the most important question. Well, to be honest, it wasn't an automatic response. I took an educated guess that she would hit me at the turn, so I was prepared to step on the brakes. But how did you know when she was going to hit you? Brenton asked in surprise. Because we were driving parallel at the last big turn of the track. If she wasn't going to hit me then, she wouldn't have any other chances. It's not the Hall cousins' style to not play dirty, so... Chloe trailed off, but everyone understood what was left unsaid. Chloe, didn't you say you weren't familiar with that track? How did you know that turn was the last and biggest one? Victoria picked up the details and asked. It's true. I wasn't familiar with the track. I just kind of memorized it on my way up the mountain. This left everyone speechless again. Chloe simply locked each turning point of the racing track in her mind and figured out what was the largest turning point without even trying. Everyone was truly stunned by her intelligence and attention to details. So, you think you are the shit? Are you feeling proud of yourself? Justin asked bluntly, a stormy look on his face. Brenton and Max exchanged glances. It had been a long time since they had seen Justin with such an angered look. It reminded them of the calm right before a storm. No, I don't think I'm the shit. I just feel pretty good, because I won the bet, Chloe answered quietly. There's a bet? Ha ha! What is it? Tell us, Max asked immediately as any amount of gossip would get him excited. So, initially, Abby rear-ended my car, right? She said if I had the guts to race her, she would pay the whole amount of my Audi R8. It's like getting a new car. You went racing for a stupid car that's only worth $1 million? Is that how little your life costs? Justin yelled angrily. But behind the angry mask hid fear. Thank God the Hall cousins were the ones who got into an accident. What would happen if it was Chloe? What would he do? The $1 million wasn't the point. The point is, if I win, they promise to stay away from me no matter where I am. As you all know, I don't really like Bella. It's the first time her cousin showed up, but I didn't like her either. So, I thought it was something I could try, Chloe explained. But what if you lost? Brenton asked, the fear factor finally hitting him as well. I know I won't. Chloe lifted her chin slightly as she spoke. A proud expression much like Jack's appeared on her face. You know, I've heard that Abby is an experienced driver. You're very brave to race against a pro when you're a noob. Ming Mountain, too. I can't believe you guys went there. You're amazing. I've never admired anyone so much my entire life. Max gave Chloe a thumbs up. This time, he wasn't just doing it for comical effect. He really was stunned by Chloe. Putting aside her intelligence and driving skills, what he really admired was Chloe's bravery. An average girl would probably be very shaken up just strolling on Ming Mountain, let alone racing on it. "Does Jack know about this?" Justin asked coldly. "No. I'm too scared to tell him. He will skin me alive." Chloe bit her lip, her eyes wide like a puppy. "Great. I'll call Jack now." This time, Chloe had really upset Justin. So he got up and pulled out his phone. Indeed, he didn't have the right to lecture her, but Jack did. Chloe had gotten too wild. She definitely needed to be taught a good lesson. "No, don't! Please!" Chloe grabbed Justin's phone, her face pleading for mercy. Justin didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. "Now you know to be afraid? What were you thinking when you were racing?" "Did you lose your mind?" he yelled back. "I just wanted to give the Hall cousins a little bit of a hard time." "Was it really worth it?" "They're trash," Justin shot back. Before Chloe could answer, a familiar voice appeared from the phone she was holding. "Hello?" It turned out that Justin had punched in the number, but Chloe hit the dial button when she was grabbing the phone. So, the voice that was coming out of Justin's phone had to be Jack. Chloe broke out in cold sweat immediately. Silently, she did a shushing gesture to everyone and passed the phone over to Justin. Justin was also a little nervous. He had only meant to scare Chloe and didn't actually want to call Jack. But now, the arrow was shot out of the bow. "Hello? What do you want?" Justin took the phone and asked with a hint of unnaturalness in his voice. "You called me to ask me what I want from you?" Jack answered. Despite not having communicated with Justin over the phone, he knew who it was immediately. After all, none of their phone numbers was a secret within the social circle. Well, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten already? I don't think we are close enough to have casual conversations like this. Are you going crazy?" Jack asked calmly. "You know what? You're right. Goodbye." Before Jack could answer, Justin hung up. Chloe, watching on the side, sighed with relief. Good thing Justin didn't tell anything to Jack, or else Mr. Dawson was going to give her a hard time when she got home. A moment later, the waiter brought 4 pounds worth of roasted lamb leg to the table. Juicy fat sizzled around the meat, and the whole turf was filled with the smell of deliciousness. "I'm going to go now. You guys eat." Chloe was still a little worried, so she decided to leave. "But you haven't eaten yet," Victoria said, reluctantly. She didn't want Chloe to go just yet. "We'll eat another day. Leave the bill for me. It's my treat. Enjoy." Chloe grabbed her purse and left before anyone could react. She ran away with lightning speed. "What is this? The one that was treating us just ran away," Max laughed. "She's probably afraid that Jack will find out about today. He will probably give her a hard time if he finds out that she went racing on Ming Mountain," Victoria said slowly, a pair of chopsticks still in her mouth as she just stuffed a piece of lamb meat in her mouth. "Chloe looks like a girl next door, but really she's a troublemaker," Max commented. "You need skills to be a troublemaker." Apparently the Hall cousins were half scared to death. The side they flipped off of was only 3 meters off the ground. If they had flipped anywhere else, every bone in their body would have been cracked. Victoria gloated at their relatively fortunate misfortune. Chloe took a taxi home after leaving the restaurant, and with no surprise, Jack arrived home 5 minutes later. She quickly changed into her pajamas and walked down the stairs, pretending that she had just woken up. "Honey, you're home?" "Yes." "Did you eat yet?" "No." "What do you want to eat? I will go and make it for you." Jack looked up, glanced over at Chloe, and quietly asked, "Did you do something behind my back again?" "Huh? Of course not. Am I such a brat?" Chloe coughed a couple of times to disguise her panic. "Sir, what would you like for dinner? I'll ask the kitchen to begin preparing." Uncle George walked over and took Jack's jacket. "A bowl of noodles is fine. I'm not craving anything." As soon as Jack finished speaking, Chloe bolted into the kitchen. "Honey, I will make it for you. Do you want the noodles spicy or regular? Jack studied Chloe's face silently in contemplation. Why are you looking at me like that? Chloe asked, again, her eyes darting left and right, but not meeting his eyes. I think you're hiding something from me. Psh, why would I do that? You're thinking too much, honey. Have you become too stressed at work? I bet it's causing you to overthink. Don't worry, I will make some soup. It'll be good for you. Upon finishing, Chloe went back into the kitchen and didn't dare to come out. Jack showered and changed, and then sat in the living room, working on his laptop. During the night, most of the maids had gone to rest. Chloe had specifically asked Uncle George to not mention her returning time to Jack. Half an hour later, Chloe brought out a bowl of steaming noodles and a bowl of cassia seed soup. Jack ate the noodles with big bites. Regardless of what it tasted like, as long as it was made by Chloe, he would always happily eat it. Chloe had both of her palms on her chin and elbows on the table as she silently watched Jack eat, quietly drooling over Jack's good looks. She subconsciously pressed her lips together, as if Jack was a platter of food. Why are you looking at me like a pervert? Jack met Chloe's glance and asked, Because you look pretty handsome. Don't be in a hurry to kiss my ass. Let me ask you, where's your car? Jack didn't see Chloe's Audi R8 parked in the garage on his way back, and therefore wondered where it went. This was a crucial question. It strung up Chloe's heart immediately. The car. The car was sent for repair. What happened? Jack asked as he stuffed another bite of noodles into his mouth. I had a collision on the way back, so I sent to the shop. Yeah? Who did you have a collision with? 2 girls. They were probably new drivers and didn't know how to drive, so they rear-ended me. Chloe answered honestly. Okay, how much did they pay you? It's not calculated yet. They are pretty well off and said they would compensate me with the added repair fees. Where did the collision happen? The overpass, of course, Chloe answered honestly. Everything she had said so far was the truth. After all, she did get rear-ended on the overpass by Abby. Why didn't you tell me something like this happened? This is not a big deal. You're so busy every day. How could I possibly bother you with something as small as this? Chloe smiled and put her hands under the table to hide the fact that they were shaking. After Jack finished the bowl of noodles, he put his chopsticks on the table and took out his phone and said, Something really weird happened today. Justin called me. Really? Chloe's eyes darted around, feeling more guilty. Yeah, I think he wanted to tell me something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. What do you think he wanted to tell me? Jack slid over from his seat and studied Chloe's face up close and personal. Chloe kept her eyes downcast, not meeting Jack's eyes in fear that he would see right through her. Why would I know what Justin wants to tell you? Chloe gave a nervous chuckle. I have a feeling he wanted to talk to me about you. So, honey, can you tell me now what happened today? Jack's voice sounded soft, but Chloe knew the more tender he sounded, the more she should be afraid. Jack's current state was exactly the same as the calm before a crazy storm. In the short amount of time between replies, Chloe contemplated in her mind, should she tell the truth and ask for forgiveness, or stick it out till the end in denial? After 5 seconds of hesitation, Chloe looked up to the ceiling on purpose and said, The weather's really nice outside today. The sun's out and everything. The truth was, Chloe didn't want to lie to Jack on purpose. She just didn't want him to get mad. Everywhere and everything around. Mr. Dawson turned to ice when he was angry. In the end, Jack stared at Chloe for a long time before placing his phone on his table. People have been sharing this video on Snap like crazy today. It's interesting, you should take a look. Suspicious, Chloe picked up his phone and glanced at the video. Crap, it was a video of her racing with the Hall cousins. Someone seemed to have recorded it with a drone from the air, and the quality was pretty high. In a split second, Chloe felt like she had been struck by lightning. This. Chloe tried again and again, but couldn't produce any words out of her mouth. Does the license plate look familiar to you? Jack asked her with a smile on his face, and she immediately felt a million goosebumps crawl all over her body. Honey, I'm sorry. Upon realizing that she couldn't keep what happened from him anymore, Chloe immediately decided to apologize. Oh? You're sorry? For what? I... Don't tell me you lent someone else your car to go racing. No, I didn't lend anyone my car. I was the one driving it. Chloe didn't want to create a web of lies, so she told him the truth. That doesn't sound like you. You're such a mature driver. You would never go racing for no good reason, Jack said on purpose as he touched his chin. Honey, here's what happened. Chloe spent the next 10 minutes explaining to Jack everything that happened. She didn't leave any details unsaid, nor did she exaggerate. After hearing everything, Jack only asked, I'm not interested in with whom and why you raced, and how the other party's injuries are. All I want to know is, why did you race with someone else behind my back? It was an emergency. I was really mad at the time, so I made a bet with her. Did you know that Abby is a semi-professional racer? Number. Then. Did you know that the Ming Mountain Track is dubbed the Road to Death by locals? Jack asked again. The smile on his face disappeared as his expression darkened, bit by bit. Also, did you think about how I would feel if you were the one who fell off the cliff? Honey, at the time? Chloe tried to explain, but Jack interrupted her. Chloe, you're too selfish. You only care about your own feelings, and never about mine. You have no idea how important you to me. You may have treated the race like a game, but, to me, it was a calamity. Honey, forget it. I'm a little tired and don't want to talk anymore, Jack said as he picked up his laptop and headed upstairs. Chloe was left in the living room, sad, depressed, and alone. Jack went straight up to the study and went back to work. A drone accidentally recorded this video. A few racing enthusiasts who were hiking on Ming Mountain owned it, so they quickly uploaded the video onto Snap Friend Circle upon seeing it. That's how word got out so quickly and spread like wildfire. The name of the video was, If the Driver Was Your Girlfriend, Would You Have the Guts to Sit in Her Car? Countless netizens commented below, exclaiming at the speed of their cars. Most of them thought the drivers were tempting death. Some professional racers even praised Chloe. The Audi driver is really skilled. She doesn't seem like a professional, but her turns are beautiful. Whoever uploaded the video didn't want to get in trouble, so he blurred out their car's license plates. However, with one glance, Jack was certain that it was Chloe's car. He finally understood why his left eyelid had been twitching this entire time. It turned out his trouble-causing wife was at it again. Suddenly, Jack's phone began ringing. Jack, I'm sorry for what happened with your wife. It was my oversight. Ever since Rick started dating, he had been with his little girlfriend 24/7. The men he assigned to protect Chloe still did their jobs, but since things had been peaceful recently, he let his guard down. As soon as Chloe's racing incident spread through their social circle, Rick immediately called Jack up to apologize. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Chloe is good at giving people headaches, Jack said, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Okay, call me if you need me. Okay. After a brief conversation, the two men hung up the phone. Then, Jack received an insensible voice message from Noah. Hey, Mr. Moneybags, let's go out for a drink. How dare you ask me to go drinking with you? I haven't gotten back at you for withholding information yet. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to, Noah said, immediately feeling guilty. Yup. Keep making things up. I'm getting more confused by the second. Noah intentionally played dumb, hoping that Jack would let him off the hook. In the past, I thought you and I were on the same side since we were good bros. But I've now realized that you've rebelled and joined the enemy camp ever since you climbed into Sarah's bed. How can you lie to me for Chloe? I didn't. I wouldn't. Still sticking to your guns? Good. Then swear to me that if you were hiding something from me, you'll never be able to get it up again for the rest of your life. F, don't be so mean. Noah jumped up from his chair furiously, but Jack continued pushing him. If you have the guts to swear, then I'll believe you. Ha ha ha, fine, you win. You're too scary. I shouldn't have lied for Chloe, but you're so omnipotent that I assumed you would have found out instantly anyways. You should really teach that girl a lesson. She has too many ideas in that head of hers. I was talking about you. Aren't you, a member of the People's Police, supposed to have some dignity? How can you let two women bribe you? No, I'm innocent. You have no idea how nerve-wracking that wife of yours is. She said that if I told you what happened, she's going to tell Sarah that I went out with Julie behind her back. Do you have any idea how much Sarah trusts Chloe? Do you really think I would take that risk? I've been single for the better half of my life. I finally have a girlfriend. Do you really have the heart to see me get dumped? Upon hearing what Noah said, Jack chuckled. He and Chloe were definitely from the same family. He was surprised that she had the guts to threaten and tame Noah so swiftly. What a special woman. The matters between husband and wife should be dealt with in private. Don't hurt bystanders like me. Have a good evening. Goodbye. Then, Noah began playing dead. He was determined not to say anything else, no matter how many more messages Jack sent him. Jack looked down at his watch. He came upstairs 15 minutes ago. According to his predictions, Chloe will come up to apologize within 20 minutes. By then, he'll have a whole lot more waiting for her. Noah was right about one thing. It was time for him to teach his little Mustang a lesson, or else she was going to become an outlaw soon. If she had the guts to go racing this time, what was she going to do next time? Fly into the sky? Downstairs, Chloe was racking her brain, trying to figure out how to woo Mr. Dawson into forgiving her. In the end, Chloe decided to utilize the biggest tricks up her sleeve: seduction and sex. 20 minutes later, Chloe decided to take the offense. Outside Jack's study, Chloe knocked gently, but Jack didn't even look up from his stack of documents, so she just walked in. She had on sexy pink lingerie with laces along the hems. Sarah bought this for her the last time they went shopping. She promised Chloe that Jack would immediately fall head over heels over her upon seeing her in this. It was half see-through and was indeed extremely seductive. "Honey," Chloe coyishly called out, and Jack felt his entire body melting. However, he pretended not to hear her. Chloe walked up to him and stood by his side as she quietly called out again, "Honey, what are you trying to do?" Jack put on a stern face and looked up at her. "You." Jack was immediately speechless. His wife stole his signature phrase. "Honey, what do you think of this dress? It's ugly. I don't like lace." Jack deliberately put on a dark face. Chloe didn't say anything. Instead, she turned around and ran off. Jack wondered if Chloe's heart was made of glass, running away after one mean remark. Did he go overboard? Should he go check up on her? Only then did Jack remember that he was mad at Chloe and not the other way around. He had to control himself. Yes, self-control. He shouldn't admit defeat so soon. Seducing him using her beauty wasn't going to cut it this time around. At this thought, Jack picked up his teacup, took a sip, and went back to work. 5 minutes later, Chloe appeared outside his door again. "Honey, sweetie." Her voice sounded even flirtier than last time. Jack tilted his head unintentionally and almost fell off his chair upon seeing her. His wife was no longer wearing pink lace. Instead, she was wearing an incredibly sexy French-made outfit with blue stripes. Now she was trying uniform temptation? No, he couldn't admit defeat. He didn't want to let her off the hook so easily. Jack coughed gently. Then, he turned around and went back to work, as if nothing had happened. "Honey, do you like this outfit?" Chloe needed to thank Sarah for buying her all sorts of sexy outfits and lingerie to spice up the young couple's sex life. Being the shy person that she was, Chloe had never worn them in the past. However, they came into great use when Jack was mad. "I don't. It's really ugly. Jack lied through his teeth. Chloe looked down at herself. She thought she looked fine when she saw herself in the mirror just now. Jack doesn't like this type? So, she turned around and ran off again. Jack was no longer in the mood to work. He felt restless as he waited for Chloe to come back and seduce him some more. 5 minutes later, Chloe came back in a white Playboy bunny outfit, with ears attached to her head. Jack almost laughed out loud upon seeing how cute she was. However, he used all the energy left in him to look at her with a stern expression on his face. So, has our house become a wild forest? Chloe looked down at her body. She wasn't used to wearing a low-cut crop top and bunny ears either. Then, she glanced up at Mr. Dawson's face. Upon seeing his angry expression, she knew that she had failed again. Furious, Chloe ran out of the study again. In their bedroom, Chloe thought about it again and again and decided that she couldn't keep changing outfits. It was a waste of time, and she looked like a clown in front of Mr. Dawson. After some thought, Chloe decided to use her ultimate weapon. Jack's eyes almost crossed when Chloe appeared before him. She was wearing a bikini. In the past, she had been too conservative and shy to wear bikinis, not even when they went on vacation in the Maldives. But today, she put on a really pretty, light blue bikini, showing off her incredibly proportional body. Her tummy was flat, her hips were narrow, her buttocks were round, and her chest was a perfect size. Most importantly, she wet her hair, so water was dripping onto her body. Jack looked at the sexy woman in front of him and swallowed hard. He couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Honey." By the look on Jack's face, Chloe instantly knew that her ultimate weapon had worked perfectly. She was so happy that she felt like jumping up in joy. Chloe reached out a finger and said, "Honey, it's late. We should go to bed. You're completely right, my lady." Jack stood up and went with the flow. Then, he carried Chloe in his arms and walked straight into their spacious bedroom on the second floor. Chloe was pleased with herself. If she had known how well the bikini thing worked, she would have used it a long time ago. That way, she wouldn't have been so worried and almost scared herself. Her husband was too scary when he was mad. Chloe was certain that Mr. Dawson would be mesmerized by her seduction and would no longer get to the bottom of what happened with Bella. However, she overlooked one thing. Mr. Dawson was amazingly good at digging holes for others to jump into. Would he let Chloe off the hook so easily? Nope, because if he did, he wouldn't be Jack. Inside their bedroom. After placing Chloe onto the bed, Jack didn't immediately climb on top of her. Instead, he began unbuckling his belt. Upon hearing clicking noises, Chloe shyly opened her eyes to sneak a peek. She even thought that her husband had improved since he didn't need her to take his belt off anymore. At the end of that thought, however, Chloe saw Jack tie her hands up with the belt he had just removed. Honey, you enjoy stuff like that?" Chloe didn't know how to react. Did Mr. Dawson have an S&M fetish? Why didn't she realize in the past how wild her husband was? Sure enough, although humans had evolved into advanced animals, the testosterone in a man's body still excited him and reversed him back to his primal state. Chloe was fine with playing along, as long as he stopped being mad at her. After all, Jack was her husband, not someone she didn't know. Plus, Mr. Dawson had always been gentle with her, so there was no way he was going to hurt her. At that thought, Chloe opened her mouth feebly. "Honey, tying me up is enough. Can we not use whips and candle wax? I don't think I can handle stuff like that." Jack narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chloe from atop her body. Then, he smiled seductively. "You can't handle it? Are you sure you want to keep playing the innocent little girl card? Why didn't you think about whether you could handle it when you were racing? Honey, I'm sorry. You can kill me and skin me if you want. Just forgive me." Chloe continued playing innocent, hoping to evoke Mr. Dawson's sympathy. "I don't want to kill you nor skin you, I just want to..." Jack reached towards her bikini as his voice trailed off. Then, without using too much force, he pulled on her top, instantly ripping it into pieces. He then proceeded to do the same thing to her bikini bottom. Chloe's entire body was exposed before him. Her body was pearly and smooth, as if she was just a college girl. Chloe was a genius, but she was a complete idiot when it came to sex. She was too shy and embarrassed, so she always acted like an ostrich, unwilling to pull away the covers until after the throes of passion. Sarah yelled at her for being a good-for-nothing and even taught her some techniques. However, she never found the courage to use them on Jack. She felt like today was the first and last time she would ever dress so provocatively and lure Mr. Dawson into bed. "Honey, please forgive me." Chloe looked at Jack with puppy dog eyes, as if she had been wronged. "Sure, I'll forgive you after tonight," Jack said. Then, he immediately bent down, his hot kisses touching every inch of her body. Their breathing became uneven as the room quickly filled with lust and desire. Chloe originally thought that Jack was going to have his way with her like they always did. At worst, he would play with her more times than usual. However, she was wrong. Under Mr. Dawson's skilled seduction, Chloe quickly became as red as a freshly steamed lobster. When her lust reached new heights, she thought he would make love to her, but she was wrong. Mr. Dawson just stood up and left. What was going on? "Honey?" "What's wrong, honey?" Jack asked her slowly as he sat down on the couch and lit up a cigarette. Chloe found it difficult to tell him what she wanted, but Jack asked for her. "You want to do it?" She nodded shyly. However, Mr. Dawson said the two cruelest words she had ever heard come out of his mouth. "I don't." Holy crap. How dare he get up for a cigarette after teasing her until her legs went weak? How dare he say that he didn't want to do it? Honey, don't be like that. Chloe felt countless caterpillars crawling all over her body. Like every other woman out there, she couldn't stand it when the man she loved touched her like that. You should reflect on what you did. Consider it a timeout. Chloe felt speechless. Mr. Dawson tied his belt around her hands, so she couldn't move at all. Therefore, she lied on their bed, closed her eyes, and forced herself to calm down. She told herself not to think of anything, and repeated in her head again and again, "I don't want sex. I don't want sex. I don't want sex." After 5 minutes, Chloe felt like she was getting better, so she opened her eyes. However, she was immediately dumbstruck by what happened next. Mr. Dawson had thrown away the cigarette in his hand, and once again threw his body onto hers. He filled her body with kisses, as if it were the end of the world, reigniting the flames inside her body and smashing all the consciousness she had collected out of her brain. Then, just when she couldn't take it anymore, Mr. Dawson stood up once again and tugged the corner of his collars. "Screw you, Jack. Are you playing me?" Chloe finally figured out what was going on. Jack had no intention of doing anything to her at all. He was just playing with her. Jack looked at her, as if to say, "You're right. I'm playing with you. What are you going to do? Bite me? Honey, you should calm down first. We'll resume in 5 minutes." Chloe was completely flabbergasted by Jack's remarks. "Jack, a true gentleman would never do something like this. I'm sorry, but I was never a gentleman to begin with. In this home, I'm just your husband. Just kill me and get it over with. It's just an axe to the head. Are you having fun playing with me?" "I am. I really am." Chloe was infuriated by Jack's provocative expression, but she decided to go soft, since being touched wasn't cutting it. "Honey, don't be like that. We're married. Let's talk things through." "I can't talk, but I can do. I promise you that you will enjoy yourself tonight very much," Jack said as she smiled profoundly, leaving Chloe at a loss for words. She couldn't take it anymore. Although her hands were tied, her legs were still free. Therefore, she slowly climbed up from the bed and was just about to touch the floor when Jack's giant hands grabbed her pearly ankles. "Honey, the game's not over yet. You can't go yet." Then, he took off his white shirt and again laid his body atop Chloe's, kissing her and touching her with endless passion. However, no matter how much she wanted him to, he still refused to give it to her. He did so much foreplay that Chloe felt like she was about to catch on fire. Jack's methods were sure mean. "Jack, I'm your wife. How can you do this to me?" Chloe provoked him on purpose, but Jack only replied, faintly, "Yeah, you're my wife. But why didn't you think about me when you were racing?" "Honey, I'm sorry." Chloe's face fell as she begged for forgiveness. It's too late to apologize now. Then, Jack bent down and began kissing her again. The truth was, during this process, Jack suffered no less than Chloe, if not more than her. He loved her and wanted her, so his body reacted just as strongly. Therefore, Chloe constantly felt something hard pushing against her legs. It was incredibly alluring. She breathed in and demanded angrily, "Stupid Jack, do you have the guts to come in?" "I don't," Mr. Dawson replied in a shameless manner, sending Chloe into so much awkwardness that she felt like hanging herself. He was torturing her. She would rather he just beat her up. His method was intolerable. In the end, Chloe realized that she could neither play hard or soft with Jack, so she gave up on resisting. Tears quietly streamed down her face, and Jack's expression immediately softened upon seeing Chloe like that. "Honey." Heartbroken, he called her, but Chloe turned to face away from him with a belly full of fury. "Leave me alone." Weird, she was the one in the wrong, but why did he feel so guilty? "Honey, don't be angry. I'll do it with you. Screw you. Don't touch me," Chloe shouted angrily as she kicked Jack away. Yup, it seemed like Jack had taken things a little too far. Mr. Dawson felt like he had been wronged. "Who was the one who raced behind my back?" "I did, but I also apologized. You can't do this to me the entire night." Chloe couldn't help but wail out loud. The only thing Mr. Dawson was and will ever be scared of was Chloe's tears. No matter what she did, as long as she began crying, he would immediately soften up. "Honey, stop crying. I'll let this thing go. Okay?" Chloe continued sobbing. "Honey, not only will I let it go, I'll also apologize. Okay? I shouldn't have tortured you like that." "I'm sorry," Jack added, but his wife's waterworks didn't stop. Finally, he said, "Honey, tell me what you want. As long as you stop crying, I'll listen to you, all right?" "Really?" Chloe immediately stopped crying as she suspiciously glanced over at Mr. Dawson, who nodded. Really, Jack was determined to do anything Chloe wanted him to, as long as she would stop crying. Then, "Untie me first." Chloe pouted as she stuck her hands out at Jack, who immediately untied her. "Honey, are you happy now?" "No. Now tie yourself up." Jack felt speechless and stood there unmoving, so Chloe pretended to burst out in tears again, leaving him no choice but to say, "Don't cry, honey. I'll tie myself up right now." He was willing to literally do anything as long as Chloe would stop. So, he swiftly tied himself up, but Chloe wasn't satisfied. She reached into a cabinet and took out another belt, subsequently tying Jack's feet together. "Honey, what are you doing?" Jack asked, feeling unsettled. Chloe smiled as she placed her hands on her hips. To give you a taste of your own medicine, of course, Chloe wanted to torture him the way he just tortured her. So then, she leaned down and began showering Jack with kisses, forcing the latter to suck in a breath of cold air. How could he resist such passionate seducing? "Chloe," Jack's voice was low and hoarse. It seemed to contain unspeakable magic. "Yeah? You shouldn't do that. You're playing with fire. Playing with fire is good. I like playing with fire." Chloe looked at him, happy that she got her way. After evoking Mr. Dawson's sympathy with tears, she decided to immediately pay him back for torturing her just now. Her plan was so perfect. "Are you sure about doing me like this?" "Absolutely." "Shh, don't say anything. Enjoy what I just enjoyed." Then, Chloe went back to imitating Jack's seduction techniques. However, with 2 snaps, Jack broke open both of his belts, just like that. Didn't she tie him tight enough? Before Chloe could react, Mr. Dawson immediately pushed her onto their bed, feeling her up and down. "Jack, you're such a cheater!" Chloe wailed as if she'd been wronged. Jack smiled but didn't say anything. Then, his lips covered hers as they kissed deeply and passionately. It was already 9 a.m. when Chloe woke up the next morning. Damn it, I'm late. She tried to crawl out of bed, but she realized that her entire body ached. Stupid Jack, he almost played her to death last night. It seemed like he wanted to gobble her up. Sure, they were still newlyweds. But wasn't he taking things a little far? As she panicked, she noticed a piece of paper by her pillow and right away recognized that it was Mr. Dawson's writing. "Honey, I got you the morning off. You should sleep in. Thanks for all the hard work last night." Chloe felt like crying upon reading his last sentence. Yup, it really was hard work. Her hips were about to detach from their sockets, and her legs were so sore that she couldn't even stretch. She felt like she had hiked Mount Everest the night before. After stretching, Chloe lazily climbed out of bed. After she got ready and changed, she headed downstairs, and Uncle George immediately asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just then, her phone rang, and she didn't recognize the number. "Hello? Hi, is this Ms. Chloe? This is she. I'm Miss Abby Hall's accountant. She asked me to transfer you the money. Could you tell me which bank account you would like it to be transferred to?" Only then did Chloe remember her bet with Abby. If she won, the latter would pay her the exact amount of the cost of her Audi R8. "Just transfer it to my ICBC bank card. I'll send you the account number right now." "Okay, I'll transfer you the money right away." "How are Abby and her cousin doing?" Chloe probed, to which her accountant answered, "Miss Hall's been discharged, but her older cousin's injuries were more severe. She's undergoing reconstruction surgery at the hospital." "Okay, I got it. Thanks." After hanging up, Chloe sent the accountant her card number, and she received a message from the bank 10 minutes later. Chloe looked at the $1 million or so transfer and realized that Abby, although annoying, was still a woman of her word. Then, the accountant sent her another message. "Miss Hall said that since you received the money, she hopes you can delete the video on your phone." I got it. Chloe knew that Abby thought the video might come back and bite her on the ass in the future. She didn't see the point in keeping it anyways, so she deleted it. She just hoped that Abby and Bella would keep their promise about their other bet and avoid her in the future. Either way, seeing the Hall cousins would always ruin her day, so she was better off not seeing them. After breakfast, Chloe looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so she drove over to Sky Blessing Court to see her mom. Sky Blessing Court. "Chloe, why are you here at this hour? Don't you have work?" Sandra was surprised to see Chloe, who replied, "Yeah, but I had the morning off." Then she scanned the room. "Where's June?" "Oh, she's out eating with friends." "Friends? She hasn't been here very long. How did she make friends already?" Chloe was surprised. Communications tools are so advanced these days with Snap and everything. I have no idea how she met them, and she doesn't like it when I ask," Sandra said. "That's not okay. What if one of them tricks her? Or if something happens to her, who will be responsible then? Mom, you should ask her to go home, or else you would have to constantly worry about her." Chloe didn't like June, so she had no intention of her staying. "Okay, I'll talk to her when she gets back." Sandra nodded as she added, "Chloe, have you eaten? I can whip something up for you." "It's okay. I already ate. I just wanted to come to see you." Then, she took out $50,000 in cash from her purse and placed it on the coffee table. "Mom, take this. Don't be so frugal on yourself. I'm making enough money now, so you have to treat yourself better." "Chloe, stop giving me money. I don't need it. I didn't even finish spending the money you gave me last time. Just take it, buy something to eat or use." After giving her mother the money, Chloe had some fruit. Soon, it was time to go to the hospital, so she took a cab there since her car was at the shop, and it'll be a while before she could get it back. As soon as she arrived at the hospital, Chloe received a phone call from Victoria. "Chloe, are you at work?" "Yeah, I just got to the hospital. What's up? Did Justin go looking for you?" "No, why would he come looking for me?" Chloe asked, wondering what was going on, and Victoria hesitated. What happened to him?" Chloe anxiously asked, thinking that something had happened to Justin. "He's leaving the city for a while, and his flight's at 1:20 p.m. I thought he would go see you before he left." "Leaving the city? To go where?" Chloe was surprised. Justin rarely left the city for a long time. Even if he went abroad for vacation, he would be back in a week at most. He's going down south with his grandpa for a military inspection. He'll be gone for at least a month. "What about his company?" "Imperial Star will be fine. He can give orders over the phone. Plus, the vice president is someone from his family, so it's not going to be a problem." "Oh, I see. So he didn't go looking for you?" Chloe shook her head, and Victoria asked doubtfully, "He didn't call you either?" "No. Maybe he let you go. Who knows?" "Brenton was the one who told me that he was leaving. Apparently, it was a sudden decision." "It is sudden." After hanging up, Chloe didn't think too much about it, since she had nothing to do with Justin leaving the city. Therefore, she picked up the patient information her assistant prepared for her and began reading them. The truth was, Justin did come to Southside this morning, but he didn't see Chloe around. Only, after asking her assistant, did he find out that she had taken the morning off, so he had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Soon, there was only 1 hour left before his 1:20 p.m. flight. Inside the airport VIP lounge. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you go to the South Sea all of a sudden? For an entire month at that? Are you crazy?" Max was extremely unsatisfied since he wouldn't have anyone to hang out with if Justin left. "My grandpa's old, and sometimes even the lieutenants under him can't feel him out anymore. If I go with him, at least I can keep him company and take care of him." "Are you sure you're not leaving to avoid Chloe?" "Why would I do that?" Justin smiled helplessly. "You want to see if you can forget her and let go of her by leaving the city for a month." "You make it sound like you know me really well." Justin laughed, and Max demanded, "Do you have the guts to deny it? If you think that's the case, then so be it. But if I can really let go of her by being away for a month, then, yeah, I don't mind being freed." These days, Justin often lived in agony. The more in love he was Chloe, the less carefree he lived his life, especially after hearing that Chloe risked her own life to go racing. If Chloe were his, he would immediately carry her upstairs and hit her buttocks until they turned purple. He would teach her a good lesson, so she wouldn't act so fearlessly again. But she wasn't his, and he had no right to discipline her. The only man who could was Jack. For Chloe, it had always been Jack. Every time that thought crossed Justin's mind, he would feel endless misery. After Chloe left the Mongolian restaurant last night, he was left in a foul mood and drank quite a bit. In the end, he became stinking drunk. He threw up, drank some more, and then threw up again. Victoria was shocked speechless by his actions. She never knew how much Justin loved Chloe until last night. He loved her so much that he chose to suffer in silence. After a drunk, Justin stumbled back to his family mansion. He must have said something to his mom and grandpa. He didn't remember what he said, but as soon as he woke up this morning, his grandpa announced that Justin had to go down south with him. Perhaps his grandpa didn't want to see his grandson in so much pain, so he decided that the latter should do some traveling and experience life in the army. Truth be told, Justin didn't want to go. To him, a life of not being able to see Chloe for a month wasn't worth living. "You don't plan on seeing her before you leave?" Max asked, and Justin looked down with a heavy heart. Forget it. Exasperated, Max picked up his own phone and dialed Chloe's number. "Chloe, this is Max. Can you come to see Justin off at the airport? Consider it as me begging you." Max rarely spoke in such seriousness, nor did he ever beg any more like he was doing now. On the end of the phone, she was flabbergasted and didn't know how to respond. "You little brat? What are you doing? Hang up." Justin didn't want to force Chloe into a corner, so he snatched Max's phone away from him. "There's still an hour left before your flight. I would very much like to know if she's going to come," Max said, as he glanced at Justin sympathetically. Justin did so much for that woman. Was she really not going to come and send him off? Southside Recuperation Center. Chloe sat in her office in a daze as she held her phone by her ear. She knew that Justin was leaving the city for a month. Victoria told her about it earlier today. She thought Justin would send her a Weibo message or something. But he didn't. What surprised her even more was that even a passerby like Max couldn't take it anymore, and called her to ask her to go say goodbye to Justin at the airport. But would her appearance make a difference? Of course it wouldn't. First, if Chloe went to see Justin off, Mr. Dawson might not be jealous, but he was definitely going to feel uncomfortable. Plus, Justin was only leaving for a month. It wasn't like he was never coming back again. Second, she never liked Justin. So if she went, he would still have a glimmer of hope left. Instead of keeping him on a leash, she would much rather stop his agony right then and there. Third, although she and Justin were friends, they really weren't that close. There was no point in making a big deal and going all the way to the airport just to send him off. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chloe decided to be the bad guy. She knew that Max, and maybe even Victoria, may consider her heartless. Justin had done so much for her, yet she wouldn't even go to the airport. However, things weren't as simple as that. She knew she owed Justin, and would never take what he did in the past for granted. However, she met Jack first in this life, and he was the only one she will ever love. Her heart was only big enough to contain Mr. Dawson. Moreover, she wasn't greedy. The heavens had given her such a good man, so she was going to treasure and love him for as long as she's alive. She was willing to betray everyone on this earth, but she will never betray Jack and his love. Mr. Dawson wasn't a man of many words, so most of the time he proved his love for her through his actions. This man loved her so deeply, ever since their teenage days. It was as if Chloe had been carved into his bones and blended into his blood. When Jack underwent heart surgery, and Chloe had to live out her days in excruciating pain, she came to the realization that she was willing to die for him. So, she didn't care what others thought of her. They could blame her, call her ungrateful, accuse her of burning bridges, or criticize her for being a bad friend. Even then, she still wouldn't go to the airport to send Justin off. However, from the bottom of Chloe's heart, she hoped that Justin would let go of his persistence for her, so he could welcome a new beginning in his life. "Chief, someone just reserved a consultation with you, but you're not on the on-call list today. Would you like to see the patient?" Violet came rushing into her office, huffing and puffing. "Yes, I'm sure the patient's in the hurry to see a doctor. We can't hold them up." Chloe nodded calmly. Airport. A young man in a military uniform walked up to Justin and saluted to him. "Young Master Cooper, the commander asked me to tell you that it's time to board the plane." "Okay," Justin nodded. His grandpa always took military planes when traveling. Unlike regular private planes that rich people flew on, what was more important is that this one had combat capabilities, and it was very powerful. In addition, numerous high-level officers were going with his grandpa down south this time, so a lot of bodyguards went along. As the commander's grandson, Justin was just one of many relatives that tagged along. "Don't you want to wait a while longer? Maybe she'll come," Max asked, feeling bad. "No, she's not going to come." Justin knew his place in Chloe's heart, so he never had his hopes up. Before boarding, Justin turned around to look into the empty tunnel. She really didn't come. "Justin, come back soon." Max waved his hands at Justin, reluctant to see him go. Justin, wearing a simple backpack, turned around with a smile before boarding the plane. That afternoon, Chloe was reading documents in her office when a woman in sunglasses and a mask barged in. "I'm sorry, miss. You can't go in. The chief isn't seeing any more patients this afternoon." Violet tried to stop her, but she couldn't. Chloe looked up. Before she could say anything, however, the woman took off her mask and sunglasses. Upon seeing Emery, Chloe froze for a second. "Chloe, can we talk?" Emery smiled. "Sure, but I'm at work right now." "I won't waste too much of your time," Emery emphasized. "Okay then." Chloe finally nodded. Upon realizing that the chief knew this woman, Violet sensibly left and closed the door behind them. Emery sat down on the chair across from Chloe. She looked a little tired, and her face was pale. "Would you like some water?" "No thanks." Then Emery smiled bitterly before asking, "Should I call you young madam or Chloe?" "Whatever sounds more natural to you, I'm fine with either." "Then I'll just continue calling you Chloe." Chloe nodded. After a few seconds of silence, Emery looked up and said to her, enunciating each word, "I'm pregnant." "What?" Chloe was extremely surprised. Emery was single and unmarried. How did she get pregnant? After the initial shock, Chloe immediately came back to her senses and asked, "Is it Andrew's baby?" Emery nodded. Chloe didn't know what to say. Emery and Andrew never publicly announced that they were dating, so the pregnancy was indeed a shock to her. "Does he know?" "Yeah. Did you guys discuss it?" "Are you keeping the baby?" Chloe asked calmly. Emery took a deep breath in and looked Chloe. "That's why I'm here. Andrew wants me to have an abortion. I'm sure you know that we're just friends with benefits." "Ha ha, but I don't want an abortion. I love him, so I want to keep our baby. I don't care if he doesn't marry me. I just want us to have a baby together." "Then you should have it. It's in your belly. You get to choose what to do." Emery smiled bitterly. "That's impossible. You saying that just proves how little you know Andrew. He will never agree to it." "Then what can I help you with?" Chloe asked. Emery would never come looking for her at Southside for no good reason. She must need her for something. Emery was silent for a while. Then, a little emotional, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Chloe's wrists. "Chloe, please, I beg of you. Please, help me convince Andrew. He really adores you. I'm sure he'll listen to you." "Me? I don't think so. You've really overestimated me. Andrew and I are just using each other to our benefits. Can't you at least try? Please take pity on me and my child. I beg of you, Chloe. Please," Emery said, as tears trickled down her face, immediately softening up Chloe's heart. She felt bad for Emery. The latter was pregnant with a baby whom its father didn't want. Now, he was forcing her to get an abortion. "Emery, don't be like that. I have no other options left, Chloe. I know we're not even friends, but I don't know what else to do but come beg you. Andrew is so cold-blooded. He won't listen to anyone. Please talk to him. Tell him that as long as he lets me have this child, I'm willing to leave the entertainment industry to be a good mother. He doesn't even have to marry me." This is actually a private matter between the two of you. I don't really have the right to interfere. But you're his favorite sister. "I'm not actually his sister. You know we're not related," Chloe said, feeling a little awkward. "Chloe." Emery looked at Chloe with her tear-stained face, touching the softest part of Chloe's heart. She had been trying so hard to get pregnant, but still, nothing. Emery, on the other hand, may be unmarried and pregnant, but she was also a superstar. It would be so easy for a woman of her money and status to raise a child. "Emery, stop crying first. I'll help you." "Really?" "Yes. But have you thought about it? If you can't marry him, your child will grow up in a single-parent family without a father. Isn't that too cruel for a child? You might as well find a suitable person to marry and have a complete family." "Chloe, to be honest, my goal in life is to marry Andrew. I wish to be his bride." "Have you told him?" "Haha. Back when we were still together, he told me that we can mess around however we like, and I can spend all the money I want, but he will never marry me. I know I am asking for too much, but I can't control my feelings. I fell for him. It's not his fault. It's difficult for you too." Chloe sympathized with Emery, who bit down on her lips and fell silent. How far along is the baby? Just over 5 weeks. Emery subconsciously touched her lower belly. Life is really amazing. Maybe this child is destined to be with you. Since you are pregnant, you should take some time off work. I will contact the company and request some time off for you. Thank you, Chloe. Emery was touched. It's my pleasure. As for Andrew, I'll try, but I might be unsuccessful. He sometimes does things strangely, and I can't make him listen to me. I know. Emery nodded. But since you spoke to me, I will try my best. Chloe, thank you so much. Emery thanked her repeatedly before finally leaving Chloe's office. After she left, Chloe wasn't in the mood to get back to work. She had known for a long time that Emery liked Andrew. Their relationship was an open secret in their social circles, but Chloe didn't expect Emery to take her relationship with Andrew so seriously, and even to the extent of insisting on giving birth to their baby. It was truly incredible. After all, Emery was a superstar. Why did she choose such a difficult path to go down? Was love really that powerful? No matter how smart a woman was, or how high her social status was, they still could not resist the power of love. At this thought, Chloe sighed. Then, she picked up her phone and sent a message. Are you there? Yes, Andrew replied instantly. It was the first time Chloe took the initiative to message him. It was a memorable moment. I have something to talk to you about. Okay, I'm listening. Andrew sounded like he was in a good mood. It's hard to talk about it over Snap. Can we meet up? Of course, set a time and location, and I'll be there. If Andrew didn't hear Chloe's voice, he would have thought that her account was hacked. She sent him a message and even requested a meetup. Was this still the cold and indifferent Chloe he knew? Chloe looked at her watch. How about this? Let's meet at Rhine Cafe by 3rd East Street at 6:30 p.m. Okay, I will see you there. Then, Chloe sent Jack a message to tell him that he didn't need to come to pick her up at South Side, since she needed to discuss some matters with Andrew. Jack really respected Chloe's personal space and privacy. He quickly agreed and told her to call him after she was done, so that he could pick her up. After work, Chloe changed into a black cotton jacket and a white scarf. She flagged down a taxi and headed towards the cafe. When she arrived, Andrew was already there. After taking away Timothy's powers, he had a higher profile now. He switched his white Maserati for a gold Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chloe walked in and headed towards his direction. Andrew stood up from his seat and handed over a bunch of lilies. Since it's the first time you invited me for coffee, I brought you some flowers. If you don't like them, you can throw them away on your way out. How could Chloe refuse the flowers after hearing what he said? She took the flowers and placed them casually on the seat next to her. Thank you. Chloe, you look even more beautiful these days. Andrew held a cup of coffee as he looked at Chloe with a smile on his face. Let's cut the nonsense and talk about business. You must know that Emery is pregnant? I know. Andrew looked a little cynical and didn't seem to think it was important. The baby's yours, right? She told you? Andrew narrowed his eyes and looked at Chloe. You have to answer me first. Yes, so what? Andrew asked. Emery told me that she wants to have the baby. Of course. It would be the best of both worlds if you married her. Marry her? Is she crazy? Ha. Andrew's smile was very cold. Before Chloe could speak, Andrew sat up straight and leaned closer to Chloe before saying, Chloe, this is just a game between adults. It's not about love. Before I got together with Emery, I told her that I would never marry her. We got together for our own needs. All these years, I've spent quite a fortune helping her become famous. This is a good arrangement, right? I won't interfere if she wants to marry anyone either. But you have to handle her pregnancy properly too, right? After all, she's the victim. Shouldn't you provide her with an explanation? Chloe believed that an accidental pregnancy must have been because the man was too selfish. If he didn't want a baby, he should have used a condom. It was trashy behavior to not wear one for his own pleasure and refuse to take up the responsibility for his actions. After her question, Andrew sneered again. You think she's the victim? You're saying a woman who deliberately set me up to impregnate herself and used all kinds of methods to force me into marrying her is a victim? That is the biggest joke I've heard. She's forcing you to marry her? What do you mean by set you up? Chloe quickly asked when she heard that there was more to the story. I always wear condoms when I sleep with her, so how can she be pregnant? It must be because she tampered with the condom. Chloe felt speechless. Then she started to play the victim card and said she's not looking for status, but, at the same time, leaked this information to the media and went looking for you about it. How can someone like her be the victim? Chloe was still at a loss for words. Chloe, you are smart. I don't have to explain too much to you. Emery is not a victim. She never was, and she is not as pitiful as you think. I told you to stay away from her. You shouldn't be tricked by her. How should I say this? She is quite scary. Even Bella wouldn't be a match for her, so don't meddle in our matters. Trust me when I say that the water here is dirty. Good girl, okay? But Chloe wanted to say something else, but she was interrupted by Andrew. Server, please, bring her a fruit salad. I don't understand. If you are single, why don't you just marry her? She's a good girl, or at least as good as those socialites. Are you looking for a marriage alliance between families? Is that why you would rather ask her to get an abortion than to give her a home? Chloe, I already knew who I wanted my wife to be since many years ago, and it's not Emery, Andrew said very seriously, enunciating every word. Chloe was dazed for a moment. At this moment, a few women walked in. Their voices were familiar. Chloe looked back inadvertently and saw that it was Abby and her girlfriends. Abby had just walked a few steps in when she saw Chloe. Her expression instantly turned awkward. Abby, what's the matter? I suddenly don't feel like having coffee here. Let's go. After speaking, Abby turned away and left. She really fulfilled her promise and stayed away from Chloe. Chloe, I heard that you won the car race against the Hall cousins? Andrew suddenly asked. How did you know? The video taken by the drone is very popular on my Snap friend circle, and I immediately recognized your car. Andrew laughed. Chloe began to sweat. Her heart burned with rage at the thought of the video taken by some meddlesome person. If it was not for the video, Mr. Dawson wouldn't have known about what happened. Then she wouldn't have been tortured by him for an entire night. I think the Hall cousins seem like they are looking to die, Andrew said casually, as he held his coffee. You hate them, too? Yeah, but you will probably see their retribution soon enough. What do you mean? Chloe did not understand. Heaven has its own way of dealing with scum, and the Hall cousins won't have a good fate. Andrew smiled meaningfully. I'm talking to you about Emery. You're quite good at changing the topic. Chloe looked at him speechlessly. There's nothing more to say about Emery. She's clever enough to ask you to help her. Tell her it doesn't matter who she finds. Nothing will change. She has to get an abortion, or I won't let her off the hook easily. After speaking, Andrew got up. Before leaving, he smiled at Chloe and said, Your haircut today is very pretty. I like it. Chloe was dazed for a moment. She unconsciously touched her hair. It was just a bun, the same as usual. Why would he suddenly make a comment like that? After Andrew left, she gave Emery a call to tell her that she tried her best, but did not succeed. Emery was not in a very good mood, but she didn't say much. She hurriedly thanked Chloe before hanging up. Chloe then dialed Jack's number. 15 minutes later, Jack appeared at the entrance of the coffee shop. Honey, you must have waited a long time. No, just a while. Chloe smiled. She didn't take the lilies with her from the coffee shop. She wouldn't do anything that would make Mr. Dawson jealous. What would you like for dinner? Jack asked. Anything. I don't have much of an appetite these days. No appetite? Could you be? Jack didn't get to finish his words before Chloe quickly explained. No, My period just came today. Oh, I see. Jack nodded and fell silent. Yet, there was no disappointment in his eyes. He had decided to go with the flow. He would be happy to have a baby, but he wouldn't be disappointed if they didn't have one. He wouldn't put pressure on Chloe. What did you talk to Andrew about? The Green Corporation? Jack asked, casually. No, it was about his private matters. Emery is pregnant, and she wants to marry Andrew. Andrew won't agree, Jack said. How do you know? Chloe was surprised. Andrew doesn't have any feelings for her. Why would he marry her? Andrew told me that he knew who his wife will be since many years ago, so he would never marry Emery. How strange. Who could be in his heart for so many years? Could it be his first love from school? Chloe muttered curiously. Jack looked at Chloe with a complicated expression. He told you that? Yup. Chloe nodded. Honey, if it's possible, don't meet up with him alone in the future. I really don't like him. Okay. Chloe nodded obediently. Some island in Southeast Asia. A young girl with a hot figure was sitting next to the rocks, by the sea. She was wearing a sexy bikini. She said into her phone, Dad, I went back to the country a while ago. I went to the city and saw her. Are you crazy? I told you many times not to go find her. The old man on the other side of the phone said angrily, But I really miss her. The young girl had a happy smile on her face when she spoke. Then, how is she doing? The old man was a bit excited. He also seemed to be really interested in the person the young girl saw. She's very well. She's living very well. Her brain wasn't wasted, and she's a doctor now, a very awesome doctor. The young girl smiled. That's good. The old man's tone was heavy. Dad, when can we be reunited with her? I can't wait any longer. Now is not the time. You must not act foolishly. If you don't want to kill her, then you can't go back. You can't enter the country either. There are too many people watching you. It's too risky. But I'm doing this for... Before she could finish her words, the old man furiously hung up the phone. The young girl pouted her lips and threw her phone onto the beach. She then took out a work ID that had taken her a lot of effort to steal and gently stroked it. Then, she repeated a name slowly. Attending physician, neurology department, Chloe. Chloe Green. Her eyes were so gentle as she said Chloe's name. Ever since Bella went to race against Chloe with Abby, she had been hospitalized at the first hospital. She should be receiving treatment at Southside for her conditions, but she disliked Chloe too much to go there. Furthermore, she promised Chloe that she would stay away from her if they lost. Thus, she could only suppress her temper and stay at the first hospital. Bella did not suffer any major problems other than her nose bridge. When the car fell, she was facing down and hit the bridge of her nose. If her nose was real, it would only be a minor fracture. But she had had plastic surgery on her nose in the past, and got many injections to make it stand up like that. Her nose was ruined after it was hit. Bella was so mad that she had been ignoring Abby for the past few days. Abby dared not appear before her cousin either. She had been hiding away from Bella ever since she was discharged from the hospital. Inside the patient room, the medical staff unwrapped the white bandages on her face. The Hall family had paid for Bella to undergo a second nose restoration surgery. It not only required many imported injections, they also invited famous plastic surgeons from Capital City to operate on her daughter. Mayor Hall truly doted on his daughter. Bella turned left and right to look at her restored nose in the mirror. Bella, what do you think? Mrs. Hall tentatively asked her daughter. It's average. Bella didn't seem to be satisfied. I think you look even prettier than before. Look, your nose is so full, tall and straight. It's even more beautiful than before. Mrs. Hall comforted her daughter. It looks the same to me. All right, as long as you're okay. You scared me so much. Why were you hanging out with Abby? How am I going to live if something happens to you? Don't mention that crazy girl to me. I almost died because of her. I bet she regretted what she did too. Bella's expression became dark at the thought of her cousin. She was also terrified and was almost scolded to death by your uncle. Let's be more careful with driving in the future. Drive slowly. Mom, does the Dawson family know about my hospitalization? I think so. I mentioned it to Jack's mother on Snap. But why did no one from his family come and visit me? Bella asked. Jack's mother said that she was abroad. I don't think Jack knows about it. Mom, then give him a phone call and tell him I'm hospitalized. Bella, is that necessary? Mrs. Hall did not understand her daughter's actions. What was the point of calling Jack and letting him know that she was at the hospital? Yes, it is. I want him to feel bad. I want him to know that the reason I'm like this is because of his wife. If it was not for Chloe, who forced me to ride in the shotgun seat of Abby's car, nothing would have happened to me. That woman has evil intentions. She's afraid that I will steal Jack away from her. She has the heart of a snake. But will Jack believe what you say? Mrs. Hall was worried. He may not believe it at first, but if we say it enough times, maybe he will slowly believe it. It is a long path to obtain Jack's heart. Mom, I'm patient, and I only care about the results. It's okay as long as Jack belongs to me in the end. I am willing to do whatever it takes. Bella's eyes flashed coldly, while her mother frowned. However, she couldn't dissuade her daughter, so she called Jack. Hello? Chloe picked up the phone as Jack was showering. I am Bella's mother. Oh, do you need something? Chloe's tone was polite. Ah, where's Jack? I'm looking for him. He's in the shower. I'm his wife. You can tell me if you need anything. Bella is sick and hospitalized. After all, Jack and my daughter grew up together. I hope that he can come and visit. He doesn't need to bring a gift since our family doesn't need anything. We just need a friend's visit and companionship. I hope you can pass the message along to Jack. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. Chloe nodded and hung up the phone. Mom, what did he say? Is he coming? Bella asked as she hastily placed down the mirror. Chloe picked up the phone. Why was it her again? Bella was angered. She said Jack was in the shower. This woman is such a sly batch. She's using all kinds of methods to separate me and Jack. How shameless! Bella spat angrily. Don't be angry. Maybe she was speaking the truth. Even though Mrs. Hall doted on her daughter, she didn't think that Jack's wife was such a bad woman. Mom, what do you know? Chloe is full of tricks, or I wouldn't be in this horrible state. Bella yelled at her mother. Bella, don't get too emotional. You just recovered. You should rest well. Rest? Jack may not even visit me. If he doesn't come, what's the point of me staying here? It's almost time to be discharged. Damn it. I hate the smell of hospitals. Formaldehyde smells so bad. And these people in white coats. I hate these damn doctors. Bella was very agitated towards the hospital. Because of her dislike towards Chloe, she disliked doctors as well, and was annoyed by the sight of people in hospital uniforms. Mrs. Hall did not speak any further when she saw her daughter's condition. She was afraid that she would overly upset her. South Hill Manor. Jack walked out from the shower. He had a towel wrapped around his waist. His upper body was tanned and his abs were visible. Chloe gulped and asked, Honey, you had a phone call. I picked up for you. Who was it? Jack asked as he dried his hair. Bella's mother. What's the matter? Mr. Dawson asked without any expression on his face, since he didn't like the Hall family. Bella was hurt after the car race, right? She is hospitalized. Mrs. Hall wants you to visit her daughter. Why should I? Apparently you two grew up together? Me and her? Jack smiled coldly. I've spoken less than 10 sentences to her when she lived in my house for a year. Why does she keep exaggerating the truth and making it sound like we're close? So, honey, do you want to go and see her? She seems to be in a pitiful state. I heard that Abby only suffered external injuries, but Bella's nose bridge collapsed. What do you think? Jack shot back the question at Chloe. If you don't go, Mayor Hall will be upset. I don't care if the mayor is upset. Honey, why don't you go shower? Why are you still here? Mr. Dawson asked. I'm going right away, huh? After speaking, Chloe ran into the washroom. Jack smiled dotingly as he looked at Chloe's small figure. He then picked up his phone and turned it off. He was not interested, and he would never be interested in the Hall family and their matters. The next morning, Chloe sent over a flower basket under her and Jack's name to Bella's room. Chloe felt like since the Hall family wanted to be comforted, that was what she would do. She didn't want to make it seem like she was stopping Jack from visiting Bella. But Bella exploded once again when she saw the flower basket. Chloe is clearly evil. How can she send me this out of nowhere? She is trying to curse me. What's the matter, Bella? She sent over flowers. How is she cursing you? Mrs. Hall was stunned to see her daughter having a temper tantrum so early in the morning. She should send fresh flowers. The flower basket has a similar shape to a flower crown. It's obvious she's trying to curse me and wish me dead. Look at the sign off. It's signed as Jack and Chloe. She is deliberately trying to piss me off. Come on, let it go. Go and throw it away quickly. What a damned woman. Bella kicked away the flower basket with one foot. Mrs. Hall felt helpless and could only ask the nurse to take it away. Bella saw that Jack would not visit her at the hospital, so she went home. Another week passed. Finally, Bella recovered. The socialites and rich heirs in her social circle organized a private celebration party for her to suck up to her. Andrew was also invited. He drove his high-profile Rolls-Royce Phantom to Seductive Fox, and he went straight up to the private room on the top floor. There were about 30 people inside the booth, with both men and women present. The room reeked of cigarettes. Some people were singing, while others were drinking or gambling. The center of attention, Bella, sat in the middle of the sofa and wore a white tube-top dress. She seemed to be in a bad mood. "Hi, Miss Hall. Young Master Green?" Bella looked up and nodded at him. "Congratulations on being discharged." Andrew raised his glass. "Thank you." The two touched their glasses and drank up. Then, Andrew sat by the side and started to flirt with the other socialites. Bella was surrounded by several guys who were trying to pursue her. "Bella, do you want to go to the Maldives? I'll treat you to vacation," a second-generation heir said with a laugh. "I'm not interested," Bella rejected coldly. What a joke. Chloe and Jack had their honeymoon in the Maldives. She was not planning to go there ever again in her life. "Goddess Hall, I'm going on a cruise tomorrow. Come, you can enjoy the ocean breeze with me." "I'm sorry. I'm not fully recovered. I can't be exposed to the ocean breeze." Bella continued to reject the offers. "Bella, a Han Dynasty jade hairpin is being auctioned off next week. It's very beautiful. I want to buy it for you. Do you want to come to the auction with me?" "I'm sorry, I don't like antiques." Bella was really cold, rejecting most of the guys. Soon, people stopped coming up to her. At this time, Andrew walked out from the crowd and sat down next to Bella. "I heard that you were hospitalized because you raced with my little sister. If you know the answer already, why would you still ask me about it?" Bella looked at Andrew coldly. "Ha ha ha. I know that you like Jack. Truthfully, I don't like him together with my sister. I also wish to separate them." Bella was dazed by his words. Then she exclaimed, "What do you mean? Maybe we can partner up. After all, there is strength in numbers." "Partner up?" Bella was surprised by Andrew's proposal. "After all, more people, more power. Your personal abilities are limited. But why should I believe you? How do I know that you're not on Chloe's side trying to set me up?" Bella was very clever and obviously didn't believe what Andrew was saying. "I know you're a smart woman who can analyze the situation for yourself. First, I am not a blood relative of Chloe. She is an illegitimate child, and I am adopted. Second, the fight over Green Corporation's stock rights has been intense. I am more interested in her stocks, but unfortunately, she has been holding on to them tightly and won't give them up. She and Jack are even working together to defeat me, which made me very unhappy. Third, personally, I don't like Jack, so I don't want him to obtain the things he wants. So I'd rather ruin Chloe than let her stay with Jack. In short, if they are doing well, my heart will feel unease." Upon hearing what Andrew said, Bella looked at him with doubt. The two of them stayed silent for a while. In the end, Bella couldn't help but break the silence. "So, Do you have any ideas yet on how to break them up? She asked. Ideas? Of course I do. What is it? Bella asked anxiously. Andrew looked around and said in a low voice, Miss Hall, there are too many people here. Too many cooks spoil the broth. How about this? After this is over, I will drive you home and we can talk more in the car. Bella thought about his proposal and hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding her head. Okay then. Half an hour later, Bella ran out of patience and announced that they end the party early. Then she rejected her bestie's escorts and got into Andrew's car. Now can you tell me your idea? Bella really wanted to separate Jack and Chloe, so she asked as soon as she got into his car. Andrew smiled, but was not in a rush to answer her yet. Instead, he took out a bottle of water and passed it to Bella. What's the rush? We have plenty of time. Here, have some water first. I'm not thirsty, thanks. Bella pushed the water bottle away. She was a very cautious person who would never accept drinks from other people. Andrew smiled. Then he opened the water bottle and took a few gulps. Bella looked at him with mixed emotions. He screwed the cap back onto the bottle and at the same time said, Actually, the key to separating them is you. It has to be you. What is the plan? Tell me. Bella was convinced that Andrew had a perfect plan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here wasting time and energy with him. My plan is complicated. I plan on telling you slowly, Andrew said, as he turned on the heater in his car. Bella smelled something strange and sneezed twice. What's that weird smell in your car? Bella asked with a frown. Actually, before Andrew finished his sentence, Bella blacked out and fainted. Tsk! I overestimated your intelligence. Compared to Chloe, you are just an arrogant idiot. You should have known your place. Miss Hall, sweet dreams. A surprise will be waiting for you tomorrow. Afterward, Andrew extended his finger and bounced it off on her face. His lips presented an eerie smile. The next morning, Bella slowly woke up. She suddenly remembered something and sat up straight, but her brain was still just blank. At that moment, the door to the bathroom was opened, and Andrew walked out from it. Good morning, Miss Hall. Bella was stunned. She remembered that she was in his car last night, talking about plans to separate Chloe and Jack, when she felt dizzy. Then, she completely lost consciousness. When she woke up, she was completely naked on a hotel bed and Andrew walked out from the bathroom. As her thoughts came to this point, Bella didn't dare think further. Andrew, how dare you to set me up? Bella was furious. Bella wrapped herself in the blanket, curled up in bed, and didn't want to raise her head. She never expected that she would be played by Andrew. Andrew walked up to her. Miss Hall, you need to face the reality. Upon hearing this, Bella jumped up and tried to slap Andrew on the face. However, her wrist was caught tightly by Andrew. Considering it's your first time, I'll forgive your rudeness. But don't do that again. I don't like rude women. Then, Andrew domineeringly pushed Bella back onto the bed. Why did you do this? Bella tightly curled her hand into a fist and glared at Andrew. She wished to smash him to pieces. She felt that she was humiliated like never before. What's there to explain? I was horny, of course. Andrew lit up a cigarette and said nonchalantly, You son of a bitch. Last night you said you were going to discuss some plan with me. If I didn't say that, how would I have gotten you into my car? Andrew smiled. A rage of fire rose from Bella's heart. Why did you have to do this? I've never offended you. Listen to yourself. All we did was have sex. Why would you think that you offended me? Miss Hall, you've got great looks and are from a prominent family. Men are always chasing after you, and I've been adoring you for a long time. My methods are just a little more direct. You little crap. How could you do this to me? Aren't you afraid that I will tell my dad and that he will destroy you? Bella pointed at Andrew and threatened him. Tell him! I'm ready! Andrew shrugged, looking like he didn't give a flying F. I'm going to tell my dad that you drugged and raped me. This is rape. Do you know that? Go ahead. You better discuss it with your dad and consider marrying me. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who's going to marry you? Take a good look at yourself. You are just an adopted son, a bastard child. Why would I marry you? Keep dreaming. Anyways, just wait to be arrested." Afterward, Bella hurriedly grabbed her clothes and put them on. Then she pushed the door open and left in a rush. She felt like it was a dream after she walked out of the hotel. Andrew didn't seem like he was interested in her, so why would he do something like that? Wasn't he afraid of offending her dad? He sure had some balls. Bella hauled a taxi and went back to her family mansion. Mrs. Hall was quite surprised to see her like that. "Bella? What's going on? Why didn't you come home last night? Did something happen?" Mrs. Hall was worried to see her daughter come home all disheveled. "Mom, I'm gonna go upstairs to shower and change. Let's talk later." Bella forced herself to calm down. She went upstairs, had a quick shower, and changed into some clean clothes. She carefully went through what happened last night. The more she thought about it, the more it felt like a trap. Andrew deliberately proposed to work with her and lied to her so she would get into his car. Then, he drugged her. At first, she had her guard up and didn't even drink the water Andrew gave her. But later on, she still smelled something strange and quickly lost consciousness. Andrew brought her to the hotel, and when she woke up, this morning happened. Therefore, it was never Andrew's intentions to deal with Chloe. He was just using her enemy as a bait. But what was his purpose? To have sex with her? The weird thing was, Bella didn't feel any discomfort. She didn't feel like she had been forced into. She would know if she had been assaulted, right? But it didn't make any sense. If he didn't assault her, what was the purpose of taking her to the hotel for the night? At this thought, Bella quickly ran down the stairs. "Bella," Mrs. Hall walked up to her, but Bella cut her off. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I'll talk to you later." Bella put on her glasses and left. Then she drove straight to the OB/GYN department at the first hospital to get tested. The results proved her original suspicions. There wasn't any semen in her body, and since she didn't find any condoms at the hotel, it could only mean that Andrew didn't touch her last night. If he didn't want to sleep with her, then what was he trying to do? As she was deep in thought, her phone rang and she impatiently picked it up. "Hello? Bella, have you seen the news?" "What news?" Bella asked as she frowned slightly. "You don't know yet? I'll send you a link. You should take a look," her girlfriend said before hanging up. Bella quickly received a link in her Snap. Upon clicking into it, she was completely dumbfounded. The title of the article was eye-catching. An announcement of their relationship? The prince and princess spent the night together at a hotel. There were 3 photos beneath the article. The first one was of Andrew carrying her into the hotel. The second one was of them sleeping face to face on the hotel bed. It was obvious that Andrew was posing and Bella had passed out. The third photo was of her sneaking out of the hotel this morning. With these 3 photos, she would never be able to insist that nothing happened between her and Andrew. Sure, Bella knew nothing happened between them, but the others didn't. This was a world where a photo spoke a million words. Andrew, you, a hole. Bella clenched her fists and bit down on her lips so hard that they turned white. Clearly, Andrew was the one who leaked these photos, since who else but he could take that photo of them in the hotel bed at such close proximity. Therefore, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. "What? You miss me already?" Andrew laughed, proud of himself. "Andrew, what are you trying to do?" Bella spat, enunciating each word. "I want you to marry me. I really like you, and we already slept together. I have to take responsibility for my actions. I don't want to marry you. I don't need you to take responsibility. I suggest that you delete the photos right now, right now. I'm sorry. The news of us sleeping together is out, and everyone probably knows already. It's too late to turn the situation around. I never did anything to you. Why would you set me up like that?" Bella yelled, so furious that she felt like she was about to blow up. "I didn't set you up. I just wanted to marry you. There are so many women in the city, so why me? Because your dad's the mayor, Andrew said bluntly, and Bella was so pissed off that she felt like swearing. With a bang, she smashed her phone onto the ground. Her face was grim when she returned home. Bella, you're finally back. I saw the news. What happened? Your dad just called me, but I couldn't answer any of his questions. He's really mad. Mom, I was framed. Framed? Yeah, Andrew framed me. Nothing happened between him and I. He wants to marry me because of our family and my dad's status. That's why he did it. I was too naive. I trusted him and got onto his car. He was the one who leaked the photos to the press. Then, what should we do now? When's Dad coming back? The day after tomorrow, he's at a meeting in Capital City. Mrs. Hall was also anxious. For a second, Bella was out of ideas. Damn it, what should I do then? How could her dad not be at home at a time like this? How was she supposed to solve this crisis by herself? Most importantly, she was completely unprepared for any of this, since she never thought that Andrew would target her. Originally, Bella wanted to sue Andrew for rape since she was drugged last night. However, after the initial fury, she calmed down and realized that doing so wouldn't work. Setting everything else aside, her father's reputation would be ruined if a scandal like that broke out. He might even be forced into early retirement. Plus, she was a socialite, so if others found out that she had been drugged and raped, no one would ever marry her. Then, she would never have a chance with Jack. Clearly, reputation was incredibly important. If what happened got out, it would become the #1 scandal of the city. People were going to laugh at her, the mayor's daughter, for being drugged and forced. Perhaps Andrew knew that she would be too chicken to call the police. That was why he was so sure that he could get away with it. Unwilling to give up, Bella called Andrew again. Yishi, baby, I'm in a meeting. He purposely called her baby in front of the board members. Andrew, if you just want to use my dad's influence to help expand your empire, why don't you just tell me what you want? I'll ask my dad to help you, but you have to issue a statement with me, saying that we were framed and the photos were photoshopped. Bella, are you kidding? The photos are real. How could they have been photoshopped? Andrew laughed. Andrew, are you going to leave no room for negotiation? Of course not. We can get married. F you. I would never f***ing marry you. You f***ing crap. Bella never swore like that in her entire life. But this time, Andrew had forced her into a dead end. She seriously wanted to cut him up into pieces. Faced with Bella's curses, Andrew smiled. Stop it, baby. I'm in a meeting. I'll see you later. Those who didn't know the truth all thought that Bella and Andrew were dating. Even their friends from last night thought they had drunk sex and ended up together. Bella's phone quickly exploded with messages from reporters, friends, and even irrelevant individuals. She felt like she was going insane with all the attention. Suddenly, she thought of someone who might be able to help her. GK headquarters. Miss Hall, the president is in a meeting. It's fine. I'll wait here. Mark disliked Bella because although she knew the president was married, she still tried to steal him from the young madam. Most importantly, she often stirred up trouble and bullied Chloe. Thank goodness the young madam was a magnanimous woman who never took her nonsense to heart. Sometimes, Mark also wondered if the young madam was tired from shielding her husband from women like Jennifer and Bella, who wanted to get into Jack's pants. She even had to be careful of that countryside cousin of hers. Little did Mark know that the president's life was more tiring than wise. He had to shield his wife from Justin, Andrew, and even a famous TV celebrity from out of town. He was constantly worried about his wife and rarely had peace of mind. Therefore, living at the top of the pyramid was equally tiring for both men and women. Bella was determined to see Jack and waited outside his office for 40 minutes. Towards lunch, Jack came out of his executive meeting and saw Bella sitting outside his office. Jack, you're back. Bella immediately stood up. Jack, on the other hand, turned around to look at Mark, his expression near murderous. Sir, I tried to talk to Miss Hall, but she won't go. She said there was something urgent she needed to talk to you about. Mark said innocently. You can leave first, Jack said to Mark before coldly glancing at Bella. What do you want? Jack, you're the only one who can help me now. My dad's in Capital City for work, and he can't come back. You're the one I trust most aside from my dad, so you have to help me. What is it? Jack felt annoyed upon seeing Bella's teary eyes. He hated women who used their tears to evoke sympathy. Chloe would never do something like that. Did you see the news? What news? The one about me and Andrew. Mapranam Chester. Here's what happened. Andrew framed me. He manipulated me for his own benefit and is forcing me into marrying him because of my dad's status. I don't want to marry him, but rumors are flying all over the place right now, and I can't even clear my own name. Can you help me out? After a moment of silence, Bella almost dropped dead at Jack's reply. He said, I think you and Andrew make a good couple. Her face turned green as she smiled awkwardly. Jack, are you joking with me? I never joke with people I'm not close with, Jack said in all seriousness. But I don't like Andrew. Then why are there photos of the two of you in bed? Jack unlocked his phone and clicked open his Snap friend circle, which was currently filled with photos and gossips about Bella and Andrew. Then, he showed Bella his phone, sending the latter into endless awkwardness. Was there anything more tragic than the man she loved showing her a photo of her with another man? She didn't think so. Although nothing happened between her and Andrew, who would believe her? People these days only believed in what they saw, so even if she tried to clarify things, it wouldn't help. That's because he framed me. Last night while I was at Seductive Fox, he told me he needed to talk to me, so I got onto his car. Then he drugged me and took me to a hotel room. He basically forced into me. I'm innocent. Andrew framed me. If that's the case, you should tell that to the police. I can't. It'll ruin my dad and my reputation. There's no use coming to me. I can't help you. I was hoping you could use your connections to push down the rumors. Then disclose a statement with me saying that we were together last night and that those photos were faked. Sorry, but I can't help you. Jack, please, Bella sobbed as she walked towards Jack. She wanted to plunge herself into Jack's arms and cry. Perhaps that way, he might develop compassion towards her. However, before she could reach him, Jack suddenly moved aside, and Bella's head bumped into the reinforced glass wall with a bang. Unprepared for the sudden crash, her eyes began seeing stars. Boss, what's wrong? Mark, who was standing outside, knocked and came in upon hearing noises. Mark, please escort our guest out. Jack, we've known each other for years, ever since we were children. Are you really going to? Before Bella could finish, Jack mercilessly interrupted her. Allow me to correct you. I don't know you very well. All you did was live at my house when you were young, and we barely interacted. Therefore, stop playing the emotional card with me, and stop saying stuff like that to mislead others. Upon hearing what he said, Bella's face fell, little by little. She never thought Jack could be so heartless. But why was he always so gentle towards Chloe? It seemed like he didn't even have the heart to raise his voice at her. Why? Why couldn't she compare to Chloe? Miss Hall, this way, please. Mark took the opportunity to walk up to Bella, who had no choice but to cover her head and leave dejectedly. Southside Recuperation Center. Chloe was just about to go on lunch break when she received countless messages on her Snap. She picked up her phone and was immediately shocked by what she saw. It turned out the messages were from Victoria, Sarah's, and Chloe's Snap group. The saying, 3 women can star in a reality show, was completely accurate. Even Chloe, who didn't use to gossip, was slowly being assimilated by the 2 of them. The 3 of them often teased and joked, and sometimes even gossiped about the private lives of celebrities in their group chat. Chloe had been busy all morning, so she had no knowledge of Andrew and Bella's scandal. However, Sarah and Victoria, the 2 gossip queens, said Sarah, "This is awesome, take a look at this. The city's #1 scandal. The mayor's daughter fooled around with a man at a hotel. Can you believe how shameless she is?" Victoria, "She sure is, haha. But she's lucky to be able to sleep with Andrew. At least he's good looking. I thought someone like her would end up marrying a male prostitute." Chloe, "Guys, what happened? Who slept with who? Sarah. Chloe. Does your hospital not have internet? Haven't you seen the news this morning? Victoria. Here's a link. You're welcome. You may call me Robin Hood. Chloe was speechless upon opening up the link Victoria sent her. Andrew and Bella? She never thought they would get together. She didn't even know they interacted with each other. What in the world happened? Chloe. Did this really happen? Victoria. I think so. Although the persons in question didn't release any statements, I also asked the tech department to analyze the photos, and they said the photo of them on the bed wasn't photoshopped, which proves something's going on between them. Perhaps their drunken sex fest was exposed. Chloe. Wow. Sarah. Andrew has horrible taste. Emery's so pretty. Plus, she's not as fake as Bella. So why would he ever sleep with her? I don't get it. Victoria. I was wondering the same thing. Last time at Chloe's costume party, I noticed that Andrew seemed to dislike Bella. It's weird that they would spend the night together. Perhaps, Sarah. Perhaps what? What's on your mind, Doctor? Victoria? Victoria. Perhaps he did it for Chloe, so Bella would disappear from Jack's life? Chloe didn't know what to say. Victoria had a point. Thinking back at her previous conversations with Andrew, he promised her more than once that he would teach Bella a lesson for her. During those conversations, she didn't think too much of his words and thought he was just blabbering nonsense. After all, Mayor Hall's daughter wasn't an easy target. Therefore, Chloe was shocked by the news of Andrew and Bella sleeping together. Was this the lesson Andrew referred to in the past? How surprising. Sarah. Who cares? Batch Hall's scandal this time is truly karma. She's such a scumbag. I'm surprised no one found anything to report about her in the past. This way, she won't be able to pretend to be a goddess and act like she's above everyone else. What a disgusting woman. Victoria. You're completely right. She's going to have more than enough to worry about now. I look forward to what happens next. I wonder how she's going to deal with it. Haha. Then, Victoria logged onto her Weibo account. Many fans had asked Victoria if the news of Goddess Hall and Andrew was real. This was because they all thought for sure. Desistiel thought she was friends with Batch Hall. Victoria didn't answer anyone's questions. She only posted best wishes, subsequently tagging Bella and Andrew. That way, she basically confirmed their relationship. Victoria and Bella's fans went crazy immediately after her post. Ha ha ha, I knew it was real. Even Dr. Victoria sent her regards. Yeah, I never thought Goddess Hall would fall for President Green. I heard he's a playboy. Whoa, it seems like Victoria knows what's going on. Isn't President Green dating Emery? Why did he end up with Bella? The rich circle sure is messy. Don't talk about Emery, you idiot. Emery's fans went crazy and began shooting malicious comments at haters. I think they're going to announce their relationship soon. Then, countless fans began commenting under Bella's Weibo. Her last post was a selfie of herself while she was partying at Seductive Fox the night before. She uploaded a photo of herself and another of a glass of wine, along with the following sentence. I've recovered and was discharged from the hospital. A big thanks to everyone that was worried about me. Her fans commented under this upload, Goddess, are you really dating President Green? Bella, why would you choose Andrew? He's such a playboy, and his reputation sucks. Goddess Hall, something's going on with Andrew and Emery. You need to be careful. Goddess, does that mean I don't have a chance anymore? Sob. Goddess, when will we get to eat your wedding candy? Congratulations, you're finally in a couple. We believe in your taste in men. No one knows what's happening right now. Can you people all just calm down? Bella didn't even admit to anything yet. Nothing's for certain. Didn't Dr. Victoria confirm their relationship? She even tagged Bella. I bet it's at least 80 or 90% true. Yeah, President Green and Bella are both single, he's handsome, and she's beautiful. They're a great couple. Either way, I wish you all the best and will support you in all your decisions. I love you, Bella. Bella, can you upload another selfie? You're so pretty and look really natural, unlike the Batches who underwent plastic surgery. Bella, you and President Dawson would be great together. Too bad he's married. It's such a shame. I always thought you guys were a couple. Bella almost erupted like a volcano upon refreshing her Weibo thread. Things were already screwed up as they were, and now Victoria decided to add insult to injury. Bella was furious, but she couldn't come out and explain herself right now, since she wasn't sure if Andrew had any more scandals about her that he could reveal. Therefore, she had no choice but to suck it up for the time being. After the breakout of their scandal, there was one other person who paid close attention to subsequent developments: Emery. Yes, she was pregnant, and yes, it was Andrew's baby. To her surprise, however, a scandal between Andrew and Bella broke out at an important time like this. It seemed like using her pregnancy to force Andrew into marrying her was going to be next to impossible, now. Green Corporation headquarters. Emery strutted into the company with high heels and a dark brown cashmere jacket. She had the aura of a princess. In addition, she was pretty, rich, and famous. Too bad Andrew never wanted to marry her. "Why are you here?" Andrew looked up and asked. "I'm here to congratulate you for choosing a good wife for yourself. Bella's a good choice. Look who her dad is." Andrew could immediately sense the sarcasm and ridicule in Emery's tone. But he didn't care about what she said or thought, since he never had to explain his decisions to anyone. "If you're here to make fun of me, go for it. I'm going back to work." Andrew's indifferent response infuriated Emery even more. She stomped up to him, snatched the documents from Andrew's hand, and threw them off to the side. Then, she demanded, "Andrew, are you for real this time? Are you really choosing Bella?" "So what? What does it have to do with you?" Andrew looked up and retorted indifferently. Feeling heartbroken, Emery placed a hand over her tummy. "Even though I can't marry you, being able to have your child is still one of the happiest things that have ever happened to me. I always thought that you wouldn't marry me because you liked someone else, but you don't even like Bella. Why would you marry her?" "You said so yourself, she has a good dad," Andrew replied nonchalantly. But Emery shook her head. "You might be able to deceive others, but you can't deceive me. With your power and status, you don't need the help of Mayor Hall at all. So why would you sacrifice yourself to make nice with them? Did you do it for that person?" Andrew's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he stared at Emery, obviously sick of her assumptions. "Stop pretending to be smart. Talking too much isn't good for you." Technically, they had been together for years. They knew each well, and therefore should have a strong emotional bond. Sure, he didn't love her, but he slept with her for so long, so at least he had penis feelings towards her. However, more and more, Andrew felt like Emery wasn't as cute as she used to be. She wasn't that smart, but she kept pretending to be otherwise, butting into his business and speaking more than she should. He had gotten sick of her so recently that he would rather sleep with surgically enhanced young models than touch her. "Are you scared? Huh, don't worry. I'm here to rub it in your face some more. Does she know how much you did for her? Truth be told, I feel bad for you. You're worse than Justin, because at least he's true to himself and isn't afraid of telling her and the world that he loves her. But you're no better than a rat who hides in holes, watching, no, stalking her. However, she will never know how you feel. Never. Ha ha." Emery was a little emotional because of Andrew and Bella's scandal, so she began saying things that she would otherwise never have uttered out of her mouth. Furious, Andrew suddenly got up and grabbed Emery by the neck, pushing her hard against his office wall. "Believe me when I say that I can make you disappear from this world any time I want. So what? My life isn't worth anything. As long as Jack's alive, you'll never have Chloe." Andrew was even more enraged by what Emery said. He slowly lifted her up by her neck and threw her 3 meters out. With a bang, Emery began seeing stars. She lied on the ground and tried to get up, but couldn't. Andrew had always been scary and heartless when he was mad. Suddenly, Emery felt a searing pain coming from her lower abdomen. She looked down to see a pool of blood spreading from her thighs. My baby, my baby." Her face was pale as she laid helplessly on the floor. "I never wanted a kid. Someone like me shouldn't have children. He will only be scarier than I am." Then, Andrew sneered and pressed his internal line. "Take her to the hospital." Then, Andrew's people sent Emery to the first hospital. The doctors told her she wouldn't be able to keep her baby, so they immediately pushed her into the OR for an induced abortion. Emery lied on the surgical table as tears streamed down her face. Not only did she hate Andrew, she also hated the woman he had been obsessed with for so many years. After work, Chloe saw Jack's car parked outside Southside as soon as she came out. Exhilarated, she climbed in. "Honey, I'm a little hungry." "So, car sex?" Jack asked. "Ahem. What are you blabbering about?" "I'm really hungry. Not that kind of hungry." She was shocked, speechless by her husband's dirty mind. Jack chuckled and began driving away from the hospital. "Where are we eating, honey?" "Noah and Sarah are waiting for us to eat hot pot." What do you think of Bashu Sichuan cuisine? Sounds perfect, haha, Chloe laughed. Bashu Sichuan cuisine was a specialty hot pot restaurant known for its spiciness. Apparently, even its chili oil was made with red pepper that originated from Sichuan, so it was as spicy and numbing as could be. Those who never had it would have diarrhea their first time, but for some reason, all four of them loved spicy food. Therefore, Chloe could barely contain her excitement upon hearing that they were having hot pot with Noah and Sarah. "Did you watch the news today?" Jack suddenly asked, and Chloe tilted her head to look at Jack in amusement. "Hey, honey, I didn't know you followed tabloids. I just thought it was pretty sudden." "So did I. And my first reaction was that the photos were faked. But Victoria said she asked the IT department at the Municipal Bureau. Apparently the photos weren't photoshopped, so the rumors are probably true. I'm more curious as to Andrew's ultimate goal," Jack said, feeling a little unsettled. That feeling crept up his spine whenever Andrew made a sudden move. Didn't he do it to suck up to Mayor Hall? Jack shook his head. The Green Corporation doesn't need the mayor's help to thrive, so him sucking up to the mayor is unnecessary. He could have chosen any socialite to marry. But why did he choose Bella? Perhaps she's more suited to be his wife? Chloe didn't tell Jack that Andrew once promised her that he was going to deal with Bella. First, she didn't want Jack to think too much into it. Second, Andrew's words were not trustable. It was true. Outsiders never understood the reasons behind his actions. Suddenly, Chloe's phone began to ring. "Hey, Emery," Chloe said upon picking up. "Chloe, I had a miscarriage." "What?" She was shocked. Wasn't Emery just saying that she wanted to keep her child? How did she have a miscarriage already? "I'm at the hospital. My child's gone." Emery's voice was feeble, and Chloe asked, "What happened? Did it have something to do with today's news?" It seems like he doesn't care about my life and death. It's better if my child died, or else it will only suffer with me. Get some rest. The company will give you some days off. Don't feel too pressured. I know. Chloe, do you know why Andrew chose Bella? Emery suddenly asked, and Chloe replied with uncertainty. I'm not so sure. Ha ha. Emery smiled, sending goosebumps all over Chloe's body. What happened? Nothing. I was just asking. You should go back to what you're doing. Then, Emery hung up. Chloe felt weirded out by this series of events. She faintly had a feeling that Andrew had something too with Emery's miscarriage and Bella's scandal, but she had no idea what he was up to. When Jack and Chloe arrived at Bashu Sichuan, Noah and Sarah had already ordered. The four of them chatted in their private room when Sarah suddenly held up her phone and said, "Hey guys, something happened at the Green Corporation." Chloe glanced over at the news. Timothy, chairman of Green Corporation, announced his resignation earlier today. Mr. Andrew Green now owns 75% of Green Corporation, successfully becoming the first successor and biggest shareholder. The old man lost, Chloe commented faintly. Andrew's been quite active lately. Do you think he's plotting something? Even Noah felt like something was wrong. I'm not sure. Jack thought about it carefully before answering, "Hey, let's not think about it too much. What do they have to do with us? Andrew liking Batch Hall is his problem. What's that saying again? The Batch and dog make the perfect couple, right? Although Andrew isn't a dog, Bella is a Batch. Yup, so they're perfect for each other. Sarah laughed as she analyzed the situation, leaving Chloe and Jack speechless. Noah protested, "Sarah, watch your language. You shouldn't be so crude. After all, you're the girlfriend of a member of the People's Police." Sarah, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at him before retorting, "So what if I'm your girlfriend? I still have freedom of speech. If she doesn't want others to call her a batch, then she shouldn't do bitchy things." "Guys, let's not talk about this here. I'm hungry. Can we eat?" Chloe almost drooled as she watched the boiling hot pot in front of her. She had been working hard all afternoon and barely ate anything at lunch, so she was famished. "Your appetite has been growing. What's going on? Do you have a Jack Jr. growing inside your belly?" "Jack Jr., my ass. I'm starving, let's eat." Chloe was flabbergasted by Noah's question. "Seriously, are you pregnant?" Sarah had been hoping for Chloe to get pregnant, so she was almost as worried as the woman in question. "I'm really not, girl. My period just came." Noah was immediately embarrassed by Chloe's answer and quickly changed the subject. Do you guys have New Year plans? Are you going on vacation?" "No, we're going to stay home and spend time with Chloe's mom," Jack said nonchalantly, while Sarah, Jack's biggest fan, gave him a thumbs up. "You're a good son-in-law, being extra attentive towards Chloe's mother, since you know Thomas is not home." The four of them chit-chatted all through dinner. Inside the Hall family mansion, news of Andrew and Bella attracted so much attention that it felt like a big drama series. Every media outlet reported on it, and Mrs. Hall was surrounded by reporters as soon as she left the house. Terrified, Bella didn't even have the guts to leave her house that entire afternoon. She originally wanted to put things off until Mayor Hall came back to the city, but that night, Andrew single-mindedly revealed their relationship during his interview with a financial channel, pissing Bella off to no end. Not a lot of people usually watched this financial program, but since Andrew and Bella's scandal was such a hot topic, that show received the highest viewership out of all the other shows that aired at the same time. After arriving at home and turning on their TV, Chloe saw his interview as well. This was supposed to be a stock market program, but towards the end, the MC suddenly asked Andrew, "President Green, since your personal life is such a hot topic these days, I was wondering if you could reveal to us your relationship with Miss Bella Hall." Andrew smiled before answering, "Bella is very pretty. I've always admired her." Whoa! The audience below began ohing and ahhing. His reply made their relationship seem more real than ever. "So, are the photos real?" the MC asked. "Yes, they are, but it's not what you think. We partied until pretty late last night and went to rest at a hotel room since we both had a lot to drink. However, nothing happened between us," Andrew said on purpose, in an attempt to add fuel to the fire. Who would believe that a pair of grown-ups didn't do anything but sleep inside a 5-star hotel room? Good at manipulating words, Andrew basically confirmed their relationship. The fact was, they really didn't do anything last night. After drugging Bella, Andrew took her clothes off and threw her onto the bed. Then, he played on his phone for a couple of hours, before falling asleep on the couch for a while. He was a playboy, but he was also picky and wouldn't just sleep with any women. He was disgusted by Bella's face, so even if she wanted to sleep with him, he wouldn't. Bella was so angry after watching his interview that her hands shook. "Andrew, from now on, you are my ultimate enemy, and I will never forgive you. I'm going to pay you back for framing me like this." Without fail, Andrew's interview pushed their scandal to the height of public attention. 2 days later, Bella was quietly sitting in the back seat, her family's Audi A8, with her sunglasses on, as she went to pick Mayor Hall up at the airport. She tried to be low-key and thought she wouldn't be seen, but the paparazzi swarmed up to her like bees in front of honey as soon as she arrived. "Miss Hall, have you and Mr. Green announced your relationship?" "Miss Hall, is it true that you once tried to intervene in President Dawson and Mrs. Dawson's marriage?" "Miss Hall, What do you think of Mr. Green's interview the other night? Miss Hall, is Mr. Green the most outstanding out of all your suitors? Does this mean Mayor Hall is going to support the Green Corporation? Miss Hall, since you are good friends with Chloe, did she introduce you to Andrew? Have you decided on a date? Will your wedding be held in the country? After marriage, will you work at the Green Corporation? Are you going to keep running your art school? Did Mayor Hall agree to your marriage with Andrew? Can you provide us with some more details? Rumor has it that you and Andrew didn't know each other well. Was it a drunken mistake? After all, you're both grown-ups. Did you and President Green have a one-night stand? Does Mayor Hall worry about how casual your personal life is? As smart as she was, Bella still became confused and felt helpless in front of the nonstop question bombs the reporters threw her. With a grim expression on her face, her bodyguard led her straight to the VIP lounge inside the airport. After going in, she took off her sunglasses and threw them onto the coffee table in front of her. Miss Hall, your coffee. Take it away. I'm not thirsty. Bella spat angrily. Andrew ruined everything. Initially, Bella was going to reveal some dirty secrets about Chloe. She even had a plan in place and was about to implement the first step when Andrew screwed her over. Bella was certain that one, Andrew framed her not because he liked her, and, 2, he wanted to marry her, not because of her father's power and status. She felt like Chloe had a lot to do with what happened. Did those scumbags, Chloe and Andrew, collude to frame her? It seemed plausible. Andrew, Chloe, you little BS. Everyone in your family should die. One day, I'm going to rid of everyone in the city with the last name Green. You people disgust me. Bella clenched her fists and muttered to herself with determination. 20 minutes later, Mayor Hall walked out of the VIP tunnel, and Bella immediately ran up to him. Daddy, let's talk in the car. Mayor Hall's expression was stern. He had been working for the government his entire life and barely worried about anything. He was going to retire in a few years, and therefore was angry that something of this magnitude happened. If he wasn't stuck in Capital City, things wouldn't have gone so far. Mayor Hall glanced at his daughter on their Audi A8 and asked, What happened? Dad, Andrew lied. He framed me, you know. Why would he frame you? How should I know? I think a part of him wants to take advantage of your status and powers, and the other part of him. I guess there's another reason, but nothing happened between us. Do you know how despicable he is? He drugged me and dragged me to a hotel. I didn't even know that it was a trap until I woke up the next day. It was my fault for not being careful enough. I never thought Andrew would be brave enough to target me. I think he wants to die. Dad, you can't let him off so easily. Bella blabbed on and on about what happened. Mayor Hall quietly listened to what she said. Dad, can you ask someone at the police station to arrest him? Drugging me and kidnapping me is a crime. Right. We can also say that he forced into me. What do you think? Over the past few days, Bella racked her brain, thinking of ways to teach Andrew a lesson. After all, her dad was the city's mayor, and that had to count for something. Bella, things aren't as easy as you think they are. If he was just an ordinary man, I might be able to do it. But he's Andrew. I had someone look into him while I was in Capital City, and apparently, he's extremely powerful and is closely tied with many government officials. He's very deeply rooted in the city, so we can't arrest him as we wish, without solid evidence. He's just an ordinary entrepreneur. Is he really that powerful? An ordinary entrepreneur? Who told you that? Mayor Hall coldly glanced at his daughter. Bella was dumbfounded. Isn't he? Of course he isn't. He's a complicated man who also has close ties with even foreign forces. All in all, we can't touch him. Then what should we do now? News of me and him are all over the place. I don't want my scandal to affect you. After being silent for a while, Mayor Hall finally came to a decision. Marry him, Dad. Are you out of your mind? Bella immediately imploded. I'm not. You're the one who's out of your mind. That's the best option right now. We have to save our reputation. You have no other choice. Dad, I don't want to marry him. I have half a heart to kill him right now. Consider it as a stopgap. After you get married, we'll think of an excuse for you to get divorced down the road. But the most important thing right now is to marry him, or else rumors alone are going to crush us. Dad? But... Bella wanted to protest, but Mayor Hall's next remark stuffed a sock in her mouth. No buts. If you still care about me and our family's reputation, you have to listen to me. Hold a press conference tomorrow and admit that you're dating him. If Andrew wants to marry you, then you'll let him. Upon hearing her father's final decision, Bella's heart fell to the bottom of a ditch. She thought her dad would be able to save her after he came back to the city. But, to her surprise, he wanted her to marry Andrew. How could she not be furious? That afternoon, Bella drove to the Dawson Manor to see Mrs. Dawson, whom she hadn't seen in a while. Mrs. Dawson, I've missed you, Bella said, as she hugged Mrs. Dawson, who didn't seem too happy to see her. Nor did she hug her back. After their awkward hug, Mrs. Dawson asked faintly, "What brought you here?" "I missed you too much." "Where's Mr. Dawson?" "He's out playing golf with friends." "Oh." Bella then glanced around the room as if she were looking for something. "Mrs. Dawson, has Jack been back recently?" "No, he's been busy. Perhaps Chloe doesn't want him to come back. Chloe's vengeful. She's probably still unhappy with the way you used to treat her." "She's a good girl. She would never do that." "We already talked things out." Mrs. Dawson immediately objected, leaving Bella feeling a little awkward. Therefore, she decided to change the subject. "Mrs. Dawson, have you seen the news? Oh, you're talking about your relationship with Andrew, right? I wanted to talk to you about him. He's a good kid. Although he's only Timothy's foster son, he controls the Green Corporation. Plus, he's good-looking. So from what I see, your parents will definitely agree to you dating him. You shouldn't have revealed your relationship with him through the news. It's so embarrassing. For your dad," Mrs. Dawson said with a slight lecturing tone in her voice. "Mrs. Dawson, the news isn't true. I'm not dating him. He set me up." "He set you up?" "Yeah. Andrew is Chloe's brother, so I think she must have said something to him for him to set me up like that. That's not possible. Chloe isn't someone who likes to stir up trouble, and she's not even that close with Andrew. From what I know, Chloe gave up all the stocks she had at the Green Corporation, so your allegations aren't grounded." It was obvious Mrs. Dawson didn't believe what Bella said. "Mrs. Dawson, Chloe isn't as simple as you think she is." "Yeah, well, you're not as simple as I thought you were either." Mrs. Dawson looked into Bella's eyes as she said, word for word, "Mrs. Dawson?" Bella was surprised that Mrs. Dawson would talk to her like that. "Bella, I used to like you very much. You're a fine young woman who used to live with us, so I saw you as my own daughter. In good conscience, when you were living with us, I treated you the same as Jack, and I wasn't unfair to you at all, because you weren't my own. After you went abroad and your father was promoted, he helped our family quite a bit, so to me, we're old family friends with you and your parents." "You're right." Bella nodded. "It's true that in the past I wanted you to be Jack's wife. After all, our families are more compatible and you're a good girl. Later, however, I realized that love can't be forced. Sure, I like you, but Jack doesn't, which makes your feelings towards him pointless. I've also realized that although Chloe isn't from a good family, everything else about her is great, so I don't want to make her life miserable anymore. So, if you truly think of our family as your own, please stop defaming Chloe. I understand that you're jealous, but if you keep doing what you do, you'll never find happiness. You're still young, so why would you put yourself through that? Am I right?" Mrs. Dawson didn't say one curse word, but Bella's face turned blood red from embarrassment. She felt like digging herself a hole and climbing into it. "Mrs. Dawson, I'm not targeting Chloe, nor am I jealous of her. I just think Jack treats her so much better than she treats him. It doesn't seem fair." Bella tried to explain herself, but Mrs. Dawson said, "In love and relationships, there's no such thing as fairness. I married my husband more than 2 decades ago, and have been bullying him since day one. Does that mean he should divorce me?" Bella was speechless. Mrs. Dawson was quick-witted enough to silence Bella with a few words. Moreover, only they get to decide whether their relationship is fair. Neither you nor I should get involved, right? Right. Bella nodded unwillingly, and Mrs. Dawson continued, "Bella, you're not a little kid anymore. Jack's been married for so long, you should let him go. You're still young, and one day, and you'll have a family of your own. I hope you can be less impulsive in the future." "You're right, Mrs. Dawson." Bella forced a smile onto her face. Upon seeing that she couldn't make any breakthroughs with Mrs. Dawson, Bella was unwilling to waste any more time sucking up to her. After hastily saying goodbye, she left the Dawson manor in a fury. "Stupid old hag. I can't believe you would lecture me. Who the hell do you think you are?" Utterly discomfited, Bella furiously slammed her steering wheel. Her life had been sucky ever since that car accident. She felt like she was constantly walking with a pile of crap on her shoe. She blamed her misfortunes on Chloe, and believed that if it weren't for the latter, she wouldn't be so unlucky. Bella was one of those people who never reflected on her mistakes. Therefore, whenever something unfortunate happened, she always sought blame in others. Southside Recuperation Center. After a busy morning, Chloe was just about to head downstairs for lunch when Bella barged into her office. "Chloe, let's talk." Chloe's glance coldly swept across Bella's face. "No thanks, I have nothing to talk to you about." In the past, Chloe wouldn't have shown such obvious animosity towards Bella. But ever since her race with Abby, she decided to stop pretending that they were friends. After all, they didn't like each other. So why bother? Moreover, Chloe didn't want to waste her precious time with Bella. She used to think the latter was smart, since her methods were shrewder than Jennifer and the others. However, later, Chloe realized that Bella was an idiot, just like the rest of them. She hit dead end multiple times, but stubbornly refused to give up. "You have to talk to me." Bella's attitude was overbearing, and Chloe broke out in laughter before she gently replied, "Miss Hall, allow me to remind you that when you and your cousin lost to me in our bet, aside from having to reimburse me for my car, the two of you also agreed to avoid me in the future. Your cousin is much smarter than you in this respect. Even she knows to stay away from me. But not only did you fail to do so, you have the guts to come looking for me. Are you telling me that you want to break our bet? Did you think I wouldn't have any proof left just because I deleted that video? I wouldn't have come here if I didn't need to talk to you. What I'm about to talk about is more important than our bet. I'm here to talk about your corrupted morals." Bella spat at Chloe, her face pale from fury. Chloe raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then why don't you tell me how corrupt my morals are? Don't think I didn't know that you and Andrew colluded to frame me. The two of you dug a giant hole for me to jump into. How despicable are you? I've never seen a woman as vicious as you are." "I'm sorry. I'm a busy person, and don't have the time to pay attention to who you climb into bed with. Nor do I have the leisure of setting you up and framing you. Isn't Andrew doing you a favor, admitting the relationship after sleeping with you? I thought you guys were just a one-night stand." Bella almost blew up with fury upon hearing what Chloe said. "What are you blabbering about? I told you nothing happened. You two set me up. Why would I care if anything happened or didn't happen between the two of you? What do I have to do with it? I'm not interested in either of you. You're an interesting woman. Why would you come picking on me whenever something bad happens to you? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Miss Hall, enough is enough. You need to know your limits. If you didn't look for trouble, trouble wouldn't have come looking for you. I really hope you will come to your senses and live your life in peace. Isn't that for the best?" Chloe was no longer polite with Bella. So what if her dad was the mayor? She would do the same, even if it were the mayor himself who came picking on Chloe today. If she didn't, Bella would just climb all over her. Seething, Bella pointed her finger at Chloe and spat. "Chloe, do you know how much I have King hate you? I've never seen a woman more pretentious than you. Do you think just because Jack and Justin like you, the entire world has to? Who the F do you think you are? Not only are you ugly, you're also a poor and pathetic nobody. You shouldn't be so pretentious just because you're a stupid doctor. You're so good at pretending that you deceived all the men around you. They think you're innocent, but I know you're just a manipulative bitch that's good at acting. All this time, you have been using your looks to trick others. You disgust me. Allow me to interrupt you and clarify. I never pretended to be innocent. Sure, I'm manipulative, but unlike you, I'm actually good at it. Your mask is too easily removed. Even I'm embarrassed for you. You said I don't have the right to show off. You're right, but what about you? If your daddy wasn't Mayor Hall, do you think you would have gotten this far in life just with your celebrity-like appearance? There's so many beautiful women on this earth. Even the escorts at Seductive Fox are prettier than you are. What I'm trying to say is, you should really thank your dad. Without him, you're not even good enough to be an escort at Seductive Fox. Therefore, stop overestimating yourself. You can be shameless, but you have to know what you're made of. Chloe never lost in verbal confrontations. It just depended on whether she wanted to win. Even sharp-tongued people like Victoria and Sarah had to admit defeat in front of her. Therefore, Bella's attempt to vent her anger out on Chloe completely backfired. Chloe never swore, nor did she curse at others' parents. However, her words still hurt like daggers. Plus, they were much more elegant than Bella's crude curses. Chloe, let me tell you, I'm not giving up on Jack, even if I marry Andrew. Trust me when I say that. As long as I'm alive, you and Jack will never enjoy a day of peace. Bella knew she couldn't beat Chloe, so she began threatening her. Chloe, however, calmly glanced at her before replying. It seems like I should pray to God for you to die then. You being alive will do me and my husband zero good. If Bella suffered from heart conditions, she would have dropped dead to the floor by now. People who dared to challenge Chloe had to have a strong enough heart. Bella was quickly defeated and at a loss for words. You're more bark than bite. I'm not going to compete with you in words. Let's see who smiles until the very end. Just wait for it. In the future, please remember our bet and avoid me. Or else I can recover that deleted video anytime I want. You've been so popular, and you are all over the news recently. What's one more scandal? Don't you dare. Don't tempt me, really. There's nothing I can't do, only things you can't think of. Chloe chuckled. Bella turned around in a fury and slammed Chloe's office door with a bang behind her. Chief, what happened? Was a patient causing you trouble? Worried, Violet walked in. Yeah, she's crazy. Don't worry about it. Chloe was obviously unconcerned. She wasn't even angry that Bella came to pick on her. Upon seeing that Chloe was fine, Violet nodded and went back to work. Chloe's morning ended a little earlier, so the cafeteria wasn't yet open. Therefore, she sat back on her chair and began scrolling through Snap and Weibo. So many people in her Snap have been talking about Andrew and Bella that she didn't even want to comment. Therefore, she logged onto Weibo and realized that just a few minutes ago, someone sent her a private message. It was from Gianna. Chloe didn't know Gianna personally, but she had heard of her since Imperial Star had been heavily promoting her for a while now. The TV shows and movies she starred in were very well received, and her popularity was almost comparable to superstars like Emery. Rumor has it that there's something going on between Gianna and young Master Cooper. That's how she climbed to the top so quickly and was never forced to sleep with a director. All Gianna sent Chloe was, "I envy you very much." Confused, Chloe replied, "Did you send this to the wrong person?" "No, it was for you," Gianna immediately replied. "But do I even know you?" Chloe never even talked to Gianna. A while ago, she saw her in the hallway of Seductive Fox, when the latter came out to call Justin in. That was the first and last time they interacted. Gianna had tens of millions of fans. Why would she suddenly tell Chloe she was envious of her? Manipulative batches, like Jennifer and Bella, were envious of Chloe because they wanted Jack. But Gianna had nothing to do with her husband. Could it be because of Justin? While Chloe's brain spun fast, Trying to analyze the situation, Gianna replied, "I feel bad for President Cooper. He's never been away from Imperial Star ever since its founding. But this time around, he left everything behind for his lackeys to take care of and is gone for so many days." What does that have to do with me? I wasn't the one who asked him to go. Chloe felt incredibly wronged. It's because he likes you. If you hadn't pushed him into a dead end, he wouldn't be in so much pain. Chloe, please, if you don't like President Cooper, don't give him a chance. Free him of his pain. Truth be told, I never gave him a chance. Chloe's answer was crisp. She thought she had made things extremely clear to Justin and told him how she felt toward Jack more than once. She didn't even send Justin off at the airport when he left this time, even though Max begged her to. Apparently, after Justin's plane took off, Max was so furious that he stomped over to Victoria and Brenton's mansion to talk smack about Chloe. Victoria was obviously on Chloe's side and quickly got into a fight with Max, leaving their feelings hurt and relationships strained. These things all happened because of her and Justin. But Chloe never thought anything was going on between them. She never even flirted with Justin. Therefore, Gianna's denouncements left her at a loss for words and feeling wrongfully accused. President Cooper may seem like a playboy from the outside, but he's actually very loyal. When he falls for someone, he'll chase after them, even if that person isn't the right one for him. My heart aches for him, but I can't do anything for him. I've been with Imperial Star for 5 years, but that time's worth nothing compared to the 5 minutes he's known you for. That's why I envy you. I also admire you. So many outstanding men are in love with you. I have to admit that you're good. You have ways. Miss Gianna, are you complimenting me? Complimenting me? Or complimenting me? Chloe was exhausted. She didn't want to engage in any more verbal confrontations with other women. She would much rather go to the hot springs with Mr. Dawson and enjoy the winter scenery. Gianna stopped replying. 3 minutes later, she sent Chloe a screenshot of Justin's most recent Weibo update. Chloe didn't follow Justin on Weibo, so she never had any idea what he was doing. Thanks to Gianna, however, she now did. This is what Justin uploaded. "I really enjoy our time together. Sometimes I'm exhausted and feel like an idiot, being so into you. But your occasional tenderness always gives me the illusion that, perhaps at that second, you like me, even if it's just a little bit. Therefore, I am willing to wait for you for a long time, just because for that tiny ounce of hope. I'm willing to wait until this world grows old, because I've realized that waiting for you is my only choice." Justin's words were extremely depressing. He may have a short temper, but Justin graduated at the top of his class at the military academy and was a well-educated man. Therefore, his occasional emotional posts were a sight for sore eyes. Upon seeing this post, Chloe fell silent. Then, Gianna sent her a photo of Justin that someone took of him when he wasn't paying attention. He stood beside Grandpa Cooper in his army uniform. His skin was tanned, but his expression was still as determined as ever. Chloe didn't reply. Gianna quickly sent her another message. "Perhaps you think Jack is unique and precious, but I want to tell you, so is President Cooper." After a few seconds of silence, Chloe typed, "But I have Jack already, so it doesn't matter how great other men are. They have nothing to do with me." "So, are you never going to give President Cooper a chance?" Chloe didn't reply, because her answer was obvious. Gianna's question was pointless. After a minute of pondering, Chloe also updated her Weibo status. She wrote, "If it's friendship, then just be friends. Don't be greedy because love is too extreme. You're either a lifetime of lovers or a lifetime of strangers. There's no in-between." Chloe's post was obviously for Justin's sake. She hoped that he would understand what she was trying to say and let her go. Indeed, upon seeing Chloe's post, Justin's emotions became complicated. She was right. He was greedy for wanting Chloe for life. It was such an unattainable luxury. "Young master, the commander said that lunch is ready." One of the lieutenants walked up to Justin and said to him. Justin nodded, put away his phone, and quickly headed towards the military base, Since he was away from the city, and was literally tens of thousands of miles away from that girl, he originally thought that he wouldn't miss her anymore. However, he overestimated himself because he missed her more than ever. His head was constantly filled with Chloe when she was angry and happy, even how cute she looked when she was hard at work. Whenever he called Brenton, he would pretend to casually ask about Chloe. However, the latter didn't want to disclose too much information, so he often played dumb and dodged Justin's questions, causing him to become more curious than ever. He wanted to go back to the city right away, but this inspection was going to last for at least 3 weeks. Plus, there was no way his grandpa would let him go home by himself. That night, Jack's car was waiting promptly outside the hospital when Chloe got off work. Ever since her car was sent to the shop, Jack became her designated driver, never once complaining. Abby had compensated her with enough to buy a brand new sports car. Or, with the current balance in her bank account, she could buy one much more expensive and luxurious than her old Audi R8. But she didn't. First of all, Chloe wasn't one to show off, so she would never drive flashy sports cars like a limited edition pink Lamborghini or Bugatti Veyron. Her favorite car brand had always been Audi. Second of all, Chloe was sentimental. Jack was the one who gave her the Audi R8, so she loved the car very much. To her, it felt more like an old friend than a car, so she was reluctant to let it go. She would rather spend big bucks to repair it than buy a new one. After Chloe got onto Jack's car, she took off her down jacket and asked Jack, "Honey, should we eat out or at home? I'm fine with anything. What do you want?" Jack smiled. Chloe placed her chin on her index finger and sank into deep thought. Then, she suggested, let me think. What do you think about Ajin's ramen?" "Okay." Jack nodded gently. At that time, they heard a piece of news being reported from the TV in Jack's car. The female anchor spoke fast. "Breaking news. There have been new developments regarding President Andrew of Green Corporation and Miss Bella Hall, Mayor Hall's daughter. After Mr. Andrew revealed their relationship, during his last interview, Miss Bella is now holding a press conference, finally providing a response to rumors of them dating. Let us now take a look at its live stream. How will Miss Bella respond to everything?" Chloe turned all her attention onto the television. Jack, on the other hand, wasn't interested, so he kept driving with his eyes facing the front. Bella was wearing a white mink jacket, paired with a short black dress and thigh-high boots. It was a spectacle indeed. Bella had a fake smile on her face as she looked at everyone present. "Okay, Miss Hall is ready for questions now. Ask her one at a time, and remember to maintain order," an assistant Bella hired said to the reporters present. Then, everyone swarmed up to her. "Miss Bella, are the photos real?" "They are." Bella nodded. "Then, what's your relationship with President Andrew Green of the Green Corporation?" She bit down on her lips and continued smiling. "We used to be friends, and later he told me that he liked me. After courting me for a while, we began dating." Upon finishing this sentence, the crowd turned wild. No one thought she would admit to their relationship so easily. "So, you and President Green are dating?" "Yes. Rumor has it that you had an unspeakable relationship with President Dawson of GK. What do you have to say about that?" Chloe was unhappy to hear one of the reporters bringing Jack into his interrogation of Bella. "Damn it, my hubby got hit by collateral damage." Jack, on the other hand, smiled. He lifted his right hand and lovingly pinched Chloe's left cheek. "President Dawson and I have always been friends. No more than that. Please don't misunderstand us. Nothing is going on. Plus, Mrs. Dawson and I are friends, so rumors are no more than rumors." Chloe sneered. "This woman's face doesn't even change when she lies. She sure is experienced." "Miss Hall, people have been saying that the racing video, which was quite popular a few days ago, was of you, Miss Abby, and Mrs. Dawson. Some netizens said that they recognized your cars." "I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. What about racing and Abby?" Bella played dumb, and the reporter continued asking, "But the video—" Before he could finish, however, Bella's assistant interrupted him. "I'm sorry. Friends of the media. Miss Hall's press conference today is about Mr. Green and Miss Hall's relationship. Please do not ask irrelevant questions. Thank you. Miss Hall, what does the mayor think of your choice of boyfriend? I live in a democratic household and my parents both respect my decisions. They like whoever I choose. After she said this, people below began clapping in an attempt to flatter Bella. She sure is good at acting. It's a shame she doesn't work in the entertainment industry. Or she would have won a couple of Best Actress awards with her acting skills, Chloe exclaimed. Those who win awards not only have to be good at acting, they also have to be morally upright. She's not good enough. Don't tarnish Best Actress awards like that, Jack interjected. Chloe put her arm on Jack's shoulder and asked as she snuggled up to him, Honey, Bella was yelling at me about this just this morning. I thought she despised Andrew. Why would she suddenly hold a press conference and admit to their relationship? It's really weird. Perhaps she doesn't know how to clean up her mess anymore. Or Andrew might have more information on her that she doesn't want to be revealed. Jack, as smart as he was, immediately understood what was going on. You have us a point. You're so good at analyzing, honey. You're so smart. Chloe looked at Jack with utmost admiration. If I wasn't smart, how could I have tricked you into marrying me? Jack laughed. Haha, you finally admitted that you tricked me into marrying you. You owe me a dowry. You didn't give me anything when we got married. That's easy, but can I make some complaints about you? Jack tilted his head and looked at Chloe in all seriousness. What? Confused, she looked at Jack, wondering what kind of complaints Mr. Dawson had against her. Can you improve your skills in bed? Jack asked earnestly, throwing Chloe into silence. I'm always on top and you're on the bottom. It's tiring, Jack continued to complain. Chloe, every time I'm in the midst of enjoying myself, you start begging and admitting defeat. Can't you work harder to coordinate with me? Jack added. Huomian. Oh, and I really like that Playboy bunny outfit. Can you wear it for me again next time? It'll spice up our sex life. Jack suddenly remembered. Chloe. Oh, and can you moan a little louder in the future? Our room's really big and soundproof, so no one can hear us anyways. I love it when you moan. It gets me all excited. Chloe. Mr. Dawson, you've said so much, but can I ask you a question? Sure. Do you want to fly into the sky and soar with the sun? How thick-faced are you? Chloe stared at him. Was Mr. Dawson looking for a beating, complaining so much about her all at once? How unsatisfied with her was he? She was always the one who admitted defeat because Mr. Dawson's stamina was crazy good. Who takes more than an hour to finish? It felt endless. Shouldn't he be more considerate of those who finish in 10 minutes? Most importantly, she often woke up the next day, feeling sore everywhere. Then, she would be forced to go to work all tired and listless. They're just suggestions, Mr. Dawson responded arrogantly. Your suggestions are of little value. You're better off not making them since you can't have it both ways. I haven't picked on you yet, so you can't pick on me either. What do I do that you're not happy with? Tell me and we can talk about it, Jack asked, and Chloe immediately answered. Sure, first, can you not take so long? Your stamina is too good. I can't handle it. Second, you like hearing me moan? What a coincidence. I like hearing you moan as well. If I need to moan louder, then so do you. After all, we live in a gender-equal society. You can't make me do anything without doing the same yourself. Third, it's fine if you like my Playboy bunny outfit, but you'll have to dress up as Superman next time since I like that concept. I think it'll spice up our sex life. Fourth, next time, can we just do it once a night rather than 3 or 4 times? We might be young, but according to traditional medicine, too much sex is bad for you. Plus, medically speaking, overindulgence may result in erectile dysfunction, so you should really tone it down a notch, okay? Finally, don't you dare tie me up with a belt again, or else I'm moving out immediately. You can go polish your rocket yourself. I'll never do it with you again. Chloe still became angry whenever she thought back at Mr. Dawson's punishment the other day. That was the most severe physical torture she had ever suffered through. Even a woman with Chloe's willpower almost went crazy, thanks to Mr. Dawson's ordeal. Therefore, she never wanted history to repeat itself. After quietly sitting through Chloe's rambling, Jack glanced at her helplessly and asked, "Honey, can I take back what I said?" "You can take back what you said too. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha." Chloe immediately burst out laughing. Mr. Dawson was so cute when he acted like a stubborn child. Upon seeing them come in, the restaurant owner immediately made them 2 bowls of noodle soup. Just then, Chloe, who was sitting by the door, unintentionally looked up to see Andrew walking into the restaurant. He was wearing a navy blue casual dark jacket and walked right up to where Chloe and Jack were sitting. "Guys, can I borrow some of your time?" Andrew asked with a smile, and Jack and Chloe looked up at him in surprise. Why was he here? "Sure." Chloe nodded as she looked up at Andrew, who took a red invitation out from his wallet and casually tossed it onto their table. "Bella and I are getting married in 7 days. You are invited to our wedding." Upon seeing Chloe and Jack speechless, Andrew laughed. "Why do you guys look so surprised? Didn't you see her press conference just now? I saw her admitting to your relationship, but isn't getting married in a week a little rushed?" Chloe was shocked. "It's not. One can do anything as long as they have the money. The wedding planners were extremely efficient and took care of everything, and the reception banquet is a set meal as well. All I had to do is pay. It's being held at Shangri-La Hotel." "Don't come empty-handed, little sis," Andrew said as he looked at her, smiling profoundly. "I'm not that kind of person, okay?" Chloe was flabbergasted. She would never attend a wedding empty-handed. She even gave Simon and Lisa $200 when they got married. "We'll be there on time." Jack held the invitation in his hand and said faintly, "Good then. I won't keep you guys from dinner. See you around." Andrew didn't linger, quickly turning around to leave. How sudden. Andrew is planning something. I'm sure of it. After Andrew left, Jack was no longer in the mood to eat. The unsettling feeling he usually had when something bad was about to happen suddenly re-emerged itself. Jack wasn't overthinking things. Rather, Andrew was the weird one who never played by the rules. The more he acted like that, the more worried Jack got. "What's wrong, honey?" Chloe asked upon seeing the worry in Jack's eyes, to which he replied, "We need to be more careful. I have a feeling that something's going to happen." "I don't think so, though. Isn't it a good thing that they're getting married? They're basically 2 peas in the same pod. They'll make a great couple. Them getting married means they won't make other people suffer. I'm just worried that their wedding is nothing but a conspiracy," Jack suddenly said. Chloe placed her hands in Jack's palm and tried to console him. "Conspiracy or not, that's their problem, and it will have nothing to do with us. Don't worry, hubby." However, Jack's expression was still grave. Upon seeing her husband like that, Chloe lost her appetite as well, so they left the ramen shop and just so happened to see students from Second High heading home for the day. A boy and girl walked past them, holding hands. "Hey, what university do you want to go to?" "I'm not sure yet. We're 6 months away from entrance examinations." "What's the rush?" "Let's go to Capital City together. My parents want me to go there. Afterward, we can go abroad to study. Your family is rich enough to go to any country, but mine isn't," the girl said, with a hint of self-contempt. "I'll tell my parents to take care of your expenses. We'll go together." "I don't want to. Your mom's going to look down on me." Depressed, the girl pulled her hand out of the boy's. The boy looked at the girl in a daze, his expression filled with love. Unlike middle schoolers who didn't understand anything and university students who could only think about hookups and sex, high school dating had always been the purest and beautiful. Therefore, she often thanked the gods that she met Jack during high school. The couple in front of them were the same age as they were, all those years ago. Back then, Jack persuaded Chloe into going to the States with him after high school graduation. Afterward, that accident happened, and they broke up. Jack went abroad while Chloe stayed back to study nursing. 7 years passed by in a blink of an eye. Thank goodness they were able to find each other again and go back to the way they used to be. Jack seemed to be a little emotional too, as he put his arm around Chloe. If we could travel back in time, I would definitely tie you up and take you to the United States with me. If I did, our children might be old enough to walk by now, Jack said, as he smiled. He always felt happy when fantasizing his life with Chloe. If we could travel back in time, perhaps I would fall in love with another boy in middle school, never even giving you a chance, Chloe said on purpose, and Mr. Dawson's face immediately fell. Mrs. Dawson, no one, aside from me, has the guts to marry you. You're too vicious and too smart. Plus, you're too arrogant. Even now, Jack remembered seeing Chloe being interviewed on the TV for the first time. Back then, she received perfect scores in her middle school entrant examinations. So many people paid attention to her. Jack remembered Chloe's arrogant lines as if she said them yesterday. However, he loved seeing her being showy and ostentatious. During her 3 years of high school, Chloe often fought with other female classmates, those who were jealous of how good her grades were, those who liked Jack, and those who talked about her behind her back. Back then, Chloe was an extreme extrovert who loved to flaunt. She and Sarah made an unbeatable team. Once, Chloe's senior brought along 6 of her classmates, and they cornered her and Sarah in a narrow alley beside the school, with wooden sticks in their hands. It was 2 versus 7, and the bigger group even had weapons. Everyone thought Chloe and Sarah were bound to lose, but they were more than wrong. Sure, they were severely injured. Sarah even dislocated an arm. However, Chloe beat the leader of the opposing group into a pulp. There were too many people, so they were at an obvious disadvantage. Therefore, Chloe grabbed the leader of the group and began beating her to death. No matter how many sticks hit her body, she still endured that pain, even climbing onto that woman's body and hitting her with all her might. Sure, Sarah and Chloe got hurt, but the girl leading the other group almost broke her face. Her face was swollen like a cooked dumpling for at least a month. Since then, that group of girls never picked on Chloe again. They knew she was merciless, and they knew she was the type that would fight them to death. After this infamous battle, many boys began courting her with love letters, chocolate, and flowers. Some boys even stuffed presents in her desk and cubby, but she didn't accept any of her suitors. One day, however, the class iceberg, the handsome through-the-roof Jack, bumped into Chloe at Ashin's Ramen. He put his bag over his shoulder and said, "Hey, let me treat you to a bowl of noodles." But before Chloe could say anything, he added, "But you have to date me." "Ha, how cheap am I to sell myself for a bowl of noodles?" Chloe sneered, but Jack replied, "What if I treat you to a lifetime's worth of noodles?" "A lifetime's worth?" Chloe was slightly surprised. High schoolers were often muddle-headed about love and relationships, so back then, Chloe never thought they would really end up together forever. "If I have the guts to treat you, do you have the guts to eat them?" Jack asked provocatively. As young and easily infuriated as Chloe was back then, she was immediately goaded into accepting his challenge. "Then you should probably start saving up money. A lifetime's worth of noodles is quite a lot." Their relationship began with a childish bet. Back then, Chloe had no idea how prestigious Jack's family was, since she was never interested in other classmates' family backgrounds to begin with. "What are you thinking about? You look like you are in a trance." Jack smiled as he asked Chloe, who snapped back to her senses. "I was thinking about us back in high school. It's a little cold. We should head home." Jack put his arm tightly around Chloe's cuddling and protecting her from the icy winter chills. Suddenly, Chloe's phone rang. "Mom? Okay, I got it. We'll be right there." "What happened?" Jack asked. "Mom said she lost something and asked me to go back." "Let's go then." Then, Jack and Chloe drove straight to Sky Blessing Court. As soon as they walked in, they saw Sandra sitting on the living room couch, looking depressed and dejected. Curious, Chloe walked up to her and asked, "Mom, what did you lose?" "Chloe, all my jewelry's gone." Sandra looked like she was about to cry. Jewelry? Chloe froze for a second. She seemed to remember her mother's jewelry box. Inside was some gold jewelry pieces that she had had for years. Later, Chloe bought her some rings and necklaces, but they didn't add up to worth a lot. Her mother wasn't into luxurious jewelry, so all she owned were accessories she would usually wear when she went out. The rest of the time, the jewelry was placed inside a drawer. I thought all your jewelry was in your drawer, Chloe said. Yeah, but when Auntie William called this morning and asked me to go strolling around the park, I noticed that everything was gone when I came back. The box is still there, but the jewelry isn't. Mom, how much is in there? Jack asked, and Sandra thought about it before answering slowly. Not that much, just some I had from before, and ones Chloe bought me recently. There's only 2 necklaces, 3 rings, 2 pairs of earrings, and a bracelet in there. Then, she added, they probably only cost $20,000 or $30,000. It's not a lot, but I can't believe they would disappear into the thin air. It's making me really uncomfortable. Sandra sat on the couch, extremely dispirited. Chloe walked up and sat down next to her mother. Mom, are you sure you lost them this morning? Did you see them yesterday? I'm not completely sure since I haven't worn them in a while, and don't usually open up the box to check. I last wore them 2 weeks ago while shopping with some new friends I met in the neighborhood, so it's been a while. I didn't even think about them until today, but they all disappeared. Mom, don't worry. Chloe and I will replace everything in there. Jack consoled their mother, but Sandra shook her head. I know you guys are trying to help, but money's not the problem right now, and you guys replacing everything won't help. How can these things just disappear all of a sudden? Did a thief come into our house? It doesn't seem right, though. This is a pretty safe neighbor, Thomas said. There are surveillance cameras outside every building and even 24-hour security guards. They shouldn't have disappeared. After some thought, Chloe asked, I don't think it was a thief, because a thief wouldn't just steal jewelry and nothing else. Mom, you didn't lose money, right? Yeah, it's really weird. The $20,000 in my wallet is still in there, but my jewelry isn't. It's so weird. Chloe added, Do you think you might have misplaced them? This place is huge. Maybe we'll find it if we look around some more. Sandra shook her head. That's impossible. I would never place my jewelry elsewhere. I put them in the drawer so I won't forget where they are. Chloe didn't say anything else upon seeing how certain her mother was. She glanced around the living room. Mom, where's June? She's showering upstairs. She got her dress dirty and she said she was going to change into something else. As soon as Sandra finished her sentence, June came downstairs. There were only 2 rooms upstairs, a master and a second bedroom. June had been living in the second bedroom ever since she arrived, whereas Thomas used to live in the master. There were also a master and a second room downstairs. Sandra lived in the master, while Chloe sometimes slept over in the second room. June had on a fresh set of clothes, and to Chloe's surprise, her dressing style had changed drastically, even though she hadn't been living in the city for very long. She traded old-fashioned shirts, long pants, and flower print dresses for a ruffle-sleeved dress. The dress was short enough to reveal the side of her thighs, and her hair was no longer in braids. She wore her straight, long black hair loose, and even had makeup on. It was obvious that she had dressed up on purpose. Cousin brother-in-law, you guys are here? June smiled, and Chloe nodded back at her, also with a smile on her face. Yeah, your auntie lost some jewelry and is in a bad mood. She asked us to come home and take a look. Upon finishing her sentence, Chloe observed June's face closely, waiting to see her reaction. Yeah, I was worried too. I even helped Auntie check all around the house, but we couldn't find it anywhere. It's strange, June said after realizing that she seemed suspicious. Before Chloe even said anything else, Sandra said, June is a really honest kid. She saw that I had lost something, so to avert suspicion, she took me to her bedroom and showed me everything, including her purse, bank book, and wallet. Why would I suspect her? She's family, so why would she do that? Obviously, Sandra chose to believe that her niece was innocent. After all, June had shown Sandra her personal belongings to prove her innocence. June walked downstairs, sat down on the couch, and gave an apple to Jack. "Brother-in-law, would you like an apple?" "No, thanks." Jack remained detached. Then she picked up an orange and gave it to Chloe. "Here, Cousin Chloe. I bought those for Auntie. They're really sweet." "Okay, thank you." Chloe didn't refuse. She peeled the orange and took a bite. Then June said, "My aunt lost some things, and I'm in an awkward spot, since I'm the only guest at home and there haven't been many visitors. So, I'm the biggest suspect. In order to prove my innocence, all I could do was show her my bedroom. I don't have any more money in my wallet and bank cards than I'm supposed to, so I didn't sell the jewelry for money. By the way, I still have another bank account that is connected to my phone. I showed Auntie the balance. It's really embarrassing that the balance of that bank card is only $128. It's a shame that I haven't found a job yet, since I came, and Auntie's been giving me allowance this entire time." Chloe looked at June with a surprised look on her face. "June, you've changed a lot since you came here." "Oh, really?" June didn't really know what Chloe meant by that, so she looked a bit uncomfortable. "Yes, not only did you change your sense of style and the way you talk, but also, you've learned new things quickly. You even have mobile banking. It's such an advanced app. You're pretty smart. Haha, it's really nothing. I'm young and eager to learn. I even bought a lot of books to read. They all say people in the city are sophisticated. I want to be a sophisticated person too." Chloe was surprised by the recent changes in June. She looked at June's outfit. It didn't look expensive, just something she bought online, probably worth a couple of $100. Her shoes were unknown brands too. After what she did to clear her name, her actions indeed stopped everyone from suspecting her, but the jewelry couldn't have disappeared by themselves. Even if they weren't stolen by thieves, they were still definitely stolen by someone. Chloe's mom was aging, but it wasn't like she was senile. She was clearly aware of where she put everything. So, it wasn't surprising that her mom couldn't figure it out and asked Chloe for help. Chloe smiled at June. "What you said is right. It's good to improve yourself." "All right, let's not talk about all the missing stuff anymore, since it's not worth that much. I will buy more for you." "Mom, both Jack and I want to eat your beef pancakes. Is there any more beef at home?" "Oh yes, there's still beef in the fridge. I will go make some." Sandra immediately stood up and headed into the kitchen. Life now was relatively comfortable. For Sandra, other than Thomas, the only other people she cared about were Chloe and Jack. No matter what they said they wanted to eat, Sandra would go make it for them, no matter how much trouble it was. After sending Sandra off, Chloe purposely asked Jack, "Honey, you bought this place. Did you install surveillance cameras in the hallways? Can you check the recordings and see who else entered my mom's room other than her?" Before Jack could reply, June immediately interjected, "What? Didn't Auntie say that there are only cameras outside and not inside? After all, everyone needs their privacy, right?" "Oh, I can't believe I forgot about it. True, I was going to put surveillance cameras inside the house, but since we were all family, it seemed unnecessary." "You've got great memory, June. I can't believe you remember this," Chloe said to June as if there was another layer of meaning. The latter seemed to notice that she said the wrong thing, and she replied awkwardly, "Auntie mentioned it to me once. After all, I don't wear a lot of clothes when I'm inside sometimes, so I care about stuff like this. Anyways, I'm going to help Auntie out in the kitchen. You guys sit tight." Then, she got up and headed into the kitchen. The truth was, June didn't want to face Chloe because the latter was too smart and meticulous. If she kept talking, Chloe might find loopholes in her speech. Therefore, she looked for a reason to leave, leaving the Dawson couple alone in the living room. "Honey, what do you think about all this?" Chloe smiled as she looked at Jack, who crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Why are you asking me? You're the detective." I know you asked me about the surveillance cameras just now on purpose, just so she would give herself away. Not only did he figure out what was going on, he also knew that his wife was fishing on purpose, seeing if June would bite. The fact was, they didn't target June on purpose. But aside from her mother and June, no one else lived at this house. The last time her mother saw her jewelry was 2 weeks ago, and aside from Jack and Chloe, no one else visited during this time. Jack, Chloe, and her mother would never steal the jewelry, making June the immediate suspect. June wasn't an idiot. She was smart enough to immediately clear herself of any suspicions by asking Sandra to search her room. In the past, Chloe always thought she was a country girl with bad intentions. Now she realized that June also had street smarts. Honey, she showed Mom her wallet and bank cards, right? She didn't sell them since there was no extra money on her. That's simple. Who would steal something and leave it on themselves? Even if she sold them, she wouldn't bring the money back into the house. I bet she spent that money. Maybe she bought something expensive with it that we haven't noticed yet, Jack analyzed with certainty. Then, he added, I'm sure if we looked at the surveillance cameras outside, we would see her leave the house more than she used to. Chloe nodded in agreement with Jack's analysis. Soon, they finished cooking. Sandra came out holding a plate of beef patties, while June brought out a giant bowl of tomato egg soup. Cooking other dishes take too long. I didn't want you guys to get too hungry, so I made you some soup. Have some while it's hot, Sandra said, filled with motherly love. Thanks, Mom. Jack was touched by how much his mother-in-law cared about him and Chloe. Don't thank me. You're both my children. Cooking for you is all I can do since I can't help you with much else. Then, June handed Jack a bowl of soup. Brother-in-law, have some soup. Jack didn't take it, but Chloe did, placing the bowl in front of Jack. June then poured Chloe another bowl. It seemed like she was still trying to suck up to them. June, this ring is really pretty. Is it new? Chloe suddenly saw a ring on June's finger when she was taking the soup from the latter's hands. It was a small, not-so-obvious diamond. June's expression immediately changed. She then laughed awkwardly. It's not real. I bought it on the street for $5. Oh, it's not bad. I would have thought it was real. Upon hearing this, June could barely sit still. Before she could say anything, Chloe asked her, June, have you been out a lot recently? Do you have any friends here in the city? No, I don't go out that often. June began to panic as if she had something to hide. Chloe raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? When I was watching the surveillance footage on my phone just now, I noticed that recently, you've been leaving early and coming home late. I thought you got yourself a boyfriend. No, Sometimes I leave the house in the morning to buy groceries and then walk around the city during the day. June continued denying Chloe's accusations. The truth was, Chloe didn't really watch the surveillance footage. She just mentioned it randomly to test out June's reaction. However, the latter immediately got antsy, proving that she wasn't mature enough, and panicked at the first sign of crisis. Oh, don't worry. You don't have to be nervous. I was just asking. Chloe smiled. She and Jack already had some noodles at Ushin's Ramen, so neither of them was hungry. Just now, Chloe asked her mother to make them some beef patties so she could ask June some questions alone. After a quick bite, Chloe and Jack got up to leave. Chloe held her mother's hands and comforted her. Mom, don't worry about the jewelry. I'll buy you some more. They're not worth getting angry over. It's okay. I don't have to wear them. Don't buy me any replacements. I'm not a big fan of jewelry anyways. I know. Chloe smiled. While she was heading out, she tilted her head and glanced at June. June, come out with me. Oh, okay. June froze for a second. Then, she headed out the door with Chloe, with a confused expression on her face. Honey, I need to mail Thomas some of his things. Can you go to his room with Mom and get them, so I can mail them out tomorrow? Sure. Jack knew what Chloe wanted to do, so he went up to Thomas's room with his mother-in-law without another word. After Chloe walked out with June, she unlocked the doors of the Maybach and got onto the back seat. Then, she patted the seat beside her. It's cold outside. Let's talk in here. Okay. June nodded. Then, she got onto the back seat and sat down beside Chloe. June, how do you think my mother treats you? Chloe asked gently. Auntie treats me very well. What about me? How do you think I treat you? You treat me like family, Cousin Chloe. Sandra was a little scared of Chloe, so she acted reserved in front of her and wore an unnatural expression on her face. Since we treat you well, how can you have the audacity to steal my mom's jewelry? Chloe asked this question extremely calmly, but June felt like her head was about to explode. When they were inside just now, June thought Chloe was going to let this incident slide. They were so rich, so why would they freak out over losing some jewelry that was worth no more than $20,000 or $30,000? This was why June decided to steal jewelry, rather than money. Back then, she thought that since Sandra didn't look in her jewelry box very often, it would be a long time before she noticed that whatever was inside had disappeared. By then, she would have spent all the money she got from the jewelry, and no one would be able to directly accuse her of theft. Therefore, she was shocked that Chloe was so sure that she was the one who stole them. She thought her cousin was only suspicious of her, but she wouldn't have the guts to openly hold her accountable. Cousin Chloe, are you joking? June's smile was really ugly, and Chloe looked into her eyes. No, I'm completely serious. Cousin Chloe, I really don't know what you're talking about. June tried her best to maintain her composure while playing dumb. My mom's jewelry has been at home this entire time. You're the only other person living here, so who else can it be? Cousin Chloe, you can't wrongfully accuse me like that. I already asked Auntie to search my room to prove my innocence, June insisted. What's the point? My mom hasn't opened her jewelry box in 2 weeks. She doesn't even know when she lost them. You would have sold them a long time ago, so of course you could prove your innocence. Cousin Chloe, do city dwellers all make false charges against others without proof? I may be poor, but you can't set me up like that. Theft isn't a small charge. You're right. Theft isn't a small charge, but you still did it. You must be brave. Cousin Chloe, I told you. You don't have proof that I stole Auntie's jewelry, so you can't wrongly accuse me. June was certain Chloe didn't have proof of her crimes. Chloe smiled helplessly as she lifted June's hand up and glanced at her diamond ring. How much did you say this ring was? $5. Feeling a little guilty, June lowered her voice. $5. It's pretty. Can you give it to me? Then, Chloe took the ring right off June's finger, who panicked and rudely snatched it back. Then, she held it tight in her hand. What are you being so nervous about? It's just $5. Why can't you just give it to me? Chloe sneered. June was afraid to look into Chloe's eye as she continued defending herself. Cousin Chloe, you're so rich. I'm sure you don't care about tiny trinkets like this ring. Plus, it's a fake. It'll degrade you if you wear it, so it's better if I keep it instead. It was obvious that her lie was about to be exposed. June, have you ever heard of my husband's company, GK? It's a big company. I have. June didn't understand why Chloe would ask such an irrelevant question. GK has a jewelry department, and about 90% of the city's jewelry stores are under GK. So you probably bought this ring at one of GK's stores. And from the size of this diamond, I can guess that your ring probably cost about $20,000. If you traded in my mother's jewelry for this ring, you wouldn't have had to pay an extra cent. Chloe, I don't understand what you mean. What does trade in mean? June stuck to her guns. Don't worry. I remember every single piece of jewelry in my mom's box. You brought so many pieces of jewelry to trade in for a ring. I'm sure any store clerk would remember you. We may not have surveillance cameras inside the house, but all the jewelry stores do. As soon as I ask my husband to bring up the footage, we'll know which store you took my mom's jewelry to. June was immediately dumbfounded by what Chloe said. She thought her plan was foolproof, but to her surprise, the jewelry store she went to was one of GK's. Chloe would know it was her as soon as she watched the surveillance. Then, her seemingly well-concealed tactics would be immediately exposed. Cousin Chloe, June's head was in a mess, and she didn't know what to say. Theft of $20,000 or over is considered a large amount. The judge can sentence you to 5 to 10 years of prison. Chloe played with her fingers as she muttered to herself nonchalantly, while June's face turned pale, bit by bit. By the time Chloe finished her sentence, June fell down to her knees in the car. Thank goodness the Maybach was spacious enough. She knelt in front of Chloe. "Cousin Chloe? I'm sorry for stealing Auntie's jewelry. Why did you do it?" Chloe glanced at her icily. I was an idiot. Auntie had so many but barely wore them, so I thought I might as well trade them in for a ring. Ha ha ha. Are you saying that you have the right to take something for yourself, as long as the owner doesn't use it? Chloe had never met someone who would find excuses for stealing. No, I was an idiot. Cousin Chloe, I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong. Please don't call the police. I don't want to go to jail. I'm still young. Jail will ruin my life. Imagine how sad my mom will be if she found out what happened. I can't believe she invited you into her home. Chloe looked at June with slight disappointment. June was her mother's niece, but she was still capable of doing something as despicable as theft. Cousin Chloe, please don't tell Auntie. She'll be really sad. She's treated me well. I don't want Acher to be disappointed in me. What were you thinking when you stole her jewelry? I was possessed by my greed. I didn't want to be poor anymore. I grew up in the mountains and never owned anything nice. Ever since I came to the city, I noticed that you guys all lived in tall buildings, ate good food, wore expensive clothes, and used high-end things. I'm really jealous, Cousin Chloe. Each of your bags cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's more than I would ever earn my entire life. You shouldn't take things for granted. If you want something, you must invest an equal amount of effort to get it. You can't reap where one has not sown and wait for meatballs to fall out of the sky. All you see is my luxurious life, but you weren't there when my life was on the line. Do you have any idea what I've been through? June looked down in silence upon hearing this. You can't use poor as an excuse. Theft is a character issue. I know, Cousin Chloe. I know what I did was wrong. I won't ever do it again. Please don't arrest me, okay? June reached out to grab Chloe's arm as she begged her again and again. Chloe could tell she was really scared. But if you had known things would come to this, why did you steal in the first place? Chloe didn't feel bad for June at all since her apology was too little, too late. If Chloe didn't force June into confessing, the latter would have thought what she did was smart and would keep denying her cousin's accusations. But Chloe saw through June's tactics almost immediately. There were just too many loopholes. Chloe didn't expose June in front of her mother not to save face for her cousin. Rather, it was because Sandra had high blood pressure and heart conditions. Her health might take a toll had she realized her favorite niece stole from her. Get up. I won't call the police. Really? June was elated. Then, she immediately got up and instinctively brushed the dirt off her knees, as if she was out of the woods. But, Chloe added, and June's hands froze for a second as she looked up at Chloe. But I have 2 conditions you have to fulfill. Tell me, Cousin Chloe, I'll do anything, as long as you don't send me to prison, June said, scared out of wits. First, take this ring to the shop and trade back my mother's jewelry. Then, quietly, put them back. If she asks, tell her you found them somewhere in the house. She'll believe you. Okay. Although she didn't want to part with her diamond ring, June was even more scared of Chloe calling the police. Therefore, she immediately agreed. Second, after you do that, you will find an excuse to leave my house. I don't care where you go, back to the village or somewhere else. But you can't continue living here. You've got to go. Cousin Chloe, I know what I did was wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? June obviously didn't want to leave. She had a place to eat and live. With barely had any work to do, she even earned $3,000 every month. So, of course, she didn't want to leave. At Sandra's house, she basically lived the life of a rich socialite, which was perfect for her lazy personality. You've had your chance. The truth is, June, I care about my relatives. You might think I'm indifferent towards you because I looked down on you. You might even think I hate poor people now that I'm rich, but that's not the case. My attitude towards you depends on your attitude towards members of my family. During your time at my mom's, I have been well aware of your feelings towards Jack. Cousin Chloe, I don't. You don't have to explain yourself. I know. All I want to say is, sometimes you have to know your place. Don't always yearn for things and people that aren't yours, or else you're going to lead a tiring life. If you really treated me like your family, I wouldn't have to treat you so heartlessly. You should think about what you did that resulted in today's events. I'll give you 3 days. During this time, I want to see my mom find her jewelry and you disappear from this home. Then, Chloe pressed the remote control and opened the car door, while June turned around and got off. It seemed like, no matter what she said or how much she sucked up to Chloe, the latter wasn't going to change her mind and give her another chance. June quietly clenched her teeth and unwillingly went back into the house. As she walked in, she saw Jack coming downstairs from Thomas's room. When she walked past him, June looked up at Jack with infatuation, examining his face, which was perfect from every angle. Why wasn't this outstanding man hers? Jack, however, didn't even look at June as he walked out, completely ignoring her presence. Inside the car, Jack got onto the driver's seat while Chloe went up to the passenger's seat. You got all of Thomas's stuff? Yeah. What about you? Did you tell her everything you wanted to? Jack tilted his head and looked at Chloe, who replied, Yeah, I did. She doesn't really want to leave, though. You can't keep someone like her here. She'll only cause more trouble in the future, Jack said. Even if she left, she's probably not going to go home. I don't think she's going to leave the city. She's gotten used to living in luxury. She won't be able to go back to the countryside, Chloe guessed. That's not something we should worry about. Rather than being content with what she had, she decided to steal, which means she's not a good person to begin with. Even if she says she'll change, it doesn't mean she's actually going to. Either way, we should stay away from her. You're right, Chloe nodded. Time always passed by fast towards New Year. A week came and left, and on Sunday, Andrew's wedding became the biggest news of the city. Many media outlets live-streamed it, and countless guests attended. Inside the hotel, Chloe and Jack's outfits matched, as she wore a black cocktail dress, while he was dressed in a black suit. Reporters swarmed up to them and began taking photos as soon as they walked in. After entering the banquet hall, Chloe heard someone call out her name and turned around to see Victoria and Brenton walk up to them. Hey, our big-bellied girl is out of seclusion. Chloe laughed while Victoria immediately objected, Come on, my belly isn't that big, okay? The girls happily chatted nonstop as Jack and Brenton exchanged brief conversations here and there. They then sat down and waited for the ceremony to begin. How should Chloe put this? Although the wedding was incredibly luxurious, it also felt like there was nothing out of the ordinary. Everything went according to routine. Andrew spent a lot of money, but it was obvious he didn't put his heart into it. Victoria and Brenton's wedding on January 1st was much better in comparison. Bella was wearing a white fishtail wedding dress. She had on delicate makeup on and smiled elegantly. That was who she was. Even though she was marrying someone she didn't like, she was still capable of putting on a show. Chloe, do you know what I admire about Bakchal? Victoria asked, as she enjoyed the scene in front of her. Why? Amused, Chloe glanced over at Victoria. She can put on an act, no matter what situation she was in. I'm impressed by her. None of us are as good as she is in this respect. Her acting skills are amazing. Tsk, tsk. She can basically laugh and cry on command. I bet even she's immersed in her acting. What a great love scene. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought she and Andrew were really in love. Ha 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 ha. Chloe and Brenton both burst out in laughter upon hearing Victoria's remarks, but she was confused. What are you guys laughing about? Don't you think I'm right? Yeah, you're completely right, Doctor. Victoria. Stop with the commentary, though. Let's watch their wedding in silence, Brenton said helplessly, as he held his loving wife in his arms. The priest on the stage asked Andrew earnestly, "Mr. Andrew Green, do you take the beautiful and gentle Bella as your lawful wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part?" Andrew took in a deep breath in as he looked at Bella with an amused expression on his face. After a couple of seconds, he said, "Yes, I do." But his expression was filled with disdain. "Miss Bella Hall, do you take the handsome Andrew Green as your lawful husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish until death do you part?" At this moment, Bella turned her head to look at the audience, and her gaze landed on Jack. Chloe put her head on Jack's shoulder in a provoking manner and smiled at Bella sweetly, promoting the latter to immediately turn her head around, her expression as grim as can be. Then, she unwillingly said, "I do." Now the bride and groom will exchange rings. The rest of the wedding was filled with formalities. It was obvious neither of their hearts were in it. Chloe attended countless weddings, including Linda's, but this wedding was the most awkward one she had been to, as she felt zero love between the married couple. During their reception, Andrew and Bella began toasting all the tables. When they got to Chloe's table, Bella ignored Chloe as she raised her glass at Jack and asked, "Jack, I got married. Are you happy for me?" Her face was smiling, but her voice was filled with grief. Jack, on the other hand, lifted his glass and glanced at Andrew as he said formally, "Congratulations. Thank you." Andrew smiled. Then, he walked up to Chloe and teased her, "My little sister is so pretty today. I'm ugly compared to your bride." Chloe smiled. "How big is the red pocket you are giving me as a wedding gift?" Andrew asked, and Chloe was immediately speechless. She awkwardly replied, "You shouldn't be so straightforward. You're too rich to care about money. You're my favorite sister. I have to expect more from you, right?" "All right, don't worry, I wasn't cheap." Chloe felt speechless, while Andrew looked at Chloe gently as he glanced up and down her body. In his opinion, Chloe looked pretty in whatever she wore, whether it was an innocent-looking school uniform or a sexy cocktail dress. "Congratulations to the two of you." Chloe raised her glass at Andrew and Bella. However, Bella ignored her and turned around to head over to the next table. As always, she treated Chloe with extreme hostility. Your new bride's got a hot temper." Chloe smiled helplessly while Andrew said, "Don't worry. No matter how hot her temper is, I'll be able to tame her immediately." Then he left. They look weird together. Not only do they not love each other, they look at each other like they're enemies. I wonder how bad their wedding night is going to be. Victoria analyzed while Chloe laughed and replied, "That's not something we should worry about." Victoria was just kidding, but that night, Andrew's private mansion was decorated luxuriously. From now on, they would be living here. Bella was in a bad mood as she sat down on the bed, still wearing her red chapeau. Andrew pushed open the door and walked in towards her as he ripped the tie off his neck. Cautious, Bella stood up and glanced at him icily. "What do you think you're doing?" "What do you think I'm doing?" Andrew asked as he advanced towards Bella, forcing her to retreat into a corner. When her entire body was curled up against a wall, Andrew leaned his arm against it, entrapping her. Bella was so scared that her face went pale. "Don't even think about it. You're funny. We're married. We're legally husband and wife. I can do whatever I want to," Andrew sneered. "But we have no feelings for each other. You set me up, that's all. Let me tell you, mind your own business and do your own thing, or else I'm going to tell my dad what you did." At a time like this, Bella used her father to threaten Andrew, but he narrowed his eyes at her, half smiling. "Your dad? Do you think I'm scared of him? Who does he think he is, Jesus? Does the entire world have to listen to him?" "You." Bella was infuriated by Andrew's rude remarks, but didn't know what to say. Andrew lifted a finger and gently played with the red strap on Bella's shoulder. "Tsk, tsk. Your looks aren't bad and you have a sexy body. It's a shame." Really? Andrew suddenly stopped and confused. Bella asked, "What's a shame?" "It's a shame that such a disgusting soul lives inside your not-so-bad body." Bella's expression fell upon hearing Andrew's remarks. He was the first man to talk to her like that in her entire life. She was Bella, a woman of prestigious background, but he made her sound like a beggar on the street. "If that's how you think of me, why would you marry me?" Bella demanded angrily. "Did you think I wanted to? Let me tell you the truth. Today was the worst day of my life. I've never felt so depressed. The good thing is, this day passed by very fast. Do you think I'd really touch you? In your dreams, maybe. Let me tell you, we may be married, but you should be prepared to live like a widow. Don't try to do anything, or else not only will I ruin your reputation, I'll also ruin your dad's." Then, Andrew let go of her and wiped his hand off with a moist toilette, as if she was a pile of BS he had just touched. Bella couldn't take this blatant humiliation anymore, since she had never been treated this way. When Andrew turned around to leave, she ran up to him like crazy, trying to scratch his face. "Andrew, you monster! I'm going to kill you!" Too bad Andrew was one step ahead of her, and he quickly wrapped his hand around her neck, pushing her right onto the wall. "Bella, don't test my patience. Andrew, who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to treat me like that? You're no more than a dog Timothy owns." Bella was so angry that she no longer filtered her words. Her remarks completely angered Andrew. Here's the thing about him. There were two things he hated in life. One, people who called him a foster child or dog. Two, people who slandered Chloe in front of him. This woman, Bella, bullied Chloe every chance she got. Now, she was cursing her husband on the night of their wedding. She was looking for death, wasn't she? Andrew swiftly took the belt off his waist and whipped Bella with it. A burning sensation immediately covered her body. Bella's eyes widened as she looked at Andrew in disbelief. "Andrew, did you just hit me?" As soon as Bella finished her sentence, Andrew whipped his belt at her again. She wanted to run away, but it was too late. Red marks quickly appeared on her shoulder and leg. "I never hit women, but you're an exception," Andrew said as he whipped her again. "Ah!" Bella screamed, finally coming back to her senses. Not many women were beaten by their husbands on their wedding night, but Bella was one of them. As the mayor's daughter, she thought she would be able to dominate the Green family, so she completely underestimated Andrew. To her surprise, however, he hit her. "Andrew, I'm going to tell my dad how mentally ill you are. I'm going to sue for divorce." "Sure, call him right now." Andrew threw his phone onto the bed, with one hand, while holding his belt in the other. Bella glanced at him suspiciously. Then, she slowly reached for the phone. If she called her dad right now, this agony would end, right? However, as soon as her hand touched the phone, she heard Andrew's voice sound from behind her. 5 months ago, a piece of land was supposed to go on an internal bid, but your dad made the executive decision to allot it to GK, breaking game rules. Then, Jack was generous enough to give your father a set of wooden sculptures made of yellow rosewood from Hainan, which, from what I know, is worth at least $100 million. 4 months ago, Morning Light Tech's CEO illegally manipulated the stock market. He was supposed to be arrested on economic crime charges, but your dad allowed him to receive treatment abroad, and the police missed their chance to arrest him. A week later, 3 luxury mansions in Italy were bought under your name. 3 months ago, the province's president of the Chamber of Commerce was investigated for corruption. Thanks to your dad, he sailed through inspections, and subsequently, an original piece of art by a painting master was hung up on your living wall. I heard it's worth more than $80 million. 2 months ago, at this point, Bella couldn't take it anymore and demanded, "Andrew, what are you trying to say?" "It's simple. I have dirt on every single person in your family, including your dad, your uncle, you, and even Abby. If you want things to go sour between your dad and me, then go ahead and call him. Ask him to pick you up. We can even go through legal divorce procedures. But if you do that, I don't have to take your family into consideration anymore. I will expose everything your dad has been trying to hide all these years to the public, and see if he can continue being mayor, and if you can continue being Miss Hall, a woman above the masses. Andrew, you're lying. You have no proof. You're just trying to scare me. I don't care if you believe me. I've said everything I need to. You can do whatever you want. Then, Andrew turned around and put his belt carefully back on his pants, as if everything that had just happened was no more than a joke. Bella was dumbfounded by how perverted he was. From the bottom of her heart, she was terrified of the devil standing before her. She picked up the phone, feeling as if she had been pushed into a dead end. Her father had been a government official for decades. There was no way he was uncorrupted, since she spent at least $10 million during her years in Italy, if not more. A man with a mayor's income would never be able to afford an amount like that. Therefore, Andrew's information really punched the Hall family where it hurt. In the end, Bella didn't dare call her dad. Andrew was too lazy to deal with her, so he drove away in his car, leaving Bella with no tears inside the giant mansion. She didn't understand why that psycho, Andrew, would target her. Why would he set her up when all she tried to do was win Jack over from Chloe? At a nightclub, beautiful women huddled up to Andrew as soon as he arrived. "Young Master Green, wasn't your wedding today? Why are you here? Is your bride not good enough in bed?" A couple of young models walked up to him and began making dirty jokes. Andrew smiled. Just as he was about to reply, he saw someone kind of familiar in the group. What's your name?" Andrew pointed at a woman with ordinary looks. "Young Master Green is asking for your name. My name is Joyce." That girl didn't think she would become the center of attention. Joyce. What a lame name. Andrew was speechless. Why was he interested in her? Because she kind of looked like Chloe. Just a little bit. Her facial features didn't, but they were strikingly similar when she looked down onto the ground, and that was why Andrew's attention was immediately drawn to her, even though there were countless women present. "Come, sit over there." Andrew patted the seat beside him. Joyce was in a daze, while some other models pushed her forward as they were filled with jealousy and hate. "Joyce, young Master Green is calling you over. Go on. Young Master Green, she's new and is a little slow. Please don't get mad if she doesn't meet your expectations." Andrew didn't say anything as he put his arm intimately around Joyce's shoulders. He asked, "Do you drink?" "Just a little." The woman replied shilly. "Here, drink this." Andrew handed her a glass of wine. Joyce frowned, clenched her teeth, and downed the entire glass, while the women around them began clapping furiously. Then, Andrew took out a giant stack of cash from his wallet and placed it casually on the table. "Thanks, girls." Then, the beautiful women immediately began snatching the money. Andrew, on the other hand, gestured at Joyce. "Come with me." She looked a little flabbergasted. "Are you an idiot? Young Master Green wants you to go with him. What are you waiting for?" A few women then pushed her up to Andrew, and she carefully followed behind him, all the way to his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then he drove them to his private residence, a deluxe, 2-floor, 200-square-meter condo. After showering, Joyce walked nervously into the bedroom. Should she consider herself lucky, being picked by a rich and powerful man like Andrew, as soon as she started working at the nightclub? She didn't know much about young Master Green and had no idea what made him happy and sad. Just when she got into bed and prepared herself for anything and everything Andrew was about to do to her. He gently hugged her from behind and whispered into her ear, "Let's go to bed, Chloe." "Chloe? Who's Chloe?" Joyce asked silently. In her heed, but didn't dare say anything out loud. Just like that, she spent the night in his arms, treating on eggs the entire time. Surprisingly enough, nothing happened that night. The next morning, When Joyce woke up, Andrew was nowhere to be seen. As she was getting out of bed, she saw a $10,000 check on the bedside table. $10,000 wasn't a lot. Most of her coworkers at the nightclub made $30,000, $50,000, or even $1 million a night. But he didn't even touch her last night. Nothing happened between them, literally. He gave her $10,000. Just like that? Still in disbelief, Joyce carefully placed the check in her bag and left anxiously. Southside Recuperation Center. There was a seasonal conference at 7 a.m. and Director Richard was coming, so Chloe came to work early. After arriving at her office, she was just about to put on her white lab coat when her door was suddenly pushed open, scaring her out of wits. "Why are you here so early in the morning?" Chloe looked up to see Andrew dressed in a casual outfit, with a few bento boxes in his hand. She was surprised. Didn't he just get married yesterday? It was 6:30 a.m. What was he doing here at Southside? To eat breakfast. Before Chloe could say anything, Andrew took out the bento boxes, placing them on her desk. There were crab roe buns and all sorts of side dishes. Each one was delicately made and looked delicious. Although Chloe already had breakfast at home, she almost drooled, looking at all the food in front of her. "But why would you have breakfast here in my office? I came here to reconcile the Green Corporation account, and I haven't had breakfast yet. My stomach hurts. My question is, why do you have to eat in my office?" Chloe was speechless. "You're the only one I know. Do you expect me to eat in one of your clinics?" Andrew said matter-of-factly. Chloe didn't know what to say. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Okay, then, eat quietly. I'm going to work for a while." She turned around to put on her white lab coat. Then, she tied her hair up in a simple ponytail and put on her black-rimmed glasses. All of a sudden, she looked like a completely different person. Andrew was drinking porridge. He brought a small spoon up to his mouth and burst out in laughter before taking a bite. "What the hell are you laughing about?" Chloe looked at Andrew like he was a crazy person. Andrew looked up at Chloe's delicate face and slowly said, "I'm laughing at you. You're a clean-looking young girl with a fair complexion. But why are you always dressed like a middle-aged woman? Do you do that on purpose so patients will trust your diagnosis?" Of course. If you had prostate problems and went to see the doctor, how would you feel if you were seen by a teenage boy as a physician? "Chloe, my little sister, can you not jinx me? My wedding night was just yesterday." Instead of getting mad, Andrew laughed. He was always so patient towards Chloe and treated her with all the good temper in the world. "It was just an example." "You don't have to tag yourself," Chloe said. Then, she looked down and began organizing the documents she was going to use in the conference later. "Chloe, I bought 2 orders of breakfast. Do you want some?" "No. But the crab roe porridge is really good. Can you not be so annoying?" Chloe suddenly looked up and growled at him before shamelessly asking, "Is the porridge from Lee?" "Yup." Andrew nodded before sensibly pushing the other bowl of porridge up to Chloe. Unable to withstand the lure of aromatic, hot porridge on a cold winter's morning, Chloe dug in brazenly. The truth was, Chloe didn't hate Andrew as much as she used to. She was smart enough to notice that he never did anything that put her in danger. On the other hand, Andrew did many things that benefited her. For example, he established the Green Foundation at Southside, which helped countless people. For example, he worked with her to defeat the old man in her quest to seek revenge. For example, he randomly married Bella, satisfying her to no end. All in all, Chloe felt like Andrew never treated her like an enemy. So, why would she treat him like one? Jack was right. Chloe had to defend herself against Andrew, but she didn't have to treat him with bitterness and hostility. With that thought, Chloe slowly let go of the biases she used to have against Andrew. The winter sun slowly rose into the sky. Andrew looked at Chloe's profile, immersed in the morning sunshine as she sipped on porridge. To him, this moment was one of the most beautiful sceneries he had ever seen. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chloe suddenly looked up to see Andrew looking at her ever so gently, so she asked uncomfortably, "You haven't been using eye masks recently, have you?" Chloe didn't know how to answer Andrew's question. Why did a man like him pay so much attention to facial products? "I knew it, you're getting crow's feet." "Seriously?" Chloe was doubtful as she touched the corners of her eyes. "I bet you've been busy at work and didn't get much rest recently. Did you finish using all the masks I asked my assistant to give you last time?" "Yeah," Chloe nodded, and Andrew said, "I'll ask someone from the company to bring you some later today." The Green Corporation owned a domestically renowned cosmetics brand, so Andrew was knowledgeable when it came to beauty products. Chloe, on the other hand, didn't like makeup, so naturally, she had no idea how to take care of her skin and didn't really understand what was what when it came to facial products. "No thanks. I'm still young. I'll be fine." "Sure. You're still young, but what about 10 years later? How can you expect Jack to love you until you die if you become old and ugly?" Chloe's expression dimmed upon hearing this. "Are you saying that my husband will fall in love with someone else and cheat on me in the future?" "No, Miss Chloe. I'm just saying that you should take care of your skin. Got it?" Soon, Andrew elegantly finished the last sip of his crab roe porridge. He got up. "I'm going off to reconciliation now. Thanks in advance for cleaning up this mess." Then, he smiled and walked out of Chloe's office. What the hell is wrong with this psycho? Why would he come to drink porridge at the hospital before the sun even came up? Chloe complained to herself as she began cleaning up her desk. Shortly afterward, it was time for the conference, so Chloe headed upstairs, quickly forgetting her conversation with Andrew. After lunch, however, she was completely dumbstruck when she opened the door to her office. On her desk was a giant pile of at least 10 different kinds of beauty products. "What in the world?" "Hi, Miss Green. I'm President Andrew's secretary. He asked me to bring these products to you." "How much is all this?" Chloe stuttered. For some reason, she was worried. What if that perv Andrew decided to dupe her out of a couple $100,000? She would never spend so much money on beauty products. Andrew's female assistant couldn't help but laugh, and she politely replied, "The president said they're a gift to you. These are all new products the company recently launched, and feedback has been promising. Please take them. Please thank Mr. Green for me." "I will, Miss Green. You're our president's younger sister, so it's only natural that he treats you this way. I'll be going now. Please call me if you need anything." Then, the female assistant politely handed Chloe a business card before turning around to leave. Chloe looked at the platinum-colored boxes filled with beauty products, face masks, eye masks, and feet masks. There were even butt masks. Ahem. Who would buy these? It's so perverted. Chloe never knew people used masks on their butts. What were they? Phones that needed full body protection? What was the Green Corporation going to come up with next? Tempered glass masks? Explosion-proof masks? Chloe didn't even want to think about it. Chloe randomly picked a mask up and glanced at it. She was shocked to see the price tag. A box containing 6 eye masks costs $39.98. Seriously? That meant a pair cost almost $700. Gosh, these masks weren't even reusable. Talk about ridiculous prices. Andrew's assistant brought her 15 boxes, meaning that the eye masks alone cost around $60,000. Andrew was almost comparable to Justin when it came to spending money. Since Chloe couldn't use everything, she gave some to her assistant, Violet, who took the beauty products feeling extremely flattered. Like always, Jack picked her after work. Chloe threw everything inside the trunk before getting onto the car, and Mr. Dawson immediately asked, "Honey, did your hospital give their employees perks today?" "What did they give? Olive oil or flour?" Mr. Dawson sure was a genius. "Olive oil? Flour? Who do you think I am? An elementary school teacher?" Chloe burst out in laughter. "What's so funny?" "Honey, can you not be so funny? Southside is a high-end recuperation center. You just lowered our status by so many notches." "What are they then?" "Beauty products." They're not from the hospital. Andrew gave them to me. Andrew? Jack froze for a second, and Chloe nodded. Yeah. For some reason, he came to reconcile the Green Corporation's accounts super early this morning. When he saw me, he told me that I had crow's feet, and that he was going to give me some eye masks. Then, at lunch, his assistant came with all this stuff. Maybe he wants me to advertise Green Corporation's new products. Yeah, maybe. Jack didn't say anything else, nor did he display any hints of jealousy. Andrew was a complicated man, so Jack would never make assumptions about him unless he had solid proofs. Moreover, he would never pressure Chloe emotionally for no reason. Jack was different from Justin. He was more of an introvert who didn't voice his every single emotion. Instead of telling the entire world, he used his actions to prove his love for Chloe. That was why Chloe felt extremely at peace when she was with Jack. It was as if she was sure that no one in this world loved her more than he did. She felt safe and secure as long as they were together. Honey, what are we eating tonight? Didn't you say a while ago that you wanted roasted lamb leg? I made reservations at the restaurant you were talking about. Whoa, awesome. Chloe was so happy that she grabbed Jack's face like a child and planted a big wet smooch on his face. She even got saliva on his face, but he didn't wipe it away, even though he was extremely germophobic. Only because his wife had just marked him. If Noah saw what just happened, he would probably slam on Jack for loving his wife too much. Chloe had been wanting to eat roasted lamb leg for a while. She didn't like lamb meat because it was too gamey. However, roasted lamb leg was different. After marinating it, the lamb leg was roasted atop fire and didn't taste gamey at all. It was a pleasure for all senses. Last time, she was just about to dig in with Victoria when Justin and the others came. To avoid arousing rumors, Chloe ran away before she even got a taste. She had been so busy recently that she forgot that she even wanted lamb leg. But Jack remembered. He remembered every word she said, even if she only said them subconsciously. At times like this, Chloe felt her heart was as warm as a summer's day. She knew that the hardships she and Jack suffered through were nothing compared to the happiness they were going to have in the future. Little did she know that God had more challenges for them to conquer. Towards the end, Chloe even wanted to kill herself, more than once, just to end the agony she felt from being away from Jack. Of course, this all happens in the future. Right now, Chloe had no idea that disaster was about to strike. While Jack drove, Chloe leaned on him and snuggled in his arm, taking in the unique scent of testosterone that only he emitted. She placed her right hand in Jack's and intertwined her fingers with his. Mr. Dawson complained, "Honey, if you keep doing that, I won't be able to focus on driving." Haha, just pretend I'm not here. I can't do that while you're openly seducing me, okay? Why don't we have car sex during that red light up front? Chloe rarely joked so dirtily, but Jack's expression dimmed as he responded, "Honey, that red light is only 35 seconds. What can we do in that short amount of time?" "Don't you know what you can do within that short amount of time?" Chloe asked in all seriousness. "Are you making fun of me?" Mr. Dawson finally realized that he had fallen into his wife's trap. Ha ha ha. Chloe laughed hysterically, but Jack couldn't do anything about it. He pinched the back of her hand lovingly. "Very well, I'll remember that and get you back tonight." Outside the restaurant, Jack was parking into an empty spot when Chloe suddenly saw someone. She said, "Honey, stop the car." Then, she immediately ran off. Jack followed the direction Chloe headed towards to see a woman wearing a red evening gown standing outside the hotel next to the restaurant. It was actually Brenny. Her hair was up in a bun, and she was wearing an extremely ordinary evening gown that didn't look expensive. Her makeup was roughly done, completely incomparable to how Victoria and Bella looked on their wedding days. She had a bridal corsage pinned to her gown and was saying goodbye to the guests by the entrance. Chloe was shocked to see Brenny at a place like this. They hadn't seen each other in a while. After Evelyn's fall from grace and subsequent disappearance, her life hadn't been easy. Chloe helped her out twice, and later heard that she was so terrified of Andrew that she moved in with her contractor boyfriend. But she never thought Brenny would get married so fast. Andrew got married yesterday while Brenny, today. He got married at a famous 5-star hotel, while she got married at a tiny hotel next to a roasted lamb restaurant. It looked pretty cheap. Chloe felt sorry for her. After all, she used to be a popular socialite in their circle, but now she was forced into the ultimate compromise. The saying was true. What goes around surely comes around. You got married today? Chloe asked as she looked at Brenny, who was wearing a bridal chipao, in disbelief. Yeah. Brenny nodded. She got married, but no one in her family attended her wedding. It was a pity. After Andrew defeated Timothy, the latter fell sick and moved to a 3-bedroom condo to recover. He refused to see anyone and was still getting over the shock. Plus, Andrew hired a caretaker and didn't let anyone visit. Evelyn, on the other hand, ran away with her son and lover with her last bucket of gold. However, their life abroad was so hard that Liam occasionally called Brenny up for money. She didn't have any money herself, so she found herself a contractor boyfriend who treated her pretty well. He often bought her clothes and gave her money. Then, she would save that money up and send it abroad to her mother and brother. In a nutshell, her life had not been easy. Therefore, she chose not to tell anyone that she was getting married. After all her fair-weather friends disappeared on her, and the only person who didn't hit her when she was down, Chloe, was currently way out of her league. Why didn't you say anything? Chloe looked at Brenny, slightly heartbroken. There was no longer a trace of arrogance on her face, which was instead replaced by peace. I was too embarrassed. I don't have any family left. My mom and brother are abroad, and our dad is sick. I know Andrew and Lily have been wishing for me to disappear, so I can't stay at home anymore. My old friends stopped contacting me, and after I moved out, I met this man and decided to marry him. I used to treat you badly, so I'm happy that you were still willing to help me back then. I would never have the face to ask you to come to my wedding, Brenny said, as she put her hands together and rubbed them gently. Chloe could see that she was nervous to see her. Is he good to you? Chloe took pity on Brenny, who was wearing a cheap evening gown. However, Chloe had known her for so long, but today was the most beautiful she had ever seen her. Her eyes were big and watery, and she showed dimples when she smiled. She was no longer the woman with princess syndrome. Chloe was surprised by Brenny's sudden decision to get married. Last time she saw her, Brenny was chasing after young Master Chase, even trying to compete with Zuri. Back then, Chloe thought that at the very least, she would find herself a rich heir to marry. He does. He's 10 years older than I am, and his wife died more than 2 years ago. He also has a 6-year-old son who lives with his grandparents. He's not super rich. He contracts a couple of projects each year and makes just enough for us to live off. I think it's good enough. Brenny still vividly remembered how she met him. Once, she was so drunk at a bar that a bunch of gangsters almost took her. That man saved her. Not only did he get her a hotel room, he also gave her some money. No one had treated Brenny with such warmth, especially since her fall from grace. Therefore, she mistook that feeling for love. Or perhaps he was her life-saving straw out of the Green family. Good. A simple and peaceful life can be just as sweet. Chloe looked at her and said slowly, perhaps it really was for the best. Or else, with Brenny's current status, her life will be filled with contempt and ridicule, even if she ended up marrying rich. Plus, her husband might not be loyal to her. That was why she might as well marry an ordinary man. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I hope I can forget the past and start over, Brenny said, enunciating each word. Chloe took her wallet out from her handbag and counted the cash inside it. She didn't carry a lot with her and only had less than 4,000. Therefore, she took out 3 grand and handed it to Brenny. Take this. No, I can't. Brenny was unwilling to accept the money, but Chloe insisted, it's my wedding present. Happy wedding. Then, before Brenny could protest, She stuffed the money in her hands. Brenny's eyes glistened with tears as her expression became complicated. Never did she think that her parents and her brother wouldn't be there on her wedding day, the most important day in a woman's life. Instead, Chloe, her old nemesis, was. How ironic, Chloe. Thank you for forgiving me. I'm not as magnanimous and generous as you are. That's why I can't have what you have. But still, I have to thank you for all that you've taught me. To me, our fights weren't bad experiences, but they're unforgettable. Normal people will never treat me in such a friendly manner after how I treated you back then. If you were a man, you would be extremely successful in life. Chloe smiled. But I'm a woman. That's why there are so many people who like you and want to protect you. Brenny seemed to remember something, as her expression became weird upon saying this. Hey, Brenny, is this a friend of yours? The groom came out and placed an arm over Brenny's shoulders. He was an ordinary-looking, slightly old and chubby man, wearing a rustic suit. The good thing was, he seemed nice and didn't look annoying at all. She's my friend, Brenny introduced Chloe, and the groom immediately invited her in. Welcome, there's a reception inside, come in. No, it's fine. My husband is still waiting for me. I have to go. Congratulations. After her wedding gift, Chloe didn't want to linger any longer than she had to, so she turned around to leave. By the time Chloe walked back to the restaurant, Jack had gotten out of his car. What happened? You look depressed. Jack could immediately tell that Chloe was down in the dumps. Brenny married a man who's 10 years older than she is. He's a middle-aged widower who has a 6-year-old son. I never thought she would choose a man like him. I feel really bad. Upon hearing this, Jack gently pulled Chloe into his arms and consoled her. Silly, she used to be your enemy. She's also an old friend, Chloe said, choking on her words. As a woman, she sympathized with Brenny's life. Hey, who's this showing PDA on the streets? What an eyesore! A woman's voice sounded from behind them in an extremely domineering manner. Chloe's tears broke into laughter upon hearing such a familiar voice. She turned around and asked, Why are you two idiots here? Chloe was pleasantly surprised to see Victoria and Sarah. They had all been busy recently, so aside from the occasional snap message, they barely met up. Chloe's mood was immediately lifted upon seeing her two best friends. Mr. Dawson called us and said he was treating us to roasted lamb leg. Sarah playfully pointed at Jack, and Chloe looked at him with happiness in her eyes. Why didn't you say anything? Would it still be a surprise if I told you? Jack lovingly rubbed Chloe's forehead. Sarah walked up to Chloe and grabbed her arm. Guys, enough! Can you stop making us miserable? Stop being so cheesy. Where's your police officer? He's still on duty. He'll be here in a bit. Chloe then turned around to look at Victoria. Where's young Master Blake? He's stuck in traffic. I came with Sarah. We took the overpass. Ha ha ha, what a smart cookie. Let's go in. Then, Chloe linked arms with Sarah on her left and Victoria on her right, dragging them into the restaurant. Jack reserved the most luxurious private room inside the restaurant. After sitting down, Chloe and her besties began chatting, and she quickly forgot about the sadness she just felt upon seeing Brenny. Jack, on the other hand, dealt with work on his phone, and soon, Brenton and Noah arrived. The three of them were extremely eye-catching, since every one of them was good-looking. Something interesting also happened as they ate. A waiter knocked on their door and came in, actually asking for a photo and autographs. At the time, Noah asked in a showy manner, "Did you mistake me for that celebrity?" Unfortunately, I'm not him. To their surprise, however, the waiter replied, "No, I just thought you guys are really good-looking, so perhaps you might become famous in the future. If I take a photo with you now, it might grow in value in the future." After hearing what he said, the others all burst out in laughter. Sarah laughed the hardest. She put her arms around Noah's neck and mocked him. "Mr. Officer, I never thought you would have such an embarrassing moment." Victoria, on the other hand, smiled at the waiter. "It's a shame you're a waiter. You should invest in the stock market with me. You've got great taste. I'm sure you'll thrive in the future." Yes, the waiter really did have good taste. He was the designated waiter for this private room, but this was the first time he had seen so many good-looking people gathered together. He thought they were art students. Therefore, he wanted to take a photo with them, just in case they became popular in the future. The truth was, although none of them were actors, he still benefited. Years later, when he unintentionally took this photo out, a friend of his immediately recognized the people in his photo and said, "Yo, your Photoshop skills are really good. This looks really real." Waiter: "This wasn't Photoshopped. I actually took a photo with these people." Friend: How did you get a chance to take photos with famous people like them?" Waiter: "Famous people? They're famous?" Friend: "Don't tell me you don't know who they are." Waiter: "I really don't. Back when I was working at another restaurant, I took a photo with them on a whim." Upon seeing his friend so dumbstruck, the waiter asked, "So who are they?" Friend: "Here, let me introduce you to these people. The man with the gorgeous smile is Blake Corporation's CEO, and the woman sitting beside him is Mrs. Blake, who was pregnant at the time. She's a famous domestic psychologist who later opened the biggest psychiatric hospital in our country. The person standing beside him, that tall guy with muscles, is Director Noah, head of the Municipal Bureau. The woman standing beside him is his wife, and I heard that she created her own line of perfumes. She's a full-on iron lady." Waiter: "Holy, what about this last couple? That insanely handsome man and the pretty woman beside him. I feel like their background would shock me the most." Friend: "You're right. They're the coolest. They used to be the most prestigious couple in the city. The man's a billionaire with the entire world underneath his feet. He's one of the richest people. This woman is incredibly smart. She's a medical marvel that the entire world knows about. She's also the only woman who has ever won the Nobel Prize of Medicine. At the time, it shocked the entire world. Let me tell you, you can sell that photo for at least $1 million now." Waiter: "Where are they now? Are they still in the city?" Friend: "Later. A lot of things happened. It's really hard to explain. But there's a TV show you can watch. It's about everything that happened in their lives." Waiter: "What TV show?" Friend: "The Sweet Love of Being Secretly Married." Waiter: "What in the world?" Friend: "It's based on a really good romance novel called The Reunion of Heartbeats." Waiter: "I've never heard of it before." Friend: "Anyways, bro, you sure have the foresight and are super lucky to have taken such an awesome photo with the 6 of them. Every single one of them is at the top of social circle." Waiter: "I finally get the meaning of sometimes a chance can come when you least expect it. The 6 of them always had a great time together. In the beginning, Brenton felt uncomfortable, since he and Justin were best friends who had known each other since they were little kids. Therefore, he always felt like a traitor if he was around Jack, as if he was betraying his buddy. So, whenever they hung out, he seemed down in the dumps. Later, thanks to the leading psychiatrist, Dr. Victoria's brainwashing, Brenton happily joined the couple's army, and even uploaded photos of them onto his Snap friend circle from time to time. Today, he uploaded a photo of the 6 of them at the Roasted Lamb restaurant, along with the following caption, "A night out with my wife's friends." As soon as this photo was uploaded, countless people began commenting. Zuri: "Whoa, you and my sister-in-law are so cute together. Stop making single people feel bad." Max: "You're a traitor, the ultimate traitor. I can't believe you would run to the enemy camp while our young Master Cooper is down south. I look down on you. By the way, is the roast lamb leg any good? Send me the address." Brenton replied, "F off." Then, a few seconds later, Justin, who never commented on others' posts, wrote, "Do you have an HD photo of the 3rd person from the left? I'll pay you big money for it." Upon seeing his comment, Brenton almost fell over his chair. It was no surprise that the person Justin was talking about was Chloe. But Brenton deliberately teased Justin. Third one from the left? Are you talking about that police officer guy? Justin. F off. Don't play dumb with me. He's the third one from the right, not from the left. You get one last chance or else I'm flying back tonight and strangling you in your bed. Brenton. Haha. Please forgive me, Master Cooper. I'll send you a photo right now. Max. Young Master Blake has no morals. I despise you. By the way, is the roasted lamb leg any good? Seriously, send me your address or a location pin. Brenton replied, GTFO. Brenton was a man of his words. As soon as he finished replying, he picked up his phone and secretly took a photo of Chloe. However, the photo was a little blurry, so he quickly snapped 2 more. What are you doing? Victoria moved up to him, whispered into his ear. Shit. Victoria, are you trying to scare me to death? I'm asking you, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. I wanted to post on my Snap friend circle, so I took a photo. Feeling guilty, Brenton immediately put his phone on the table. On the other side of the table, Chloe curiously looked towards them. Afraid of being found out, Brenton quickly looked down, picked up a napkin, and began wiping the corner of Victoria's mouth. Look at you, Victoria. There's oil all over your mouth. Holy, can you not use the napkin you just used to wipe my mouth? Brenton didn't know what to say as he looked down in his hand. As expected, he was so nervous that he picked up the wrong napkin. The good news was, he successfully sent Chloe's photos over to Justin. Justin was standing by a beach at the South Sea, watching the mesmerizing sunset and the rolling waves when he received the photos from Brenton. He looked at the woman in them, his eyes filled with endless tenderness. In the photo, Chloe's hair fell down to her shoulders, curving inwards at the bottom. Her hairstyle looked like that of the female lead in a popular web series, With You. She had this haircut in high school, and once Jack randomly mentioned that he liked her hair like that. So she decided to go back to this cutesy-tootsy haircut, just for her hubby. Weirdly enough, Chloe, who was now 24 years old, still looked natural in the haircut she used to have 7 years ago. Time barely left any traces on her face. Whether it was 7 years ago or 7 years later, Chloe still looked calm and collected. She emitted a mature and magnanimous aura that people her age didn't have. Today, Chloe was wearing a simple shirt with spider lilies embroidered onto the collar. The lilies were black, perfectly complementing her white shirt. Both her face and clothes looked clean and delicate. Chloe was like a breath of fresh air on a warm spring day. Justin stared at her photo, feeling an inexplicable peacefulness spread all over his body. The saying, "One man's honey is another man's poison," described Justin perfectly. To Jack, Chloe was his honey. He treasured all the memories they had together and couldn't wait to create more for the future. However, to Justin, Chloe's high school years, the ones he failed to participate in, felt like a jar of poison. He felt so much pain every time he saw her standing next to Jack, smiling idiotically out of happiness. "Young Master, the commander needs you for the meeting." "Okay," Justin said, as he carefully put away his cell phone and headed back to base. Here, with his grandpa, he wasn't the beer and Skittles young Master Cooper he was in the city. Rather, he wore a military uniform, trained and attended meetings, day in and day out. He woke up and went to bed early, doing everything a normal soldier would. His life felt complete. He didn't dare slow down because as soon as he did, his thoughts would run wild. As soon as his thoughts ran wild, he would think of that woman named Chloe. As soon as Chloe crossed his mind, his heart would begin to ache. It literally felt like an unbreakable, vicious cycle. Military base. Grandpa Cooper was meeting with a few subordinates when Justin walked in. The others smiled. "Justin's grown up quite a bit. It's time for him to get married." "Uncle, don't make fun of me. I'm still young." Justin smiled, but that man replied immediately, "You're not young. When the commander was your age, your dad was already 5 years old." Justin felt speechless. Justin, come here. Your uncles went through great lengths for you. They picked out a bunch of female army medics for you. Come here and take a look. They're all doctors. You like doctors, right? In Grandpa Cooper's hands were no less than 20 photos of young women in military uniforms, each one prettier than the last. No thanks, Grandpa. Why not? Grandpa, I came down south with you this time around to experience life, not to get a wife. Plus, if I wanted to date, there are so many women back home, I didn't have to come all the way down here. Tsk, tsk. Listen to my grandson. He's so good at bickering and false reasoning with me. Grandpa Cooper pointed at Justin helplessly. Justin, don't make your grandpa's life too hard. He's an old man. Grandpa Cooper's subordinates tried to persuade Justin. Justin glanced over at them and then back at his grandpa. Pointing to his chest, Justin said unyieldingly, enunciating each word, I'm not purposely trying to make your life hard, Grandpa. So please don't do the same to me. I'm old enough to make my own decisions. If you want, I can devote my entire life to the military. I'm even willing to die for our country, but please stop forcing women onto me. I only have one heart. I'd like to make my own choices when it comes to relationships. Grandpa Cooper felt tears circling in his eyes. Then, he placed the photos down and sighed. Forget it, you little brat. I can't boss you around anymore. Do whatever you want, but remember that I'll always be a proud grandpa. At a restaurant in the city, the three couples were enjoying dinner when Sarah suddenly suggested, Let's play an IQ testing game. What do you guys think? Ahem. Sarah, calm down. You should really think before you speak. Noah immediately stopped Sarah, who rolled her eyes at him. What's wrong with my suggestion? Are you sure you want to play an IQ testing game with Chloe and Dr. Victoria? Noah drew their names out on purpose, while Brenton and Jack smiled without saying anything. So what if I am? Sarah was arrogant as could be. Then aren't you just throwing crap at a fan? It's okay that we're not smart, but we have to know our place. I would never do self-abusing things. Sure, if you don't agree, then you have to move out of my apartment tonight. Noah looked like he was about to cry. You can't threaten people like that. Sarah was not cute at all when she was being unreasonable. Wait, you guys are living together? Chloe covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, you didn't even invite us over for a housewarming. I thought we were friends. Victoria also added fuel to the flames. Only then did Sarah realize that she said the wrong thing, and Noah covered his forehead and sighed. I'm not scared of a godlike opponent, but I am scared of a pig-like teammate. What did you just say? Sarah raised her voice. Noah almost jumped from fear upon hearing Sarah's voice. He then sat up and said, I said, Sarah, you're right. We should definitely play an IQ testing game. Worst comes to worst, we'll take the last and second to last places, right? Sarah didn't know how to respond to this. Were they really going to lose that badly? She didn't believe it. Hey, high IQ freaks, do you have the guts to play? Sarah looked at Victoria and Chloe provokingly. I'm down, Chloe replied calmly. So am I, Victoria said domineeringly. Sarah put her hands on her waist and glanced at Jack and Brenton. What about the two of you? I'll listen to my wife, Brenton said as he put his arm around Victoria, while Jack pinched Chloe's cheek. Chloe calls the shots. At this, Noah looked at the two of them with disdain. Wife slaves are the worst. Then, he grinned cheekily at Sarah. We'll do whatever makes you happy, sweetie. Jack and Brenton were at a loss for words. Mr. Dawson retorted, So, you're a wife slave as well. You're the pot, and we're the kettle, and you're calling us black. Noah, on the other hand, boldly objected. Come on, we're not the same. How so? Brenton asked, not sure what Noah meant, and the latter laughed ostentatiously. They're your wives, but Sarah's just my girlfriend. That's the difference. So, what you're saying is, we're sleeping with our wives legally, but you're shacking up illegally? You're a member of the People's Police. How can you knowingly break the law? Shame on you. Brenton laughed, and Jack chimed in. Yeah, what's the number of the Municipal Bureau? I'd like to report illegal activity. Noah. Ahem. Guys, have some more to eat and drink. Let's enjoy ourselves. In the end, he jumped into the hole he originally dug for other people, but no one was surprised since he had done it more than once. Sarah was still enthusiastic. Are we playing or not? Of course we are. We'd never rain on your parade. Chloe laughed. Yeah, of course. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to make you happy, girl, Victoria said, as played with her phone. Having high IQ doesn't make you unbeatable. Let me tell you, this game is really hard. Having high IQ alone isn't going to cut it, Sarah said confidently. So? Care to explain the rules to us, Sarah? Chloe rarely saw Sarah so happy, and was determined to go with the flow. Let me tell you guys the wager first. Whoever loses will have to put $1,000 on the table, and winner takes all. Yeah? You're obviously trying to dupe us out of money, girl. Chloe laughed. Yup, that's exactly what I'm doing. So, do you have the guts to play? I'm in. We're in. Chloe and Victoria knew Sarah pretty well, so they agreed to her wager before the latter even explained the rules. Miss Sarah, you're so beautiful and kind. Can you please tell us the rules of the game now? Noah asked anxiously. The rules of the game are simple. We're telling jokes. Sarah finally revealed her conspiracy. Jokes? How's that an IQ testing game? Noah was flabbergasted. We each tell a joke. If everyone laughs, that person wins. However, if one person doesn't laugh, whoever told the joke will have to put $1,000 in the middle of the table. The winner will take all the money, haha. Sarah was extremely proud of herself. Look at you. You're acting like you're going to win for sure. Victoria laughed as she looked at Sarah. So, allow me to make a toast to everyone before each of you go on to tell the funniest joke you've ever heard. Then, Sarah picked up the bottle of wine and filled everyone's glasses. Victoria was pregnant, so Sarah poured her a glass of water instead. After they emptied their glass, Noah volunteered himself. Let me go first. Everyone at the bureau would fall onto the floor laughing after listening to my jokes. They literally can't control themselves. Was that your joke, Mr. Dawson? Sitting beside him, suddenly asked. Screw you, I haven't started yet, okay? Noah glared back at Jack, sending Chloe and Victoria into nonstop laughter. Hurry up, don't waste our time. Sarah punched Noah's waist with her fist. Then, Noah began telling his joke as if he were acting out a play. A Buddhist monk was meditating when he suddenly saw a scoundrel who pinned his long blade against the monk's neck. Scoundrel. Stupid old man. Give me all your money and I'll let you live. Buddhist monk. Money is just a worldly possession. I'm not born with it and I can't bring it with me when I die. Take them all. Take them all. Then, the monk gave all his money to the scoundrel. Scoundrel. This is your life savings. Are you really willing? Buddhist monk. Buddhist practitioners all believe in karma. Something must have happened to us in our previous life for you to rob me in this life. Touched, the scoundrel asked. Master, I have sinned. Can I still be saved? Buddhist monk. Yes. Scoundrel. How? Buddhist monk. Put down your blade and devote yourself to Buddhism. Then, the scoundrel placed his blade on the ground and began repenting. Then, the monk walked up to the scoundrel, picked up his blade off the ground, and pinned it to the scoundrel's neck. Give me back my money, you little BS retard. Who the hell do you think you are? After Noah's lively storytelling, Chloe and Victoria burst out in laughter. Jack and Brenton acted more reserved and smiled shyly. Sarah, on the other hand, didn't even show a hint of a smile. Hey, can't you save me some face? Noah complained, while Sarah stuck out her hand. Stop with the nonsense, take out your wallet. Noah thought his joke was pretty funny. When he told it at the bureau, everyone laughed. How did Sarah, a woman normally with an incredibly low laughing point, contain herself from laughing? Helpless, Noah had no choice to admit defeat and take out his wallet. Then, He placed $1,000 in the basket in the middle of the table. "Who's next?" Sarah asked, relishing in the situation. Upon seeing her arrogant expression, Chloe muttered to Victoria, "I think Sarah is going to use all her might to dupe us today. I'll go." Seeing that no one else wanted to go, Brenton stood up. Victoria tilted her head to look at her husband. She was curious as to just how good her husband's joke was going to be. The chicken wanted to know what happiness was. Therefore, he asked the tiger. The tiger said that happiness was being with family. Then, he asked the lion. The lion said having multiple wives was happiness, but the chicken wasn't happy with his answer. So, he went to ask the jaguar, who said that happiness was having a healthy body. At the end of the day, the chicken went home and told his mom everything that happened. Then, his mother rubbed his head and sighed. "My child, the truth is, you're the happiest one today." Confused, the chicken asked why, and his mother said, "Look at the ones you went to ask your stupid question. I can't believe you made it back alive. You should be happy for that." As soon as Brenton finished his joke, Victoria burst out in laughter and coyishly pinched Brenton's arm. "You've never told me anything this funny. I just thought of it, honey. Stop pinching me. I'm going to bruise." Then, Brenton glanced around the group. Everyone was laughing except for Sarah, whose face was as calm as could be. "You're determined to win money today, aren't you?" Brenton laughed. So did Victoria, as she said, "Keep holding back. Let's see when you give in. Ha." Then, Brenton took $1,000 out of his wallet and placed it in the basket as well. He was the second one to lose today. It seemed like things were off to a rough start. At that moment, Chloe pulled on Jack's sleeve. "Honey, you should tell a joke. The two other men on the table did already, so it's your turn now." "Okay." Mr. Dawson then sank into deep thought. He was usually a cold and arrogant man, and he rarely turned himself into laughingstock. Therefore, asking him to tell the others a joke was like asking Chloe to give up really tasty food. But his wife made a request, and he didn't want to disappoint her. So, feeling uncomfortable, Jack got up and said in all seriousness, "I'll tell a joke then. It might not be funny, and there might be awkward silence at the end." "Don't worry. Your joke doesn't have to be funny. Actually, you might as well just take out a $1,000 right now," Noah interjected. Chloe clapped and cheered her husband on with her tiny fists. "You can do it, honey." Jack nodded. Then he said, "An old farmer had a pig. He raised it for many years and it grew up to be fat and strong, but he didn't want to kill it. One day, the Animal Protection Association came to his house for an inspection. They asked, 'What does your pig eat every day?' He answered, 'Wild vegetables.' Unhappy with what they heard, the association accused him of mistreating animals and fined him $500. Although the old farmer was pissed, he still paid the fine. The next day, a charity came and asked him, 'What does your pig eat every day?' The farmer answered, 'It eats fish and meat every day. He eats whatever I eat.' However, the charity was angry and said, 'That's considered wasting food. Do you know that children in the mountains can't even afford to eat bread?' Then, they fined the farmer $500, which the latter gloomily paid. On the day after that, county officials stopped by his house. They asked, 'What does your pig eat every day?' After thinking about it long and hard, the farmer finally answered carefully, 'I give it $10 a day for it to buy whatever it wants to eat.' Everyone burst out in laughter as soon as Jack finished his joke. Chloe gave her husband a thumbs up. "I find it funnier that you're able to tell a joke with such a serious expression on your face. Jack, I didn't know you were capable of humor, haha." Victoria almost fell onto the floor laughing. Brenton and Noah were also chuckling. Then everyone glanced over at Sarah, whose face was calm and emotionless. Sarah didn't laugh again? Noah raised an eyebrow, and Jack immediately took out $1,000 and placed it into the basket. The three men on the table all lost gloriously. "Victoria, you go. Break through." Sarah's zombie face Chloe looked at Victoria, who rolled up her sleeves and got up with some difficulty. Sounds good. Don't worry. Trust me. I'll tell a super funny joke. I swear that this joke has never failed me. Brenton held her carefully, afraid she might hurt herself. Honey, calm down. Don't move too much. Take it easy. Are you ready? Victoria asked confidently. She had a PhD in psychology, so making others laugh would be easy, right? Therefore, everyone placed their hopes on her. Victoria cleared her throat and said in a serious tone, An American man, a French man, and a Chinese man were walking in the desert. They were exhausted, starving, and thirsty. As they walked, they picked up a bottle that happened to contain a genie. He said, I am a genie, and can fulfill 3 wishes for each of you. The American man liked capitalizing on the situation and said, First, I want a lot of money. Second, I would like more money. Third, I want to go back to America. The genie nodded his head, waved his hand, and sent the American man home with his money. The French man said, First, I want a lot of hot chicks. Second, I would like even more hot chicks. Third, I want to go back to France. With a wave of the genie's hand, the French man was sent back to France with his women. Lastly, the Chinese man said, My first wish is to have a bottle of vodka. The genie fulfilled his wish, and after the man finished drinking the first bottle, he said, My second wish is to have another bottle. The genie fulfilled his wish again, and after he finished the second bottle, the genie asked, What is your third wish? After some thought, he said, I miss those 2 buddies of mine. Get them back here. With a wave of the genie's hand, the American man and French man were back to where they started. After Victoria finished, everyone laughed. They didn't howl with laughter, but it was quite interesting. Again, Sarah was the only one who didn't laugh. Victoria continued to say, Chill, I'm not done yet. The 3 people continued walking in the desert, and quickly they found another bottle. Another genie came out and said, I was the other genie's brother, and since I'm not as strong as he is, I can only fulfill 2 wishes per person. The American and French men schemed and decided to let the Chinese man go first. After some thought, he said, Give me a bottle of vodka. After drinking it, the genie asked for his second wish, to which he replied, I'm out of wishes. You can go back now. The French man and the American man were stunned, since the genie left before they could say their wish. Chloe held onto Jack's neck as she laughed her head off. Brenton laughed while recording her. Noah was entertained too and said, Dr. Victoria, that's good. I'm going to tell my colleagues that joke later. Everyone looked at Sarah, who still didn't laugh at all. Victoria felt like she lost her face, and she immediately said, I'm not done yet. The 3 kept walking and found another bottle. A genie said, I am the disciple of those 2 genies, and since I'm not as strong as them, I can only fulfill 1 wish. Right when the genie finished, both the American and French man said, Send the Chinese guy home. So, the Chinese man got home safely, the genie left, and the American and French men stayed in the desert forever. Victoria finished her 3-part story. It was pretty epic. However, Sarah didn't laugh. Sarah, don't you think it's funny? Noah was dumbfounded. No, pay up, Dr. Victoria. Sarah gestured. Admiring Sarah's will, Victoria took out $1,000, placed the money into the basket, and said, Sarah, I respect you. At last, everyone put their hopes on Chloe. Feeling the anticipation, Chloe pouted and said, Don't look at me like that. My stress is going up. We believe in you. Victoria laughed. I don't even believe in myself. I laugh at everything. Chloe was a little embarrassed. It's okay. You're the only one who can compete with Sarah now. I believe in you. Brenton thought that Chloe could beat Sarah's weirdness with her intellect. So, Chloe nodded and told her most classic joke to an eager audience. Chloe cleared her throat and began her story in a serious tone. A man got into an accident during one of his adventures in the sea. his pet pig and pet dog drifted with him to an unknown deserted island. In desperation, the man had to make a living here. Every day, he would eat wild fruits and grilled fish, and he would go to the spring water on the island. Overall, he had a pretty chill time, but as time went on, it was inevitable for physiological needs to arise. After Chloe finished her first part of the story, Brenton couldn't help but laugh for a brief second before Victoria secretly stomped on his foot, finding him a little embarrassing. Chloe continued, and then, after he had another one of his many wet dreams, he finally couldn't take it anymore. After rolling over in the middle of the night, he took a look at the pet dog and pet pig that were sound asleep. After careful consideration, he decided to lay his hands on the pig first. After all, the pig was female and the dog was male. Ha ha ha. It was Noah's first time hearing Chloe telling an 18-plus joke, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter right away. Why you laughing? She didn't even finish yet. Can you calm your balls? Sarah glared at Noah. Master Dawson was still very calmly drinking the wine in his glass, enjoying a great time as his beloved wife told her joke. Chloe scanned around and continued. That guy finally decided to get it on with his pet pig and tried to rape it. However, just before he could succeed, his pet dog jumped at him and bit his butt. The man was furious as he got up and tried to chase the dog, but the dog got away. When he turned around to check on the pig also got away. Just like that, a month passed, and under his pet dog's sabotaging, he never once succeeded. At last, he was exhausted as he laid on the beach. At this moment, he began complaining to God why the misfortunes were all happening to him. Unexpectedly, in just 3 seconds, a completely naked, beautiful lady appeared in front of him. The beautiful lady said, "Hello, handsome. I was sent here by God. He sympathized with the tragedy that happened to you, so he sent me down here to fulfill all the needs you may have. You can let me know your wish." After pondering for 3 seconds, the man shyly asked, "Big sis, can you help me catch the pig?" After Chloe finished, everyone was dying of laughter. Noah's stomach was even hurting from laughing too much. He looked towards Jack and said, "Your wife is too talented, haha. First time hearing you tell an 18-plus joke, too funny." Victoria almost laughed out tears. Jack adoringly looked at Chloe. His face was like he was smiling. It turned out that his wife also had this ability to be able to tell 18-plus jokes. All right, it seemed like they would have a good time when they get home tonight. Then everyone all collectively looked towards Sarah, noticing that she was almost about to laugh but was trying very hard not to. In the end, she didn't. But just by the looks of it, she had a pretty hard time keeping it in. "Hey, come on. You are not even going to laugh at my joke just for a couple of $1,000?" Speechless, Chloe also put in $1,000 into the basket in the middle. "It's not about the money, but I have to beat you all at least once. Otherwise, you guys will think I'm a good-for-nothing that doesn't have any skills," Sarah yelled. "In fact, I just like your silly look of not having any skills. Pretty cute." Noah laughed and said, "Sarah, screw you. Very well, very well. We all lost. It's all up to you now. Let's see if you can make us laugh." Chloe smiled at Sarah mysteriously. "You will see." Sarah was super confident. "I have a feeling my Sarah is about to surprise us all," Noah also said, anticipating. Chloe, "Same feeling." Victoria, "Me too." "All right, everyone quiet. I'm going to use my ultimate, everyone. Listen carefully." Then, Sarah got up from her seat and stood in the open area inside the VIP room. "Oh? Looks like the joke also comes with actions?" Brenton stroked his chin and guessed. Sarah was the last one not to laugh at the jokes, and she was about to tell her own. Sarah looked around before calmly speaking. Once upon a time, there was a king. His favorite pet was an elephant, who became extremely arrogant because the king spoiled it. Nobody dared to mess with it. Finally, when it was time for the king's daughter to find someone to marry, the king thought, I'll marry my daughter to whoever can make my elephant shake its head, nod, then sit in the fountain. However, many young men came to try and ultimately failed. One day, a young beggar showed up and asked the king if he could try. The king thought that he wouldn't succeed, so he said yes. The beggar asked the elephant, "Do you know me?" And the elephant shook its head. Then he asked, "I heard that you're a badass?" The elephant nodded. At last, he took out a match and lit its tail on fire. The elephant immediately sat in the fountain to put it out. Everyone was surprised, and the king was the most surprised out of everyone. However, he didn't want to marry the princess to the beggar, so he said, "That didn't count. I'll marry my daughter to you if you can make my elephant nod first, shake its head, and sit in the fountain." In no rush, the beggar walked up to the elephant and asked, "Bro, do you know me now?" Scared, the elephant nodded. He then asked, "Are you still a badass now?" The elephant backed off and shook its head. At last, he took out a torch and said, "You know what to do now, right?" The elephant nodded and immediately sat in the fountain. Everyone laughed after Sarah finished her joke. Though it wasn't howling laughter, everyone was having fun. "You all laughed. Do I get the money?" Sarah was happy. "Yes, yes, yes, you're the best. Take it, you got us this time." Victoria covered her mouth and laughed. Although everyone lost money, they had fun. Besides, one must be really proud to be able to get everyone at this table to take turns telling jokes. Especially Jack. This was even the first time Chloe heard him tell one. Sarah put the $5,000 in her purse and felt great. Chloe smiled and said, "Sarah got everyone. She did it on purpose." But I just remembered another story. What story? Everyone was confused. "Sarah," Chloe said, "there was a joke-telling competition in the forest. Every animal took turns telling the story. If even one animal did not laugh, the one telling the joke would be thrown into the river. The first one up was the monkey. He told a great joke that made everyone but the piggy laugh. Thus, he was thrown into the river. The second one up was the giraffe, and the piggy was the only one who didn't laugh. The giraffe ended up in the river as well. The last one up was the cow. He told a super corny joke and nobody laughed, except the piggy. Surprised, the pony asked the piggy why he laughed, even though it wasn't funny. Guess what the piggy said? Victoria answered, "The piggy must have liked the joke." Chloe shook her head. "Maybe the piggy and cow are good friends," Brenton guessed. Chloe shook her head again. "Then why did the piggy laugh? Tell us," Noah curiously asked. Chloe answered with a straight face. The piggy said, "The monkey's joke was so funny." Everybody was stunned. It turned out that the piggy had a slow reaction, so he reacted to the first joke when they told the third. The monkey and the giraffe were super wronged. Sarah immediately realized that Chloe was making fun of her, so she jumped up and put Chloe in a chokehold. "You damned girl, how dare you to mock me? You're saying that I'm the piggy, no? Do you think I don't know? I'll strangle you." "Ha ha! Help me! This psycho woman is trying to kill me." Chloe retracted her neck and yelled. The two didn't care about their image and played around like they used to. It had been a long time since Chloe fooled around with Sarah like this. Jack and Noah felt like they went back into time too, as if they all returned to 7 years ago. They became happy without even noticing it. Victoria caressed her stomach and watched the happy scene unfold in front of her. The three couples' meeting was extra warm and happy. The dinner lasted until 11, but everyone still didn't have enough fun. Victoria wanted to go to Seductive Fox, but everyone disagreed, considering that she was pregnant. Sarah was extremely generous. She ended up using the $5,000 to pay for the bill. Then, the three pairs all went home. Sarah got onto Noah's Jaguar since they had been living together recently. Noah's condo was new and smelled a bit strong, so the two stayed at Sarah's rental apartment for the time being. When they got onto his car, Noah pulled on the seatbelt for Sarah. When Noah leaned in, Sarah suddenly hugged him. Such a gentle gesture stunned Noah a little. "Sarah, what's wrong?" "Noah, thank you for loving me." Noah didn't think that this girl would get so serious all of a sudden. So he didn't know what to say. Then, Sarah continued to say, "I don't believe in myself at all. I'm not as smart as Chloe. I can't be as calm as she is. I don't have an education like Victoria's, and I can't see through people as she can. Compared to them, I'm the most average person. I'm just a dumb, happy-go-lucky girl. I thought that someone like me would never find happiness, but you gave me everything that I ever wanted. I feel like everything is unreal sometimes. You're from an esteemed family. You're so successful, and I'm just the daughter of an average citizen. I'm dumb. I have quite a temper and poisonous mouth, but you still love me. So, thank you, my handsome cop." Sarah held onto Noah's neck and softly confessed her feelings to him. Noah felt like his heart was melting. He wasn't used to the fierce woman being so gentle all of a sudden. "Sarah, you're acting strange. You're not breaking up with me, right?" Noah thought he sensed a breakup from her words. Usually, when two people separated, the girl would say something along the lines of, "You're great, but we're not meant to be together. I'm not breaking up with your ass. If you dare break up with me, I'll hunt you down until the day I die." Sarah immediately showed her true colors. Noah saw that Sarah was still the same old her and rested easy. "I got so scared. I thought you were possessed or something." Noah smiled. "Possessed your ass. Did you understand what I was saying?" Sarah raised her head, pouted, and asked Noah with a displeased face, "What were you saying?" Noah played dumb. "Damn, did you hear farts instead of words?" Sarah's face darkened. "Ha ha ha." Noah couldn't hold back his laughter. "To be honest, I feel like a loser when I am with Chloe and Victoria. Sometimes I think I'll never reach their level of success, but I don't compare myself with them. They're my good friends, and I am happy for them as long as they're happy. I suggested the game because I wanted to win, just once. I wanted to prove that there's something I am good at. I wanted to laugh so much during their jokes, because they were all great. No matter how stupid I am, I still saw that they were letting me off easy. They all laughed at my joke even though it wasn't that funny. They wanted me to have my moment. I am so glad to have a group of friends like this. I love them so much, but I love you more." Noah lovingly kissed Sarah's forehead. "Idiot. You might not be the best, but you are the best in my eyes. There's only one Sarah in the world, and she's mine. The kind-hearted, poisoned-mouthed, beautiful, large-chested flight attendant who can argue with me at any given moment. I don't care about what the others say, but in my heart, you're priceless." It was also Sarah's first time seeing Noah being so sincere. She felt her heart melting at his words. She hugged Noah's neck and leaned in. The two began making out in the car while holding onto each other tightly. From the initial warm, gentle kisses to a thunderstorm. On the other hand, Jack and Chloe headed straight for South Hill Manor. Chloe was in a great mood as she hummed in the passenger seat. "Sweetie, did you have fun tonight?" I had so much fun. It felt like we were back to being teenagers when I play-fought Ling Ling." "I felt the same way." Jack smiled. "Honey?" Jack said. Today, I found out that you know how to tell dirty jokes." Chloe was speechless. "So when we get home, shower, and go to bed, can you tell me 2 more? I want to hear more descriptive ones, okay?" Jack said while driving. Chloe didn't know how to respond. She didn't really mean it. She just said it in the heat of the moment without thinking. She didn't know that Mr. Dawson would remember it so well. She thought that he put a dirty jokes label on her, but it wasn't in her nature. "Ahem, you're mistaken. I saw it in a magazine. I'm not good at telling them," Chloe guiltily explained. "Oh, that's fine. Where did you read it? I'll buy a few more editions for you and you can tell me the jokes once you learn them." Jack was incredibly calm. Chloe was speechless again. On the other hand, inside the Jaguar, the two were passionately making out. Everyone else was home. but they were still at the parking lot of the restaurant. After a long time, they couldn't breathe anymore, and finally, Noah reluctantly let go of Sarah. Then, he diligently fixed her messy shirt for her. Noah lovingly and gently looked at Sarah. He carelessly said something to her. Completely unexpected, it shocked her like a landmine. Sarah thought he would say, "Sarah, let's go home." However, Noah said, in all seriousness, "Sarah, let's get married." "What did you say?" Sarah felt her brain blanking out. "Marry me. Let's get married." Noah lovingly looked at Sarah as he repeated what he just said. Something as serious as a marriage proposal was so easily said by Noah. Although there were no flowers, no diamond ring, no candles, no fireworks, and no party. Sarah was still overwhelmed by the scene as tears rolled down her eyes. She didn't know what was happening, but her tears kept on falling. "Why are you crying?" Noah was scared. He didn't understand the thought process of women. He thought that his proposal scared Sarah into crying. Noah pulled out some tissues and wiped the tears away from Sarah's face. "Do you think marriage proposal is a peanut-sized topic, and you can talk about it whenever you want?" "You don't even have a ring," Sarah complained as she continued to wail. In fact, she was just trying to cover up her tears of happiness. "Yes, I do." As if it was a display of magic, Noah took out a red velvet box and opened it in front of Sarah. The style was quite normal, but the diamond was huge. "It's so big. How much did it cost?" Sarah asked as she wiped the tears off her face. "Not much. Less than $100,000. Noah laughed like a silly kid. "Less than $100,000. You don't even make that much in a year." Sarah was angry and upset. "It's fine, haha. I'll save up for 2 years if a year's worth isn't enough. I've been working for so long, I don't spend that much anyways. My parents pay for my living costs, so I had enough for the ring." "You're so stupid. Why did you have to get such a big one?" Sarah always knew that despite how rich Noah's family was, he didn't earn much less than Sarah did. He was no comparison to Jack and Brenton, who were crazy rich CEOs. So, she was heartbroken that he spent so much on a ring. I thought that if the diamond was bigger, the chance that you'll accept my proposal is higher, right?" Scratching his head, Noah smiled. "You're so dumb." Sarah loved the ring. She put it on her middle finger, and it fit perfectly. "Your guess on ring size is pretty accurate. You must have gotten lucky," Sarah fiercely said. "It wasn't a guess. I measured it with a string when you were asleep." Noah looked innocent. Sarah immediately felt warmness in her heart. After all, the outwardly heartless workaholic police officer actually paid attention to detail. "Where are the flowers?" "There are no flowers." Sarah purposely tried to find faults. "Flowers? I have flowers. Just you wait." After speaking, she saw Noah pull out a grocery bag from the back seat. He produced a small bag from it and handed it over. Sarah was dumbfounded when she saw what it was. "Flower cakes?" "Yeah. I thought that flowers were impractical and a waste. Flower cakes are made from flowers anyways, and you can even eat them." "Haha. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Sarah was rendered speechless. Having lived for so long, she had literally never seen someone use a flower cake to substitute for fresh flowers at a marriage proposal. Then, he heard Sarah lamentingly say, "If you can use flower cakes to replace flowers, can't I just get you some sweetheart cake as a wife?" Noah couldn't speak. "But the diamond is real." Sarah burst out smiling when she saw Noah's innocent expression. "So, will the gentle, beautiful, kind, unique, special Miss Sarah marry me?" Noah didn't know how to be romantic, and originally he wanted to propose while they were getting intimate at home when the mood was right. However, he found the mood to be just right when they were making out in the car. So, he just proposed in the car instead. He waited for Sarah to say yes. Then, they could register tomorrow and bid adieu to their single life. The truth was, Sarah had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Like the Dawson couple, She and Noah also let 7 years pass them by. They were supposed to date 7 years ago, but for various reasons, they didn't end up together. After 7 years, they circled back to each other. Therefore, both of them treasured their relationship more than anything. Ever since they moved in together, they had been living like a married couple. During her days off, Sarah would cook for Noah and wash his clothes. After he got off work, they would watch movies at the theater and have midnight snacks just like everyone else. All they were missing was a marriage certificate. Sarah wasn't a prissy. Rather, she was a ditzy girl who, in the past, had been hurt by men more than once. Therefore, although she didn't want to get married at such a young age, she had to admit that she loved Noah very much. To Sarah, he was already her lifelong partner. However, she was not prepared at all for his sudden proposal. "Sarah, come back to me." Sarah had been looking down in silence this entire time, making Noah feel extremely uneasy. After a few seconds, she finally looked up and placed the diamond ring back in Noah's hand. "What are you doing?" he asked, feeling his heart sink. "I really want to marry you, but now's not the time. I'm waiting." "Waiting for what?" Noah asked, confused. "Until Chloe gets pregnant," Sarah answered, enunciating each word. Noah fell silent at her response. He didn't expect this answer at all. Sarah explained, "Chloe treats me like a sister, and even disregards her own life to help and protect me when something happens. I remember everything she's done for me. Her not being able to get pregnant after she got married has been a prick on her heart. But I know she will sooner or later get a baby. Once she becomes pregnant, we'll get married and have children at the same time. It's perfect. That's what I'm waiting for." Then, Noah paused as he brushed the tip of his nose with his finger. "If she never gets pregnant, does that mean we're never getting married?" "Of course not. I just want us to wait a while longer. I know they'll get pregnant. Give me a year. If they don't get pregnant by then, we'll still get married, okay?" "I want to wait for her," Sarah said, word for word. Noah had been working in the criminal police squad for a while now, so he was good at observing people's expressions. Most of the time, he could tell whether a person was lying just by looking at their face. He carefully looked into Sarah's eyes and saw nothing but sincerity. It really seemed like she wanted to wait for Chloe to get pregnant first, before announcing their marriage as a cherry on top. "Sure, I'll listen to you." Noah nodded in agreement. "Then, you're not angry at me, right?" Sarah asked worriedly. She didn't want Noah to feel disappointed. "Of course not. Why would I be angry? You're mine anyways. I know you're not going anywhere." Then, before Sarah could respond, he picked up the ring and forcibly slid it onto Sarah's finger, saying domineeringly, "Wear the ring. You are going to be my wife, sooner or later." Sarah's heart filled with content. This ring cost Gao Ran more than $90,000, which was almost 2 years of his income. She was extremely happy, not because of how expensive it was. Rather, it was because she felt every bit of Noah's sincerity and love. Ever since Bella and Andrew got married, the latter never went back to their mansion. After work that day, he received a phone call from Mayor Hall, asking him to pick Bella up from the Hall family mansion. It turned out Bella went home the day after their wedding. Afraid that the media would catch her, she never left the house. Mayor Hall didn't like the ways things were, so he called Andrew, who drove over after work that day. Bella was walking down the stairs when she saw Andrew come in. Her expression immediately darkened as she demanded, "Why are you here? My father-in-law called me to pick you up. I'm not going back with you. You can leave." Not only did Bella dislike Andrew, but she was also terrified of him. He whipped her with his belt on her wedding night. But she didn't even have the guts to say anything to her parents, and had no choice but to swallow all her anger and fear. This was because she realized that Andrew was a true psycho. Therefore, it wasn't smart to piss someone like him off. In the end, she ran all the way back to her family mansion, just to keep a safe distance from him. "I don't care. It's your decision," Andrew didn't feel anything towards Bella. He had ulterior motives to marry her, and now that his goals were reached, he, of course, didn't care whether she wanted to go back with him or not. Thus, he turned around to leave, but bumped into Mayor Hall, who had just arrived home from work. "Father." Andrew smiled, and Mayor Hall asked grimly, "Where are you going?" "Bella said she doesn't want to go home with me. She asked me to leave." "Nonsense. It's not up to you, Bella. Come over here now. I have to talk to both of you." Then, Mayor Hall walked in angrily and sat down on the couch. Bella, wearing a long black lace dress, walked downstairs extremely unwillingly. Andrew wore a smile on his face as he sat down casually next to Mayor Hall. He didn't seem to be intimidated by his father-in-law. "I don't care why the two of you got married. Anyways, since you're already husband and wife, whether you love each other doesn't matter. The most important thing right now is to protect all our reputations. Reporters today have the guts to expose anything. So Bella, you can't stay here with me and your mom forever. Go home with Andrew today." "Dad, I don't." "Shut up. It's not up to you anymore. You were the ones who caused this mess. I'm not about to clean it up," Mayor Hall bellowed, forcing Bella to immediately swallow the rest of her protests. Andrew, on the other hand, had a smile on his face the entire time. No one knew what he was thinking. If you want to get divorced, you'll have to wait until after the provincial elections in 3 months. Mayor Hall's intentions were clear. Before the provincial elections, he didn't want to be drowned by negative news, which will, in turn, ruin his career. "I got it, Dad." Bella decided that she could suck it up for 3 months, so she no longer challenged her father. "I'm fine with it." Andrew shrugged. "Also, you have to pretend to be a happy couple out in public. Fake it if you have to. We can't afford gossip." Bella's belly was full of fury, but she still nodded. "Okay, Dad. Whatever you say, Dad." Andrew nodded. "Okay then, you guys can go. Or, stay for dinner," Mayor Hall said as he got up to leave. Bella glared hatefully at Andrew. "You better not touch me in these 3 months." "Don't worry, I won't, even if you beg me," Andrew sneered. Was she kidding him? He would rather sleep with a hooker than touch Bella. At this point, anyone was better than her. This woman sure thought highly of herself. Neither of them was in the mood for dinner, so they left the Hall mansion in their own cars. After arriving at Andrew's mansion, he quickly changed and left. Bella, on the other hand, was used to his behavior and didn't even ask him where he was going. She went into the bathroom to take a shower before getting into bed. After making sure that Andrew was really gone, Bella picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Let's meet up tomorrow. We're going on with our plan." Andrew was driving with earbuds on. He had wiretapped Bella's phone and therefore heard her entire conversation. After Bella hung up, Andrew pulled off his earbuds and spat angrily. "What a batch. You seriously need to quiet down or one day you're going to kill yourself." Next morning. It was Saturday morning and Chloe had the day off. Therefore, Jack asked his driver to pick him up. He left in a Bentley, leaving his Maybach for Chloe to drive. After breakfast, Chloe headed straight to Sky Blessing Court to see her mother. Truth be told, she was interested in 2 things. 1, whether June was still there, and 2, did her mother find her jewelry? Sky Blessing Court. When Chloe arrived, her mother had just finished breakfast and was cleaning the house. "Mom, Chloe, you're back?" "Yeah, Mom. Where's June?" Chloe glanced around and asked carefully. "Oh, she left," Sandra said as she mopped the floor. "Oh? She left? Where did she go?" "She said she found a job that provided food and hostel and $5,000 a month. I thought it was pretty good, so I let her go. Otherwise, staying here and doing nothing all day is no better than being in jail." "Oh." Chloe nodded and didn't say anything else. "Oh, right. I found my jewelry, Chloe. You found it? Where?" Chloe knew June was scared of going to prison, so she would definitely trade her mother's jewelry back. They weren't worth a lot, but it was a matter of character. At the end of the day, theft was disgraceful. One couldn't use poverty as an excuse to let jealousy take over, and therefore steal from others. Sandra put down the mop in her hand and stood up straight. June found them when she was helping me organize my old clothes. It's really weird. I looked everywhere for them, and they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Did you find everything? Was anything missing? Still worried, Chloe asked, and Sandra shook her head. No, everything was there. Oh, good then. What's wrong? Sandra felt like her daughter was acting a little weird today. Nothing. Chloe, any news from your belly? Sandra suddenly remembered, and Chloe shook her head. No, don't worry. You're still young. Take care of your body, and you'll get pregnant before you know it. Sandra didn't want her daughter to be sad, so she often consoled her. Yeah, I know, Mom. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Then, Chloe changed into work clothes and helped her mother clean the entire townhouse. At lunch, Chloe had a quick bite with her mother before leaving. Then, she drove to Hannah's apartment. Nico was discharged a long time ago, and ever since Chloe found Hannah that job, their quality of life had improved significantly. Hannah occasionally made Chloe food, like pickled vegetables and marinated eggs, or handmade items like insoles or socks. She was extremely grateful for all Chloe had done for her and her son. It was Saturday. Hannah and Nico were having lunch when Chloe arrived. They were both surprised to see Chloe. Sister Chloe! Nico placed his chopsticks down and ran over to Chloe happily, and she rubbed the top of his head and replied, You've gotten taller, Nico. How's school? Pretty good. I got number 15 in my class during our last monthly exam. I went up. Last time, I got number 20. There are 40 students in our class. Nico immediately told Chloe everything, without her even having to ask. Good job. Chloe didn't hold back her praise. Dr. Green, perfect timing. Come eat with us. Hannah got up to greet Chloe. It's okay, Mrs. Hannah. I ate at my mother's already. I came today to check up on you guys. Thanks to you, we're doing great. In the past, I never thought we'd be able to live like this. Hannah was extremely content with what she had. What about Cody? Have you talked to him recently? Upon hearing Cody's name, Hannah shook her head with a complicated expression on her face. That's why I came. You shouldn't put it off any longer. I'm determined to resolve your conflict. What? How? Will Cody forgive me? Hannah froze. Leave it up to me, don't worry. Just wait for me to contact you. Then, how should I thank you, Dr. Green? You've helped us so much. Hannah wanted to kneel in front of Chloe and kowtow as many times as she could because the latter had done so much for her. It's okay. Cody's like my little brother. I want to see him reunite with his family. Don't feel too much pressure. After sitting with them for a while, Chloe gave Nico a bunch of school supplies she bought on her way here before leaving for GK. GK was filming a celebrity advertisement this weekend, and most of the company's celebrities were coming, so Chloe was sure she was going to see Cody here. Unexpectedly, however, she ran into Emery and Zion in the lobby. Zion was a celebrity based in Capital City, but he had visited this city many times over the past few weeks. It seemed like the rumors that he and Emery were close friends were true. Young Madam. Hi, young madam. Good afternoon, young madam. All of GK's employees recognized Chloe, no matter how ordinary her outfit was. Today, she was wearing a short, white down jacket, straight pants, and mid-length boots. She looked as cute as a teenage girl. As young as she looked, no one dared to offend the president's woman, whom he loved very much. What a coincidence! Young madam, why are you here today? Emery smiled upon seeing Chloe, as if her abortion just a few weeks ago never happened. She nodded. I'm here to see Cody. Young madam, you seem close with Cody. Zion said, with a hint of jealousy, but Chloe ignored him, since she didn't even know him that well. Then, Chloe swiped her card and headed upstairs in the elevator designated for the president only. Zion shook his head as he watched Chloe walk away. Tsk, tsk, She's actually arrogant enough to ignore me. Emery chuckled. If you saw her cursing at young Master Cooper, you wouldn't feel so bad about yourself. I'm curious. I really want to get to know this woman. Zion laughed, and Emery sneered. So, are you going against President Dawson? Zion smiled, without replying. Chloe wasn't one to be super nice to people she didn't know well, no matter who that person was. Zion felt sorry for himself because he thought he held a high status in the country. If so, shouldn't Justin feel even worse? If Chloe was a woman easily wavered by money, Justin would have gotten his way with her a long time ago. Upon her arrival, Chloe didn't go straight to the president's office. Rather, she went up to the film and television department. As expected, Cody was getting makeup done. Hi, young madam. A few executives from the advertisement department greeted her, and she nodded back at them before heading straight towards Cody. Sis, why are you here? Cody looked up. To see you, of course. What's up? Cody smiled. After everything that happened between them, Cody treated Chloe like his own sister. Ever since Thomas went abroad, Chloe treated Cody like her own brother as well. Therefore, they were always direct and straightforward with each other. Are you busy tonight? Want to grab dinner together? My treat. Your treat? Cody froze, and Huomian nodded with a smile on her face. Sister Chloe, what are you plotting? You were the one who taught me that people who acted nice often wanted something from you. Cody laughed. Yup, I'm definitely plotting something. What do you say? Do you have the guts to find out? Elated, Cody exclaimed. Of course I do. Not only will I go, but I'll also eat you poor. GK's Office of the President. Sir, the young madam is here. Where is she? Jack looked up from his pile of documents to see Mark pointing at another direction. She went straight to the film and television department. Jack was speechless. Why didn't he know that his wife was coming to GK? That's why I don't know what to do. Should I ask her to come here, or would you like to call her yourself? Mark asked, a little nervous. He felt like the president and young madam were acting a little weird today. Jack's face turned grim. Was he going to call her? If she was already at GK, wasn't she supposed to come to his office on her own? If she doesn't come up, then tonight. Humph. He would have an excuse to tie her up with a belt again. But will Chloe ever give him that opportunity? Nope. After making dinner plans with Cody, she immediately went up to Jack's office. At the time, Zion, Emery, and Annie were talking to Jack about the Spring Festival celebration and their performance schedule. Chloe, however, barged in without knocking and rushed up to Jack. Spreading her arms wide like a little bird, she threw herself into his embrace, hugging him tightly. Honey, I'm here. After a few seconds of awkward silence, she realized that there might be other people in the office as well. Therefore, she looked up and immediately froze upon seeing Zion, Emery, and Annie, whose faces were just as surprised. Perhaps none of them thought the young madam, who was usually elegant and indifferent, would have such a playful side. Oh, you're in a meeting. I'll wait outside then. You guys go on. Realizing that she had barged in while Mr. Dawson was working, Chloe got up to run away, but Jack pulled her down back into his arms, stopping her escape. Sit down. It's fine, Mr. Dawson said nonchalantly. But was it really fine? Chloe was sitting on Jack's legs. Zion, sitting on the couch, asked with a hint of jealousy in his voice, Does the president do that a lot? This is my first time seeing him like this, Annie answered. Emery, on the other hand, smiled. She really wanted Andrew to see them right now. Upon seeing Chloe and Jack in such a lovey-dovey state, his heart would probably bleed itself dry. Emery used to think she was the most pathetic person alive. However, she later realized that Andrew lived in more agony than she ever will. Sure, Andrew didn't love Emery, but he was willing to sleep with her. Yet, he liked Chloe. But it had been years, and the latter didn't even know how he felt about her. He couldn't even love her as openly as Justin did. That's why Emery now thought that Andrew was the most pathetic person in this world. My wife's a playful woman. Don't mind her. Let's go on with the meeting. Then, Jack held Chloe in his arms, and as he continued talking to the celebrities about Spring Festival arrangements, how many men on this earth adored their wife as much as Jack did? The meeting ended 15 minutes later, and soon only the two of them were left in Jack's office. Chloe let out a sigh of relief as she placed her arms coyishly around Jack's neck. Honey, was it okay for us to flaunt our love like that just now? Who said we were flaunting? Aren't we always like that? Jack asked in all seriousness, and Chloe laughed. Ha, okay, you win. Chloe could never beat Jack when it came to stuff like this. She even wondered if their children would inherit his genes and conquer the world with their sharp tongues and quick reasoning skills. I heard you went to the film and television department first. Did you see me in the surveillance cameras? Chloe grinned. Speechless, Jack asked. Did I really need to watch the surveillance cameras? So many people are watching you. Why were you there? To see Cody. Why? Mr. Dawson continued asking with a hint of jealousy in his voice. To ask him out for dinner. I'm treating him tonight. Great, I'll go too, Mr. Dawson announced domineeringly. Chloe coughed awkwardly. Honey, calm down and listen to me first. I asked Cody out to dinner because I need to talk to him. About what? About resolving the conflict between him and his mother. I told you about it before. So you're saying that I can't go? You're going alone? Jack demanded, and Chloe nodded. Right. Not only that, you also have to agree to something, or else I might not be able to close the deal. What? Jack was confused, but he knew from his wife's expression that it wasn't going to be anything good. As expected, Chloe opened her mouth carefully. It's not anything big. I wanted to ask for your permission to drink with Cody. You want to drink? Jack repeated as if he didn't hear her clearly. Yeah, Chloe answered, feeling a little guilty. Are you sure? Jack looked into her eyes and asked in all seriousness. Chloe thought her husband was going to refuse her request, so she decided to pull out her big guns. She put her arms around Jack's neck and said coyishly, Honey, you won't say no, right? It's such a small request. A small request? You think drinking alcohol is a small request? Jack raised an eyebrow and Chloe nodded. I'm not drinking for no reason. I'm doing it to help Cody. Do you really need alcohol to help him? Of course. Last time I helped him talk things out by drinking with him. It's called combating poison with poison. Cody is such an introvert. If he doesn't get drunk, he won't be able to open up to any more. He and his mother don't get along right now. I have to help them reconcile. It's the most important thing I can do for him. Jack looked down without saying anything. Chloe had no idea what was going on in his head, so she continued wearing him down. Mr. Dawson, honey, sweetie, baby, please. She rocked Jack's neck back and forth, speaking to him ever so flirtatiously. In the end, Jack gave in to Chloe's sugar-coated bullets. I really can't do anything about you, can I? He sighed and Chloe looked up happily. Honey, are you saying yes? Yeah, don't drink too much though. You need to take care of your body. Jack had no choice but to agree to Chloe's not-so-small request. Thanks, honey. Elated, Chloe planted a wet one on Jack's face before getting up from his embrace. Are you leaving already? Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sure had a smart wife. She used him and tossed him away, just like that? Chloe froze in her steps. Am I not supposed to? Can you not be so obvious when you burn your bridges? Jack laughed and Chloe replied in embarrassment. Ahem. I didn't want to divert you from work for too long. Call me after dinner. I'll pick you up. No drinking and driving, Jack reminded Chloe, who gestured him an okay sign with her hand and skipped out of his office. Upon seeing Chloe walk out, her head up high, Mark immediately knew that she got what she wanted. The president never won when it came to the young madam. Young madam, are you leaving already? Mark smiled as he walked up to kiss her ass. Yup, bye. After leaving GK, Chloe drove straight back to South Hill Manor to get a case of red wine from the cellar. Then, she headed downtown, looking for a good place to eat. After driving around for a while, she ended up choosing one of the restaurants at her 13-storefront pedestrian walkway, now one of the busiest shopping areas in the city. One of the shops was renovated into a restaurant called Southern Ocean Pavilion, which specialized in Southeast Asian cuisine. Chloe had never tried cuisine from that part of the world before, so she was curious as to how it tasted. After parking her car, Chloe walked in. Welcome. How many are there in your party tonight? Do you have any private rooms? We do. Please come with me. The waiter then led Chloe upstairs as she looked around, satisfied with the overall ambiance of the restaurant. After finishing up his work at GK, Cody met up with Chloe at the restaurant, according to the address she gave him. After ordering a few dishes in their elegant private room, Chloe took out a bottle of red wine and uncorked it. Sis, are we drinking again? Cody's tolerance was only average, so he felt dizzy as soon as he saw red wine. He still remembered getting drunk with Chloe at the hospital and crying like a baby. That day still haunts him. It's an early celebration since your end-of-year film is releasing soon. Here's to a high box office. Chloe randomly thought of an excuse before filling both their glasses up with wine. Sister Chloe, does the president know you're drinking again behind his back? Cody asked carefully. Chloe froze for a second before laughing. You little brat. What's it to you? It's just that the president is so scary when he's mad. I'm terrified of him. Truth be told, all of GK's employees were afraid of Jack. Even superstars like Emery acted reserved around him. Everyone knew President Dawson was scrupulous in separating public from private and dealt rewards and punishments accordingly. He was never one to smile and joke around with his staff. If you did your job right, then great. He'll reward you with money, cars, and condos. If you didn't do your job right, that's fine. But he wouldn't be so forgiving in your mistakes. GK's employees were aware of Jack's resolute personality and knew he was a man of many talents. Therefore, although Cody was close with Chloe, he never tried to use their relationship to get ahead with President Dawson, since he knew his boss's temper well. Don't worry, my husband's a gentle man. Chloe snickered. Cody awkwardly replied, Huh. Gentle? That's a word I would never associate him with. Plus, he's probably only gentle with you, so I should tread carefully. Don't worry, my hubby gave his approval. Just chill out and celebrate with me. Let's make a toast. Chloe lifted her wine glass, trying to brighten up the mood. Unguarded, Cody began drinking with Chloe, and they quickly went through 3 bottles of red wine. Red wine was pretty strong. You might not feel like it when you first drink it, but soon you'll get dizzy. After a few bottles, Cody's face became red, and Chloe's face became blurry to him. Sister Chloe, I can't drink anymore. I might pass out if I do. This wine is too strong. Cody shook his head in defeat. However, Chloe didn't think they had enough yet, so she asked the waiter to bring them some ice cubes so she could put them in their wine, making the alcohol easier to swallow. When they were done with their 4th bottle, Cody was officially tipsy. He even sang Chloe his new single. After a short verse, he asked her excitedly, Sis, what do you think? What do you think? Do you like it? Yeah, it's really good. I'm sure it'll become super popular, and you'll sell a bunch of albums. Here, let's drink to your upcoming record-setting sales, Chloe said as she raised her glass. In his super tipsy state, Cody no longer refused and raised his glass along with her. Here, Chloe, cheers! As expected, Cody fell right into her trap. Chloe took out her phone and sent Hannah a text message. Mrs. Hannah, come meet me now. I'm with Cody on 3rd Ring Pedestrian Walkway Road. We're at South Ocean Pavilion, private room 208. I'll arrange for you guys to meet later. Hannah got emotional upon receiving Chloe's text. After hesitating for a while, she finally replied, Will he want to see me? Just come, trust me. Chloe replied confidently. She was sure Hannah would come. At this point, Cody was borderline drunk. He complained, "Sis, stop playing with your phone. Let's drink." "Ha ha, what's the hurry? Let's take a photo first." Chloe took out her selfie stick and they both made silly peace signs with their hands. Then, Chloe uploaded it onto her Snap friend circle with the caption, "I'm having dinner with a superstar. Ha 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 ha. Does anyone want his autograph?" In the photo, Chloe was pouting like a little girl while Cody's cap was on sideways as he stuck out his tongue, trying to look cool. Their photo caused a stir in Chloe's Snap, and almost all her friends voiced their jealousy. Thomas, "Sis, you have to introduce Cody to me when I come back. I love his songs." Sarah, "Whoa, fresh meat. He's so handsome. Introduce me." Noah replied to Sarah, "Are you looking for a brutal beating, Sarah?" Victoria, "This restaurant looks nice. Address, please." Chloe replied, "Girl, you are a 100% foodie." Assistant Violet, "Chief, is that Cody? He's better looking in person than he is on television." Andrew, "Little sister Chloe, I like your lip gloss color today." After reading Andrew's comment, Chloe took out her mirror and looked at her lips. She wore this color almost every day. Why was Andrew always so weird? While she wondered, Chloe saw another comment underneath. Jack, "Aren't you guys a little too close in this photo?" Chloe didn't reply, but Cody did. "Sir, I won't do it again. Please forgive me." Right after his reply, Cody looked up at Chloe and asked, "Sister Chloe, do you think President Dawson will hate me and pick on me in the future because of this?" "Of course not. My husband's not that petty, all right?" Chloe immediately took Jack's side. "What about you? You're not that young anymore. Is there anyone you like? You should really get yourself a girlfriend." "Nope, my fans will go crazy if I start dating." Cody smiled. Fans aren't so crazy nowadays. They usually support their idol's search for love. "Anyways, tell me if you ever fall for someone. I'll ask PR to help you with it." "Okay." Cody nodded. Sensing that the time was right, Chloe suddenly changed the topic. "Cody, what do you think the most important thing in life is?" "That's such a deep question." Cody looked up in surprise, to which Chloe replied, "It's just small talk. I want to know what you think." "I think, for me, the most important thing in life is probably a healthy body. Money and status are just worldly possessions that I can only enjoy if I'm healthy." Cody changed, ever since his transplant. Satisfied with his answer, Chloe nodded. "You're right. No matter how successful or rich a person is, he has to live long enough to enjoy it. The stupidest thing a person can do is chase after limitless wealth with a limited lifespan. People like that become slaves to money. Think about it. So what if you're the richest man on earth? You still won't be able to live until you're 200 years old. Life is short, so having a healthy body is the most important thing. While we're on that subject, you should really thank your liver donor for your successful surgery." "Yeah. Oh, right. Do you have that person's contact information? I wanted to give him some money as a thank you. After all, he helped me big time." Chloe smiled. "Listen to me first. The truth is that liver donations are really risky. The liver isn't a big organ, so no one would donate a part of theirs to an irrelevant person. Have you ever wondered how you got a matching liver in such a short amount of time?" "I have. I thought maybe I just too lucky." "You are lucky, because someone was willing to give you a part of her liver." "Who is he? Can I meet him?" "I really want to thank him," Cody said, feeling a little emotional. "Do you really want to meet him?" Chloe reconfirmed, and Cody nodded his head furiously. "I do." "Finish this glass of wine and I'll let you guys meet." "Right now?" Cody asked, a little surprised. Seeing Chloe nodding, he immediately raised the glass in front of him and downed it. Chloe, on the other hand, got up and suddenly opened the wooden door of their private room. Hannah stood outside, staring at Cody with a complicated expression on her face. Cody was in complete shock as he looked at the woman standing outside in a daze. His mind seemed to have shut down. "Why, is she here?" It took Cody almost a minute to come back to his senses as he asked dumbly, "She was your liver donor." After a moment of hesitation, Chloe decided to tell him the truth, or else Cody would never forgive the woman he hated with every fiber of his body. She what? Cody was obviously doubtful. Yes, or else you would have experienced rejection if it was some stranger's liver. Your transplant was successful because the donor was related to you by blood. Tears began streaming down Hannah's face as she said, "Cody, I'm sorry." Truth be told, she wasn't a selfish woman. She just couldn't accept the fact that Cody's father forced into her all those years ago. Therefore, she vented her anger out on Cody and ignored him for the better half of his life. However, Cody was still her child, who she carried 9 months to term. No matter how vicious a tiger was, she would never eat her own son. Therefore, no matter how heartless Hannah seemed to be, she would never ignore Cody when he was dying. After her initial conversations with Chloe, Hannah felt extreme remorse for making a child suffer, all because of her love and hate relationships. Back then, she didn't know that a liver donation wasn't life-threatening. She thought she would die afterward, but she still decided to donate her liver just so she could repent on her sins. To her, everything was right on track. Nico had recovered, and she didn't have to worry about him anymore. Therefore, she was willing to give her life for this other son of hers. That's impossible. It's impossible. Cody was a little emotional and kept shaking his head. Seeing that the time was right, Chloe said slowly, "Here's what happened all those years ago. Mrs. Hannah fell in love with a man, but another man raped her, forcing her into a life of misery. She didn't want others to gossip about her, so she married her rapist and gave birth to an innocent boy. She didn't live a happy life and was often beaten by her drunk husband. In the end, she wanted to escape from hell, so she ran away, leaving her son behind. That boy used to hate his mother for throwing him aside and blamed her for his grief-filled childhood. Later, that boy became famous while his mother had another son, whom she raised herself. Then, one day, she was told that her famous son was sick and needed a liver transplant. To repent for her sins, she agreed to give him a part of her liver almost immediately, in hopes that her son would forgive her. In this sad story, the boy was innocent, and the woman's life was hard. Fate was fickle, but they weren't. The good news is, everything's in the past now, and their lives are now back on track. However, the boy never forgot his mother, and his mother never forgot about him. Whether it's love or hate, it's a lifelong relationship, because they're mother and son, and blood will always be thicker than water. Stop it, Sister Chloe, please stop. Cody curled up into a ball on the floor. He seemed to be in shock, and couldn't accept the reality right away. Hannah kept sobbing quietly. She already didn't greedily hope for Cody to forgive her. All she just wanted was for him to live a better life. No, I have to say it. Cody, humans make mistakes. The most important thing is to acknowledge what's wrong and correct it. Hannah knows what she did was wrong. She's showing her remorse through her actions. She thought she would die after the liver transplant, but after some hesitation, she still donated a part of her liver to you. This proves just how important you are to her. The most important thing in life is health. You said so yourself. We only get one life. So, the one who is willing to sacrifice for you is the one who loves you the most. That's an undeniable fact. Chloe looked at Cody as she said this, her heart aching for him and his mother. Chloe knew Cody couldn't withstand so much pressure at once, but she still wanted to try her luck, to see if he could release himself from his emotional shackles. His reaction today would determine whether he would forgive his mother, so she had to try her best. No, she doesn't love me. She never cared about me. All she cares about is that other son of hers. She only loves him, Cody sobbed, as he placed his hands over his head, deep in denial. Chloe slowly walked up to Cody and bent down before him. Then, she patted his back gently, as if she was consoling a young child. Nico is an innocent little boy, just like you. It wasn't his choice to come into this world, but all he wants to do is to live his life in peace. Just like you, he grew up with just one parent. Aside from your mom, He's also the only person left who is related to you by blood. I hope you can think about things from a different perspective. Cody was crying so hard that he couldn't get any words out of his mouth. Chloe continued, "You probably know this saying, when the tree wants peace, but the wind won't allow it, and when the son wants to display filial piety, maybe his parents will no longer be there. I don't want you to suddenly come to your senses one day, just to realize that you don't have any family left. If that happens, you will regret it, but you won't be able to do anything about it. The truth is, our lives are short, and we will all have friends, family, and a lover. It doesn't matter if you love them or hate them, but after this life, you'll never see them again. Perhaps you get to be her son in this life, but in the next life, you might be just strangers. That's why I hope you can let go of your past and start over. Give yourself a way out, and your family a chance to get close to you. Human emotions are magnified when one is drunk. Cody had so much to drink, and since his emotions were complicated to begin with, he became more emotional than ever upon hearing what Chloe said. Still, he heard every single word she said, and the phrase, "when the son wants to display filial piety, but maybe his parents will no longer be there," especially touched him. Maybe one day, decades from now, he will finally forgive his mother. But what would he do if she was no longer on this earth? At that thought, Cody felt a change of heart. He slowly stood up, wiped off his tears, and turned to face Hannah. Staring into her eyes, he asked, "Why did you help me?" "Because you're my child." Hannah wasn't extremely articulate, so her words were plain and to the point. However, those simple words created a hurricane in Cody's heart. "Then why did you never come looking for me? My life wasn't good when your life wasn't, and my life still wasn't good when your life was. I don't have the face to go looking for you. If Nico wasn't dying from kidney failure, I would have never asked you for money at that time. Cody, I'm sorry. I'm not fit to be your mother." Once again, Hannah broke into tears. Yes, it wasn't easy for her to raise Nico alone, but she knew it was even harder for Cody to grow up alone. No one lived an easy life in this brutal world. Cody looked at her as tears streamed down his face. Finally, he fell to his knees and shouted, "Mom!" Hannah's body froze for a second before running up to Cody. She knelt down too and hugged him as tightly as she could as they both burst into tears. "Cody, I'm sorry for all that you've been through." Chloe wasn't someone who liked to cry, so she rarely shed tears. Yet, she became extremely emotional by the scene in front of her and couldn't help but quietly wipe tears off her face. She was so happy that after all these years, Cody could forgive Hannah. She completely forgot about calling Jack until she left Southern Ocean Pavilion and felt the icy chill of winter on her face. She picked up her phone and was just about to dial when a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of her. The window of the car was rolled down and Andrew smiled at Chloe. "Where are you going? Do you need a ride?" "No thanks," Chloe refused. "Don't you want to go see the old man?" "He's dying," he then said, leaving Chloe surprised. Upon hearing this, Chloe quietly got on Andrew's car. She hadn't seen Timothy in such a long time. During the Green family's civil war, she didn't help Timothy, so he was quickly defeated. Afterward, Andrew put him on house arrest, making his life more pathetic than ever. To Chloe's surprise, however, he was dying already. Neither of them said anything as the car drove forward. Chloe was careful around Andrew, so rather than sitting in the passenger seat, she sat in the back seat. "You drank?" Andrew asked, with a chuckle. "How did you know? The smell is really pungent." Andrew's car was filled with the smell of alcohol, but Chloe, being the one who drank, didn't notice it at all. She didn't answer. "Jack let you drink with another man in the middle of the night?" "How did you know I drank with another man?" Chloe was curious. How did he know? Was he magical? "I saw Cody's sports car outside the restaurant just now." Chloe didn't know what to say. She had to admit, however, that Andrew was so attentive to details that he was borderline scary. Won't Jack get jealous? Why would he? Cody's like a little brother to me, Chloe answered, rolling her eyes at him. Andrew smiled but didn't respond. How's life after marriage? Is it going well? How's Bella? Chloe suddenly gossiped. It's been pretty good. Really? Chloe asked, obviously doubtful. He married Bella. How can someone's married life be good with her as a bride? Of course. But I was saying that my life was good. I never asked her how she felt. Andrew's smile seemed to have some kind of deeper meaning. Whenever Bella saw Andrew, she looked at him as if he was a ghost, ready to run away at any time. He wasn't someone to spoil a woman, and he was even capable of beating and whipping them. Bella would never forget how his belt felt on their wedding night. After 20 minutes in Andrew's car, he parked outside a desolate mansion. Chloe looked outside. They seemed to be in the northeast of the city, somewhere even the government hadn't yet developed. The Green family owned a piece of land here, but never did anything with it. Later, Timothy built a mansion here to live with his mistress, but was now being held in captivity, like a prisoner. How ironic. What happened to him? Worried, Chloe asked, as they walked up to the doors of the mansion. His health was never that good to begin with, but he knew no limits. He's been trying too hard to have a son, and ultimately overindulged. No one can save him now. Chloe was speechless. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything to him. At the end of the day, he's still my foster father. I'm not cold-blooded enough to try to kill him. Andrew explained, trying to shake blame off himself. Chloe didn't say anything and followed him in. Sir, you're here. An old woman, around 50 years old, opened the door to greet them. Her outfit was plain, and her hair was graying. Yeah. Andrew led Chloe into the mansion as he casually asked, How's he doing today? He's not doing very well. He only had some porridge but threw it all up in the afternoon. Doctor came to give him a shot of nutrition a while ago. Okay, I got it. Then, he and Chloe went upstairs and into the master bedroom. Timothy lied on a giant ivory bed with an IV in his arm. His expression was pale and lifeless. Chloe didn't expect to see him like this, since it had only been a month since they last saw each other. He had lost a lot of weight and both of his cheeks had sunk into his bones. Go check on him. I don't think he'll want to see me, so I'll wait outside, Andrew said outside the door. Feeling a little uncomfortable, Chloe slowly headed toward Timothy. After pausing for a second, she called out, Mr. Green. This was probably the most suitable name she could call him right now. Timothy slowly opened his eyes to look at Chloe. You're here? Chloe nodded. Sit down, Timothy said with difficulty as his hands trembled, and she sat down quietly on a chair in front of his bed. Are you all right? Chloe asked with sincerity. As a doctor, she felt bad upon seeing sick people. It is what it is. You can see that I'm dying. Don't say that. You should take care of yourself. Chloe, you always seemed so distant when talking to me. You hate me, don't you? Because of how I treated you and your mom in the past. No, I don't hate you. Truth be told, I don't have the right to hate you. Timothy was confused by what Chloe said. He didn't seem to have expected this from her. Chloe slowly moved her head up to Timothy and said quietly in his ear, Mr. Green, the truth is, I've always wanted to tell you this, but it never seemed like the right time. Since we're here already, I might as well just tell you. Do you know why I didn't take any of Green Corporation's stocks? Nor did I spend a cent of your money? Upon seeing Timothy shake his head, Chloe continued, Because I'm not even your daughter. What? Timothy was shocked. I'm not your daughter. Nor am I my mom and James's daughter. He tried, but he couldn't force any words out of his mouth. You might be surprised. So was I when I first found out. I have some questions to ask, so you have to tell me the truth. Okay, ask. Timothy seemed to have finally calmed down after the initial shock. I heard you did a DNA test on me. Were you the one who contacted the doctor and picked up the rest results? No, James picked it up for me. I had asked my personal physician to do the test. James had been my driver for years and knew that doctor as well, so I sent him. Didn't you suspect anything at the time? Chloe asked. I did, so I called the doctor on my own, but he said the results were correct. So it seems like James bribed your personal physician, and that's why he lied. As predicted, Uncle James was the mastermind behind her DNA test. Then, I heard you gave Uncle James $200,000 to send my mom off. Did you really? Yes, I gave James's cash, and he picked it up at the company's finance department. Back then, I thought your mother would stop causing trouble for me and expose things from our past. So I thought that was that, Timothy recalled carefully. But James never gave my mom that money. I confirmed it with her as well. She said she never received an amount as big as $200,000. Timothy was speechless. So he probably used this money to bribe those people. But why would he do that? Surprised, Timothy asked. To hide my identity. He didn't want anyone, including my mom, to know that I'm not yours or her child. But Sandra was pregnant back then. If you're not my child, then why did she go? Timothy was sure Sandra was pregnant with his child because they were together a lot back then. So, if Chloe wasn't his child, then where was his actual child? Where did she go? I have no idea, but I've been investigating into it too. James is probably the only one who knows, but he's already dead, Chloe said calmly, while Timothy fell silent. I'm not your daughter, so I would never take an extra cent from the Green Corporation. I have lived by these principles since I found out, so there was no reason for me to help you when you came to me. I never wanted anything to do with your family's civil war. I know, Timothy sighed, mostly at his pathetic life. Aside from Brenny, he had no other children of his own. Not Andrew, Liam, not even Chloe. Talk about karma. At the thought of Brenny, he suddenly asked, Have you heard from Brenny recently? Can you ask her to come and see me one last time? After hesitating for a second, Chloe slowly answered, I saw Brenny a couple of days ago. She got married. Married? Timothy repeated in surprise. So many things had happened in his family. It seemed like everyone's lives had changed. Yeah, she married an ordinary man and is living an ordinary life. But that man treats her pretty well. Good, good. I don't think Andrew will let Brenny come see you. Do you still want her to try? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Timothy thought Chloe had a point, so he shook his head. At this, Chloe got up. Take care of yourself. I will go now. Chloe? He suddenly called out, prompting Chloe to turn her head around. Then, Timothy took a jade ring off from his thumb with some difficulty and handed it to her. Give this to your mom. It's something to remember me by. I've been with countless women in this life, but a few really loved me. Lily and I got married to benefit our families. Not only do we not feel anything towards each other, we even treat each other as enemies. I spoiled Evelyn to no end, but she heartlessly betrayed and manipulated me. Only your mom really loved me. It's too bad I didn't realize it back then. Is that really necessary? Chloe didn't want to take it, so she refused at first. Take it! It's the last thing I have left. I know she has enough money. Consider this as memorabilia, Timothy insisted. Upon seeing Timothy's persistence, Chloe carefully took the jade ring from his hand. I'll make sure to give it to her. Chloe, there are 2 more things I need to tell you. You're not my daughter, but it's fate that led us together. Go ahead. Chloe quietly watched Timothy, who was withering away on his sickbed. First, James is not the honest man you think he is. He's not as good as he seems. He's extremely manipulative and had deceived me for years. I only realized this a while back, but had no idea what your true identity was until you told me just now. I don't even know where my real daughter is. If you end up finding her one day, I hope you can take her to my grave to see me. After all, she's my child. If I find her, I will. Chloe nodded. Second, you have to be careful of Andrew. He's capable of doing anything. You and Jack have to be extremely careful. I have a feeling that he's going to play games with you in the future. I know. Chloe nodded again. After carefully putting the ring in her bag, she felt her heart had become extremely heavy as she walked out of Timothy's room. That was fast. Yeah. Do you want a ride? No thanks. I sent Jack a message. He's coming to pick me up. After refusing a ride from Andrew, Chloe walked out of the mansion to see Jack's car parked outside. He was driving the company's Audi R8. Upon seeing Jack, Chloe immediately got on, and the couple drove away. As he watched them leave, Andrew smiled with a complicated expression on his face before turning around to head upstairs. Why are you here? Get the hell out, Timothy cursed with difficulty. You old undying man. I can't believe you would try to cause me trouble, even on your deathbed, Andrew said as he randomly picked up a throw pillow and headed towards him. What do you think you're doing? Timothy's face turned pale, and his voice shook as he watched Andrew advance towards him. You've been alive for too long. Allow me to send you off. Andrew smiled evilly. You little crap. You wouldn't dare. Never in his dreams Timothy think that Andrew would so brazenly murder him. He wanted to struggle, but his daily injections had left his body weak. Andrew took one last glance at Timothy upon walking up to him. Leave the Green Corporation in my hands. You should go in peace. Dad. Then, Andrew lifted the throw pillow and covered Timothy's face with it. It was no use, no matter how much the latter tried to struggle. 3 minutes later, Timothy stopped moving. His hands fell onto either side of his body. Andrew picked the throw pillow up and looked at his pale, lifeless face. Then, he tucked Timothy's body in. Sweet dreams, Dad. He smiled before walking out. When he got to the door, he removed a tiny eavesdropping bug from the door handle and walked downstairs. Sir, are you not staying for dinner? The maid asked, and Andrew shook his head. No, it's okay. My dad's asleep. Don't disturb him. Call me if anything happens. I will, sir. Then, Andrew drove his Rolls-Royce away from the secluded mansion. Chloe didn't say anything after getting into Jack's car. He touched her face. Are you in a bad mood? I think Timothy is dying. Isn't that normal? Andrew would never let those who challenge him off the hook. He's more of a remove the source of trouble kind of man. Jack thought it was normal. It would only be weird if Andrew was willing to forgive Timothy and let him live out his retirement in peace. I told him about that thing. You did? Aren't you afraid Andrew placed a bug in his room? Chloe shook her head. No, Andrew knows about my identity already, so I told Timothy everything, and I even got some evidence from him. Evidence? Uncle James isn't that simple. I'm curious as well. If he took me back to be Timothy's daughter, then where did his real daughter go? This is something that's going to take a while to figure out. Don't be in a hurry, Jack said, as he extended his hand and massaged the back of Chloe's hands, trying to console her. Chloe's mysterious identity had become a prick in her heart. Plus, Rick made it extremely clear to Jack not to look into it anymore. All clues that led to Chloe's identity were cut off, and everyone who tried to investigate into this matter had disappeared. This was not a good sign. However, Jack still investigated for Chloe, because he didn't want her to live in regret. I'm fine, honey. Don't worry about me. Chloe put her hands around Jack's arms. Are you sober already? Your sentences are so well formed. Jack was both angry and amused. I think I really did sober up. After all this, it was already after midnight. Chloe didn't feel dizzy or want to throw up anymore. It seemed like her tolerance had gotten better. After they returned to South Hill, they washed up and immediately went to bed. The next morning, the headlines of the news were, Timothy Green, the chairman of the Green Corporation, passed away last night in his private mansion. Upon seeing the news, Chloe was left grief-stricken. Although they weren't related by blood, she was still sad to hear that he died. She climbed out of bed and was about to go wash up in the bathroom when her mother called. Chloe, have you seen the news? Yeah, I just did. Is it true? Did he really die? Sandra's voice trembled. Mom, wait for me. I'm heading over to see you now. Sky Blessing Court. Sandra grabbed her daughter's hands as soon as she saw her. Chloe, what happened? How did this suddenly happen? He wasn't even hospitalized. How did he die? Mom, he really died, Chloe said as she grasped her mother's icy hands. No matter how much she hated Timothy now, she once loved him. Very much. Chloe could imagine how much pain her mother was in. Sandra stumbled back a few steps. However, she tripped and almost fell down. Chloe was fast enough to quickly hold her mother up. Mom, are you okay? How did he? Sandra choked on her words. Mom, his health was bad to begin with. Plus, his shares were taken, and the Green Corporation fell into Andrew's hands, so his heart probably couldn't handle the pressure and shock. Chloe consoled her mother. That undying man, he lived such a good life. He barely suffered before he died. He owes me so much. I wanted to see him living a pathetic life and laugh at him. He didn't even give me a chance, Sandra said, lying to herself. Mom, I saw him last night. You saw him? Sandra was surprised, and Chloe nodded. Yeah, he seemed really weak when I saw him yesterday. He was receiving nutrition shots and could barely keep any food down. Did he say anything to you? He told me to apologize to you. What's the point of that? Sandra fell to the couch, wiping away her tears. Chloe then took out the jade ring from her purse and handed it to her mother. This is... Sandra hesitated upon seeing the ring, and Chloe said, This is something personal from him. He told me to give it to you as memorabilia. This damn man. I can't believe he would do this in his death. I don't want to remember him. Sandra sobbed even harder as she took the jade ring from Chloe's hand. She still couldn't come to terms with Timothy's sudden death. I'm going to attend his funeral with Jack tomorrow. Would you like to come with us? Chloe asked quietly. Sandra didn't respond, and she just kept crying. You can see him off, one last time. He died. You should forgive him for all he did in the past, Mom. Okay, I'll go with you two. Either Chloe's words worked, or Sandra thought things through. In the end, she nodded and agreed to go to the funeral with them. The next morning was Timothy's funeral procession. A long line of people walked out of the Green family's mansion. As the oldest son, Andrew, walked at the very front of the line with his father's portrait in his hands. Behind him was Chloe and Brenny, both wearing white filial cloths on their heads. The truth was, Chloe wasn't obligated to wear that cloth and attend his funeral. After all, she wasn't his daughter. However, no one else knew who she really was, so she had no choice but to attend his funeral. Lily looked sad as she walked slowly, two maids holding on to her by each arm. Jack carefully looked after Sandra as they walked in the back. Today's weather was surprisingly nice. It was cold, but they could see the blue sky and white clouds. Everyone wore black as they headed towards the grave. 100 luxurious black cars gave Timothy the respect he seemed to deserve. To Chloe's surprise, Bella came as well. She walked beside Andrew. Her face was expressionless, since she didn't give a crap who died. However, she had to be aware of the media. Her father was right. They had to play pretend for a while. As her gaze met Chloe's, she turned around, ignoring her. She didn't want to talk to Chloe, and the latter was also too lazy to deal with her. Just like that, their group walked into North Hill Public Cemetery with Timothy's body. He was buried next to his father in his family's graveyard. It was noon by the time the proceeding ended. Andrew had set up a 100-table wake at a 5-star hotel, but Chloe wasn't in the mood to eat, so she and Jack drove her mother home before she called the hospital to take the rest of the day off. After Jack dropped Chloe off, he headed to GK. Chloe, on the other hand, slept the entire afternoon and woke up near nightfall. She put on her robe and went downstairs to the living room, sitting in front of the fireplace. Northern side of the country was so cold during winter that one could practically freeze to death if they stood outside for too long. South Hill Manor had a great heating system, but the living room was so big that it still felt a little chilly. Chloe enjoyed the fire in front of her as she sipped on warm milk. Suddenly, her phone dinged. She opened up to see a snap message from Victoria. "Chloe, Justin's back." "Oh," Chloe replied calmly. Justin wasn't supposed to be away for long anyway. She heard that he was going to be down south for 20 or so days. Therefore, she wasn't shocked to hear that he had returned since time was almost up. "We're going out to dinner tonight. Do you want to come?" "No, thanks. You guys have fun, though." Chloe always avoided events that Justin attended as well, because she didn't want her husband to feel uncomfortable. Moreover, she didn't want Justin to think that she had a thing for him. Chloe was a woman with principles, so she would never flirt with a man that was not her husband. After Victoria put her phone down, Max immediately asked, "Victoria, what did Chloe say? Is she coming?" "I told you she wasn't going to come. Pay up," Victoria said as she reached out her hand. Helpless, Max took $1,000 from his wallet and handed it to her. Brenton had changed and was walking out of their bedroom when he heard their conversation. "What money?" "I made a bet with my sister-in-law that Chloe will come, and I lost." Max sighed. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why would you bet on something like that? It's obvious that she wouldn't come. You know that she always avoids Justin." "But Justin's been gone for almost a month. Even a normal friend should welcome him back, right?" Max quibbled, trying to justify himself. "Too bad. They're not friends," Victoria said, as she put Max's $1,000 happily into her own wallet. The good thing about having rich friends was that she could dupe them out of money whenever she wanted to. She could earn a living just by making bets with Max and the others. "Forget it. Let's stop wasting time. I'm in a hurry to see what Justin looks like now," Max said as he left Brenton and Victoria's mansion. The three of them got on to the Blake family's Mercedes RV, and the driver drove them to the Phoenix, where Brenton made reservations a long time ago to welcome Justin back. As soon as they arrived, they saw a white sports car drive up from afar. Then, with a screech, it parked outside the restaurant. Max couldn't control his excitement as he jumped off the RV and screamed in surprise. "Whoa! Is that a limited edition Bugatti Veyron? Can you not be so flashy and pretentious, young Master Cooper?" Justin opened the door of his car and walked out. It was the middle of winter, but he was only wearing a casual black and white shirt. His shirt was uniquely designed, making him look more handsome than he already did. Justin's probably the only one in the city who can afford to drive a car that costs $50 million. Brenton sighed as he helped Victoria of the car. "I wouldn't be so sure. That dude from GK can probably afford it too," Max added. "No one's going to think you're mute if you don't say anything." Justin's face turned grim. Why did his stupid friend have to mention Jack as soon as he got back? Then, the four of them went straight to the VIP room on the top floor. Before sitting down, Brenton, Max, and Justin greeted each other with a big hug, in a manly manner, of course. "You've gotten tanned." Victoria smiled at Justin, who replied, "Of course I'm tanned. It's 34.5 degrees down there every day, and I'm forced to stand under the sun. If a polar bear went, it would come back as a black bear," Justin said in all seriousness. His new tan made him seem manlier than he used to. "Haha, young Master Cooper, stop joking around." Max was basically a laugh slut, laughing at any joke. "I'll order. You guys talk." Victoria sensibly took the menu and flipped through it, while the three men chit-chatted amongst each other. "Did anything good happen while you were over at the South Sea?" Max asked, with a perverted smile. Justin knew there was more to his question, so he asked, "What do you mean by good?" Max licked his tongue playfully. Yet, before he could say anything, Brenton asked, "He's asking about women. That's the only thing capable of coming out of his mouth." Justin poured beer into his glass as he exclaimed, "Let me tell you, the South Sea is a place where birds don't even visit. How can there be women? It's a garrison, and even the military dogs there are male." The three of them all fell silent upon hearing this. Then, They all broke into rabid laughter. I feel bad for you. Did you have to use your hands to resolve physical urges? Max mocked. Go away. Don't talk like that. Dr. Victoria is here, Justin replied, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay, you guys go on. I'll record a video. Perhaps it'll go viral on my Snap Friends circle, Victoria said as she waved her phone in the air. No, sister-in-law, please don't do that. If my dad ends up seeing it, he's going to kill me, Max immediately said. Recently, his dad ordered him to go learn something at the company, so he wouldn't be as free as he was. However, he knew how to slack off. He went to his family company in the morning to sign in. Then, he left and went back to sign out of the company when the day was over. Did anything big happen here recently? Justin asked, as he drank an entire glass of beer, immediately feeling a sense of cold pleasure trickling down his throat. Yeah. Do you know Bella married Andrew? Max asked immediately. I do. Justin nodded. Although he was tens of thousands of miles away, he still paid attention to the city's news every day. Moreover, Bella and Andrew's wedding was such a big deal, and was reported by various national media outlets. Therefore, it was only natural that he knew about it. Green Corporation's old chairman died and his funeral was this morning, Brenton added. Yeah, someone mentioned it to me when I got off the plane. Andrew's got ways. Now that there's no one else in the corporation with his last name, no one will try to steal his throne. Justin didn't like Andrew, because although he was always smiling, his mind was instead cooking up evil. Therefore, even when Andrew occasionally proposed that their companies cooperate, Justin had never agreed to it. That's about it. Oh, there's something else. It's about Chloe. Do you want to hear about it? Max asked. Upon hearing this, Justin felt awkward and fell silent, his gaze falling onto the floor. If you don't want to hear about it, then I'm not going to tell you, Max said on purpose, just to keep him guessing. Don't you dare! Hurry up and tell me! In the end, Justin couldn't hold back anymore. He was interested in all things that were related to Chloe, no matter how small they were. Victoria had no idea what information Max had on Chloe, since she had none herself. I don't know what Chloe's brain is made of, but she's just outrageously smart. The International Red Cross Committee presented her with the 2016 Outstanding Overseas Doctor Award. What? When did this happen? How do I not know about this? Victoria froze upon hearing this. She probably doesn't even know about it. I hooked up with a Finnish doctor a while back. She pays attention to stuff like that. To find common ground with her, I followed all sorts of official medical departments. When I was browsing through Instagram this morning, I saw an official announcement. Maybe they didn't notify Chloe yet? Or maybe they did. Is it a prestigious award or something? Confused, Brenton asked. Victoria explained. It is. A while back, Chloe wrote a paper, and the two of us spent all night looking up technical terms, translating it before she mailed it out the next day. It's a paper that calls the entire world to pay more attention to autistic children, and it contains a lot of academic opinions, as well as Chloe's own ideas. I guess it was well received. She is very good at her job. Brenton nodded in praise. That's not all of it. A while back, the Medical Association awarded her with the Huaxia Physician Award. It's really prestigious, and she received a certificate of merit as well as a trophy. But she didn't say anything or show off, and she just asked her assistant to place them in her office. The hospital even made her a banner to celebrate, and Director Richard gave her a $500,000 bonus. I don't think Chloe's from our planet, Max suddenly replied. Then he glanced over at Justin and asked on purpose, as if looking for a beating, Young Master Cooper, what do you think? Justin's expression was a little complicated, but he kept his cool. It's good. She's smart. Haha, that's such a bad answer. Is it that hard to comment on Chloe? Max laughed. I also feel like young Master Cooper's shyer than he used to be. Brenton looked at Justin in amusement. Victoria, on the other hand, just laughed. It was funny to see the three of them together again. Their tongues were all incredibly vicious, and it was interesting to see them be sarcastic or make fun of each other with every other sentence. After all, they were best friends who had known each other ever since they were bare-butted babies. Therefore, under most circumstances, Justin would never take Max and Brenton's jokes to heart, nor would he get angry at them. He had gotten so used to their mockery and ridicule over the years. Shy? You threw me a hardball, for God's sake. How am I supposed to comment on Chloe? To me, she's perfect, but who knows what you guys think? Justin told them what he thought without holding back. Hey, you think she's perfect? Young Master Cooper? Seriously? What kind of medicine did Chloe feed you? You're beyond saving. I thought you would forget about the past and start over after coming back from the South. But now it seems like you went for nothing. Max continued, making fun of him. Justin, on the other hand, said innocently, "When did I say that I was going to forget about the past after coming back from the South Sea? You sure have imagination, and I was basically there to walk around with my grandpa. I didn't take a sip of the water of forgetfulness at the bridge. What's going on in that brain of yours?" Haha, okay, I'll stop making fun of you. If you want to keep liking Chloe, you should. I think life's still a long road. Jack shouldn't be too arrogant. Maybe you'll be the ultimate winner, right? Max was so articulate that Victoria was at a loss for words. Forget it. Stop daydreaming. Let's drink, Justin suggested. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about Chloe. He just didn't want others to bring her up to make conversation. He decided to place Chloe deep in his heart. He couldn't forget her, so he was going to stop trying. He liked her, so he was going to do just that, like a man. Love was not a crime. The crime was that he appeared in Chloe's world too late, 7 years later than Jack, giving him no chance of even winning her over. But it was okay, because Justin thought a lot of things through while he was down south. To him, liking someone wasn't about possessing her. It was good enough that he could occasionally see her and hear about her from his friends. He was happy for her when she received awards. He would try his best to help her when she was in trouble. He would worry with her upon hearing that she was in a bad mood. No matter where he was and what he was doing, Chloe always pulled the strings on his heart. Justin felt like ever since he met her, his life became more eventful, and his future was filled with anticipation. Justin came back after being away for more than 20 days, so he was in a great mood and drank a lot. Max had a high tolerance and rarely got drunk. His tolerance was a typical combination of talent and practice. Since Justin was back, and it was a special occasion, Victoria let Brenton drink more than usual. Therefore, the three of them enjoyed themselves and drank a bunch of beer. Soon, a case was gone, but Justin wanted more, so he asked the waiter to bring in another case. Victoria, sitting beside them, sneaked a photo of her husband and his friends and uploaded it onto Snap Friend Circle, along with the following caption: "Young Master Cooper is back. I'm enjoying this long-lost atmosphere. Those three are already drunk idiots. Is there anyone who wants to adopt them?" Chloe was playing with her phone at South Hill Manor when she saw Victoria upload this photo. Justin's head was down and she could only see his profile. He was holding a cigarette between his long index and middle fingers. She rarely spent time with Justin, and therefore, so she hadn't seen him smoke that many times. Truth be told, he was quite good-looking. Justin's appearance, capabilities, personality, and wealth were all the best of the best. If she hadn't met Jack, Chloe would probably have fallen for Justin. After all, he had been so good to her. However, there were no ifs in life, only consequences and results. She had someone amazing, so she would never yearn for other things. She generously clicked like on Victoria's upload. Upon seeing this, Victoria smiled but didn't say anything. She also didn't tell Justin that Chloe liked her photo. Like Sarah, Victoria was also on Team Jack. They both admired the love of childhood sweethearts, so they supported Jack and Chloe, no matter what. Soon, they all had a lot to drink, and the atmosphere reached its highest point. Max complained. "The three of our lives are so twisted. We're basically monks. Neither of us has done it in a while, right?" Brenton froze for a second before looking at Max in disdain. That's not the case, is it? Justin here has someone in his heart and therefore weaned off women a long time ago. Victoria is pregnant, so I have to be careful. You're a free man. Don't compare yourself to us. Got it? It's normal for you to sleep with more than one woman a night? I don't want to talk about it. I haven't been feeling well recently, so I went to the traditional medicine doctor and am currently trying to recuperate, Max said, looking dejected. Ha, you deserve it. Impotent little boy, am I right? Brenton laughed proudly while Justin smiled but didn't say anything. Yeah, I can't do this to my body anymore. I only have one body, but there are countless women out there. I really have to take care of myself better. Now, do you know why most emperors die in their 30s or 40s? Justin suddenly added profoundly. Victoria almost spat out the water she had in her mouth upon hearing this. The usually calm Dr. Victoria couldn't take it anymore. You guys are so dirty-minded. Honey, they're always like that. You have to slowly get used to it. Brenton put his arm around Victoria and consoled her. It was almost 11 p.m. when they finished dinner and drinks. Everyone was somewhat tipsy as they walked out of the restaurant. Justin, we'll take you home first, Max offered. No, it's okay. I'm fine. I'll drive slowly. Justin refused and climbed into his white Bugatti. Brenton glanced at the way Justin was walking and said to Max, Don't worry. Justin's tolerance is scarily high, and we only had slightly more than we usually do. He should be fine driving himself. He knows his limits. Upon hearing what Brenton said, Max felt more at ease and left in the RV with Brenton and Victoria, who dropped him off at his mansion before heading home themselves. Justin, on the other hand, slowly drove his sports car, making circles in the city. For some reason, after the drinks and excitement, he felt even more depressed. Just then, a black BYD sped past Justin's car, and the driver curiously slowed down to look at the luxury car behind him. Holy shit, isn't that the 10 million yuan car, Bugatti Veyron? But why is it so slow? It's not even as fast as my BYD. Less than 3 seconds after saying this, the engine Hengtinim roared, and then a white shadow sped past him. He didn't even see what it was. After coming back to his senses and taking a closer look, the BYD driver noticed that the Bugatti had already disappeared. Although Justin liked racing, and the alcohol made him more excited than ever, his brain was still lucid. After stepping on the gas pedal, Justin sped all the way up to the most beautiful mountaintop in the city. Then, he parked his car, got off, and lit up a cigarette. He took out his phone and quickly pressed that familiar string of numbers. Right now, all he wanted was to hear her voice. Right before he connected the call, Justin suddenly came up with an idea to prank Chloe. Therefore, he used an app on his phone to conceal his real number before calling her. When Chloe's phone rang, she looked at the weird caller ID, which didn't really look like a phone number. However, it kept ringing. So after a moment's hesitation, she picked up. Hello? Upon hearing Chloe's crisp voice from the other end of the phone, Justin felt his heartbeat speed up. Then, he forced himself to stay calm and said, Hello, Miss Green. I am from XX Insurance. Are you interested in buying insurance? Chloe froze for a second before quickly realizing who it was. Then, she asked, So, did the big boss of Imperial Star Entertainment quit his job as CEO and is now in the insurance selling business? Justin fell silent before replying. How did you know it was me? What a waste of his effort. Chloe guessed it was him right away. He originally thought she would hang up upon hearing that he was selling her insurance. Your voice is pretty recognizable. You can't trick me, Chloe laughed. So did Justin. Ha, okay then, genius. You win. He was pleasantly surprised that Chloe could immediately recognize his voice. This meant that at least to her, he wasn't just a passerby. I heard you came back today? Yeah. Justin nodded. How are you doing? Great, but I'm really tanned through. Justin smiled. The situation in the South Sea is pretty intense these days. I thought our county was going to war when I heard that a commander of your grandfather's ranking was going there. War? Justin froze for a second. Yeah, with the Lubing Islands for intruding in South Sea. You're interested in national matters? Justin asked, intrigued. We're all responsible for the prosperity and decline of the nation. Chloe laughed. Don't worry, we're not going to war. Huaxia won't send troops to die for small matters like this. The diplomats will solve the issue soon. Chloe smiled but didn't reply. How have you been doing recently? Justin asked a little awkwardly. I've been great. I heard that you won a foreign award? Justin didn't remember what the award Max mentioned was called, so his question was somewhat vague. Yeah. Chloe nodded. Congratulations. Thank you, Chloe replied politely. Then, you should go to bed. I'm going to hang up now. Justin knew there wasn't anything else to talk about anymore, and didn't want them to be in awkward silence, so he quickly decided to hang up. Okay. After hanging up, Justin looked gently at the photo on his screensaver. If Chloe was his girlfriend and was beside him all the time, he would probably die of happiness, right? He had never envied anyone in his life, and it was always others who envied him. Yet, at this moment, he envied Jack very much, because he could have Chloe, all to himself. This, to Justin, was a luxury that he would never have. He used to think he was extremely rich, but now he realized that Chloe was a luxury he could never afford. After putting his phone back into his pocket, he smeared his cigarette onto the ground and walked up to the cliff, shouting into the open space in front of him, Chloe, I love you. Chloe, I really love you. Chloe, Justin loves you very much. Justin finally got the 3 words he had been suppressing all this time off his chest. But, could Chloe hear him? After venting out his emotions, Justin felt much better and went home to bed. The next morning, as soon as he arrived at Imperial Star and walked into his office, his assistant Anne walked in and said mysteriously, President Cooper, something bad happened. What's so surprising? Justin was someone who was never afraid of anything, so there was nothing that could make him think that the sky was falling. Nothing except for everything that was related to Chloe. Your mom came a few days ago and ordered our company to host an event called Prettiest Girl in the City to find beautiful girls. The initial auditions are done. There were 20,000 girls that participated nationwide, and now only 32 are left. Your mom decided to go stage by stage to eventually find a champion. Justin still didn't seem to care. As an entertainment company, don't we always host these kinds of talent shows to find future stars? But this time it's different. Anne found it hard to explain. Justin couldn't care. Not even a little bit. He went up to his desk and turned on his laptop. What's different? This time the beauties are not only judged by appearance, but also on education, intelligence, culture, family background. So, Justin looked up at Anne with a puzzled expression on his face. So, this time, your mom is not choosing stars. She's obviously choosing a wife for you. Justin almost coughed up blood. Choosing a wife for him? Since when was his mom willing to do such stupid things? Who told you that? Justin looked at Anne. Your mom didn't say it outright, but we can all tell. Usually, if our company is hosting talent shows, we will put a lot of advertisements on mass media. But this competition was really low profile. Your mom said that we need to select the champion in a subtle fashion. So, I think the champion would be her ideal daughter-in-law. Justin was at a loss for words and fell completely silent upon hearing what Anne said. Justin really loved his mom because Mrs. Cooper was very understanding and always gave him warmth and love. She would never force her child to do something he didn't like. It never occurred to him that his mom would show up at his company while he was traveling down south. He also never thought that she could stir up so much drama. Massive auditions for the most beautiful girls, narrowing 20,000 down to 32, such motivation. Okay, I got it. So, are we going to continue this event? Even in thought, the competition was ridiculous. Hold off for now. Let me talk to my mom first before I decide. Justin was drunk last night and came home late, so he didn't get to call his mom. He didn't expect her to cause such drama. Justin found himself getting a headache just thinking about the beauty contest. If all he really cared about was beauty, every single one of Imperial Star's artists would qualify since they were all extremely beautiful. Chloe was not drop-dead gorgeous. It was her temperament that mattered. Temperament, temperament. Most important things always needed to be repeated 3 times. In Justin's opinion, it was hard to find someone in the world who had a similar personality and strong presence like Chloe did. If Chloe were a man, she would be extremely successful and would have a very accomplished career, mostly because no matter what she learned, she would pick it up extremely quickly, so fast that people who studied and practiced hard would want to bang their heads against the wall. Where did she get her crazy genes from? Was it really from the Green family? It didn't seem likely. Timothy was a treacherous businessman, but his IQ and EQ were only average. The only person that could make the Green family proud was Andrew, who was not even Timothy's biological son. So why was there such a huge genetic difference when it came to Chloe? Justin had been thinking about this issue but couldn't figure it out. He still didn't know that Chloe was not even Timothy's biological daughter. Southside Recuperation Center. As Chloe headed towards the cafeteria for her lunch break after a busy morning of work, she saw a rich lady that looked familiar. "Ah, Auntie Cooper, what brings you here?" asked Chloe, with surprise, as Mrs. Cooper always appeared mysteriously. But Mrs. Cooper never came without a reason. She definitely wanted to talk about something with Chloe. "Chloe, do you have time to have lunch with me?" asked Mrs. Cooper, with an elegant smile. Okay." Chloe nodded and finally accepted the invitation. In Chloe's mind, Mrs. Cooper had always been a lady that understood the importance of timing. Mrs. Cooper always knew what she should and shouldn't do, and therefore, she had left a good impression on Chloe. Chloe thought of her as someone that was kind, tender, and down to earth. The two of them didn't walk too far and settled in at a restaurant near the hospital. "Mrs. Cooper, did you come to find me because you have something to tell me?" Chloe took the initiative and asked. "Yes." Mrs. Cooper nodded and continued. "Did you know that Justin is back?" "Yes, I've heard. Before he came back, I started an event called The Most Beautiful Girl at his company. It wasn't covered by too much media because I wanted to keep it on the down low. I want to find a pretty and smart girl who is well educated and from a good family background to be Justin's girlfriend. But is he okay with this?" Chloe asked. She knew Justin too well. His hot temper would make it unlikely for him to accept his mother's actions. "No, he won't, and that's why I came to find you." "Me? Is there something I can help you with?" Chloe replied in surprise. "Yeah." Mrs. Cooper wrapped her hands on Chloe's and said, "I know Justin really likes you, child. Your shadows fill his heart. But currently, you have a great relationship with your husband. It is unlikely you guys will divorce or even be separated. With your personality, it's also unlikely for you to take on the act of betrayal. So Justin has no chance. Instead of letting this crush of his go on, perhaps I can help find him someone to take your place. Perhaps with time, he will slowly forget you." "I hope so too." Chloe nodded. From the bottom of her heart, she hoped that Justin would forget her and live the life he was supposed to. But Justin is stubborn. He won't listen to anyone. Even when he was in the South Sea, he and his grandfather got into an argument about us setting him up. After all this, I think you're the only one who can convince him. So, you want me to convince Justin to allow this event to be continued?" "Yes. I'm sorry to ask you to do something like this. After all, this is a family matter, and I shouldn't pull you into this mess. I don't want to give you a hard time, child, but I need your help. As Justin's mother, it pains me to watch him be so stubborn." Mrs. Cooper was very sincere. Chloe could feel Mrs. Cooper's pain for her son loud and clear. Despite knowing that this issue wasn't something that she should play a role in, she still wanted to help Mrs. Cooper. If she could really help, it would help Justin as well. In the end, it could be a win-win situation. After a moment of contemplation, Chloe nodded. Mrs. Cooper, I will try. It might not work, but I will try my best. Thank you, child. Anytime. I'm happy that I can help you and Justin. You're such a wonderful girl. It's too bad Justin doesn't have the luck to be with you. Tenderness and love spilled through Mrs. Cooper's eyes as she observed Chloe. She had really taken a liking to the girl sitting in front of her. Chloe was understanding, mature, and most importantly, real and down to earth. Mrs. Cooper, please, don't say that. I'm not good enough for Justin. The Cooper family is too elite for typical and average individuals like me. Hush now, child. No need for formality. Elite or not, as long as Justin likes you, the whole family will like you. Mrs. Cooper smiled. So I will leave this matter to you then, Mrs. Cooper reminded Chloe before she left. Okay. Chloe nodded. By the time she got back to the hospital, she had 15 minutes left before her lunch break was over. Chloe pulled out her phone and sent Jack a voice message on, Honey, what are you doing? I just finished a meeting. You? I just ate. Honey, I want to ask your permission to do something. Yes? Well, it's just that I want to go and meet Justin. Shakily, Chloe spoke of her request, not knowing if Mr. Dawson was going to be jealous. Chapter 1290. Jack. At first, Jack didn't reply. Then he said, Honey, please repeat what you just said before that. Chloe. I said, Honey, I have something that needs your approval. Jack. Denied. Chloe was speechless. Chloe. Honey, how could you do this to me? Jack. Honey, I can let you do anything you want, but unfaithfulness is definitely not allowed. I have to prevent it from happening before it starts. Chloe. What are you talking about? Who said I wanted to cheat on you? Don't overthink it. To be honest with you, Mrs. Cooper came looking for me today. Jack. What did she need you for? Chloe. She said they are launching a beauty pageant, which in actuality is meant to help Justin find a girlfriend. But she was worried that her son might not approve, so she wanted me to talk to him and persuade him. Jack, do you think you can handle something that even his mom can't handle? You think you are more important to him than his mom? Chloe was again speechless. Jack, when will you see him? Chloe. Wow, honey, so that means you approved? Jack. I'm coming with you. Chloe didn't know what to say again. Jack. I can wait for you in the car. Chloe. Hubby, I'm so touched. I thought you were going to yell at me and say it's none of my business. Jack. No, I won't do that. I know you always have a reason when you do something. Chloe. Mua, I love you, honey. Jack. Love isn't something that is spoken. Jack. Just work hard tonight and show me your sincerity. Chloe. Don't worry, honey. I will be very sincere. Jack. Then go ahead and set up a date. I will drive you there and wait for you in the car. You have 1 hour. Chloe. Oh, yeah. My husband is the best. Chloe knew that Jack was not someone who couldn't see the big picture. Although he said he was jealous, in his heart he still trusted Chloe. Since she already told Jack that she was going to meet Justin honestly and directly, then there was definitely nothing going on between them. Besides, Jack would be driving her there. After getting approved, Chloe wanted to contact Justin. Then she sent a private message on Weibo to Justin. Are you there? Justin immediately replied, Yes. Do you have time tonight? Why did that sound like she was going to ask him out? This made Justin feel an unexpected rush of happiness. Yes, replied Justin calmly, after suppressing the excitement rising in his heart. Let's meet up. I have something to talk to you about. Sounds good. You pick a place. Justin pretended to be relaxed. Tonight, 6 p.m. at the Café en Seine. Okay. After replying, Justin felt like he was in such a great mood. Sir, don't you need to go to a business banquet tonight? And carefully reminded him, Cancel everything on my schedule for tonight. I have something more important to do, said Justin with a slight smile. Anne was astonished. He hadn't seen President Cooper smile like that in a while. Was he in love? After work, Jack came to pick Chloe up. It was snowing outside and freezing cold. Chloe hopped into the passenger seat and gave Jack a big hug. "Honey, where are we eating dinner later?" "You are not eating with him?" Jack asked calmly. "Of course not. I think it will take half an hour at most. After I finish with what I'm going to say, I will come out." "So, what do you want to eat?" Jack asked Chloe lovingly. I want to eat the black pepper beef pasta that you make. Your food tastes better than restaurant pasta," Chloe said coyishly. "Okay, so after we go home later, I will make some for you." "Okay," Chloe smiled happily. During rush hour, traffic jams were inevitable. Every time they stopped for a traffic light, Chloe immediately started being clingy. She would rest her head on Jack's shoulder and put her right hand on his right arm. She always thought this kind of happiness came too easily and felt unreal, just like a dream. Chloe felt that she suffered many misfortunes in her life, and it was hard to believe that she just got happiness this easily. She felt insecure and was afraid of losing him, so she clung tightly to Jack. "Honey, if you keep doing this, my body will react." Jack reminded her after seeing Chloe almost leaning her whole body onto him, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Embarrassed, Chloe sat up and decided to stop clinging to Jack like a piece of Velcro. Finally, they arrived at Café en Seine. "Go ahead, I'll wait for you here." Chloe nodded. Then, she got off the car with her purse and entered the cafe. Justin's new car, a white Bugatti, was parked in the most obvious spot right in front of the cafe. He arrived very early, 20 minutes earlier than their scheduled meeting time. He canceled all his plans, just to meet with Chloe. After all, it was Chloe's first time asking to meet him. "You're here so early," Chloe smiled. "No, I just got here." Justin felt a little shy. Then, he immediately called the waitress over. "Excuse me, please give her a hot cappuccino." "Thank you." Chloe sat down opposite Justin and took off her white down jacket. Underneath was a simple white blouse with a stand-up collar, with a bow tie pattern around her neck. Did the sun rise from the west today? Justin looked at her happily. "What?" This question caught Chloe by surprise. "You actually invited me to coffee. Is that surprising?" "Yes, really surprising." Justin looked down while slowly mixing the milk and sugar into his coffee with a stirrer. "I invited you out today because I needed to talk to you." "I know. You wouldn't invite me out for no reason." Justin looked up. He had already mentally prepared before coming. Someone like Chloe wouldn't call him up and ask to meet him just to catch up. Justin's directness actually made Chloe a bit uncomfortable. "So, what did you want to tell me? Are you pregnant?" Justin asked calmly. He thought about it a million times and often wondered how he would feel after finding out that Chloe was pregnant. Possibly happy for her, or maybe he would feel a bit depressed. But even he didn't expect himself to ask this question so breezily. Ahem. After hearing what Justin asked, Chloe started coughing. Why did everyone pay so much attention to her pregnancy? It made her feel like she was barren. "No, you've got it wrong. It's not about me. It's something about you." "About me?" Justin looked at Chloe as he raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yes, it's regarding the beauty pageant your company is hosting." Justin cut in before Chloe could finish her thought. "Did my mom go and find you?" "Yes." Chloe nodded casually, but calmly. She was not good at lying. Just ignore her, she old, so she's suffering from menopause. Justin continued drinking coffee with his head down. "But I think she's just looking out for you, so why don't you consider it?" Justin suddenly looked up into her eyes and called her by her full name. Chloe looked at him quietly. "You can choose to not love me, but please don't control me and ask me to love another person. I don't like other people controlling my life. I like to make my decisions with my own heart." Justin seemed a bit angry. Once Chloe started talking, it was obvious to him that his mom had asked her to persuade him into agreeing to that ridiculous mass audition. It wasn't like he was an emperor. Why was he being forced to find a concubine? I'm not trying to interfere in your life. I just think it might be good for you. After all, you can't be alone for the rest of your life. But it's not a rule that you have to get married and have kids in order to live life. Everyone has the right to choose their lifestyle. So why do I have to be the same as others? Questioned Justin. Chloe remained silent. Both of them stopped talking, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Finally, Chloe bit her lips and looked up at Justin. Justin, let me ask you, does your promise to me still stand? What are you referring to? Justin was confused by her question. I'm asking if the promise you made to me still counts. Staring into his eyes, Chloe slowly asked. It counts. Everything I promised counts. Justin would literally do anything for Chloe. So, if I give you this, you'll do what I want you to do? Chloe retrieved the bullet shell that Justin gave her for her birthday from her bag. Seeing the token made Justin's heart tremble. So, what do you want? You want to force me to cooperate using this? Justin smiled bitterly. I'm not forcing you to cooperate. I just want you to live a happier life. Haha, you're not me. How do you know that setting me up with a random woman will bring me happiness? Do you think humans are like animals? We mate when it's the right season? Humans are more advanced in that we have our own thoughts and personalities. Is there anything wrong with me liking you? It's fine if you don't reciprocate my feelings, but what are you getting out of forcing me into a relationship? Chloe's actions really angered Justin this time. Chloe knew that she went overboard, but she thought that it was worth it for Justin's happiness. So, she bit down on her teeth and put the bullet shell on the table. When it was my birthday, you said that you'll make a wish come true. So? Justin had a bad feeling. He thought that Chloe was digging a hole for him with her wish. As expected, he heard Chloe slowly say, So, my wish is that you can cooperate with the event Mrs. Cooper planned for you. Justin let out a light sigh. Then, he looked out the window with a depressed expression on his face. Take it back. Justin pushed the bullet shell towards Chloe. What? You're not staying true to your word? Chloe was a little stunned. In her eyes, Justin wasn't a man who would lie. Then, she heard Justin say, Take back the bullet shell. I don't want you to waste it on something like this. I'll do whatever you say. You don't have to force me using the bullet. Actually, I'll do whatever you want. Whatever, Justin. Soar. Chloe didn't even finish saying sorry before Justin got up and left. He left Chloe in the middle of her sentence, making her feel more awkward than ever. Suddenly, when Justin passed by Chloe, he stopped, looked at her, and slowly said, Chloe, don't force your wishes on others. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. After speaking, Justin left. He left as soon as they had a disagreement. Justin didn't think that their meeting would end so soon. When he walked to the door, he reached for his wallet and left $100 bill at the counter and said, For table 6, keep the change. Actually, what Justin said right before he left impacted Chloe greatly. She felt it deeply. Justin was right in asking her not to force her wish onto others. If she couldn't accept something like this, why would she attempt to convince others? Chloe felt that she was too selfish. Her desperation to find a girlfriend for Justin was so that he could forget her. If he did, she wouldn't feel that pang of guilt for being so happy and in love with Jack. At the end of the day, she put her own feelings ahead of Justin's and ignored what he felt on the inside. As she walked out of the cafe, Chloe felt a little down in the dumps. Jack immediately saw something wrong with her when she got into the car. Honey, what's wrong? Why do you look so down? Nothing. The conversation was just a little unpleasant. Jack laughed and pinched her face lovingly. Unpleasant is good. If you two were having a pleasant conversation, I wouldn't be sitting here so pleasantly. I would have torn down the cafe long ago. Chloe broke her long face and laughed upon hearing Jack's remark. She then sent Mrs. Cooper a message. Mrs. Cooper, I talked to him about it. Okay, thank you so much, child. Mrs. Cooper replied immediately. Chloe took in a deep breath, hugged Jack's shoulder and said, Honey, let's go home and eat. Okay. Then Jack and Chloe went back to South Hill Manor. Right as the two entered, their butler, Uncle George, walked over and asked, "Young master, young madam, what would you like for dinner? I'll have it prepared immediately." "It's fine, I'll make it myself. You guys should take a break." Then Jack got changed, rolled up his sleeves, and began cooking in the kitchen. When Chloe finished showering, she laid on the sofa in the living room and read through some documents from the hospital. Before long, Jack had spaghetti prepared. He even made Chloe a vegetable fruit salad. Chloe's unpleasant mood disappeared in an instant. The two sat opposite of each other. "Sir, your wine." Uncle George handed him a bottle of red wine. "We had it delivered from France. It's made with the freshest grapes. Even though it's not finely aged yet, it tastes great. Try it." After speaking, Jack poured Chloe half a glass. Chloe nodded. She took a bite of the spaghetti and felt her heart fill with happiness. She looked at the man before her and felt like she had traveled back to her youth. "Honey, thank you for being in my life." Chloe was quite emotional. She made a toast to Jack. Jack answered with a smile. Looking at the loving couple, Uncle George silently exited. The two were really busy and rarely had time for themselves to enjoy a good dinner. They were wasting their time together. On the other hand, Justin immediately started packing when he returned to the Cooper mansion. "Son, what's wrong?" "I'm moving out," Justin indifferently answered. "You were fine. Why are you moving out all of a sudden?" Mrs. Cooper was used to her son eating and sleeping at home every day. Her heart succumbed to chaos upon seeing Justin on the verge of moving out. "Nothing. My mansion is done remodeling. It's all clear of formaldehyde, and I've decided to move in. I like living alone anyways." After speaking, Justin put his personal items in his luggage and brought it downstairs. "Wait, Justin, you didn't even give us a heads up. Mrs. Cooper didn't want her son to leave." Justin immediately stopped and looked back at his mother. "Mom, why didn't you give me a heads up when you started looking for a girlfriend for me on my behalf? A nationwide beauty competition? You might as well announce to the world that I'm single. I did it for your own good. I don't need you to do it for me. I'll listen to you when it comes to anything else. But I want to be in control of my love life. I don't want to marry and face a woman I don't like for the rest of my life. Oh, and stop asking Chloe for favors. It's me who likes her. Don't involve her in my business." "Justin, are you blaming me?" Mrs. Cooper was heartbroken. "No, I'm just advising you. I hope that this is the first and last time something like this happens. Go ahead with the event, and let me know when it's done. I promised Chloe that I'll cooperate, but this is the only time." After speaking, Justin went downstairs with his luggage. He threw it into the trunk of his sports car and left right away. Mrs. Cooper felt heartbroken. Her son seemed angry at her for real this time. She didn't think that the girl, Chloe, had already affected her son so much. It was another weekend. Jack went to work at GK in the morning, and Chloe slept in until she woke up naturally. When she woke up, she realized that it was 9 a.m. already. Right as she got dressed, she saw Mrs. Dawson walk upstairs. "Chloe, get ready. I'm taking you somewhere today." Jack's mom seemed pretty friendly towards Chloe lately as her attitude improved. "Mom, where are you bringing me?" Chloe was a little surprised. "You'll know when we get there. Just get ready." Mrs. Dawson mysteriously hurried her up. The only thing Chloe could do was to listen to her mother-in-law, so she immediately got ready and changed. She looked at the weather forecast, saw that it wasn't especially cold, so she didn't wear a down jacket. She chose a light blue woolen coat. Inside, she wore a white knitted sweater. The combination lit up everyone's eyes. Chloe got changed, but before she could even eat breakfast, Mrs. Dawson dragged her onto the black Bentley. The latter didn't know how to drive, so her chauffeurs drove her everywhere. When Chloe got on the car, Mrs. Dawson handed her some breakfast pastries and a cup of soy milk. "Eat it while it's hot. Not having breakfast is bad for your stomach." "Thanks, Mom." Chloe slowly took the breakfast from her hands. To be truthful, she never thought a day like this would happen. Not only did Jack's mother accept her, but she was also thoughtful enough to prepare breakfast for her. It was completely out of Chloe's expectations. On the way there, Chloe quietly ate her breakfast and silently looked at the scenery outside the window. At that moment, a snap notification popped up on her phone. "Honey, are you up?" "Yep. Come have lunch at the company in a bit," Jack arrogantly demanded her. "I'm afraid I won't be able to. Mom's here." "Who's Mom?" Jack was a little confused. "Your mom Chloe didn't dare to send a voice message, so she carefully typed. What's she doing?" "I have no idea. She said that she's taking me somewhere." "Go. Mom's generous. If you're going shopping, scam her." "Pfft. Are you really her son?" Chloe smiled. Jack didn't reply. It took the car about an hour to drive far out of the city. Finally, they got off the highway and drove into a small village. "Mom, where are we going?" Unable to hold back her curiosity, Chloe asked again. Holding her hand, Madame Dawson mysteriously said, "There's a fortune teller here. He's blind but accurate. A lot of government officials come here, but he only works in the mornings. So we had to come as soon as possible." A fortune teller. Chloe felt a little embarrassed because, to tell the truth, she didn't really believe in these things. She always thought that it was a hoax and something that only old people would believe. However, her mother-in-law was doing it with good intentions in mind, so it wouldn't be right for her to turn her mom down. So, she had no choice but to follow Mrs. Dawson into a farmhouse, and she was immediately surprised by what she saw. The entire courtyard was filled with people who looked to be partying. Mrs. Dawson walked up and spoke to a middle-aged lady at the door. "We made an appointment with Master yesterday." "Yes, wait here for a moment. You can go in as soon as the people inside come out." Madame Dawson nodded in satisfaction. Then she held Chloe's hand and said, "Don't worry, child. I'm not asking him to see your marriage with Jack. You're married after all. I want to see when you'll be able to have kids. He's too accurate. You should listen to what he has to say." Chloe nodded. "When you go in, answer whatever the master asks of you. Don't be scared and tell him the truth." Mrs. Dawson gave her instructions. Chloe nodded again. About 10 minutes later, the middle-aged woman came out and said, "Omar King Wai, you can go in now." All right. Mrs. Dawson and Chloe headed in. But the middle-aged woman stopped them. "Only the one getting their fortune read can go in." "All right, I'll be waiting outside." Mrs. Dawson anxiously waited, outside with her luxury bag in hand. Truth be told, Chloe had never gotten her fortune told. She always thought of fortune tellers as con artists. So, she felt a little weird. She entered the inner room and saw an old man on the sofa. The old man was about 60 years old with whitening hair. She heard from her mother-in-law that he was blind. "Hello there, elder. I'm here to get my fortune read." Chloe politely bowed down to the old man. "Have a seat?" The old man waved his hand and signaled Chloe to sit down. "What do you want to know?" I want to know about children." Chloe felt embarrassed. It was a personal matter after all. "Tell me the date and time of your birth. I'll take a look." Chloe stated her birth year, month, and time. The old man shut his eyes and began to calculate. She, on the other hand, thought he looked like a fraud. He was just like the fortune tellers on the streets, who made a living by defrauding people, telling them that they were about to run into trouble and then promising them ways to break the bad luck. However, much to Chloe's surprise, the old man sighed right off the bat. "Elder, what's wrong?" "Your life." The old man hesitated. Hearing his hesitation, Chloe began to tense up. "Elder, just tell me. I can handle it." "My child, you've been through a lot of hardships in the past," the old man said with his eyes shut. Although he couldn't see Chloe's face, it was as if he knew what she looked like. His words actually touched Chloe. What a surprise. "I've told fortunes for more than 30 years, but I have never seen a life like yours." "So, is it good or bad?" Chloe continued to ask. "How do I put this? It's not exactly good, but it's not exactly bad either. There are the good and the bad about your life. Let me tell you." "Okay." It was the first time that Chloe felt intrigued by something as strange as fortune-telling. Your life is very interesting. It wasn't supposed to be this way, but something happened while you were a baby, and it completely changed your fortune. It's not a bad thing, however, as it saved you many years of wandering. Elder, I don't really understand. Chloe became more agitated by the elder's words that seemed to be onto something. No one knew about her past. Other than her, Jack, and maybe Andrew, no one else could possibly know. But this old man seemed to know something. The event that he had referred to, the one that completely changed her fortune. Could he be talking about her being switched at birth in the hospital? My child, I cannot tell you everything as some things are heavenly secrets. You must try to figure things out for yourself. What I can tell you is this. Although you've gone through many hardships throughout your life was relatively peaceful. If it wasn't for that event during your earlier years, your life would have been one that was filled with displacement and escapes, one that would require you to constantly be on the run from something or someone. Then will I ever meet my family? Chloe asked, feeling a sense of urgency. Yes, but now is not the time. They will come and find you. Chloe couldn't help but feel delirious upon hearing this. The old man laid out both his hands. Let me first tell you about your present life. Okay. Chloe nodded. She had already gained quite a bit of respect for the elderly man. The old man spoke with confidence. This life will be long and prosperous. Every decision is made by the heart. Storms prevail in the earlier years, and wellness will prevail in the later years. Chloe seemed to have understood most of what he said. Basically, he was saying that her life would be rough in the beginning, but would turn out for the better later on. The old man continued to explain, You are good-looking and possess extraordinary charm. You are talented. You don't take advantage of the kind, nor do you cower from the evil. You are bold, but careful, and are very charismatic. You weren't born into a good family and was always their pillar of strength. However, due to the helpful people you meet along the way, every difficult situation will turn into a positive one, so you don't have anything to be worried about. That doesn't sound bad. Am I currently entering the better phase? Chloe smiled, knowing full well who the helpful people the old man was referring to was. Who else could it be but Jack? To her surprise, however, the old man shook his head. Not yet. You will experience another hardship within the year. Chloe's expression changed upon hearing this. Then, can the hardship be avoided? Chloe probed, wanting to see if the elder said all those things for the sake of getting money. The old man shook his head. It cannot be avoided. It's in your fate. The fortune tellers who claim that they can help you avoid bad fortune are mostly frauds. The fate of human beings is decided by the heavens, and no one can change it. Otherwise, you would be going against God. You don't need to worry too much about this trouble of yours, however, as my calculations show that you will overcome it. Just remember, whatever you're up against, be brave, and there will be hope as long as you are alive. Chloe felt like the elder's words had merit, so she nodded along. Then, Elder, will I ever have a baby? Chloe put her hands on her stomach, feeling dejected. The elder was quite accurate in his readings. He wasn't one of those fortune tellers who spewed out random information for the sake of cheating money. Pinching his fingers to calculate, the old man slowly revealed, Don't worry. Not only will you have a child, you will have more than one. More than one? Did he mean twins, triplets, or even more? No way. She was either not going to have any, or she was having many at once. What kind of joke was that? You are someone who will have many children. Don't worry, be patient, and it will happen soon. The old man had told Chloe a lot. He wasn't usually so talkative. Thank you, Elder. Chloe nodded as a sign of appreciation. You don't need to thank me. Do you have any other questions? No, I don't. Chloe didn't want to be too greedy. Even if the fortune teller was accurate, she didn't want to know more. How boring would it be if someone told you everything that would happen in your life? How would you be surprised? The most interesting part of life, after all, was the fact that you never know what's about to happen tomorrow. So, Chloe decided to only ask her most urgent questions. Other questions were necessary. All right, please tell the next person to come in. Elder, how much money should I pay you? Chloe took out her wallet from her purse, ready to pay the fortune teller money. $1. $1? Chloe was more than surprised. I tell fortunes to help others, not to earn money. Please don't be surprised. $1 is enough. If I told fortunes for free, the heavens would condemn me. No, that's not right. $1 is too little, it's disrespectful. Chloe felt awkward. She took 10 $100 bills from her wallet and handed them over, but the elder shook his head stubbornly. I said no. Give me $1. Sensing the elder getting angry, Chloe knew that she had offended him. She fumbled through her purse for change, taking out a $1 bill and placing it onto the table. The old man reached out his hand and felt the bill. After making sure that it really was a $1 bill, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Chloe put her hands together and sincerely bowed down to the old man. Thank you, elder. She had never gotten her fortune told before. This was a first, and the fortune teller was truly a master. You're welcome. Goodbye. The old man waved his hand, gesturing for Chloe to leave. As Chloe walked out, the old man sighed. Poor child, what a tumultuous life. When she came out, Mrs. Dawson immediately walked up to her and held her hands. How was it, Chloe? What did the elder say? The elder said, I will have a child. I will actually have more than one, Chloe replied, feeling a little shy. Oh, twins? Or even more? Oh my goodness, that is fantastic. Mrs. Dawson was ecstatic. Mrs. Dawson trusted the elder's words completely because her friends were living proof of his accuracy. She knew that the elder's predictions were indisputable. The Dawson family would have many successors. Let's go. Mom's treating you to a feast. Mom, it's all right. You've already accompanied me for an entire morning. Chloe felt embarrassed that her mother-in-law was running around so much for her sake. After all, she was an elderly woman. It's not a problem. What are you talking about? We're family. Let's go. With that, Mrs. Dawson took Chloe's hand and they got in her Bentley. They arrived at a 5-star hotel and went up to its top-floor restaurant. Mrs. Dawson ordered Chloe an Australian lobster, cubelos, sea cucumber, and abalone. The meal cost more than $20,000 in total. Chloe felt bad for all the money spent, but her mother-in-law felt generous since her daughter-in-law had brought back such great news from the fortune-telling session. To Chloe and Mrs. Dawson, it was fantastic news. While they ate, Mrs. Dawson asked Chloe, Have you told Jack about this? Not yet. I'm afraid that, if it's not accurate, I would feel bad. Chloe wasn't completely convinced of the results. It would be embarrassing if the elder was wrong. Therefore, she chose to not tell Jack. However, Mrs. Dawson couldn't wait. Don't worry, that's impossible. That elder is amazing. If he says you will have children, then you will. Before Chloe could respond, Mrs. Dawson immediately called her son. Jack, I have great news. I brought Chloe to a fortune teller today. Do you know what he said? Ha ha ha. The master said that she will have many children. Our family's going to be busy. Mrs. Dawson couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes, bombarding Jack with the predictions of the fortune teller. Chloe lowered her head, feeling completely embarrassed. After all, she wasn't even pregnant yet. Jack smiled on the other end. That's great news. You have to reward your daughter-in-law. Of course. We're having a feast as we speak. Australian lobster. Do you want to join us? Mrs. Dawson was quite proud of what she was doing. It's all right. I still have a lot of things to take care of at the company. You guys enjoy. After she hung up the phone, Mrs. Dawson looked at Chloe with a smile and said, Jack sounded very happy over the phone. Oh, Chloe! Do you think you're going to have boys or girls? Or twin girls? Or twin boys? Or both? Mom, the gender of a child isn't decided by a parent. In medicine, it is a matter of X and Y chromosomes, Chloe explained, chuckling. I don't understand what you're saying, but I think a boy and a girl would be best. It's the most complete. Ha ha. But 2 girls and 1 boy is great too. Anyway, any combination is great. I would be happy even if they're all girls. Chloe was appreciative of Mrs. Dawson's openness in this regard. She wasn't like the other rich mothers-in-law, who were only happy if their daughter-in-law gave them grandsons. As far as Mrs. Dawson was concerned, she was happy as long as Chloe had a child, and gender didn't matter. Therefore, Chloe didn't feel so pressured. After the feast, Chloe wanted to visit her mother at Sky Blessing Court. Mrs. Dawson was more than happy to ask the driver to send Chloe there. However, she didn't go in, as some unpleasant events did unfold between the 2 women in the past, so she wasn't ready to face it all just yet. Before she left, Mrs. Dawson reminded Chloe to take care of herself for a potential pregnancy. Chloe nodded with a smile. Then, she walked into her mother's house. When Chloe entered, she was greeted by the sight of her mother eating alone. Upon seeing Chloe, Sandra looked delighted. "Chloe, you're right on time!" "I made corn noodles." "Mom, I've eaten. Keep eating, I'm simply here to see you." Chloe sat down on the sofa with a smile on her face. She turned on the television and began flipping through the channels. Suddenly, a piece of paper on the coffee table caught her attention. It was a money transfer receipt. On it was her mother's name, Sandra, listed as the sender and June as the receiver. It was dated today, and the total amount transferred was $10,000. "Mom, did you go out today?" Chloe suddenly asked. Sandra was busy eating and wasn't aware of her daughter's discovery of the receipt. She replied, "Yeah, I went to buy groceries. There wasn't much left to eat in the fridge." "Mom, why did you transfer $10,000 to June?" "Why did she suddenly ask you for so much money?" Chloe asked, looking puzzled. Sandra was startled by her daughter's question. "How? Did you know?" Chloe held up the slip, looking speechless. "It's clearly written on here." Sandra suddenly looked very awkward. When she returned from the bank, she was hungry and went to cook, leaving the receipt on the coffee table. She wanted to throw it away later. She wasn't expecting for Chloe's arrival, so she completely forgot about it. Chloe knew that her mother wasn't very adept in telephone banking or online banking. The only way for her to transfer money was through the old-fashioned counter at the bank. In actuality, Chloe didn't mind giving June money. Despite their distaste for one another, the girl was still her mother's niece. They should give her some spending money if it was just a one-time occasion. Chloe remembered her mother telling her that she had given the girl an extra $5,000 on top of her salary before she left. Her mother was afraid that she didn't have enough to live comfortably. Logically speaking, a single girl with $7,000 to $8,000 of spending money shouldn't be in such a bad state. Even if her workplace didn't cover housing or food, a couple of days wouldn't warrant her to spend all of her money. Facing Chloe's questions, Sandra felt very embarrassed. She had no choice but to tell the truth. "Chloe, don't get mad. June called this morning. She said that her new job doesn't cover housing or food. On top of that, they deduct a certain amount of deposit. She spent most of her money. Last night, she got food poisoning and went to the hospital. That's why she needed the money so urgently. She said she'll repay me the money when she gets paid." Chloe felt a bit speechless. "Mom, I'm not saying that you shouldn't lend June money, but I don't know how truthful her words are. You shouldn't trust her that much. If she's really in the hospital and is getting treatment, we can give her any amount. But is she really sick? Are you sure she's not just asking you for money? I don't think she would lie to me, right?" In fact, Sandra wasn't sure either. Back when her niece was living with her, the girl was truly lazy. She didn't do much. Sandra gave her food, a place to live, and $3,000 every month. Because June was her niece, Sandra didn't think too much about it. When her niece asked for $10,000, Sandra gave it to her without a second thought. In retrospect, it was foolish behavior. She didn't even ask her questions. All right, what's done is done. If she asks you for money again in the future, tell her that you have no money and direct her to me. If she really needs money, I'll give it to her. But if she lies, I won't give her a cent. Chloe tried to convince her mother. Sandra nodded, knowing full well that her daughter had a point. Has Thomas called you recently? Sandra looked disappointed. He did call, but he seems really busy. He's not coming back for New Year. He said he needs to study. That's good. It's a good thing that he's so motivated. Boys should be this hardworking. They need to experience some hardships to grow up. Although Chloe also missed Thomas dearly, she knew that it wasn't his fault. Rather, she supported his decision. She hung around at her mother's place for a bit, took a nap, and woke up to her mother's best dish: pork and celery dumplings. Coincidentally, Jack left work around the same time. He joined them for dinner at 7:30 p.m. and the two left Sky Blessing Court together. On their way home, Jack turned his head towards Chloe and asked, "What did the fortune teller elder say today?" "Didn't Mom tell you? I want to hear it from you." Jack's voice was gentle as could be. Chloe looked outside the window shyly. "He said that we will have many children." "How many is many? An entire soccer team? What do you think I am? A pig?" "How could I give birth to an entire soccer team?" Chloe hit Jack's shoulders, giggling. "Then," Mr. Dawson asked with all seriousness, "Then, did the elder tell you how many times we should do it every night?" Chloe giggled and gave a ruthless reply. 18 times. 18 times is too much, but I can probably manage 8. Aren't you afraid that you'll become impotent?" Chloe looked at Jack, amused. "I'm doing this for my wife, so what if I suffer from impotence?" Chloe gave Jack a nudge. Mr. Dawson was being a pervert again. The two drove back to South Hill Manor, washed up, and went to bed early. The next morning, Chloe went to work as usual. At lunch, Sarah started a conversation in their group chat. "Sarah, girls, are you free at night? I'm treating everyone to dinner." Victoria, "Did you find a lot of money?" Chloe, "Did you win the lottery?" Victoria, "Did you find yourself a rich man?" Chloe, "Did your Captain Noah quit and go into business?" Sarah, "Geez, I just wanted to treat you guys to dinner. Although I'm not as rich as you ladies, I can still manage one dinner. Just choose somewhere cheap to eat, heh heh." Victoria, "Okay, I'm dying of boredom at home. I really want to go out. We can eat anything. I don't care." Chloe, "I don't care either. You choose." Sarah, "Warning, we're not bringing our husbands today. Every time we hang out, the men are always there. We can't even tell each other secrets." Victoria, "Agreed. It's better if we're alone. It's quieter because I don't have to listen to Brenton drone on and on." Chloe, "Then I'll take the taxi and leave Mr. Dawson at home." Sarah, "Okay, then I'll make reservations and send you guys the address afterward. Just get there on time." In the afternoon, Chloe was busy with meetings and taking notes. The hospital was very busy towards the end of the year. There were many patients every day. If the neurology department wasn't filled, Chloe would help out at the other departments. It was truly a lot of work. Although her mother-in-law told her not to wear herself out, she really wasn't one to sit around. Finally, it was time to get off work. Chloe sent Jack a message, telling him that she was going out for dinner. Jack replied, "Okay," and went back to work. Chloe took the taxi to the restaurant Sarah had reserved. It was a renowned hot pot fish place in the city. All three of them liked to eat fish, so it was a perfect choice. When Chloe arrived, Victoria and Sarah had already arrived. The three of them sat down in an elegant room on the second floor. In the middle of the room was a large iron pot, simmering with a large fish and various vegetables. It smelled delicious. Our Chloe's getting chubbier." "Look at her cheeks," Victoria laughed. "You're right, I can see it too." "What happened? Are you losing your metabolism?" Sarah smiled. Chloe pinched her own cheeks subconsciously. "I'm preparing for pregnancy, so I'm eating a lot." "Aren't you afraid of becoming a pig?" "What if Mr. Dawson leaves you?" Sarah asked jokingly. "I'm not scared. I'll just feed him into a pig too." "Geez, how disgustingly sweet. Mr. Dawson's not even here and you're still flaunting your relationship?" Sarah teased. Victoria burst into laughter upon hearing their conversation. The atmosphere was always very lively when the three of them were together. "Hey, Sarah, when are you getting married? You can't keep living together without a marriage license." Victoria suddenly thought of the question. "Actually, during our last get-together, Noah already proposed to me." Victoria: "Wow. Why didn't you say anything?" Chloe: "Deliberate concealment of information. Drag her out and strike her 30 times. Sarah: "I rejected him, so there's nothing to tell." "You rejected him? Are you crazy?" Victoria's jaw dropped. "You shouldn't joke about something so big. Why did you reject him?" Chloe was surprised. Sarah looked at Chloe with a serious face. "I told him that I didn't want to get married yet. It's not the right time. Once Chloe gets pregnant, we'll get married. Wouldn't that be double the happiness?" As Sarah finished, they fell into silence. Victoria also stopped smiling, turning her gaze towards Chloe. Chloe remained silent. After a while, she said, "Are you stupid? Why are you waiting for me to get pregnant? If I never get pregnant, are you never going to get married? Pfft, that won't happen. I give it a year. Within 1 year, you will have a baby, and I will get married." Sarah was confident as could be. "Noah agreed?" Victoria asked cautiously. "Yep." "What a good man," Victoria uttered. Chloe, on the other hand, flicked Sarah's forehead with her fingers. "No one is as stupid as you, but it's not a bad thing. Fortune favors fools. You'll definitely have a lot of luck." "Of course. I'm the fattest out of the three of us. But the fortune teller told me that fat people are luckier. So, I won't be worse off compared to you two." "Ha." Sarah laughed loudly. Chloe was utterly moved. She didn't expect her baby troubles to affect her best friend as well. Sarah was even betting her marriage on the day she gets pregnant. Chloe was truly moved. Friendships, when taken seriously, came second to none. Although love was supposed to last a lifetime, certain friendships could last just as long. The best of friends may even begin in childhood and continue all the way to old age. Inspired, Chloe posted a status on her Snap Friends circle. "Whether it's friendship or romance, I hope they can last throughout the seasons, from the younger years to wrinkles and white hair." Chloe also uploaded the same thing to her Weibo account. Refreshing his feed, Justin immediately saw Chloe's new status. After a long while, he finally murmured, "I was never a part of your younger years, but I would like to accompany you for the rest of your life." What do we have here? "Young Master Cooper, are you really not giving up?" Max teased at the sound of Justin's murmurs. "No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." Haha. Did I hit the nail? Are you embarrassed? Justin decided it was best to just ignore Max. Instead of working at his family's company, Max decided to run to Imperial Star this morning, just to play cell phone games on the sofa in Justin's office. Justin was speechless. Most importantly, Justin even had to accompany him for lunch. Even so, the jerk still refused to shut up, as he roasted Justin relentlessly. Seriously, young Master Cooper, it's time to give up. I can't even stand to look at you right now." "You look so pitiful." "Really?" Max said as he continued playing his games. "It's my own business. I know what I'm doing." "No, you don't. You went to Southern Side with your grandpa for more than 20 days and you're still the same. Nothing has changed. You still get super excited when she updates her statuses. Serious? Why are you doing this to yourself? You can have any woman you want. Why waste all your energy on Chloe? Aren't you exhausted?" Looking at data on his laptop, Justin uttered slowly, "If you like a person and discover that they don't like you, does it make sense to just forget about them and like someone else? Is that really love? How old are we? It's not like we're still in kindergarten. It's not that simple." Throughout history, the biggest challenge has always been love. So many heroes have fallen to their knees at the feet of beauties. Who am I offending by liking Chloe? It's not like I'm destroying her marriage. Am I really that evil? I really don't understand why everyone's telling me to give up. "You're wrong. It's not that you're evil. It's that your unrequited love is pitiful," Max argued. Justin raised his eyebrows. "Pitiful? I don't think so. Actually, If Chloe dumped Jack and ran into my arms right now, that would be pitiful. If she can betray Jack for me, she will betray me for another man in the future. If she was that easy, I wouldn't even give her a second thought. I'm sinking deeper and deeper because I've gotten to know her better. When she was young, she made a promise to Jack to never leave his side. She's even willing to die with him. Chloe is an amazing woman, and I am willing to do anything for a woman like her. Max. Fine, you win, young Master Cooper. You're always right. Finally, Max decided it was best not to argue with Justin. When it came to Chloe, not only Max and Brenton felt helpless, even Grandpa and Mrs. Cooper couldn't do anything to change his mind. He was already on the path of unrequited love, and there was simply no return. At this point, even Chloe's smile was a God-given gift to him. President Cooper, the auditions are over. Mrs. Cooper is inviting the winner and the runner-ups to dinner tonight. It will take place at the White Jade Restaurant at 8 p.m. Please remember to arrive promptly. Assistant An delivered the information carefully. I got it. Justin nodded and continued to work. Max was excited by the news. He immediately got up, put away his phone, and walked up to Justin. Hey, Auntie Cooper's good. Although she didn't make the girlfriend-choosing thing a big event, she still managed to select a top 3 from 20,000 girls. I heard that the top 3 girls are gorgeous. How about? Before he could finish, Justin looked up at him and gave him a look of understanding. You can come tonight too. Really? Really? Will Auntie kill me? Max hesitated. I seem to recall that you're willing to do anything for a chance of getting with a beautiful girl. Haha, that's right. Okay, then I'm waiting for you all the way until the evening. Haha, you pick first. I'll take the ones you don't want. Max looked very happy. Are you still drinking traditional medicine? Justin suddenly asked. Yeah, why? Max was confused. That's good. Keep improving your kidneys. Max felt speechless. Who said Justin wasn't evil? When he felt like it, his words were capable of making someone turn over in their grave. Justin was truly against the wife-picking event because he thought it was completely childish. He originally wanted to stop it, but his mother had recruited the help of Chloe, leaving him completely helpless. He even told Chloe that he would do his best to cooperate. So, he couldn't run away from the feast tonight. 8 p.m., Justin and Max arrived promptly at the top-floor private room of the White Jade Restaurant. There were bodyguards guarding the door, courtesy of Mrs. Cooper's impeccable anti-paparazzi skills. As Justin entered the room, he was greeted by a sight of his mom and 3 women. Justin, you're here! Mrs. Cooper was delighted at the sight of her son. The 3 young women all looked over to Justin. After taking a closer look at the 3 girls, Max was surprised. The 3 girls chosen from the 20,000 were far from gorgeous. They couldn't even be considered as beauties. Young Master Cooper, the 3 girls called out in unison. Justin nodded and walked over to them. Max is here too? Mrs. Cooper smiled. Hello, Auntie. I was out with him. I haven't eaten yet, so I came along. No problem. Have a seat. Mrs. Cooper was extremely generous. After Justin and Max sat down, Mrs. Cooper immediately began to introduce the girls. This is the second runner-up, on the left. This is the runner-up in the middle. This is our winner, on the right. Justin, what do you think? Mrs. Cooper was very straightforward. She wanted her son to pick someone amongst the 3. Good. They're all pretty good, Justin uttered, much to everyone's surprise. Mrs. Cooper, Justin, which one's the best? Mrs. Cooper continued to ask. All 3 of them are good. Why don't we keep all 3? They're really great, Justin replied nonchalantly as he took out his phone and browsed through Snap. Max, young Master Cooper, although I appreciate your imagination, the reality is often not as nice. It's good that you have such brave thoughts, but our country currently doesn't allow polygamy. Max explained. That was also what Mrs. Cooper wanted to say. Although she was happy that her son liked all 3 girls, he couldn't have all 3 at the same time. Polygamy? You're the one with a crazy imagination. What I meant was, that Imperial Star will sign with all three of them. Our company's about to make a film about ancient country and is in need of a lot of actresses. They look like they'd fit those roles. Max. The three girls' face was also as awkward as could be. Wasn't Mrs. Cooper picking a girlfriend for Justin? Why was he asking them to sign with Imperial Star? At the sight of the confused ladies, Justin took out a few contracts he always carried with him. This is the contract for new celebrities. Look it over. If you girls are interested in the entertainment industry or acting, you can sign it. If you're not interested, you don't have to sign it. I will pay you money for the time and effort you've put into this audition. Young Master Cooper, you're mistaken. We're not here for money, one of the girls explained gently. The other two ladies echoed her words. Yeah, we're not in this for money. You don't have to give us money. Then do you want to act? No, we're not actors, nor do we want to enter the entertainment world. We're just here because… The girl swallowed the rest of her sentence. For what then? Justin raised his head and glanced at her. We thought that Mrs. Cooper wanted to pick out a girlfriend for you, so… Oh, about that, my mom was mistaken. I thought we were selecting new people for the company, but she decided to find me a girlfriend. I'm very sorry about that. I can compensate you in other ways, but not as your boyfriend. I've never lacked girlfriends. We have more than 300 female artists under Imperial Star, award winners everywhere. I don't think they're bad. If I wanted to, I would have chosen a girlfriend a long time ago. I can create 3 superstars, like Gianna every year. As for you ladies, I've given you the contracts. Like I've said before, if you don't want to sign with us, I will compensate you in your preferred method. This is my assistant's contact number. You can talk to him about it. I have something to do and need to go. Enjoy your meal. With that, Justin got up and began walking out. Angered by his actions, Mrs. Cooper caught up to him and yelled, Justin, stop right there. Mrs. Cooper babied her son very much. It was rare for her to call out his full name. Clearly, she was very angry. At the sound of his mother's voice, Justin stopped in his tracks. Max followed Justin closely behind. At the sight of the angered Mrs. Cooper, he immediately got out of the way. What was that? You better have a good explanation. This audition was held to select a girlfriend for you. You agreed to this. Why did you say that the company is signing newcomers? Mrs. Cooper interrogated Justin with as much patience as possible. I didn't want a girlfriend in the first place. This was your idea, not mine. I've already done my part. Justin wasn't fazed at all. So I'm jerking those girls around? Mrs. Cooper was infuriated. No, not only did you jerk them around, you've also jerked me around. Justin enunciated every word while staring at his mother. Hearing this, Mrs. Cooper's expression slowly became grim. Justin continued, In the beginning, I thought that you would pick out 3 extremely beautiful girls for me. But I've overestimated your skills. The 3 girls in there all somewhat resemble Chloe. You've worked hard to choose them out from 20,000 people, but what's the point? How pathetic do you think I am? I can't have the original, so I have to settle for a knockoff? Isn't that sad? I was just doing it for your sake. Mrs. Cooper didn't expect such a strong reaction from Justin. She originally thought that Justin would be happy to see women who resembled Chloe, and that he would feel something towards them. She really didn't expect this much anger from him. No, you didn't do this for me. This is nothing but an insult. Mom, you're growing old. You don't need to worry about me. Put more effort into taking care of yourself. I'm sorry I've disappointed you. With that, Justin turned and left. Justin, Mrs. Cooper yelled out with tears in her eyes. Justin, however, never looked back. Different people have different personalities. Andrew couldn't help but lust after girls who looked like Chloe, but Justin knew the difference between what was real and what was fake. There was only one Chloe in the world. She was unique and irreplaceable. If he settled for a replacement because he couldn't be with her, that would be the lamest, dumbest thing he would ever do. That night, Justin didn't go back to his parents' home. He didn't go to the nightclub or the company either. Instead, he returned to his private mansion. Sensing his low mood, Max followed him there. Justin was the nostalgic type. After he sold his old mansion, He remodeled his current mansion to be the exact same as his last. It was an exact replica of his old mansion. He even kept the aquarium theme going. Once someone entered, it was as if they had stepped into an underwater world. There were many tropical fishes swimming above their heads. Many details were exactly the same as his old mansion. Max was truly astonished. Justin had only moved to the new mansion less than a week ago. This was the first time Max had entered the mansion. "Ugh, I thought I entered your old home," Max murmured to himself. "Beer? Ugh, how about no? Then leave. Then I'll have a drink." So, Max and Justin brought out 2 cases of beer. Paired with some snacks from the fridge, the duo drank until the next morning. Justin's emotions reached an all-time low. He felt horrible. The girl he liked told him to find himself a girlfriend. His mother told him to just pick someone, anyone. Was he that much of a failure? "Max, tell me the truth. Do you really think I'll ever have the chance to be with Chloe?" Justin sat down on the floor next to the sofa, looking up at the fish swimming above his head. "Do you want me to tell you the truth or lie?" Max still seemed clear-headed. "The truth, of course. If you want me to lie, I'd say yes. You'll definitely have the chance to be with her. If you want the truth, I don't think you will. Honestly, I feel like if Jack died, Chloe would die with him. So, your chances are really slim. Do you know why I change girlfriends faster than I change clothes? It's because I know that true love will ruin me. Being in love can truly make someone want to die, and I'm really afraid of it. I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life." Although he didn't want to hurt Justin's feelings, Max still chose to be honest. Holding a bottle in his hand, Justin sighed. "Sometimes I think that I would gladly trade in 10 years of my life to spend a short moment with her. Even if it's for a very short while, I still want to be with her. I want to see her smile, take care of her. Things like that." Justin spoke from the bottom of his heart. The truth was, he never stopped wanting to be with Chloe. Even if he was only left with memories, he would still be completely satisfied. "So, why don't we try to make Jack suffer for a while? Then maybe Chloe can come to you for a while due to pressure. I have to warn you, though, the 3 of us have to do this together. This is the only way to be able to cause GK's downfall." Max came up with his best idea. Good idea." Justin nodded. Max moved up to Justin's side excitedly. "Justin, let's talk about details then. We need to—" Before Max could finish, Justin interrupted him. "But that's too much work. When will it pan out? Why don't I just ask my grandpa to hire an assassin to get rid of Jack secretly? That seems to be the better way to go," Justin said in all seriousness. "That's not a bad idea either, but murder is a little bit too." Max felt his spine tingle. "Right now, you have 2 choices. 1, get out of my house right now. 2, get the F out of my house immediately." "Max, what kind of ideas are you coming up with? I'm a stand-up righteous man. Do you think I'd use despicable tactics to get Chloe? That would totally make her despise me. If I'm defeating Jack, I'm doing it honorably. Who do you think I am, Andrew?" Justin was truly infuriated. He knew that Max was simply brainstorming, but what kind of idiotic ideas were those? How could he use them? Plus, when it came to him being with Chloe and Chloe being happy, he would gladly choose the latter. Therefore, he would never plot against Jack. Even their businesses only engaged in healthy competition. Justin didn't want to be looked down by anyone, especially by Chloe. "Haha, please don't get mad. It's my fault, all right? I shouldn't have said those things. If that's the case, why are you even struggling? Stand up to Jack and fight him head on. If you lose, you have nothing to regret. If you win, that would be a miracle," Max laughed. Justin immediately gave his friend a punch in the head. Why were they friends again? The pair kept drinking and talking. That night, they finished every bottle of beer stored in Justin's house. They even finished 2 bottles of fine red wines, causing Max's total loss of memory the next day. He couldn't remember anything from the night before. Justin, on the other hand, got up at 7 a.m. sharp and drove to Imperial Star on time for a meeting. That was the difference between a successful person and a normal person. Max knew that he would never amount to Justin's level of godliness. He could only worship the man. After the morning meeting, Assistant Anne walked over to Justin. "President Cooper, the 3 ladies who were picked by Mrs. Cooper have contacted me. 2 of them want lofts under Imperial Star's properties, each worth about $3 million. Give it to them." Justin was quite the generous fellow. He didn't consider anything that could be solved with money a problem. His mother was the one who held that stupid audition, but he felt bad that the girls had been played. Giving them property as compensation was nothing. After all, the ladies went through many rounds and were chosen out of 20,000 people. Justin really couldn't remember their faces anymore. He was too drunk the night before, and the only thing he could remember was the fact that they all resembled Chloe. Mrs. Cooper had truly tried her best to make her son happy. One of them wanted a car. What kind of car? "I'll buy it for her." Justin nodded. "Ugh, she said she wanted your black Lamborghini Sesto Elemento," Assistant Anne said, his voice shaking and butt cheeks sweating. Justin slightly paused for a moment. He had been driving the black Lambo for a very long time. Not only was it a global, limited edition car, it also had important sentimental value. Max had tried to buy his baby off of him many times, but failed each time. If he wouldn't even sell it to one of his best friends, why the heck would he give it to a stranger? "Who's the one asking for my car?" "Curious," Justin asked his assistant. "It's the winner." "Oh, her, the white-bone spirit one." Justin didn't remember anything other than that, as her name was similar to a character from The Journey to the West, so it was quite memorable. Anne was speechless. "Tell her that the 6th element is off limits. I can get her a new Lambo instead." "All right," and nodded and exited. Justin wondered what was wrong with girls these days. They always asked for what others treasured. Did they get a kick out of that? It seemed like Chloe was the only woman who did not long for things others loved. Thinking about Chloe made Justin's gaze warm and gentle. Monday morning. The car shop finished repairing her Audi R8 and sent it back yesterday, making Chloe as happy as a child. She touched the car all over as she loved it very much. Even a brand new car wouldn't have made her so happy, because this one was a gift from Jack. It was a car brand that both Jack and Chloe liked, as it was pretty low-key. It wasn't as much as a show-off compared to Lamborghinis, Maseratis, and Porsches. Chloe could finally drive to work now that her car was back. After the hospital's morning meeting, Chloe began seeing patients. In the morning, she worked really hard and saw more than a dozen patients. When it was lunchtime, she worked until it was 12:30, organizing patient files. By the time she was done, the cafeteria was out of food. She was torn between eating some bread to make up for lunch or getting some takeout food when Andrew walked towards her, holding some bento boxes in his hands. "You're such a workaholic. You haven't had lunch yet, no?" Andrew smiled. "How did you know?" Chloe stared at Andrew, as she detested Andrew's know-it-all attitude. It made her feel very insecure. "Your assistant told me. I haven't had lunch yet either and got some takeout. Should we eat together?" Chloe was about to refuse when she heard Andrew say, "Why do you think Sufang Restaurant's vegetarian food is so good?" "It's vegetarian, but it's still savory without oil and meat." You got food from Sufang?" Chloe swallowed. "Then, let's eat together." Chloe gave up without a fight. She went into the office with Andrew and the food. Sufang was a vegetarian restaurant that had been open for many years. During the holidays, it would be very full and had to be booked far in advance. They had very good vegetarian food, and its name came from a very famous show from a long time ago. It was delicious, but was located in the northernmost corner of the city, where the roads were difficult to drive through, and the air was polluted with factory smoke. Therefore, Chloe rarely ate there. She didn't think that Andrew would drive there for their food. The drive would take almost 2 hours. That was why she thought Andrew was truly weird. Inside the office, Chloe lowered her head and ate in silence, while Andrew ate and snuck peeks at her. Every time he ate with Chloe, he felt unusually happy. Even if they didn't talk, he wouldn't feel awkward. No one, other than Chloe, was capable of giving him such a strong sense of security. The truth was, Andrew was someone that was even more insecure than Chloe. Since his childhood, he had to survive on the mercy of others, and had to live with the knowledge that nothing belonged to him. To his biological parents, he was already an outsider. To the Green family, he was also an outsider. Due to cautiousness developed in his youth, he now had calmness and wisdom beyond his years. Like Chloe, he never panicked in the face of danger. They both could hold their ground in the face of a storm. Even if hell broke loose, they would still uphold their superior attitude. It was an air of royalty that most people didn't have. Chloe. Andrew dropped the words, "little sister," very easily, as Chloe was just easier to say. Chloe instinctively looked up. "Are you going to the snooker celebrity night?" "I don't know yet. If Jack is going, I'm going." Chloe decided to be Jack's sidekick for the rest of their lives. Jack is going for sure because the host is the famous businessman. He invited celebrities, entrepreneurs, any famous person, for that matter. The night is structured like a competition. Oh, aren't the participants just going to play pool? Is it such a big deal? Chloe had no interest in business gatherings. It's not as simple as playing pool. The winner will get a 3-year contract with the international corporation. Of course it's a big deal. Chloe looked at Andrew with disbelief. How could someone be crazy enough to make a business deal through pool? The host loves pool. He thinks that playing pool is like life. Only those that can plan ahead wins. So, he didn't finish the sentence because the rest was already implied. Oh, Chloe nodded and went back to eating. Chloe, so, if I win, and Jack lost on snooker celebrity night, would you hate me? Andrew's question was really naive and completely unfitting to his usual intellect. Chloe suddenly smiled. Why would I hate you? Andrew was mesmerized by Chloe. She rarely looked and smiled at him like that. Winning at pool requires skills. I can't hate someone just because Jack wasn't as good as them. Your logic is so weird. That's good. Andrew smiled and went back to eating. Afterward, Andrew gracefully wiped his mouth and was about to leave. Wait up. Andrew put his hand in his pocket and turned around. You give me quite a lot of gifts, like the face masks, food, and other stuff. I don't like owing people. I know that you don't want money, so I decided to give you something in return. You want to give me something? Andrew was quite surprised. He thought that Chloe would be content with everything he gave her, which would already make him happy enough. He didn't think she would consider giving back. To be truthful, Chloe didn't want to owe others, and stood by the notion of courtesy demands reciprocity. If others treated you well, it was affection. Not everybody had the obligation to be good to you. Chloe took out a beautiful velvet box from the drawer. She put it on the table and said, "Didn't you say that you're having headaches because of insomnia? I ordered a custom eye massager for you. I think headaches are mostly due to eye exhaustion. When you wear the massager, you can listen to music. The massager plays music that helps you sleep. I've prepared some medicine for you too. They're supposed to help with insomnia. There are no side effects, so you can eat without worrying. If you don't believe me, you can get it checked out by a specialist." Chloe knew that Andrew was an easily suspicious and didn't trust others easily. Andrew felt warmth in his heart for the first time in his life as he looked at the massager and the medicine Chloe prepared. It was such a magical feeling that he had never felt before. He slowly walked back and picked up both the pill bottle and the massager. Then, he looked gently at Chloe and said, "This is the best gift I've ever received. Thank you, Chloe. Don't worry, I'm just giving back what I owe. You spent quite a fortune on the stuff you gave me." Andrew then walked out with Chloe's presents, while Andrew sat in her office, filled with complicated emotions. In fact, she didn't trust others easily either, so she didn't dare to use the face masks that Andrew gave her at first. She even got somebody to examine their compositions, which proved that they were indeed luxury skincare products under the Green Corporation that were sold on the market. There was nothing wrong with them. So, Chloe suddenly thought that Andrew might not be hostile against her. Therefore, after some thought, she decided that she needed to gift something back so that she could rest easy. She had no reason to keep accepting his gifts. In this world, the only person she could accept love and kindness from without any mental or psychological pressure was Jack, because Jack was already her whole life. At nighttime, Chloe and Jack sat across from each other as they ate dinner at home. "Honey, we're both invited to Snooker Celebrity Night on Friday. Do you want to go with me?" Chloe slowly raised her head. "What if I don't want to go, and I also don't want you to go?" Jack gently smiled and said, "Then we can both stay home. The night's long, we can exercise at home." Mr. Dawson's words made Chloe blush. So, she wasn't innocent anymore, was she? "What are you talking about?" "I don't want to exercise with you. Stop being so shameless." Chloe covered her bright red face and blamed Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson replied innocently, "Honey, it's so cold out. How is it shameless if we stay warm inside and work out?" "Oh, we're working out." Chloe lowered her head. "What were you thinking?" Jack smiled deviously. Chloe pretended to be an ostrich. She wanted nothing more than to bury her head into her plate and stay silent. Jack felt like his wife was too shy, and she never wanted to talk about sex stuff. Therefore, he wanted to educate her. After a while, Chloe raised her head and said, "Ahem, I was joking. Snooker sounds great. We can play pool to kill time." "Whatever you want, honey." Chloe already heard from Andrew that Snooker Celebrity Night wasn't as simple as just playing pool. Most importantly, it was personally held by the Huaxia multi-billionaire for the purpose of finding himself a business partner. International Corporation branched all over the globe. Who wouldn't want to work with such a financially capable company? Chloe decided to go with him from the beginning, but she still asked that question for fun. She knew that Jack valued her opinion above his business. However, the more he valued her, the more she felt like she had to be responsible. She would feel more accomplished if her husband's business was well off. Time always passed by quickly and soon. It was Friday. After Chloe finished work, she drove to GK like she always did. GK's stylist dressed her up, and the two went to the hotel where the event was held. Most female stars or celebrities wore fur coats to dinner parties in the midst of winter, because fur coats were both warm and fashionable. But if Chloe didn't wear fur, would she wear a down jacket instead? No, because it would seem inappropriate. The situation was unfit for a casual outfit, so Chloe wore a suit. Like Jack, she chose a black Korean-style suit without buttons. The material was high-end, thick, and delicate. Her hair was blown up by the hairstylist into a fluffy blob, making her look extremely adorable. She had on cropped black trousers, black studded heels, and a medium-length sweat with a white V-neck on the inside. With nude makeup, she looked like a whole new person. She was extremely stylish and well put together. Even Jack had never seen Chloe dress like this, so he looked very stunned. Who said that his wife wasn't a looker? In his eyes, all the women added together in the world would lose to Chloe. His coldness melted when he saw her, and his sharp gaze would turn as soft as water. "Tsk, tsk. Young madam looks better than all the celebrities." Mark complimented her. Mark was one of those old-fashioned men who didn't like women who wore revealing clothes. Contrary to his preference, women liked wearing exposing, sexy outfits. They either exposed their shoulder or waist, or wore very low V-necks. However, the young madam dressed conservatively without being a prude or out of style. It wasn't the first time he blabbered to his wife about her great style. He then remembered that his wife solemnly replied, "First, get to Jack's level of success. Then, talk about what I wear. Hey there, beautiful. You free tonight?" Jack walked to Chloe and joked, "I'm not. I have to go play snooker with my husband tonight. Jack smiled, put his arm around Chloe's shoulder, and walked out as the employees looked at them enviously. I didn't used to think that the young madam was good enough for the president, but I love her demeanor. She's not scared of anything. She can even back the president up when he needs her. Life sure is different when you have a high IQ. Right, right. Our young madam is pleasant to look at over time. She's unlike the women who look good at first, but become uglier the more you look at them. She seems quite average at first, but she gets prettier and prettier the more you look at her. They're so cute together. Right. Some netizens have been saying that President Dawson should have married Miss Hall, but she is uncomfortable to look at. She looks fake. The young madam is much better. She's not dramatic, she's forgiving, and she doesn't butt into company business. She's an independent female. There's a saying that time will reveal a person's true nature. Indeed, it did. When Chloe and Jack's marriage first got out, most people didn't understand Jack's choice of partner, nor did they like Chloe. However, after all this time, more and more people found themselves liking the low-key and capable woman. Outside the Red Owl Hotel, when Chloe and Jack arrived, the media took 1 million pictures of them. Only then were they finally free to walk down the red carpet. Chloe's outfit also caused an uproar. She actually picked it herself. The stylist wanted Chloe to wear an evening gown, as it was more graceful. However, Chloe thought that if she got a chance to play pool like Jack, it would be inconvenient for her to wear an evening gown because she wouldn't be able to put her pool-playing skills into good use with the gown restraining her. So, after some picking, she went with a suit, giving her a handsome charm. She unknowingly became the trendsetter for the winter season. During a live stream, a fashion channel's host had the following conversation with a guest from the fashion industry. The host said, "Miss Kai, out of all the female stars of tonight, whose outfit was the best?" Miss Kai replied, "I didn't really look at the female stars since their clothes were mostly sponsored by luxury brands. I've seen most of them at European fashion shows before. I can't comment much, but the outfit of GK's young madam was especially eye-catching for me." The host asked, "Oh? Are suits in style this year?" Miss Kai answered, "No, it's not. That's precisely why I loved her choice of outfit. It made her stand out from everybody else tonight. Her outfit was simple, elegant, and stylish, amplifying her charm and hiding her weak spots. It was a smart and graceful decision. I believe that she caused heads to turn tonight. It was true, Chloe's simple choice of outfit unintentionally made her the main character of the event. All the attention actually embarrassed Chloe. People frequently photographed her, forcing her to hide behind Jack like a little girl. Jack held her hand lovingly as she shyly hid behind him. "President Dawson, excuse me, can I take a picture with your madam?" An unnamed celebrity ran in front of them like a little fan and blocked their way. Chloe awkwardly backed off. To be truthful, this wasn't what she wanted. All she wanted was to get in on the fun with her husband. She had no intention of becoming the center of the discussion. Jack noticed Chloe's reluctance and gently refused. "Sorry, my wife does not like to be photographed in public." "Oh, okay then," the socialite said dismissively as she moved aside. Chloe quietly trailed behind Jack with her head down, trying her best to seem inconspicuous. Not far away, the Hall cousins saw what happened and basically erupted with anger. Andrew hated Bella so much that when they entered, he walked in alone instead of with her. Therefore, Bella had no choice but to come in with her cousin, Abby. The Hall cousins dressed luxuriously, both wearing evening dresses worth hundreds of thousands, with red and white fur on top respectively. Bella favored white and always dressed like a fairy, as if she was declaring her goddess status to the world. Although they deliberately dressed nicely, the Hall cousins still failed to become the center of the media's attention. Rather, the reporters constantly swarmed around Chloe, who wore a black suit that surprised everyone present. Chloe is the most disgusting and fake person in the world. She always pretends to be innocent, but in fact, she's full of schemes. She definitely decided to wear a suit to attract attention after finding out that we would all be wearing traditional evening dresses. What a batch. Abby complained. It's okay. We need to avoid her tonight. So, don't cause any trouble. Bella was a little annoyed, but she didn't forget to remind her cousin about the bet they lost during their car race with Chloe, which required them to keep their distance from Chloe no matter where the latter went. Bella wasn't stupid enough to show up in front of Chloe just to be humiliated. Abby was the same. All she could do was complain and batch about Chloe, but she didn't dare to confront her. Justin arrived relatively late, together with Max, without any celebrities from his company. All the stars from GK Film and Television and Imperial Star Entertainment came in pairs, each representing their company's upcoming movie. Cody came with Emery. Annie came with Zion. Gianna came with Chloe. Brenton came by himself because Victoria didn't come. Hey, where is Victoria? Chloe was curious. Tonight was an interesting event, and Victoria should have come. She wasn't feeling well. Maybe she ate something bad and felt nauseous. So she stayed at home to rest. Is she okay? Do you need to take her to the hospital? Chloe was worried. No. She said she just needed some rest. I hired a private doctor to check on her. That's good. Chloe nodded. You guys keep chatting. I'll go check on Justin. Then, Brenton split up with Chloe and headed over to Justin. Justin saw Chloe as soon as he walked into the ballroom, but he couldn't keep gawking at her, so he looked somewhere else instead. But this still seemed really intentional. Mr. Cooper, stop pretending. Chloe is over there. Do you want to go say hi? Brenton walked over with a glass of wine. It's okay. Justin didn't want to make Jack, Chloe, or himself feel awkward by going over and greeting them. So, it was better not to go. Soon the host arrived, which made the atmosphere reach a fever pitch. After his speech announced the opening of Snooker Celebrity Night. Then, the host announced the rules. Competitors were matched by random drawing, and whoever won 3 rounds in a row would proceed to the finals. After the finals, competitors would face off in a one-on-one PK game. Then, the winner would be selected and get to sign a contract with the host on the spot. Jack didn't really care about cooperating. He came because they had already met each other beforehand. The host showed appreciation towards him and wanted him to join this event. Therefore, Jack came as a favor to him. So, he didn't want to win as badly as he did during that cruise trip. While people were drawing their assignments, Justin raised his hand in front of everyone and said, I give up. Justin said Brenton and Max at the same time. They didn't expect Justin to give up before the competition had even started. Chloe was surprised as well, and she looked at Justin from across the room. President Cooper, this... Apparently, even the host felt like he was put in a difficult position. What? I can't do that? Justin questioned domineeringly. No, of course it's allowed. It's just such a pity because the host knows that Mr. Cooper is good at snooker. But I just don't feel like playing snooker tonight, said Justin with a lollipop in his mouth that he had somehow obtained. With a devil-may-care attitude, the Justin in front of Chloe right now was the same Justin she met in the very beginning. He had no regard for anyone, and was extremely arrogant. Okay, so I will now announce that President Cooper of Imperial Star Entertainment has forfeited his spot voluntarily. After the host announced this, there wasn't even any time for people to discuss what happened because the tournament had started. A lot of people signed up that night. All those rich people were trying their luck. What if they won? They would get the opportunity to sign a 3-year contract. But most of the people who entered were men. There were not many women who could play pool well, much less the more challenging game of snooker. So after Chloe signed up for the competition, she noticed that she was one of the only 10 women who entered, but that included the Hall cousins, which was not surprising. They were always there whenever something was happening. They were afraid of missing out at attracting people's attention. Chloe was used to that. But why would Justin just give up like that? It didn't seem like something he would do. Chloe was confused as she began her 3 rounds of elimination games. Because Max and Brenton had both entered, they didn't even have time to ask why Justin gave up. Justin just sat there calmly, like a spectator, and watched people play. Brenton and Max came down during the break after the 3 rounds were over. "Justin, what's going on?" asked Max. "Why did you give up? It's not your style." Brenton felt confused too. Justin calmly grabbed an apple and took a bite. "I just don't want it to be like last time." After hearing what he said, Max and Brenton looked at each other and immediately understood what Justin was talking about. Then, Justin continued, "She definitely wants Jack to win, so if I entered and won, she would be disappointed. But if I lose, then it doesn't make any sense for me to enter. I don't want to be the cannon fodder and get defeated. So basically, you were worried that if you beat Jack, Chloe would be mad, right?" Max felt annoyed. "But you can't say that. Chloe is not that petty. I think Justin just didn't want to have another one-on-one competition with Jack. After all, Chloe is always on Jack's side, so it just doesn't make sense for him to torture himself, like last time." Justin nodded. After 3 rounds, the 20 people who remained were split up into 10 groups. Then came the one-on-one PK round, where the competitors could each select their opponent. Abby was already eliminated, and unsurprisingly, Bella advanced. Chloe thought Bella would definitely choose her, but she didn't. Bella's gaze calmly swept past her and landed elsewhere. She said, "I choose Cody." Bella was not that stupid. She had lost too much to Chloe. Therefore, she concluded that Chloe was indeed a smart woman. All else aside, Chloe picked things up quickly, and the fact that she volunteered to enter this competition meant that she was not just an ordinary player. Though Bella could play well too, she didn't want to lose to Chloe in a situation where everyone was looking. That would be really embarrassing. "Heh heh heh," Cody chuckled after being chosen by Bella. From Cody's perspective, Bella intentionally chose him because she was afraid to lose to Chloe. But was he actually someone who was an easy target? When Cody passed by Chloe with his pool cue, he murmured, "Sis, let me avenge you. I will defeat Bella so badly that she cries." Upon hearing what he said, Chloe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. While she was still caught up in the emotion of processing what Cody said, she heard a man's voice say, "I choose Chloe." Chloe turned her head in surprise and saw Zion. Zion was a complicated man. He came all the way from Capital City to work with Jack in an attempt to debut into Europe and the Americas. However, a few days ago he apparently signed an incredibly expensive contract with Imperial Star, effectively becoming GK's enemy. Now he even challenged GK's young madam. He was truly a riddle. Chloe couldn't care less, however, as she was going to play regardless of the opponent. So, she took her cue and walked over to the table. Annie and Gianna were mortal enemies, competing with each other anywhere they went. With Gianna becoming more popular over the past few years, Annie became more envious than ever. Inadvertently, these arch-nemeses were grouped together. Max and Brenton, on the other hand, were paired off with some older celebrities. In the end, only Andrew and Jack were left. Andrew walked over smiling, with a hand in his pocket. "President Dawson, should we play together?" Although his tone was gentle, his expression was a bit provocative. Jack knew that Andrew had waited for this moment for too long. He seemed to have wanted to challenge Jack a long time ago, but because of Justin's presence, he never made his move. Faced with Andrew's challenge, Jack nonchalantly replied with one word, "Sure. Show me what you've got. I want to see if you're worth Chloe's love." With a sneer, Andrew took his cue and walked to a spot behind Jack. Then, the 20 people began their brilliant duels on 10 tables. At the event, there were more than 500 elites of society from all walks of life, not to mention the millions of viewers at home. Although it wasn't as professional as the real snooker championship, the tournament was still incredibly exciting to watch. Gianna and Annie started the game with flames in their eyes, as if they were about to devour the other person. But in all honesty, they were both mediocre at best. Their beauty was the only reason as to why they advanced 3 levels. Their opponents were too busy looking at their faces to pay any attention to the game. Everyone knew what was truly worth their attention. and that was the match between Andrew and Jack. The Green Corporation wanted the host 3-year contract, and so did GK. Although Jack didn't say it out loud, he definitely didn't want to lose to Andrew. As a member of the audience, Justin didn't feel any pressure from the tournament. He was just watching calmly. His focus was different from other people, however, as he didn't care at all about the match between Andrew and Jack. Instead, he was much more focused on Chloe's way around the table. He had yet to see her show off her skills. At that moment, it was easy to see what a good choice it was for Chloe to be wearing a suit. Because of the way they were dressed, Gianna and Annie were both very restricted in their movements and couldn't perform to the best of their abilities. Take their gowns, for example. If the two were to lower their upper bodies too much, they would flash the entire crowd. Both their stances and Bella's looked as awkward as could be. Chloe, on the other hand, began the tournament with incredible stability. She made 3 consecutive hits, and all 3 balls went in. Zion didn't even have the chance to take a turn. When the angle became more difficult, Chloe adjusted her cue in several directions, feeling uncertain. Finally, she opted for a jump cue, a technique which required the cue ball to jump and hit the target ball. With a clink, the target ball slowly went in. This scene was caught on television just in time, making the audience so excited that everyone began to clap. Even the commentators were excited. Mrs. Dawson's techniques have been amazing from the beginning. On her 4th hit, she used a jump break cue. How incredible! Justin gazed at Chloe, his eyes filled with love and admiration. "So, you're not going to leave me with any dignity, are you?" Zion asked helplessly as he touched his nose. He liked Chloe, and therefore didn't want to work under Jack. Because of this, he signed a contract with Imperial Star. Calling her out with the challenge was just his way of spending more time with her. He wasn't expecting her to be such a pro at the game, leaving him with no face to save. At this rate, the game was going to end before he even began to play. Chloe was about to clear the table. Chloe's gaze brushed past his face. "I don't know you well, so why should I save face for you?" Zion. Chloe wasn't one to leave room for others to rebut her, so her words made Zion completely speechless. As far as Chloe was concerned, Zion was nothing but a stranger. Whether he was going to sign with GK or not was not something that concerned her. Chloe learned how to play pool when she was still a teenager, and later found out about snooker. She never had formal training in the sport. She just played with Sarah, here and there, several years ago. It was surprising that she hadn't lost her skills. Zion had originally wanted to take advantage of the intermissions to get closer to Chloe, but the girl cleared the table after only a few strokes, leaving him with no chance at all. When it came to these types of matches, whoever broke the pool had the upper hand, so the decision was normally made through draws. In another group, Bella was lucky enough to draw the starting position, but her skills were nothing compared to Chloe. After 2 strikes, the 3rd ball was completely off target. Although Cody wasn't great at this sport either, he was more than enough to deal with Bella. This was why he had promised Chloe that he would embarrass Bella for her. "You're actually pretty interesting. I know that you're scared to lose to Chloe, so you opted to take me on and treat me as a punching bag, right? Unfortunately, my skills are slightly above yours, so just wait to be embarrassed." Cody delivered his speech to Bella right before he made his first shot, leaving her completely infuriated. It turned out Cody was a man of his words. He really didn't give Bella any chances at all, clearing the table little by little. Bella was dressed in a gown paired with a fur shawl, so she did look like a beautiful vase as she stood there while Cody cleared the table. "Cousin, how did you miss? Now you're completely at his mercy." I can't believe this." Abby was so frustrated as well that she couldn't do anything to help the situation. Annie and Gianna, on the other hand, were an evenly matched pair. However, due to Gianna's higher EQ, she would say things that riled up Annie, causing the latter to make multiple mistakes. "Do you really think that going to GK will save you? Unfortunately, President Dawson doesn't seem to like you very much, so I doubt it's going to make a difference for you. Of course, it's not like you're any better at Imperial Star, President Cooper doesn't really like you either. If I were you, I would have retired from the entertainment industry a long time ago. After all, you're not that young anymore, Gianna said, laughing. Annie's hands were shaking from anger. After adjusting the cue for a long time, she couldn't get even one ball in. Gianna, on the other hand, had gotten 2 balls in consecutively. Andrew had originally planned to face Jack in the finals, but had a sudden change of heart. He thought that he would eliminate Jack early on to make things more interesting. It would truly cause a blow to his ego. So, their face-off arrived on the 10th table. Jack had originally thought that he would be facing Justin just like that time on the cruise, but to his surprise, Justin willingly abstained from the game and was thus replaced by Andrew. He wasn't that surprised, however, as Andrew's distaste for him was apparent from a long time ago. He could feel it from a mile away. At the same time, he could also feel the malicious intentions that Andrew harbored for Chloe. Jack distrusted Andrew much more than he distrusted Justin. He knew that Justin was a stand-up guy, someone who wouldn't play dirty, but Andrew was different. There was no telling what he would do. He knew things that others didn't. Rick's men had been watching Andrew for a long time, and although they didn't have clear evidence, they knew that he was involved in Timothy's death. Jack never told Chloe these things, however, as he didn't want her to worry and be wrapped up in the battle. Jack was very lucky. He drew break and shot in 5 consecutive balls. At the rate he was going, a clearance of the table looked definite. Andrew was going to lose for sure. Just as Jack lowered his body to hit the 6th ball, Andrew whispered beside him, "I heard that you've been looking into Chloe's background." Jack's hands shook, causing his cue to deviate from its proper course. The ball rolled and stopped just before the hole, failing to enter. "Ah, Jack missed," gasped the audience. They all had thought for sure that Jack would defeat Andrew without any problems at all. Holy F! What just happened? Jack failed at his 6th ball? In the resting area, Max was clearly disappointed by what he had just saw. Something probably happened, Brenton analyzed. Justin turned his head to look at the playback on the big screen. He then uttered slowly. Andrew said something to Jack and made him lose focus. Something that could divert the attention of someone as indifferent as Jack? It's probably something really important. Max took a guess. "Do you think he said something about Chloe?" Brenton added. Justin didn't say a word, but the answer was as clear as day in his mind. Recently, he had learned to appreciate Jack as a powerful opponent. There was only one thing on the man's mind. Jack only cared about things that had to do with Chloe. Nothing else even came close. Although he didn't know what Andrew said to Jack that made him lose focus, Justin was sure that it was something about Chloe. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to make someone as calm and collected as Jack lose focus. Just as Chloe was getting into the game, she heard a mass sigh from the audience, and she couldn't help but look up at the big screen. At the sight of Mrs. Dawson's mistake, Chloe exclaimed in surprise, "How is that possible?" She was familiar with Mr. Dawson's skills. Back when they were dating in high school, they would sometimes skip class to go out and play. Sometimes they would go to a billiard hall to play pool, drawing in a large crowd due to their incredible skills. When they were young, they couldn't help but show off their tricks. Everyone would stare at them with big eyes and wide-open mouths. Jack would always clear the table whenever he was given the chance to break. No questions asked. So how did he make a mistake? With the sudden distraction, Chloe made a mistake as well. The ball didn't enter the hole. Zion finally caught a break. "Wow, you've made a mistake." Zion laughed arrogantly. Chloe turned around and glanced at his face. "Even if I make a mistake, you're still going to lose. You're that confident?" Zion stared at Chloe, completely amused. "Because you don't have the skills to clear the table." Chloe snickered in disdain. Chloe's attitude completely piqued Zion's rage. She had insulted the man's self-esteem. He was older than Chloe by a dozen years and was one of the biggest celebrities in his generation. Even someone like Emery treated him with the utmost respect. Now, he was being laughed at by a little girl. Infuriated, Zion lifted up his cue and adjusted it in a few directions before giving it a push. The result was disappointing, however, as the ball failed to reach its target. Chloe expected this result. She was a neurologist and was used to dealing with patients with neurological issues. Similar to Victoria, she was skilled at reading one's emotions. Her previous display of disdain was purposely trying to elicit a fit of rage from Zion, causing him to lose his cool and therefore throwing him off his game. It was definitely a psychological tactic, but it was nothing like what Andrew had done. Andrew's actions were as despicable as could be. He knew that Jack cared the most about Chloe's past and used it against him at a critical moment. There's no dispute in Zion and Chloe's match. Chloe's kicking his ass, Max analyzed after a sip of water. Brenton looked towards another direction and laughed. Cody's also kicking Bella's ass. When it came to Justin's turn to comment, he said in a serious tone, "Jack will lose. Andrew's definitely winning the match." "Are you serious?" Both Brenton and Max were in disbelief. "Just watch. Andrew's playing a mind game. He's grabbing onto Jack's weakness and attacking relentlessly." Brenton and Max had always placed Justin and Jack on the same level. As far as they were concerned, Andrew was at a lower level than the two gods, and they always had a distaste for that man. He was nothing more than an adopted child who got rich through leeching off his parents. Justin, however, saw him in a different light. Over the past few years, he dealt with Andrew here and there. Although they weren't great friends, they were well acquainted with one another. They would often run into each other during nightly gatherings and always drank together. Justin had always known that the man was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wasn't really the gentleman that his smile portrayed him to be. At tonight's event, he was the one who provoked Jack, meaning that he definitely had the confidence to win. Although Justin was adamant about his prediction, Brenton and Max still had their doubts. Andrew was truly lacking in skill and was at best an intermediate. Against the likes of Chloe, Jack, and Justin, there was still quite a gap. Sure enough, after only 2 shots, Andrew made a mistake. The ball left its course, reaching a spot on the table far away from the target. It was Jack's turn again. He grabbed his cue and began focusing, feeling reinvigorated. However, Andrew continued to whisper, "You better stop your investigations. It won't be good for Chloe. You seem to know a lot." Jack wasn't surprised. He was well aware of Andrew's knowledge regarding Chloe's past. "Yes, I do know a lot." "So?" Jack cocked an eyebrow at Andrew. "So? Why don't you lose to me?" "I might tell you more." Andrew smiled confidently. On one hand was the host's huge 3-year contract. On the other hand was Chloe's desire to know about her past. What was Jack going to choose? Without a thought, he chose the second option. In Jack's eyes, nothing was as important as Chloe. So, he purposefully moved his cue, hitting the ball off target once more. Not far away from them, Chloe watched Jack's mistakes in confusion. What did Andrew do? Why was Mr. Dawson making so many mistakes? It's impossible. Unless his emotions were being affected, or was he losing on purpose? In the midst of endless doubtful voices, the 10 groups all ended their matches. When the results were announced, everyone was caught by surprise. Jack had actually lost. "My God, Justin, you really are psychic. You were totally right," Max exclaimed. Justin watched the event calmly. The tournament was progressing exactly as he had predicted. In the end, there were 5 people left: Chloe, Andrew, Cody, Max, and Gianna. However, in terms of points, 3 of them completely lost. Chloe was far ahead in the lead, and Andrew secured second place with a score slightly above that of Max's. Max was more than annoyed, secretly cursing at everything that was good and holy. Let it go, man. If Andrew didn't play dirty, you'd have to face Jack in the next round and would still not reach the finals. It would end up being Jack versus Chloe. Brenton comforted his friend. In the end, only Andrew and Chloe were left. The nominal pair of siblings, facing each other. "Hey, What do you guys think? Who's going to win? I'm thinking Chloe. That girl is amazing. She's been clearing tables the entire tournament. Someone said, I'm rooting for Andrew. If he can beat Jack, he's definitely spectacular. There were all sorts of opinions amongst the audience. Afraid that Jack would get upset, Chloe walked over to him and embraced his waist, acting all cute. Honey, don't be sad. I'll win it back for you in the final round. Chloe thought Jack was sad about losing the contract. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just try your best. I don't really care about the contract. Jack lightly stroked through the hairs by Chloe's ear and said in an extremely gentle tone, he really didn't care. If it wasn't for doing Mr. Host a favor, he wouldn't even have come tonight. What did some contract even matter to him? He was distracted for a second, only because he really wanted to help Chloe find out more about her past, since it had been bothering her for a while now. There, in front of so many pairs of eyes, Jack and Chloe still acted as though no one was watching. They were so focused on each other that even the host of the evening got jealous. Rumor has it that President Dawson is whipped by his wife. Now I can see that it's not a baseless rumor. President Dawson may have lost to President Green, but in place of victory, he got the comfort of his beloved wife. I have to say, this is another kind of happiness. I heard they've been together since high school. Their love story began so passionately, all those years ago. Some people whispered, yeah, I heard that as well. They were both students of second high school. Mrs. Dawson was the top of her class and was admitted with the highest score. It's freaking awesome. I also heard that they broke up later on for unknown reasons. President Dawson went abroad, but married Mrs. Dawson right after he came back. Look at them, that's what true love is. Very few high school sweethearts end up together. People gossiped here and there. For the first time, Chloe didn't feel shy about being intimate with Jack in front of so many people. She looked at Jack with a smile on her face. Scared that he would feel upset, she kept joking around to make him laugh. Chloe went too far. How dare she publicly torture us during such a serious event? Max complained. Wrong. She's not torturing us. She's torturing our Master Cooper, Brenton said in all seriousness. Justin seemed like he was accustomed to being made fun of by them, so he didn't make any remarks upon hearing what they said. However, he subconsciously looked away when Chloe acted all coyish and flirted with Jack with her arms around him. They looked so in love that Justin couldn't bear to watch them. Although he knew a long time ago that Chloe wasn't his, seeing her in Jack's arms like that, giving him all the gentleness she had to offer, felt like a prick stabbing at his heart. After she had improved Jack's disposition, it was just about a time for the final round. Chloe switched to a different cue and returned to the PK stage valiantly and heroically, while the others gathered around to watch the last match of the competition. Andrew was in a great mood. Last time he didn't make it to the cruise, and he only heard about how awesome the night was after the fact. Back then, he wondered when he would have the chance to stand with Chloe on the PK stage while everyone else watched. Just the two of them. He was surprised that his wish actually came true. Originally, he thought that after he beat Jack, he would need to fight Justin as well. However, Justin gave up and backed out before the game even started. This made things a lot easier for him. Chloe, go easy on me. Andrew had stopped calling her little sis, since who knows when. Just the simple Chloe, yet every time he called her that, his heart was overcome with warmth. Chloe looked at him quietly. Relax. Since both of our last names are Green, I will leave you some dignity when I beat you. Andrew laughed brightly when he heard that. He really liked Chloe's sass, confidence, and fearlessness. From a distance, Bella observed the subtle facial expressions on Andrew, and then said with a complicated expression on her face, he's a completely different person when he is with Chloe. Bella was right. Although Andrew always had a smile on his face, that was just to cope with other people. A fake smile. It never came from his heart. He had always been the kind of person that nobody could see through. Nobody ever knew what was really going on in his head. He may now have all the rights to the Green Corporation, but he still didn't feel the slightest excitement because he felt entitled to all of that. However, he was completely different when he was with Chloe. Bella used to think that Andrew and Chloe were only working together and using each other. But just a second ago, when she carefully observed Andrew's subtle facial expressions, she surprisingly noticed that it wasn't the case. Did Andrew put in so much effort just to plan a big show? Was it really for the 3-year contract? Probably not. It might be for something else. The genuine and warm smile Andrew looked at Chloe with shocked Bella to her core. To Bella, Andrew was a demon. However, to Chloe, he was a nice guy. Andrew's snap signature was special. Before, Bella thought he just randomly put it there. Now, she thought differently. That signature went like this: "Never seek to understand me from other people's words, because I don't treat everyone the same way." Did it mean Andrew felt something for Chloe? Bella wasn't sure. "Cousin, what's up?" Abby saw a weird look on her cousin's face and asked curiously, "I just had this crazy thought." "What thought?" Abby grew more curious than ever. "I'm not too sure yet. I'll need to see how the match unfolds." Bella thought that if Andrew really liked Chloe, then the match's results would already be set. Chloe would win, without a doubt. But if Andrew cared more about his own interests, he would definitely figure out a way to beat Chloe. He could come up with 100 ways to tackle someone if he wanted to. Jack was such a composed person, but even he was driven nuts by Andrew. Therefore, tackling Chloe was probably a piece of cake. The question was, did Andrew really want to go against Chloe? That was the key. After Bella's analysis, she suddenly knew the importance of this final competition. So, she started to observe their subtle facial expressions even more carefully. Jack had a sip of the champagne in his hand and looked at the stage calmly. He didn't know what Andrew planned to do to Chloe. If he also used her past against her, Chloe would most likely lose. Then, Andrew would get that 3-year contract. But Jack had the same thought as Bella. He didn't think that Andrew's goal was to beat Chloe, so the result of this game was still up in the air. "Mr. Cooper, let's make a bet." "Huh, I say Chloe will win," Max laughed. "I do too," Brenton said immediately. After 5 seconds of silence, Justin said calmly, "I bet on Chloe too." All 3 of us bet the same person. What's the point? There are no stakes. Neither of you thinks Andrew will win? After all, he did beat Jack. Max tried to get them to change their minds. "Then you can bet on Andrew," Justin replied in a straightforward manner. "Max, it was the final game, so as soon as it started, it caught everyone's attention. Chloe didn't draw the right to start first, so Andrew was the one to break." He took the cue and made the first hit effortlessly. Despite the tense atmosphere, he didn't feel any pressure. To him, it was like playing a game on a normal day. Among the audience stood an old guy with a serious face, and he suddenly asked his assistant, "Who's the girl that's competing against the Green Corporation's president?" "President. That's the wife of President Dawson of GK." The assistant was good at his job and therefore did some research beforehand. Apparently, the host did research on various famous individuals when he decided to invest in the city. Of all the companies, he was most interested in GK because of the company's young leader. Of course, Justin of Imperial Star was an outstanding man as well, but his company was only affiliated with the entertainment industry and was, therefore, a little singular for his taste. All in all, the host was more interested in cooperating with Jack. That was why they met up before the competition. Their conversation ended very happily. The host was more than 60 years old. He was one of the richest in this world, so he had seen a lot of people in his life. Jack's high IQ, EQ, and professionalism impressed the host. Although he just lost the competition, the host wasn't disappointed in him at all. Upon hearing that it was President Dawson's wife who entered the final round, the host smiled. This young couple sure is special. After walking onto the stage, Chloe no longer had the smile that she looked at Jack with. While Andrew played, she diligently observed his tactics and skills. He wasn't that good to begin with, So after getting 2 balls in, he missed, since the third one was in a difficult position. Chloe's opportunity came. Tsk, tsk. This girl will clear the table as soon as she gets a chance. I thought I was the most pathetic, but now it seems like Andrew is even more so. Zion smiled, reveling in Andrew's misfortunes. Emery, on the other hand, watched them with a calm expression on her face. She sneered. He's not pathetic at all. Everything's going according to his plans. He enjoys playing with and manipulating people. That's why he doesn't care if he wins or loses. She loved Andrew. She also knew him very well. He didn't care about the results. All he cared about was his game of Tom and Jerry and the enjoyment and fulfillment he felt from it. The way he smiled at Chloe, just now, made Emery more depressed than ever. Even when they were sleeping together, he never smiled so gently at her. To him, she was no more than a tool. After using her, he wouldn't even take an extra look at her. Therefore, she was more pathetic than Andrew. You want your F-buddy to win, don't you? Zion asked Emery with a smile on his face. My F-buddy is better than your goddess, who won't even let you touch her. Emery's mockery sent Zion immediately speechless. Emery often called Chloe a goddess because Zion wanted her so badly, but couldn't get her. Forget touching her. Chloe never even gave him any chances to talk to her. For a person like Zion, Chloe was so far away and should be worshipped at an altar. Even someone like Justin had to step aside obediently, let alone a tiny character like Zion. He thought he was popular, but he was a nobody in Chloe's world. She could make him miserable in a matter of minutes. The audience watched quietly as Chloe played calmly. She was neither conceited nor rash in her movements. Soon, she sank 4 balls. The last round is so boring, there's no anticipation at all. Chloe is making Andrew's life a living hell, Max said. Who knows? The fun will begin soon. I'm afraid Andrew still has tricks up his sleeve. If he can make Jack lose his cool with a couple of sentences, the same thing might happen to Chloe. Brenton was a smart man, so he quickly analyzed Andrew's tactics. We'll have to see if he has the heart to do the same thing to Chloe, he continued. Justin, nervous by what he saw, picked up a bottle of water and took a giant sip. Then, he looked up and glanced over at Chloe, who was wearing a clean, crisp black suit. When Chloe aimed at the 5th ball, Andrew suddenly bent down and said something. When this happened, Jack's expression changed. He was scared that Andrew would deal with Chloe the same way he dealt with him. But it still happened. I want to know what Andrew said. Chloe's face turned green. A gossipy Max stood up in excitement. Even Jack became extremely nervous because he didn't know what Andrew said to Chloe. Would he say something about her identity? All he said was one sentence, and Chloe's face darkened. He said, Chloe, it's been 7 years and you're still A-cup. Did you never have a growth spurt? Chloe never thought that Andrew would say something so frivolous during an event like this. Moreover, she was already B-cup, okay? Therefore, Chloe retorted icily, when did you go blind? Andrew was speechless, while she ignored him and went back to calmly playing pool. She got the balls in, one after the other, without any mistakes. Soon, she hit the black one, which twirled a couple of times before landing in the pocket. Then, the audience applauded thunderously. Tsk, tsk. It's so embarrassing to lose to you. It's not embarrassing to lose to the winner. At least you got 2nd place, Chloe replied, sending Andrew immediately into speechlessness again. Bella's face slowly darkened. I now know. What's going on in his head? She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingers drained of blood. She finally understood what was happening. Andrew didn't like her and framed her, all because of Chloe. In the past, she thought he married her for his own interest. She thought Andrew and Chloe came to a consensus and manipulated her together. Now it seemed like Andrew was no more than a man obsessed over a girl. He was in love with Chloe. He married her and tortured her just to help Chloe. At the thought of this, Bella was so furious that she felt all her blood rush up to her brain. Andrew, Chloe, I won't let either of you off the hook. I will make you pay for what you did. Bella swore silently. Upon seeing that Chloe had won, Justin let out a sigh of relief. Chloe winning meant he could leave with a peace of mind. Let's go. There's nothing left to see. All he cared about was whether Chloe would win. Therefore, he got up and left with Brenton and Max following behind him. The host was obviously in a good mood. He even took a photo with Chloe and Jack when he awarded her the trophy. Soon, the entire city knew that GK's young madam won first place at Snooker Celebrity Night. The truth was, she just wanted to help her husband. But as always, things turned out in a high-key manner. President Dawson, you're very lucky to have a wife like her, the host complimented Chloe while Jack had her in his arms, his expression as tender as could be. Thank you. I heard the two of you began dating in high school? Yeah, we've been together for years, Jack said ever so nonchalantly, as if they had already become an old married couple. Chloe smiled. She leaned back in Jack's embrace and enjoyed the happiness of winning. I look forward to the 3 years of cooperation with GK. Me too. I look forward to it. Jack elegantly shook hands with the host. After the event, on their way home, Jack lovingly rubbed Chloe's head. Thanks for the hard work, honey. It's a piece of cake. Chloe playfully batted her eyelashes. Tusk, tusk, honey. You're so amazing. I can probably sponge off you in the future. Jack couldn't help but laugh. It's not a problem. I can be your sugar mommy, Chloe said generously. They slowly made their way back to South Hill Manor. Before arriving, Jack finally asked, Chloe, what did Andrew say to you when you were playing pool? He's such a pervert. He said I didn't develop all these years and that I'm still an A-cup, Chloe said, as she instinctively looked down her shirt. After a moment of silence, Jack raised an eyebrow. That's it? Yeah. If I weren't competing against him, I really wanted to hit him with my stick. How dare he say that I didn't develop? What a joke. I'm at least a B-cup now. Chloe pulled on her shirt and looked down even harder. Jack didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. However, at least Andrew didn't say anything to make Chloe think too much. But what did Andrew mean by what he said earlier? Why didn't he want Chloe to continue investigating? Andrew knew the truth, but he had never mentioned it all these years. Why did he hide this information for so many years? Were her real parents bad people? Were they gangsters or drug lords? So much was left to his imagination. Honey, what are you thinking about? I was thinking. I really need to inspect you. To refute Andrew, Jack said, in all seriousness, and Chloe asked, Inspect what? To see if you're an A-cup or B-cup. Jack couldn't help but smile. Chloe was speechless. But don't worry, you still have room to grow. I'll work hard to see if I can get you to C-cup in a year. Chloe felt speechless. So, Mr. Dawson, can't we enjoy a normal conversation anymore? She thought he was just joking, but Mr. Dawson was a man of his words. As soon as they arrived at their mansion at South Hill, he didn't even let her eat before carrying her upstairs and inspecting her from both top and bottom. Then, he had his way with her. Chloe instantly fell again. What a spineless woman. The second Mr. Dawson's lips touched hers, she lost all her will to think. It was almost 11 p.m. when they finished. After showering, Chloe leaned on Jack's shoulder and pouted. Honey, I'm so hungry. Still? Aren't you full yet? That's not what I meant. I'm literally hungry. Chloe couldn't help but hit her dirty husband. Jack smiled. Then he rolled out of bed and put on his bathrobe. What do you want to eat? I'll make you some. Just ask the kitchen to make something. You're tired too. You don't have to cook yourself. As the husband, I should fulfill my wife's wishes. Order up vegetable noodle soup, please, Chloe said. She was famished. She didn't eat anything at the event. They only had Western food, and she really didn't have the appetite for it. After they got home, Mr. Dawson immediately climbed all over her. Therefore, she lied on their bed, too weak to even move. Plus, her stomach kept protesting. By the time Jack came upstairs with a bowl of warm noodle soup, Chloe had already fallen asleep. Her sleeping position was extremely indelicate. Her body was at the edge of the bed, and her entire back was exposed. It was obvious that she was exhausted. She played so many matches tonight before finally winning first place. Chloe was his. She was such an outstanding woman who constantly awed him and everyone around them. Jack quietly placed the noodles on her nightstand before carefully repositioning her and placing the comforter on her. If time could stop, he really wanted it to stop at that moment. Ever since he married Chloe, Jack felt like he had become weaker. He didn't want to imagine life without her, because she was a part of him that he couldn't live without. Soon, it was December 28th of the lunar calendar. Most of the doctors at Southside were on vacation already, while Chloe decided to work one more day before enjoying New Year. To her surprise, however, the first patient to arrive in the morning was. The moment the clinic doors opened, Chloe almost shrieked upon seeing who it was. "Sis, I've missed you so much," Thomas shouted as he came up to Chloe and hugged her tightly. Chloe was immediately dumbfounded. Then she punched Thomas and broke into tears. "You little brat, didn't you say you weren't coming back because you were busy with schoolwork? If I didn't say that, you wouldn't be so surprised. Haha." Chloe was truly shocked. She hadn't seen Thomas in so long that she had been wanting to fly to New Zealand to see him. However, she had been busy with work, and Thomas wasn't a child anymore. She didn't want to worry about him so much, or it would end up stressing him out. A month ago, Thomas told Chloe while they were video chatting that he wasn't going to come back for New Year. 1. New Zealand didn't celebrate, and they didn't have any days off. 2. School was busy, and Thomas didn't want to skip classes. This made sense to Chloe, since students needed to take priority in their studies. Therefore, Chloe was planning on telling Jack that she didn't want to go anywhere for New Year, and that they should spend time with her mother, so she didn't feel too lonely. However, this little brat. The sibling pair hugged each other for a long time, unwilling to let go. Chloe loved Thomas ever since they were children. Even when she realized that they weren't related by blood, she still loved him all the same. Unlike stubborn young men who always got in trouble and asked their sisters for money, Thomas often worked part-time to help his sister out, which comforted Chloe. "Sis, stop crying. It's embarrassing. You're too old to cry." Thomas let go of Chloe and helped wipe the tears off her face. They hadn't seen each other a while, and she immediately cried upon seeing him. "I've really missed you." Chloe choked on her words as she let go of him and looked him up and down. Thomas was wearing a navy blue winter jacket with dark blue jeans and white tennis shoes. On his back was a black backpack. He looked like a dashing young man. "Little brat, you've gotten taller." Chloe looked at Thomas, who was 19 years old and now 178 centimeters tall. He was a whole head taller than she was, and he also looked manlier than he used to. When he left, he was still young and naive. He had changed a lot over the last few months. When he left, Thomas was in pain because of Amelia's death. Chloe painfully let her brother leave, hoping that he would learn to grow up. It now seemed like they made the right choice. Chloe was in a great mood now that Thomas was back. After pouring him a glass of hot water, she began cannonballing him with questions. Was New Zealand cold? Was he used to the food? Did he sleep well? Was he bullied? She asked so many questions that Thomas burst out in laughter. "What are you laughing about? Be serious." "Sis, you ask me these questions every day when I first got there. Can you stop grilling me? I've gotten used to New Zealand's time difference and weather. The air there is really nice, and my English has gotten much better." "How long are you here for?" Chloe smiled as she looked at Thomas, who replied, "Around 10 days. Classes are pretty busy." 10 days is still good. Mom will be so happy when she finds out you are back." "Haha, I haven't even been home yet. I came here as soon as I got off the plane. How did you know I was on duty today?" Chloe suddenly remembered this crucial question. "Because I called my brother-in-law. He told me. It was also his people that picked me up at the airport. Wow, I can't believe he would collude with you to trick me. Watch me teach him a lesson when I see him." Chloe was at a loss for words. How could Jack not tell her something as big as this? How dare he make her cry? "Hey, sis, you've gained weight. There's fat on your face. Are you pregnant?" Thomas asked as he observed his sister's round face. "Pregnant, my ass. I'm not. I swear. You have to try harder, sis. I really want to be an uncle. That's not up to me, okay? You should ask your brother-in-law to try harder," Chloe replied furiously. To her surprise, Thomas's answer was even more enraging. "I did, and he said he's trying hard enough." Chloe was speechless. Was Mr. Dawson teaching children how to be dirty now? Elated that Thomas was back, Chloe took the afternoon off. She drove the two of them back to Sky Blessing Court. When they arrived, Sandra was cleaning the house. She was in an apron sweeping the floor. Upon hearing footsteps, she didn't even turn around. "Chloe, aren't you on call today? Why are you here?" "Mom!" Thomas stood by the door and shouted. Upon hearing Thomas's voice, Sandra froze for a second before quickly turning around. "Mom, I'm back." Thomas smiled, handsomely standing in the hallway. Sandra immediately went from surprise to happy tears. She was even more emotional than Chloe was. "Mom, my little brother's home. Shouldn't you say something?" "Why are you just standing there?" Chloe chuckled. After Chloe's reminder, Sandra came back to her senses. Throwing her broom aside, she ran up to Thomas and hugged him as tightly as she could. "Thomas, why did you come back so suddenly?" "I was going to come back for Spring Festival anyways. I didn't tell you guys so I could give you and Sis a surprise," Thomas said as he hugged his mother back. "You child, what a chore." Sandra began crying, just like Chloe did. After hugging each other for a little while longer, Sandra immediately went into the kitchen to make lunch. Thomas, on the other hand, opened up his suitcase and began organizing the gifts he brought back. "Sis, this is for you." "You got me a present? I'm the luckiest sister in the world." Chloe smiled as she took the delicately wrapped rectangular box from Thomas. "It's a local brand of perfume. It's not a luxury brand, but the scent is really nice. It's all natural. Foreigners like natural and non-stimulating ingredients." "Thanks, little bro." Chloe was extremely happy, and she even took out her phone to take a photo of the perfume as memorabilia. Then, Thomas placed a scarf on the couch. "This scarf is for Mom. It's really pretty. I have a couple of friends there that also bought this for their moms." "Good job, little brat. You know to bring us presents now," Chloe exclaimed. "I bought something for my brother-in-law, too. I'll give it to him when he comes. For lunch." "What? Did you buy him?" "Let me see." Chloe moved up to Thomas and asked him. "No, it's a secret." Thomas suddenly closed his luggage. "Humph, you're so stingy. So I am, come bite me." The brother-sister duo quickly began childishly chasing each other around the room. Chloe felt like they were young again. She and Thomas used to chase each other in the courtyard of their old house. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. They moved. She got a new job, and they had all changed. The only thing that remained the same was her relationship with Thomas. Sandra was in a good mood and made 16 dishes for lunch. It was all food that Chloe, Thomas, and Jack liked. The latter arrived just in time for lunch. As soon as he walked in, Chloe ran up to him and pushed him into the bathroom. "Go wash your hands, right now." Jack smiled and followed Chloe into the bathroom without saying anything. Then, Chloe pretended to be mad as she pointed at Mr. Dawson. "Why didn't you tell me that Thomas was coming back, if you already knew about it? I thought I was your wife. Aren't you my husband?" "But he's my brother-in-law," Mr. Dawson replied in all seriousness, leaving Chloe at a loss for words. "Brother-in-law, come here. I've got a present for you," Thomas shouted from the living room, giving Jack a chance to run into the living room, away from his wife's interrogation. Thomas took out a small, square box from his suitcase. "This is for you. Thank you." Jack took the present and slowly opened it. Curious, Chloe moved up to see what it was, completely forgetting the fact that her husband withheld information from her. A delicately made lighter sat inside the box. It was a New Zealand brand, exquisitely made, It was silver and completely made of metal. There was an image of a pair of angel wings on the lighter with an English logo on the back. This is anti-wind. A lot of travelers camp with this. It's very useful. Is it waterproof? Chloe interjected. Thomas was so furious that he flicked Chloe on the forehead. Sis, are you having a stroke? How can lighters be waterproof? Psh! A lighter that isn't waterproof isn't a good lighter. I thought you got my husband something really cool. How uncreative of you. Thomas touched his nose and placed his hand on his waist. With his other hand, he gestured at Chloe. Miss Chloe, please give me back the bottle of perfume. Ha ha. Nope. 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 Then, Thomas and Chloe began chasing each other around in the spacious living room. After catching her, Thomas kept pinching Chloe's face, enjoying himself as he did so. Jack sat on the couch, his arms supporting his head. He watched the sister-brother duo play around as he felt a surge of happiness well up in his heart. After they got tired of being crazy, Chloe hugged Thomas's neck and took a selfie with him. Their smiles seemed to light up the house. Chloe rarely smiled like that. She looked beautiful. Anyone who saw their photo would instinctively become happy as well. She uploaded this photo onto both Snap and Weibo, along with the following caption, Siblings for life. Wow, Thomas is back. He's gotten more handsome. I told you I could be your sister-in-law and you said I was too old, Sarah teased. Chloe replied, Not only are you old, most importantly, you are out of your mind. I don't want you to prey on young meat, huh? Thomas replied, Sister Sarah, stop joking around. Noah replied to Sarah, I'll be home in half an hour. We need to talk. Sarah replied, police officer. I was kidding with that kid. Don't take it too seriously. Chloe replied to Sarah, That's what you get for being such a big mouth. Then, she replied to Noah, Teach her a good lesson. Don't save her any face. Noah replied, Don't worry, I won't go easy on her. Sarah, Mr. Dawson, come out and do something about your wife. She's sowing discord. Jack replied, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about her. She's the boss of our household. Sarah, allow me to sigh at the heavens. Where is justice? Thomas replied to Sarah, Sarah, your status has dropped. I feel bad for you. Justin was at an executive meeting when he received a notification from Weibo. He turned on the update for Chloe so whenever she posted something, he would be notified. I would now like to talk about the last project before the end of the year. Halfway through his sentence, Justin heard his phone ring. He looked down to see that it was from Weibo. After unlocking his phone and clicking open his Weibo app, he saw Chloe's newest post. Her smile was so bright on the photo. Justin's mood lifted just by looking at her. He felt his heart being melted by her cuteness. President Cooper, you were saying? The vice president obviously had guts, and he nervously asked Justin to finish his thoughts. Oh, what I meant is that you should all enjoy your annual vacation. We'll talk about work on January 8th of the lunar calendar. That's it for the meeting. Remember to pick up your year-end bonus at the finance department before you leave. That's all. Then, Justin picked up his phone, got up, and left, leaving his employees dumbfounded. Someone suddenly said, President Cooper seems to be in a good mood. What notification did he receive on his phone? Did he win the lottery? Sky blessing court. The four of them enjoyed a happy lunch together, and Jack went back to the company in the afternoon. Chloe walked him to the gates of the residential district, and they chatted along the way. Honey, how should we arrange things? On New Year Eve. We didn't think Thomas would come back, so we were going to spend the evening with my mom. But since he's back, should we go celebrate at your house? You can decide. Jack didn't really care about this matter, since they were all family, and it didn't matter where they spent New Year Eve at. After thinking hard for a few seconds, Chloe slowly said, How about this? Let's go to your house first and spend the first half of the night there. After we have dumplings and light up fireworks, we'll come back to my house. My mom and Thomas sleep pretty late, so we can play cards or something the second half of the night. What do you think? Sure, Jack nodded in agreement. Then he got into his car and left for GK. Chloe turned around to head back in. The truth was that she was hoping the two families could celebrate together. However, if her mother and Thomas went, they would feel awkward. After all, spending New Year's at someone else's home didn't give them a sense of belonging. Plus, Chloe couldn't ask Jack's parents to celebrate at Sky Blessing Court. It wasn't realistic. Most importantly, there were still misunderstandings between the two families, especially between Chloe and Jack's moms regarding James's death. Therefore, Chloe couldn't ask the two families to celebrate together. The only way was for them to spend the first half of the evening at one family and the second half of the evening at another. When Chloe went back, she told her mother and Thomas her plans, and neither of them had a problem with it. "Chloe, I need to talk to you about something." They were having fruit in the living room when Sandra suddenly said this. "Yeah, Mom?" Chloe looked down as she peeled an orange. "June came by the day before yesterday. She bought me some fruit. She said she was going home for New Year and wanted to come to see me before she left." "Oh, what did she buy?" Chloe asked in all seriousness, and Sandra replied, slightly embarrassed, "She bought me some apples." The truth was, June only came with 3 apples and nothing else. That was her so-called New Year's visit. Chloe could tell what her mother wanted to say just by her voice, so she asked, "How much red packet money did you give her?" Sandra stuck out one index finger. "100?" Thomas asked, but Sandra was silent. Chloe sat up on the couch and corrected Thomas. 1,000. "Yeah." Sandra nodded. "What? 1,000? Why would you give her that much? She only came with 3 stupid apples. How could you give her 1,000? Thomas didn't like his uncle's family, so he was angry to hear that his mother gave June $1,000. Chloe, on the other hand, asked calmly, "That's not it, is it? Did you give her stuff to bring to my uncle?" Chloe knew her mother. June said she was going home for the New Year. Sandra was a sentimental woman, so she was bound to give them stuff. Sandra nodded. "Yeah, I bought her some beef and lamb, and also some vegetables that their hometown doesn't sell. That's not all. The bird's nest and gelatin my brother-in-law gave you is all gone," Thomas interjected. Sandra was a little embarrassed. "I couldn't finish it on my own, so I thought I'd give it to your aunt." "Mom, did you forget how they treated our family back then?" Thomas asked a little angrily. "Forget it, Thomas. Mom gave it to them already, so it's a done deal." "It's okay. Those things aren't important." Chloe was fine with it. She knew her mother cared about her family. But Mom, will they thank you for treating them so well? That was the only thing she was worried about. Her uncle's family was weird. They were your best friends when you were rich, and will run away from you if you were poor. I don't want them to thank me. Your grandpa and grandma are gone, and your uncle is the only relative I have left, aside from you and Thomas. "I know. It's okay, Mom. It's fine that you gave them all that," Chloe said as she eyed Thomas, gesturing for him to stop giving their mother a hard time. Thomas understood Chloe and immediately changed the subject. Because Chloe had been working hard all year, Director Richard gave Chloe 5 days off for New Year, all the way from December 29th to January 3rd of the lunar calendar. Chloe was extremely satisfied with this decision. She also gave the housekeeper and maids at South Hill Manor 2 weeks off. Perhaps it was because Chloe grew up poor, but she valued the spring festival. In the past, her mother only gave her and Thomas money for new clothes and food during New Year. Slowly, this became a New Year's tradition for their family. On New Year Eve, Chloe wore a bright red down jacket, black leggings, and red mid-length boots. With the black beret on her head, she looked extremely young, energetic, and cute. Jack's outfit was picked out by Chloe. He was wearing a red down jacket as well. He usually wore suits and rarely dressed up so informally. His jacket matched with Chloe's, and the pair looked extremely festive. Inside the red down jacket was a black shirt and black pants. Black and red were forever the perfect and most classic combination. Their festive-looking outfit made them look like a newlywed couple who were back to see their parents after the first night away. Chloe even took a cheesy selfie of them together, subsequently uploading it onto Snap and Weibo. Then, her comment section exploded. "Oh my gosh, is that Mr. Dawson? He's so cute. I've never seen him wear red. Whoa, Mr. Dawson looks so cute in this photo. Look at his innocent expression. Miss Green, move aside. Give him to me. The Dawsons are making single people feel bad, but it's okay, because they're such a cute couple. Chloe, I've always liked you. Some people say that you're pretentious and indifferent, but I laughed at them. You're so much better than women who pretend to be innocent, but are actually super manipulative. Your personality is so much better. I'm a super fan who will support you forever. Dr. Green, I have a question. Do walnuts help with neurasthenia? Or do I have to take sleeping pills? Jack and Chloe are my favorite couple. They're low-key and never try to gain attention. I love them. Chloe, I heard you guys started dating in high school. Haha, dating early isn't a crime. Jesus, please give me a husband like President Dawson. Amen. Everyone says Chloe's lucky to have a man like President Dawson love her, but think about it. She's not that bad herself. She's a genius woman. If she's as ordinary as a glass of water, would Mr. Dawson still love her? So, stop saying that Jack is out of her league. Maybe it's the other way around. I'm her true love fan. Can I be a gossip and ask a question? I heard Imperial Star's President Cooper tried to court Chloe but failed. Is it true? Chloe, you're so shameless and ugly. Goddess Hall is so much prettier, some anti-fan commented. Then, one of Chloe's fans replied, Did you forget to take medicine before you left the house this morning? Chloe almost burst out in laughter upon seeing all these comments. Honey, what are you reading? You're laughing so hard. Jack drove as he curiously tilted his head to look at Chloe. Chloe held up her phone with a laugh. I'm reading my Weibo comments. These people are too funny. Jack smiled lovingly at this. Chloe rarely used to flaunt their relationship because back then, their marriage was a secret. Too many people would be hurt if they learned the truth, so she chose to keep it from everyone. Now, they had announced their relationship to the world. Moreover, a few days ago, she won Snooker Celebrity Night, helping GK win a 3-year contract. Media outlets in the city have all been reporting on what happened, and many had reached out to ask the couple for an interview. However, Jack refused them all because he didn't want to overly expose Chloe, which was good because she didn't want to be so showy to begin with. After all, she wasn't a superstar, so why would she so frequently appear on television? The couple bought a lot of things before driving over to the Dawson Manor. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson were in a great mood. The maid was on vacation and went home already, so Chloe went into the kitchen with her mother-in-law to prepare lunch. She even prepared new clothes for Jack's parents. Inside the kitchen, Mrs. Dawson was wearing a red Tang-style jacket, looking extremely festive. She held Chloe's hands in her own. It's freezing outside. You must be cold, driving all the way here. I'm fine. Chloe smiled. Have some date and lotus seed tea. I made it this morning. It's good for your body, as you prepare for pregnancy. Thanks, Mom. Chloe obediently took the bowl and sipped at it. It was normal for her mother-in-law to want her to get pregnant. Ever since Mrs. Dawson went to a fortune teller, she seemed to care even more about Chloe's pregnancy. She kept saying that she was going to have more than one grandchild. She talked about this every morning with Mr. Dawson, as soon as she woke up, as if she was in a trance. It was obvious that she wanted grandchildren very much. With Chloe's help, Mrs. Dawson made 10 dishes. Although Chloe rarely saw her cook, the food she made was still extremely delicious. Jack and Chloe stayed at the Dawson Manor until 10 p.m. They left after having some dumplings and lighting up the fireworks. Mrs. Dawson found the coin in the dumpling, and Jack smiled and said that his mom was the luckiest woman alive. Before they left, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson gave Jack and Chloe 2 giant red packets. Mom, is this really necessary? Take it. It's a festive tradition. Mrs. Dawson smiled, and they got onto the car with the red packets. Jack gave his to Chloe. Honey, I'll keep mine with you. Chloe smiled as she peeked into the red packet. There was $50,000 in one of them. No wonder it was so thick. Chloe just earned $100,000 out of the blue. Her mother and father-in-law were sure generous. Suddenly, she received a notification on her phone. After unlocking it, she saw that Sarah had sent her a red packet, which said, "Girl, Happy New Year." Chloe clicked on it, finding that she had sent her $188.88. Then, she received some more red packets from her colleagues, her assistant, Thomas, Noah. She even received a red packet from Director Richard as well, who was generous enough to send her $8,888. Jack glanced at the money and laughed. Richard should at least give you $88,888. Chloe smiled and pinched Jack's nose. Honey, I shouldn't be so greedy. I'm probably the only person Director Richard would give red packet money to. Haha, I swear other doctors didn't get as much as I did. Chloe wasn't wrong. The other doctors didn't even receive red packets from Director Richard. Some even had to send Director Richard red packets. Therefore, she was the ultimate exception. In the past year, Chloe had brought night and day changes to Southside and contributed greatly to its transformation. She even received a domestic and overseas award, making Director Richard walk prouder and stand taller amongst his other colleagues. As she chatted with Jack, Chloe received another Snap money transfer. It was from Andrew. He didn't send her a lot, but the amount was weird. He sent her $13,140. She would have accepted the money, since it was only a little over $10,000. However, 1314 was such an awkward number. Chloe, Happy New Year, Andrew added, making Chloe feel awkward. Therefore, she clicked Decline. She didn't have any reason to accept his 1314. Jack was the only one she wanted to spend her life with. What's wrong? Jack asked, noticing the change in her expression. Andrew sent me a red pocket. Chloe showed her phone to Jack. Upon seeing the 13140, Jack's expression darkened. Andrew was becoming more restless than ever. However, Jack chose not to say anything to Chloe because he didn't want her to feel pressured. Yet, Chloe slowly began to notice changes in Andrew's behavior. Ever since he married Bella, their relationship became a little weird. Andrew never said anything, but the way he looked at Chloe was interesting. Don't be scared. It's fine. Jack looked at Chloe worriedly as he tightened his right hand around hers. Chloe didn't say anything. Instead, she leaned on Jack's shoulder. It was already 10:40 p.m. when they arrived at Sky Blessing Court. Sandra made the dumplings a long time ago and was waiting for the two to arrive before boiling them. As soon as Jack came in, Thomas pulled him out to light up the fireworks. Both their families' fireworks were provided by GK. They were really beautiful. They stood outside and watched for a while before going back in for dinner. Mom, Jack and I were waiting for these dumplings, so I didn't even fill myself up at his parents'. You're such a foodie. Sandra smiled and put another dumpling on Chloe's plate. Mom, you're favoring sis. I want one too. Thomas pouted, like a little child. Sandra gave one to Thomas and another one to Jack. Thanks, Mom. Jack was polite. Ow! That really hurt, Thomas cried out as he spat out the coin in his mouth. Placing coins in dumplings was a northern tradition. Normal families placed one 5-cent coin inside one dumpling. Apparently, whoever ate it was the lucky one in the family. It seemed like Thomas was the extremely lucky person. Humph, Thomas got it this year again, Chloe said, pretending to be angry. I'll sell it to you for $100. What do you think? Thomas waved his coin in the air. Chloe pouted and pretended to be mad. When she was eating the dumplings, however, she bit on something hard as well. Ouch! Chloe was surprised to see the coin in her hand. Mom, how many dumplings have coins in them? Before Sandra said anything, Jack quietly took the third coin out of his mouth. One for each of you. I hope the three of you can all be lucky people, Sandra slowly said, almost bringing tears to Chloe's eyes. Mom, she choked on her words. Her mother was really considerate, putting coins in 3 dumplings. She even made marks on those dumplings, so she could give each of them at least one. Chloe always thought her mother was a ditzy woman. Therefore, she was surprised to see her meticulous side. After dinner, Sandra took out 3 red pockets, one for each of them. Chloe: Happy New Year, Mom. I hope you can be healthy forever. Jack: Happy New Year, Mom. I hope you can always be happy. Thomas: Happy New Year, Mom. I hope you can hold your grandchildren soon. Little brat, why would you say that? Chloe protested. Haha, I'm still young. I'll have to pass that responsibility to you and my brother-in-law. You guys have to try harder. Then, Thomas picked up his red pocket and ran upstairs to snap his friends. Chloe opened up the red pocket and snuck a peek. Her mother gave them $10,000, which was a lot for her. Jack gave his red pocket to Chloe again. What a great husband. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Surprised, Chloe got up to open it. Hi, is this the home of Miss Chloe Green? It is. You have a package. Please sign for it. The delivery man placed a small box in Chloe's hand. During the spring festival, most couriers were on vacation, except for the hard-working express delivery companies. Chloe wondered who it was that would mail her a present during New Year. Moreover, they mailed it to Sky Blessing Court. Not many people knew her mother's address. Was it a prank from Noah and Sarah? Chloe held the box nervously. It was a small square box the size of her palm. She hesitated for a while but didn't have the guts to open it. What's wrong? Jack walked up to her and put his hand around her waist. Honey, can you open it for me? I'm scared. What if it's a spider, snake, or cockroach? Chloe hated pranks. Jack couldn't help but laugh. He took the box and slowly opened it. To both their surprises, it was a white jade calabash. It was delicately made and only 3 centimeters tall. The calabash was extremely pure, smooth, and beautiful. It's a calabash? Chloe was surprised as she carefully picked up the jade calabash. There was a gold string attached to it. Clearly, it was for the owner to wear around her neck. Who gave it to me? Curious, Chloe looked through the box but didn't see a name. There's no name? Jack was curious as well, and she shook her head. Then she felt extremely confused. Calabashes were items of luck. So many people wore them to avoid evil, gain luck, and stay safe. It was weird for Chloe to receive an anonymous gift on the eve of New Year. She uploaded a photo of the calabash to her Snap friend circle and asked who it was from. It wasn't from Noah, Sarah, nor Victoria. It wasn't even from Andrew. Was it from Justin? At this thought, she privately messaged Justin on Weibo. Are you there? Yes. Did you give me a New Year's present? So, are you hinting to me that I should buy you something? Justin felt speechless. No, that's not what I meant. I just received a mysterious present and was wondering if it was from you. Nope. Oh, okay then. Right before Chloe logged off, Justin sent her a red pocket that said, Happy New Year. She was just about to decline when Justin wrote, Just take it. It's not a lot of money. Consider it as good luck. Just like that, Chloe was embarrassed not to accept his red pocket money, so she clicked, Accept. He only sent her $8.88, making Chloe feel more at ease. She couldn't accept any expensive presents from Justin. After all, they weren't that close. Chloe didn't hide her conversation with Justin from Jack. She showed him their chat. Honey, it's not from Justin either. How weird. Jack, on the hand, looked closely at the calabash. Finally, he said, This is extremely expensive. Normal people won't be able to give this as a gift. What do you mean? Chloe didn't understand antiques, so she didn't know how much something like this jade calabash would cost. Therefore, she was confused. This is made from fine jade. Look at the color. There are no flaws at all. It's the best of the best. The handicraft is extremely meticulous and obviously made by a skilled craftsman. I think it's worth at least $10 million. I'll go ask an expert tomorrow. $100 million. Honey, I really don't know who gave it to me. I didn't do anything behind your back, I swear. Chloe said innocently. Jack lovingly pinched her cheek. I know. Wait, let me check the tracking number and take a look at the shipping record. Chloe scanned the QR code, but to her disappointment, there was no information on that tracking number. This package felt like a pie that fell out from the sky. At the same time, on an island in the South Pacific, a young woman wearing a yellow dress was standing in a shooting range by the beach. Her long hair swayed in the ocean wind. She held a black handgun. Aiming at the center, she fired 10 continuous shots. All 10 bullets hit the bullseye. Boss, you should rest and have some water. A well-built assistant walked up and handed her a bottle of water. The young woman opened the bottle of water and took a sip. Then she batted her eyelashes mischievously. Do you think she'll like my New Year's present? She will definitely like your present. Stop kissing my ass, the young woman emphasized. I'm not. Most importantly, there's only one pair of those white jade calabashes in the world. It's priceless. Her assistant replied with such seriousness that the young woman burst out in laughter. I miss her so much, but Dad won't let me find her no matter what. It's so annoying. Professor did it for your sake. Things are very tense right now. What if I know? The truth is, it's good to see her live such a peaceful and happy life. If she can live happily ever after, I won't mind, even if she never knows that I exist. My dad and I live such hard lives. We're constantly homeless and miserable. I don't want her to be involved in all this. She's lucky to have a younger sister like you. You didn't go find her, not because you don't love her. It's because you want to protect her. Hey, forget it. We shouldn't talk about something as depressing as this during New Year. Is there any news from A-hole Parker? There is, young Master Parker said. You need to go back in 3 days, or else. Her assistant stopped midway through the sentence. Or else what? The young woman turned around and pouted. I don't have the courage to finish the sentence. I don't want you to kill me, her assistant replied, feeling a little guilty. Tell me, or else I'm going to kill you right now. The young woman picked up her gun and gruesomely aimed it at her assistant's forehead. Young Master Parker said, if you don't go back in 3 days, he'll put you on the global wanted list. That A-hole Parker has done it again. Screw him. He can put me on any list he wants. Interpol can't even do anything about me. What can he do? As one of the top criminals on Interpol's wanted list, she had been fine over the past few years and even traveled around the world. What could A-hole Parker do to her? Then, she turned around and fired another shot. She didn't have to aim for the bullet to hit the bullseye. She used to be West Point Military School's straight A student and a genius Asian American girl. Therefore, she was easily one of the top 10 in the world when it came to marksmanship. However, she was also an extremely weird woman. If she didn't want to see you, you would never be able to find her. She threw her handgun casually onto the beach. Then, she grabbed the silk scarf her assistant handed her, placed it over her shoulders, and walked away. The much-anticipated spring festival passed by in the blink of an eye. Chloe didn't even finish watching the New Year's gala because she was too sleepy. Soon, her short vacation ended, and on the morning of January 4th of the lunar calendar, Chloe woke up at 6 a.m. Jack was still sleeping. He had been overworking himself and could only sleep well with her by his side. Chloe opened her drawer again and took out the white jade calabash, closely examining it. Jack went to an expert, and the results shocked the both of them. Apparently, this was an original one-of-a-pair of calabashes that some Han Dynasty nobleman gifted to his wife. After she died, it was buried with her. Years later, gravediggers stole them, and for some reason, the calabashes ended up abroad. 3 years ago, at a well-known auction in Greece, an anonymous buyer bought the pair of calabashes for $120 million. This meant that these calabashes were worth $720 million. Talk about sky-high prices. In comparison, blue and white porcelain and tricolor glazed ceramics were worthless. It cost so much, not only because the owner of the white jade calabashes was the wife of a Han Dynasty nobleman. More importantly, the jade was extremely rare and expensive. They were made by a well-known master craftsman in the Han Dynasty. It was a rare, priceless treasure. After finding out its price, Jack joked, "Honey, you're Mrs. Moneybags now. I'm going to live off of you now." Chloe ever thought that overnight she would become a multi-millionaire. This calabash came in a pair, but she only received one. Did that mean that the person who gave her this gift had the other calabash? Who could it be? Chloe had a strong feeling that whoever gave her the calabash was from her family, or someone who loved her very much. Did that mean that she was going to meet this person one day? At this thought, Chloe became extremely excited. She touched the calabash again and again, but didn't want to put it down. Therefore, she decided to wear it around her neck. Calabashes helped to avoid evil and gain wealth. Moreover, it was rumored that good jade would protect its owner, and became one with them after a while. Chloe decided, from that moment on, she was going to wear this necklace until she met that person. "Honey, it's still dark outside. Why don't you sleep for a little longer?" Jack woke up in a daze. He reached out to hug Chloe. Who knew that Mr. Dawson was so clingy in the morning? "I couldn't sleep. Are you still thinking about the calabash?" Jack moved up to her and kissed Chloe on the cheek. "Honey, who do you think gave it to me? It's such an expensive present. The pair cost $720 million, and this person gave one to me, meaning that I gained an extra $360 million all of a sudden. It's scary. The lottery is nothing compared to the money you came across, honey," Jack joked. Chloe smiled as she rested her head on Jack's chest. Chloe had been in a good mood ever since she received the present, not because of how much it cost. Rather, she had a feeling that this person was somehow related to her by blood. Chloe wondered countless times about who that person was. Could it be her sister or brother? Chloe cuddled with Jack, and they didn't climb out of bed until 7. After a simple breakfast, they both drove to work. It was January 4th of the lunar calendar. There weren't a lot of patients at Southside, and most of the doctors were still on vacation. After organizing documents for an hour, Chloe looked at the patient list from her computer. There were 0 appointments lined up in the neurology department. She had nothing to do. Just then, her assistant knocked on the door. "Chief, someone's looking for you. Let them in." Chloe nodded. Then, she saw Hannah walk in with a cardboard box in her hand. Her clothes were obviously new. "Mrs. Hannah, why are you here?" Chloe immediately got up and poured Hannah a cup of hot water. "Dr. Green, I made these sausages from pork that I bought from the countryside. They're homemade and really good, so I made you a box." "Thank you so much, Mrs. Hannah, but I can't eat that much. Just give me 1 or 2 links. It's easy to store. If you can't finish it, just put it in the fridge. It's really good. Nico and I both love it. I made a box for Cody, and he said they're good too." Hannah seemed to be in a great mood. "Thank you," Chloe carefully took the box and put it on the floor of her office. In the past, she used to think the person who abandoned Cody must be a cruel and ruthless woman. Moreover, when she first met Hannah, the latter was so hard to approach. Later, after understanding what she had been through and her past hardships, Chloe decided to help her. That's when she realized that Hannah was a good woman who had had an extremely hard life. She remembered everything Chloe had done for her and repaid the latter through her own methods. She made Chloe a hat and scarf, and she often came by with free-range eggs and local specialty foods. Today, she came with homemade sausages. Although it wasn't anything expensive, it was the thought that mattered. "Mrs. Hannah, how are things going between you and Cody?" Chloe had been busy recently, and so had Cody. It was the end of the year, so he traveled all over the country, attending one New Year's gala after the other. It had been more than 20 days since Chloe last saw him. Beth usually had Cody's phone, so she never got the chance to call and ask him. Since Hannah mentioned Cody, Chloe decided to ask about them. Hannah smiled. We're good. I'm extremely satisfied with our relationship. On New Year's Eve, he was at the New Year's Gala, so he didn't come back to celebrate. But he called me to wish us a Happy New Year. Nico and I saw him sing on TV, and Nico's really happy that Cody's his brother. He says he's going to show off at school. Chloe could tell that Hannah was filled with happiness. That's good. Truth be told, Cody is a soft-hearted boy, but he's really stubborn. Nevertheless, he'll remember everything you've done for him, Chloe added, and Hannah nodded. He's coming back to the city tomorrow evening and coming to our place for dinner. Dr. Green, you should come too. It's okay. I just came back from vacation and have a lot on my plate. You should enjoy your family time. Let me know if you need me. Okay, you should get back to work, Dr. Green. I'll get out of your hair now. After Hannah left, Chloe felt extremely gratified. Cody's reconciliation with his mother was something worth celebrating. At least, Cody would never be alone again. Now, he had family, with whom he could celebrate his happy moments. Suddenly, Chloe received a notification on her phone. Upon unlocking it, she saw it was Sarah talking on their Snap group. Sarah. Happy New Year, girls! What are you guys doing? Chloe. I'm at Southside and today's my first day back at work. Victoria. I'm eating at my mom's. Sarah. Guess what I'm doing? Chloe. Working out with the People's Police? Victoria. Humping with Captain Noah. Sarah. F. Can't the two of you be purer? Let's have a nice conversation, okay? Let me tell you guys, I'm in Bali soaking up the sun. Haha. Jealous? Then, she sent them a photo of her wearing a sexy bikini and resting on a bench. She held a glass of juice in her hands. Sarah was pretty and sexy. With the special touch of Photoshop, she was comparable to the celebrities on TV. Chloe. That's why you've been so quiet? You went to Indonesia? Victoria. Why didn't you go to the Maldives? Is Bali fun? Sarah. It is. This place is a popular place for celebrities to get married. Haha. My policeman finally got his annual, so I made him come with me. Our airline gave us a year-end bonus, so our round-trip plane tickets were free. Awesome, right? Chloe. Pretty awesome. Victoria. Not bad. I want to go traveling too. I really want to go to Barcelona. Too bad. I'm like a panda now. Everyone's trying to protect me. Even if I go to the countryside to fish, the bodyguards and maids have to follow me. It's so annoying. Sarah. Chloe, do you want to come? You and Mr. Dawson should come and we can go home together in a few days. Chloe. No thanks, I'm already back at work. If I ask for days off again, I'll feel bad about the $8,888 Red Pocket director Richard gave me. Sarah. That old man treats you really well. Victoria. That's because Chloe helped him gain prestige. Those two awards are highly regarded and she's the first person at Southside to win them. Chloe. Okay. Stop putting me on a pedestal. You guys keep chatting. I'm going to go back to work. Chloe didn't want to chat during work. After all, she was a doctor, and she needed to act like one. Therefore, she turned the group chat on silent and placed her phone down. Suddenly, her phone began to ring again. It was from a number she had never seen before. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chloe picked up. Happy New Year, Chloe. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.